The East Sea won't know what hit them. The next chapter will feature the awakening of their powers from the devil fruits. Are you ready to see what incredible abilities they will gain? The Chaos Fruit, the Gluttonous Fruit, the Undying Twins Fruit. These three devil fruits are simply extraordinary. I'm afraid they're going to directly overturn the East Sea. In the next chapter, they're going to eat the fruits and awaken their abilities. Are we ready to see them become gods on the spot? Can Belial's ultimate battle instrument be exchanged? This weapon arsenal is too outrageous. Kuruda took out 3 weapon coupons, directly searched for long sticks, and immediately set his eyes on the ultimate battle instrument from Ultraman. He clicked for free, and with a flash of golden light, this divine stick that can summon monsters was in his hands. Swinging it around created a whoosh, and the air was smashed with a sound, making him clap his thighs in delight. Alan wanted a hammer, but couldn't find a suitable one. The system mall had pitifully few hammers. All unknown items. Kuruda frowned. We can't let the foodie chubby guy take an ordinary hammer, can we? The two sisters hadn't picked their meteor hammers yet, but just this ultimate battle instrument had already blown through the dimensional wall. It can be used as a stick to hit people and can also summon cosmic monsters. This is simply a dimensional strike in the world of pirates. The original text states, the ultimate battle instrument is the exclusive weapon of Belial Ultraman in the Ultraman series as the battle instrument of Rhinox. Belial's ultimate battle instrument far surpasses Raymond's battle instrument, capable of summoning and controlling monsters and aliens. With this weapon, paired with the Chaos Fruit, Kuruda is likely to summon a monster army to sweep through the East Sea. I dare say, Alan's weapon next will definitely be even more explosive. In the next chapter, they're going to choose hammers, and I'm ready to see what god-level weapons the system will pull out. Haki Hammer Divine, Beast Meteor Hammer. This weapon combination will blow through the pirate world. Searching for a cylindrical hammer surprisingly brought up the Haki Hammer from Dolua. It can adjust weight and size, with a hammerhead half a meter wide, shining with silver light. Kuruda directly took it for Alan. This appearance paired with the Gluttonous Fruit is absolutely perfect. The sisters' weapons are even more incredible. The Tianhui Star Meteor Hammer from the Divine Beast Gold Kong. The purple gold spikes paired with the black ball can attack with thought, and it's simply a match made in heaven with the Gemini Fruit. The best part is that the system has modified the devil fruit. The taste has become sweet, and they can buy potions to eliminate weaknesses to seawater and sea prism stone. This is going to let the ability users completely unleash themselves. Kuruda carried the fruits and weapons outside. Calling his partners over. Next is the awakening moment. Ultimate battle instrument Chaos Fruit, Haki Hammer, Gluttonous Power, Meteor Hammer, Immortal Twins. With this lineup, the EC is about to change. The original text states, please rest assured, host after the system modification, the taste of the devil fruit will not be unpleasant. On the contrary, it will taste as good as normal fruits, pure and refreshing. Sweet, even the unpleasant bugs have been fixed. The system has taken cheating to the extreme, I dare say. After eating the fruits, they can directly overturn small islands. In the next chapter, everyone will eat the fruits. Are we ready to see them transform on the spot? Naming the meteor balls Jin Yun and Zilu. This wave of weapon distribution is too amazing. Kuruda brought out the treasure chest, and the partners immediately focused on the weapons. Alan picked up the Haki Hammer, smiling widely. Even if it's not a round hammer, I love it. The two sisters grabbed the meteor hammers. The elder sister named hers Jin Yun, and the younger sister named hers Zilu. They can control them with thought and summon meteors, having a blast. The distribution of the devil fruits went even smoother. The Gemini Strawberry Fruit was directly taken by Lusaluka, a heavenly opportunity. This pair belongs to us. Alan's eyes sparkled at the sight of the Gluttonous Fruit, while Kuruda secretly delighted in holding the Chaos Fruit. Everyone's gear is ready. They just wait to eat and awaken. The most incredible is the ultimate battle instrument. Kuruda has hidden a big secret, never mentioned its ability to summon monsters for now. It's just an ordinary divine stick. Once he accumulates enough prestige points to buy monsters, it's going to surprise his partners. The original text states, it can create meteors and shooting stars out of thin air. To attack, meteors are larger than shooting stars. So my meteor ball will be called Jin Yun. After all, I'm the elder sister. Then, according to the elder sister's naming method, my meteor ball will be called Zilu. Just hearing the name shows how powerful their Jin Yun smashes meteors, and Zilu whips shooting stars. Coupled with the immortal ability, these two sisters are going to become a nightmare for the East Sea. In the next chapter, they're finally going to eat the devil fruits. Are we ready to see them transform collectively? The devil fruits are even sweeter than strawberries. This operation directly overturns pirate common sense. Lusaluka bit into the Gemini Strawberry, so juicy and sweet, even sweeter than merchant ship fruits. Alan peeled an orange and took big bites. This gluttonous fruit is more fragrant than dessert after a meal. Kuruda chewed on the Chaos Apple, laughing so hard. in the entire pirate world, they're the ones eating devil fruits like they're having a picnic. The key is that the abilities awaken instantly, the chaotic energy entwined with the ultimate battle instrument. The Haotian hammer was infused with gluttonous power and began to glow, while Jin Yun and Zi Lu floated automatically beside the sisters. The compatibility is simply like it was tailor-made. You have to know that others eating fruits have expressions worse than eating poop, but they're doing great, even gnawing on the seeds clean. If Luffy saw this, he would probably question his life. Did I buy a fake rubber fruit? The original text states, it's been a long time since I had strawberries, still so sweet, juicy, and tender. My oranges are also not bad. Good after-meal fruit. With this kind of treatment, the system has probably transformed the devil fruits into top-tier fruits in the next 6 months of training. They're likely to form a monster squad. In the next chapter, their abilities will awaken and shine. Are we ready to see them wreak havoc? Eating a strawberry grants them immortality. This devil fruit ability is too overpowered. The two sisters cut their arms, and the wounds healed instantly without even feeling pain. They could even communicate telepathically, saying in unison, as long as we don't die at the same time, we can resurrect infinitely. This is not even superhuman, it's clearly a bug ability. Alan is even more exaggerated, transforming into a 20-meter-tall gluttonous giant beast, with eyes under his armpits and antlers on his head. His beast form directly ripped his clothes apart with a claw. Even sand and gravel could float up. Whatever I eat makes me stronger. This ability is incredible. Kuruda rubbed chaos energy in his palm. A gray-black, two-colored orb buzzing. This is the power to create heaven and earth. Just holding it makes him feel like he can crush any ability. When the ultimate battle instrument touches this energy, it emits a dragon-like rumble. The original text states, no matter how much injury we sustain, we won't feel any pain. The sisters excitedly said this one after another, but the last sentence was spoken simultaneously by both girls. With this setup, after 6 months at sea, they're likely to turn the East Sea into a mess, I dare say. Even the Navy will have to take a detour. In the next chapter, the domineering training begins. Are we ready to see them break through on the spot? Later, although Pangu opened up the heavens and the earth, it was essentially equivalent to creating a world within chaos. Chaos is endless, in other words. It is infinite energy, such a force. Such energy even needs to transcend the void. Regarding his ability to obtain such a powerful fruit, or rather, power, Kuruda was extremely pleased. At the same time, he also conducted an experiment, as he remembered the previous introduction of the system. Chaotic energy can extinguish everything it touches. Looking around, he first felt the movement of the wind. After all, being on island, there was naturally sea breeze. However, Kuruda wondered if he could extinguish the air itself, as wind is essentially the rapid movement of air. He turned to face the direction of the wind blowing towards him, stretched out his hand, and placed the chaotic energy before his face. To his astonishment, he realized he could no longer feel the wind on his face, and he could sense that the flowing air had been extinguished by the chaotic energy. Kuruda was overjoyed, but quickly proceeded with new experiments, bringing the chaotic energy into contact with the sand on the ground and some seawater nearby. Indeed, the sand and seawater were also extinguished. This was different from devouring. Devouring means consuming energy to strengthen oneself. However, the extinguishment brought by chaotic energy directly annihilates everything, leaving no trace of the original plasma molecules. Next, Kuruda conducted experiments on physical objects. After all, what he had previously interacted with were merely the most common natural elements in nature. In this pirate world, there were also sand fruits, water fruits, and hurricane fruits. Although they were all nature-type fruit users, Kuruda had already reached the pinnacle above others. In other words, other nature-type users would be completely restrained when facing Kuruda, and their abilities would be ineffective against him. However, he still needed to use other physical objects to interact with the chaotic energy for further experiments. Next, Kuruda used items like wood, plastic, glass, and rubber to come into contact with the chaotic energy. He soon discovered that although these items were also extinguished, the speed was simply too slow. But the last experiment made Kuruda frown slightly. During the experiment, he noticed a mosquito flying by. He suddenly thought about whether chaotic energy could extinguish organic life forms. However, the results of the experiment soon surprised him, because even the tiny mosquitoes were being extinguished at a rate that was actually about 5 times slower than that of plastics and rubber. However, although the mosquito's body was not completely obliterated, Kuruda could see that it quickly stopped flying, and its body seemed to be weakening. The chaotic energy could not immediately extinguish organic life forms, but could consume their stamina and vitality. After his initial surprise, Kuruda quickly reached a conclusion. The frown he had before disappeared. Of course. Although the extinction rate of organic life forms was too slow in future battles, he could let his opponents come into contact with his chaotic energy to rapidly deplete their stamina and vitality, which was also a very terrifying ability. Soon, Kuruda was filled with joy because the chaotic fruit he had consumed was incredibly powerful. Next, he just needed to think carefully about how to develop this ability and what kind of techniques to create. However, for Kuruda, who had experienced countless adventures, this was not a difficult task at all. Never underestimate the imagination and understanding of a traveler. Furthermore, Kuruda quickly entered an elemental state. As the holder of the ultimate nature-type devil fruit, he had this ability. Mastering elementalization was the most basic skill that any devil fruit user could quickly grasp. But Kuruda was very happy about this, as it was elementalization, unless it was armed Haki or Conqueror's Haki wrapped around, otherwise in an elemental state. Even Sea Prism Stone and Seawater would have a hard time being effective. Of course, with the exception of the Mera Mera no Mi, since flames are naturally extinguished by water. And the Suna Suna no Mi, because the sand cannot come into contact with water. Water is the nemesis of the Suna Suna no Mi, and elementalization wouldn't work. After all, in the original story, Luffy defeated the despondent crocodile only when his body was soaked with water or blood. Thus, the few of them continuously familiarized themselves with their newly acquired devil fruit abilities on the beach. As for the training methods for the 3 types of Haki, there was no need to mention them again, since it had already been discussed. Everyone was eager to train. After all, as Teacher K said, the cultivation of Haki is the key to the birth of strong individuals. This means that if you do not possess the 3 types of Haki and do not reach a higher level, you will never be able to become strong in this sea. Therefore, the few of them would naturally be very proactive about the upcoming Haki training. However, after reading the content written in the training manual, especially Kuruda, who understood the specific training situation of the 3 types of Haki, since he had seen how Rayleigh taught Luffy in the anime. Although the cultivation of Haki depends on talent and potential, postnatal effort is equally important. For Kinbunchika Haki, one just needs to constantly try to evade attacks. As for Busashoka Haki, one only needs to keep taking hits to strengthen their physical strength. Just like in the original story, where Rayleigh had Luffy blindfolded and not use any other senses to evade his sword strikes to train Kinbunchika Haki. Busashoka Haki can also be trained to awaken this ability by enduring hits to develop a strong physique. In a sense, the training methods for these 2 types of Haki are quite similar. After all, constantly dodging attacks will eventually lead to taking hits. Therefore, in today's pirate world, many people train their 2-color Haki in a similar manner. As for the final Conqueror's Haki, cultivating it requires an innate kingly potential, which is often inherited through bloodlines. Otherwise, one must exhibit the qualities of a king. Otherwise, this hardest-to-obtain Haki cannot be possessed at all. In today's pirate world, there are no more than 20 individuals who possess Conqueror's Haki. But once acquired, one is undoubtedly a king and an absolute powerhouse. However, after seeing the training content written in the manual, the people present had their perceptions slightly overturned. For instance, for Busashoka Haki, besides enduring hits, it can also be trained quickly by combining it with a large intake of nutritional substances and physical exercise to gain it in a shorter time. As for Kinbunchika Haki, aside from dodging attacks, the best method is actually to sense nature, such as standing under a waterfall to cleanse one's self, calming down to listen to the sounds of the wind and grass, or remaining undisturbed in the noisy city, with many methods available. Training through such methods is also a very good way to cultivate Kinbunchika Haki, greatly enhancing the training speed. Of course, the most surprising was the method for cultivating Conqueror's Haki. At first, everyone was shocked to hear that it could be cultivated postnatally, but the training method was even more astonishing. Unlike the traditional awakening methods in the pirate world, it is like many professions that require cultivation. No one is born a chef or navigator. All require postnatal training. The statement that awakening Conqueror's Haki requires kingly potential is somewhat superficial. For example, Mihawk and Karp, one a Marine Vice Admiral, and the other without a large territory, both possess Conqueror's Haki. This is enough to illustrate that possessing Conqueror's Haki, the so-called kingly potential, is not the real key. As written in the training manual, as long as one has a dream in their heart and maintains a persistent and firm attitude towards that dream, they can also possess Conqueror's Haki. This means having the courage to pursue dreams and goals. A broader perspective naturally makes it easier for one to obtain Conqueror's Haki, especially through postnatal training. Thus, After reading the entire training manual, everyone was very surprised. However, Kuruda was the quickest to express his thoughts. It is no wonder that this was a summary from the system, the crystallization of years of Haki training in the pirate world. This training material is too detailed. In the end, Kuruda briefly explained that Alan and Lucille believed too much in everything written in this training manual. After all, they all came from the same treasure chest, left by a pirate, and 3 such powerful devil fruits and 3 special and powerful weapons appeared simultaneously. Therefore, having such a special and detailed training method is understandable. The few of them then discussed and established a daily training plan. They would start early in the morning with a glass of fresh vegetable and fruit juice, then do some warm-up exercises outside, followed by a run around the deserted island, approximately 1,500 meters. After returning, they would have a simple yet hearty breakfast. The entire morning would be divided into 2 halves, focusing on developing their devil fruit abilities and creating their own skills, then familiarizing themselves with their weapons. Ideally, trying to combine the 2 abilities, thus scheduling these 2 training activities in the same time slot. At noon, they would enjoy a hearty meat meal, with vegetables being equally important. After all, a balanced diet is something Kuruda is aware of. Then, during lunch, it would not only be about getting full, but also about replenishing the energy lost during the morning training. Since they needed to gain more powerful strength before Luffy set sail to survive in this world and become strong, rigorous training was essential. So food and nutrition must keep up. As a chef, Alan must not only observe everyone's physical condition to prepare suitable nutritious meals, but also pay attention to what to eat for each meal and how much, which is crucial. However, as a chef, Alan has learned this. Whether it is the 2 sisters or Kuruda, they are willing to trust Alan. So there is no need to worry about this aspect. At the same time, it also shows that the profession of a chef is very important. Not just in the context of the pirate world as other forces, but just within a pirate crew. It is crucial not only to meet the dietary needs of the members and provide catering services with delicious dishes, but also to provide nutrition and energy support during voyages. Additionally, they can prepare food for other crew members in case of difficulties, such as encountering storms or other dangerous situations, ensuring survival. Thus, a chef is indeed a very important profession. Kuruda is also fortunate that after his reincarnation, he could receive such a starter pack, having an excellent chef like Alan. Although he knows he is in the East Blue, to be honest, he does not think Alan is inferior to Sanji. This is his confidence and trust in his partner, because he is very clear about his lover's passion for cooking and the real level of skill. Whether it is trust in Kuruda or the 2 sisters, Alan is naturally very touched, and he also patted his slightly chubby belly and said, "Don't worry, whether in the next 6 months or later on the ship, I will ensure everyone is well fed and can eat the most delicious food as soon as possible." However, during the next 6 months of training on the island, having 3 meals a day is completely manageable. Moreover, since they are currently consuming devil fruits to gain abilities and after exercising to enhance their physical fitness, it will be difficult for them to get sick, so there is no immediate need for a doctor. After finishing lunch at noon, they decided to take a nap to relieve the fatigue from the morning training after several days of discussion. Then they would start their afternoon training. The afternoon training mainly focuses on Haki, but before practicing Haki, they will undergo a significant amount of physical training. The time for both will be split in the afternoon, and they will also focus on the training methods for the 3 types of Haki. Fortunately, everything needed for training on this deserted island is available, so there's no need to worry about practicing the 3 types of Haki. In the evening is basically time for rest. However, they must not forget that the most important thing for a pirate crew is to master their respective professions, so it is also necessary to become proficient in advance. Fortunately, as the captain, Kuruda has no problem with this. After all, he believes that with 6 months of time and the advantages of being a time traveler, becoming strong is not an issue, at least in the early stages in this small East Blue. Kuruda believes that as the captain, maintaining the safety of the ship and crew and establishing rules for the ship is his responsibility. He can manage urgent situations, including dealing with crew injuries, as well as leadership, command skills, cohesion, and resourcefulness. These are things a pirate captain should be able to do. Moreover, there is time every night during these 6 months for him to study. Combined with his past experience, it should not be a problem. As for Alan, as long as he learns a few more dishes and understands nutrition better, it will be fine. Lucy and her sister, as navigators with years of experience, have no issues with predicting weather at sea or judging the direction of ocean currents. However, strategic planning and team coordination skills will need to be developed once they fully establish their pirate crew. For now, They will take it step by step, since they cannot train these two skills on the island. However, the evenings will mostly be used by the four of them to practice their respective roles and skills for the pirate crew. Thus, the training and cultivation plan for the next 6 months has been established. Oh, and one more rule is that after every 3 days of training, they will take 1 day off. After all, there needs to be a balance between work and rest. Training every day could eventually wear someone out. Even though the physical fitness of people in the pirate world is not comparable to that of Blue Star, it is still impossible for Kuruda and the others to sustain such intensity for 6 months without rest. So rest days are also necessary. Moreover, these rest days must be planned because these are set by Kuruda. Not to mention the requirements above. There are certain things he must also attend to during the rest days. Don't forget, there's a large ship in the system that he needs to manage. This is a tough challenge, but Kuruda has already come up with a good plan. The reason it is considered a tough challenge is that Kuruda needs to spend some time perfecting this plan. In short, he needs a compelling, fully believable reason that will allow Alan and the two sisters to completely accept the ship named Bowl. By the way, Bowl is the name of the large ship currently in Kuruda's system. Generally, all pirate ships are given names by their captains and crew. Kuruda thought that since the ship's bow is shaped like a golden horse head, he remembered an ancient saying from his past life. Good horses are common, but good trainers are rare. Thus, he named it Bowl. However, this name has not yet been finalized, as Alan and the two sisters are not yet aware of it and have not agreed. So, they will decide on the name together once they see the ship at sea. Furthermore, this is just a small ship, and its positioning in their team will be similar to that of the Going Merry and Thousand Sunny in the Straw Hat crew. This small ship cannot be considered the main ship. Kuruda believes that he will find something better in the system in the future. But at the same time, one cannot forget this small boat. It can still serve as a secondary ship without any problems. After all, for a ship, when the pirate crew is established in the future, the ship will also be a part of them, a member. As the captain, Kuruda will not abandon the ship. He must learn this from the Straw Hat Pirates in the original work. Even if his future definition is that of a big bad guy, he still wants to be a big bad guy with feelings and loyalty. This is something he absolutely cannot forget. However, during the rest days, Kuruda needs to do some work to make his companions believe in and accept this ship, which is another important purpose of setting rest days. Soon, after the rules were established on the first day, the four of them began their training according to their own good plans. Time passed day by day, watching the sun rise and set and the moon wax and wane each day. Their overall strength was steadily increasing, slowly progressing towards the status of top-level powerhouses. But at the same time, don't forget what was said before. During this period of training, especially on rest days, Alan and the two sisters were surprised to find that Kuruda often ran to the cave in the back and hardly spent time with them, except for meals. The three of them had previously asked Kuruda what he was doing in the back of the cave and why they couldn't go there now. But after Kuruda said a word, they immediately dismissed the idea. Kuruda said at that time, "When the day comes for us to set sail, I will tell you. It's a secret for now, so you can't come in." Thus, out of trust, pure trust between partners, the two sisters, Alan and Lucilu, had never entered the cave in the past 6 months. Just like before, they were also looking forward to the day they would set sail, wanted to see what the secret surprise Kuruda had mentioned was. And so, time passed day by day. In the world of One Piece, since it is mostly sea, along with the atmosphere created, it is basically summer all year round, with only some special areas experiencing snow and the conditions of the other 3 seasons. However, in any case, 3 days of training and 1 day of rest passed, and 5 whole months went by just like that. During these 5 months, Kuruda would spend a little money to obtain information about the pirate world from a passing seagull, an employee of Morgan's, the president of the World Economic News Agency, one of the kings of the underground world. However, it seemed that not much time had passed since the original plot, so there wasn't any significant news. It was mostly about some pirate groups being eliminated by the Navy or what the Yonko pirate crews were up to. This made Kuruda relax, as there were no major developments, which was the most important thing for them at the moment. However, Kuruda did slightly modify the training plan for the last month. As the 5-month training had not been in vain, the results were significant. Both Kuruda and Alan developed many abilities and skills targeting the powers of the gluttony fruit and the chaos fruit. As for the twin fruits of the sisters Luciluka, they also developed a combined ability during this period. Just like the villain Tian Huaxing from the God Beast King, Kong, 3 super transformation armor. The Luciluka sisters could also merge, and combine with their original telepathic communication ability, their strong physical attributes. One could resurrect the other if one did not die. along with super recovery abilities and the absence of pain. In such a short time, according to the system's prompts, Kuruda was surprised to learn that, although the abilities developed from the twin fruits were all passive, the ordinary form of the twin fruit powers had already been developed by the two sisters before awakening. That is to say, all of the above. Oh, by the way, it's worth mentioning that Kuruda's system surprisingly upgraded itself. This was something that the system suddenly announced during these 5 months, and even Kuruda was taken aback. He never expected that his system could automatically upgrade and gain new abilities. Thus, based on the original 3 main functions of world summoning, exchange mall, and resource exchange, Kuruda's system added another ability, analysis. Yes, just those 2 words, but the effect is significant. It means that as long as Kuruda wants, he can make the system directly display the specific panel of the characters or items appearing in front of him, allowing him to see the condition of the other person or item. Because of this, Kuruda was able to see the situation of the 2 sisters through the system not long ago, specifically their current strength. Name, Lusaluka. Age, 16. Gender, female. Introduction, a pair of ordinary navigator twin sisters in the pirate world. Ability, top level observation Haki, advanced armed Haki, intermediate conquerors Haki, physical arts. Twin fruit user, unawakened. Current strength, rear admiral level weapon, twin meteor balls, golden meteorite, purple flow bounty, none bounty title, none. The above information is what Kuruda recently saw through the system analysis. The individual strength of the 2 sisters has already reached the level of rear admirals, which is normal rear admirals. After all, excluding Karp, that old man is not constrained and does not work for the detestable celestial dragons. Otherwise, he would have been promoted to admiral many years ago. However, being able to rise from a naval lieutenant level powerhouse to a general level powerhouse, and even a lieutenant general, within 5 months is already quite impressive. This not only involves the talent of the 2 sisters, which is indeed somewhat astonishing, but also the special items provided by the system, the significant enhancement after consuming the devil fruit, and the super fast Haki training method, all of which have contributed greatly. Kuruda is truly grateful that as a transmigrator, he actually has a system. Otherwise, without the system's assistance, the speed of improvement for him and his companions would not be so fast. Moreover, the 2 sisters' usage of the meteorite sphere, at least in Kuruda's impression, is already not inferior to that of the Tianhui stars. However, they still lack a bit of refinement. After all, the Tianhui stars inside the divine beast Vajra have no idea how many years they have lived, and their combat experience is definitely rich. However, the normal thought control and impact brought by the meteor ball, as well as the ability to summon meteors and meteorites, and flying on a meteor ball, have already been mastered by the 2 sisters. Over the past 5 months, Alan has also slowly become familiar with the use of the Hautian hammer. After all, he had used a round hammer many times before, and now switching to a cylindrical hammer naturally requires time to adapt. Just when everything was almost settled, Alan has completely familiarized himself with it during this period and can skillfully control the magnification, reduction, and weight of the Hautian hammer. Moreover, based on the ability of the Tao Tai to manipulate earth elements, Alan has developed many earth-based skills. Kuruda is the same, becoming familiar with the ultimate battle instrument and Shaolin staff techniques, being able to flexibly utilize both, and has also developed new abilities based on chaotic energy. The system wasn't wrong. Kuruda can indeed derive other powers from chaotic energy, just like a dragon, as the master of all spirits, possesses the genes of other animals. Chaos can indeed evolve into many abilities. At the very least, the basic natural elements, light and darkness, fire, water, earth, wind, and electricity have been derived by Kuruda, who has also developed skills. The progress can be said to be significant. For example, Kuruda, once again through his analytical ability, saw the system panels of himself and Alan. Name, Alan. Age, 16. Gender, male. Introduction, an ordinary chubby chef boy from the pirate world. Abilities, advanced observation Haki, top level armament Haki, intermediate conquerors Haki, martial arts. Tao Tai fruit user, not awakened, current strength, rear admiral level weapon, Hautian hammer bounty, none bounty title, none name. Kuruda. Age, 17. Gender, male. Introduction, a traveler from Blue Star. Abilities, top level observation Haki, top level armament Haki, advanced conquerors Haki, martial arts, chaos fruit user, not awakened, current strength, admiral candidate level weapon, ultimate battle instrument bounty, none bounty title, none indeed, so far. Within these 5 months, the cultivation methods provided by the system have been outstanding and excellent. Now, Kuruda and the others have completely mastered the 3-color Haki. However, from the 3 system panels, it cannot be seen that their cultivation situations are different. But overall, Kuruda is still a bit more outstanding. After all, the two sisters and Alan are only at the intermediate level of Conqueror's Haki, and perhaps according to what is written in the cultivation method. Compared to the dedication in their hearts, Kuruda is indeed more excellent. In the cultivation of Conqueror's Haki, Kuruda has truly surpassed the other three. However, in the case of the other two types of Haki, namely observation Haki and armament Haki, Kuruda has surprisingly mastered both to the highest level in just 5 months. This achievement is due to a combination of talent, effort, and the opportunities provided by the system, all of which are indispensable. Meanwhile, Eren and the two sisters are only slightly behind in one type of Haki compared to the other. This is actually due to the preferences of a few individuals. In other words, Alan believes that for a brute force type of fighter like him, armament Haki is more practical than observation Haki. The Lucy sisters share this view. They think enhancing their perception abilities is more important. Therefore, they spend more time training in observation Haki. This has created the current situation, but regardless, they have plenty of time ahead of them to continue their training and, more importantly, to gain experience at sea. Their current shortcomings in Haki will also improve in the future. Another point of interest is that in terms of strength, both sisters and Alan have already become powerful individuals at the Rear Admiral level, with Kuruda even reaching the level of a candidate for Admiral. At least in the East Sea, this combination is already quite dominant. Additionally, having a captain, a cook, and a navigator means that the pirate crew has no issues with basic mobility and supply capabilities at sea. Go Jinyun. I'm coming too, go Zilu. After officially entering the 6th month, and after some discussions led by Kuruda, they decided that practical combat is the best way to solidify and strengthen their abilities, while also familiarizing themselves with each other's strengths. This will enhance their teamwork and ability to fight side by side in the future. Therefore, after final discussions, in the last month, they decided to draw lots, 1 red card and 2 blue cards. Those who draw the 2 blue cards must engage in a battle in the morning. As for the red card, they must leave the deserted island to eliminate a pirate crew or a naval patrol ship. After all, they will eventually become a pirate crew, and other pirate crews and the Navy will naturally be enemies. Given that the overall combat power in the East Sea is not very strong, it's still feasible to eliminate 1 pirate crew or Navy ship every day with their current strength. Moreover, it's also good to go out and understand the situation a bit as preparation for their voyage a month later. Today is the first day, and it's uncertain whether Kuruda is lucky or unlucky as he drew the red card on the first day. So, not long ago, Kuruda had already left. Although he had no ship, not even a small raft, as a user of a natural-type devil fruit, he could fly by using elementalization. After half of his body was transformed into chaotic energy, flying was not an issue. As mentioned earlier, the two sisters could also fly by riding on meteor balls. And even Alan had developed his own way of flying. By controlling earth elements, he could stand on a stone and use his ability to make it float for movement, achieving a flying effect. Therefore, at this point, Kuruda and the others completely possess the ability to fly. After all, developing flying capabilities is crucial for both navigating this vast sea and in combat. This is also why Kuruda and the others decided to implement this training plan in the last month. Now, the confrontation between the two sisters and Alan has begun shortly after Kuruda left. The sisters took the initiative and controlled the meteor balls to smash towards Alan. But Alan smiled slightly, and even in his human form, he directly used the power brought by the glutton fruit to smash the 2 meteor balls back with the Hautian hammer. After all, it is their own weapon. As the two sisters simultaneously extended their small hands, the meteor ball, which had been flying back at a moderate speed, began to slow down and eventually return to their hands. Sister, Brother Alan's strength has increased a lot, Ruko said with some surprise. Sister, Brother Alan has also made progress in these 5 months, and he was already good at strength. Moreover, the glutton fruit has given him even greater power. Lucy replied with a calm smile. She was very clear that not only had they improved over the past 5 months, but Brother Alan and Brother Kuruda had certainly made progress as well. Hey, don't get distracted during the fight. Rock missile, Alan said with a smile, as he directly used the ability he developed himself. First, he used the power of the earth element to conjure several large rocks out of thin air. Then he struck the back of the rocks with a hammer, causing them to fly towards the two sisters like cannonballs. True to its name, the rocks flew out at an extremely fast speed, with power comparable to that of a cannonball. If an ordinary person were hit, it would definitely be painful, and could even cause serious injury. But are the two sisters ordinary people? Definitely not. Moreover, among the four-person team. In terms of speed, especially in the air, the two sisters can even rank first. Furthermore, their 5 months of training in observation Haki was not in vain. Soon, with the power of observation Haki, the two sisters predicted the trajectory and direction of the boulder in advance. Quickly, they elegantly dodged the boulder's attacks in midair, causing it to fall directly into the distant sea, creating massive waves. It's uncertain if there are sea kings or marine creatures there. Otherwise, they would surely be injured or killed by the boulder. Alan, it's our turn. Meteor shower. After dodging the boulder's attack, Ruko said with a smile while simultaneously launching an attack, throwing out the purple sphere. However, it did not head towards Alan. Instead, it floated in the air and began to spin. It seemed that the meteor ball was summoning something under Ruko's control. Bring it on. Despite this scene, Alan remained completely calm, as he had heard about the function and abilities of this meteor ball weapon before. Therefore, he could roughly guess the upcoming attack. Moreover, Ruko had even called out the name. And indeed, soon, the purple sphere summoned a large number of meteors, about 30 of them, each the size of a basketball, falling towards Alan like a normal meteor shower. Rock shield. However, it was directly blocked by a giant rock shield that Alan summoned, standing firm against the oncoming meteors. Suddenly, Alan sensed an attack from behind and quickly threw a punch infused with Haki towards the back. With a loud bang, Alan's fist collided directly with a golden high heel. Moreover, the foot wearing the high heel was also infused with Haki, and it turned out to be Lucy. She had stealthily approached Alan from behind and launched a surprise attack without him noticing. But suddenly, Alan glanced and transformed his punch into a palm, then surprisingly grabbed Lucy's ankle. Following that, he shouted loudly, and Lucy felt a tremendous force. However, by the time she reacted, she was already thrown away by Alan as a strong wind blew past her. Lucy felt like she crashed into something but feeling discomfort in her back. She couldn't help but let out a delicate cry. Suddenly, she heard a sound behind her as well. Using her observation Haki to sense, she quickly understood what was happening. Earlier, her sister had also tried to kick over and ambush Alan. However, Alan had discovered this with his observation Haki and thought of a very easy solution: to treat her as a projectile and throw her towards her sister with immense strength, causing them to crash into each other. It was a brilliant solution, and after thinking about Alan's method, Lucy couldn't help but nod in approval in her heart. But fortunately, the power of the Gemini fruit allowed them to feel no pain. So the two sisters quickly regained their flying posture in midair, stepping on the meteor balls beneath their feet. The ability of the Gemini fruit is truly abnormal. Seeing this scene, Alan couldn't help but comment. But at the same time, he also knew that to break the deadlock, he had to hit both of them at the same time. Just like killing both users of the twin fruits at once would prevent their resurrection, as long as he hit both of them simultaneously, they would still feel pain, and their recovery ability would even be weakened. Therefore, the best way to deal with the twin fruits was to ensure that he could hit both users at the same time and maintain uninterrupted attacks, with a speed greater than the reduced self-recovery speed of the twin fruits users. With this in mind, Alan made his move again. Titan Hammer. Alan jumped from the ground to a height of nearly 50 meters, then raised the Hawaiian hammer with both hands and swung it down towards the two women. At the same time, countless fragments of stone suddenly erupted from the beach, attaching themselves to the hammer's head. Meanwhile, the handle of the Hawaiian hammer elongated, and the sound of the hammer became enormous. This was a combined technique developed by Alan based on his own gluttony fruit ability and years of hammer practice. Sister, the range is too large. We can't dodge it. Seeing the oppressive giant hammer falling from above and the massive wave approaching, Ruka exclaimed in panic. It was obvious that it was targeting their weakness. Brother Alan always took things seriously. However, we can't be looked down upon either. Sister, let's use that move to block it. Lucy, being clever, quickly understood Alan's intention. Still full of confidence, she said to her sister, "Oh, I understand." Given the bond between the two sisters, Ruka naturally knew which move Lucy was referring to. Soon, the two sisters stood back to back, looking at the giant hammer descending upon them. They simultaneously held each other's hands, forming a 10-finger grip, and shouted loudly, "Rotating Star Domain." In no time, two meteor-like spheres shot out at high speed, heading directly towards the giant hammer above. However, midway, they suddenly split apart and began to spin, ultimately creating a rotating energy shield with golden and purple mixed energies. With a thunderous sound, the giant hammer struck the shield, and the explosive collision force immediately generated huge waves around them. The two sides began a head-on clash, marking the moment when Kuruda's small team officially began their practical training. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kuruda had already flown far away from the deserted island, but was still searching for targets on the sea, as he had only been out for less than 2 minutes. It's strange that, counting the past 6 months and the years spent living on the deserted island, there had been no navy or pirates, not even passing merchant ships. Was it because the deserted island was too remote? Or was it due to the protection provided before the system awakened? However, after flying out, Kuruda suddenly raised a new question, but he couldn't be sure about either possibility. What's that? Suddenly, Kuruda noticed something on the sea surface nearly a kilometer ahead. It was definitely a ship, and it seemed there was more than one. Kuruda immediately accelerated his flight speed and soon reached the vicinity of the 2 ships. Indeed, there were only 2 ships, but seeing what was happening in front of him, Kuruda frowned slightly. Although what was happening was quite common in the pirate world, it was his first time witnessing it. Had the pirate crew raided a merchant ship? Given his past memories, Kuruda recognized that one of the ships was a merchant vessel. The other ship was even easier to identify, as most pirate flags featured skull symbols. He could also see what the people on the ship were wearing, so it was clear that what he was witnessing was a pirate crew raiding a merchant ship. However, he had no impression of the pirate crew in front of him. They were clearly just ordinary small fry. With this in mind, Kuruda couldn't help but smile. An ordinary pirate crew was one of his targets. He promptly took out the ultimate battle instrument strapped to his back. Congratulations on becoming my first hunting target. Haha, let's see how my developed technique, Chaos Mist, works. Injecting chaotic energy into the ultimate battle instrument, Kuruda struck with a sweeping motion, sending the chaotic power flying out. Just as he was about to approach the 2 ships, it exploded. Soon, black-gray mist began to spread across the entire sea surface. Captain, look over there. There's a strange mist. The crew on the pirate ship quickly pointed out to their captain, as it was too obvious to miss. How could such strange-colored mist be floating on the sea? Someone must be coming, the captain of the Darl pirate crew, with a bounty of around 9 million. Noted with a bit of insight, is someone coming to rescue us? Or is it a more terrifying pirate? The captain of the merchant ship, who also saw the gray-black mist, expressed his concerns, as did the passengers and sailors on board. Clearly, they were more worried about the latter scenario. Boys, be careful. This mist isn't simple. Seeing the mist drifting over from his side, Darl immediately instructed. Understood, Captain. The ordinary small fry pirates responded in succession. Even the captain of the merchant ship gave a brief command. This unknown, mysterious mist caused both sides' skirmish to temporarily halt, highlighting the fear of the unknown. Unless one was a strong individual with immense confidence in their own strength. But no matter what the people on those 2 ships think, whether they have stopped fighting or not, Kuruda's chaotic haze has already enveloped them and the ships completely. It's like being wrapped in dumplings. I can't see anything. It's so dark, Captain, where are you? What is happening? Those small-time pirates and the people on the merchant ships have suddenly been affected by the chaotic haze. And on the ship, they are speaking one after another. However, their words are filled with panic and confusion. Damn it, who is messing around? Dao is even more directly angry, but if one pays attention, they would notice that he is already sweating coldly. Both his nerves and speech are tinged with a hint of fear, because Dao suddenly realizes that in this fog, not only can he not see, he can't even hear the sound from outside, nor can he smell the common scent of the sea. In such an environment, how can an ordinary little pirate not be panicked? But at that moment, the truly terrifying effects of chaotic energy manifested, causing these pirates and even a merchant ship's crew to temporarily lose their 3 senses, merely a small appetizer. At this time, Kuruda had already stepped onto the deck of the merchant ship, wearing a playful smile as he looked at the confused and panicked crowd. However, upon hearing Darl's words, his eyes sharpened, and he swung his ultimate battle staff directly at him. This strike was also infused with armed Haki and chaotic energy. For these small pirates of the East Sea, even the captain, who had not mastered observation Haki, found it impossible to function with the most basic 3 senses lost. With Kuruda's current strength, the strike quickly sent this small pirate crew leader flying, crashing Darl violently against the nearby railing, causing him to scream in agony. Soon, his eyes filled with disbelief and a hint of pain, and in his final moments, the light in his gaze faded, leaving behind a trace of unwillingness as his body slowly fell, sitting on the deck. In an instant, he had turned into a cold corpse. Next, Kuruda continued to take action, slaughtering the remaining pirates, with screams echoing throughout the entire ship. However, such screams could only be issued by the dead pirates. Even these deceased pirates could not hear their own cries before dying. It seems my speculation was correct. Chaotic energy can not only slowly consume the stamina and vitality of organic life, but can also render the most basic five senses completely unusable when enveloped by chaotic energy. Looking at the last pirate who died under his staff, Kuruda remarked that this time, the reason he used chaotic fog to obscure everyone's vision and killed the pirates one by one was all for experimentation. He had long suspected that being enveloped by chaotic energy could cause intelligent organic life to lose their five senses. After all, if even stamina and vitality could be gradually extinguished, how could this not happen? Chaotic energy is like a large swamp wrapping around a person, completely sinking them into the mire. Can a person still see, hear, or smell? Even the most sensitive touch and taste would struggle to function. This time, it was indeed Kuruda conducting an experiment, testing chaotic energy once again. Otherwise, with Kuruda's strength, he could easily wipe out these small ants with one blow after another. However, it seems that developing the chaotic fog skill has proven to be more beneficial than detrimental, showing significant effects. In the future, he has a complete strategy for ambushing opponents and even for team cooperation, though he still needs to strengthen control. He must ensure that when Alan and the others enter, they do not completely lose their five senses as well. Kuruda said, reflecting on the skill he had developed. After looting all the berries, money, and some supplies, Kuruda left directly. Since the pirates had been killed, there was no need for him to linger. As for the people on the merchant ship, of course, there was no need to kill them, as they were merely innocent bystanders, at least for the most part. Although Kuruda would become a pirate in the future, to be precise. A villain, a big bad guy. However, he would absolutely never kill innocent people or oppress the common folk. Not to mention that this is one of the bottom lines he would never touch. He also received a good education in his previous life, so he wouldn't do such things. Even if he were to become a villain in the future, this would be the act of the most tasteless and incompetent of villains. A true villain should define their targets as those who are oppressed and need to be struck down, just like the Cobra King in his previous life, who specialized in preying on other cobras. In the current pirate world, the only targets Kuruda would take action against are the Navy, who act under the guise of justice, but are actually wolves in sheep's clothing, the unruly pirates, and the world government led by the Celestial Dragons, which treats the entire world as its slaves. Of course, he also did not forget that resources are very important. Although he did not intend to board a ship, the pirate crew he eliminated naturally meant that the berries and supplies on that cruise ship belonged to him. Moreover, he had long defined himself as a pirate, and it is completely normal for pirates to plunder the resources of other pirates in these seas. Soon, not long after Kuruda left, the chaotic fog naturally dissipated. The strange fog has cleared. Seeing the gradually dissipating chaotic fog, the captain of the merchant ship was suddenly surprised. But just as he felt relieved, the captain suddenly heard a scream. He hurried over and found one of his sailors, pale-faced, sitting on the ground and pointing in a direction. Following the direction the sailor pointed, the captain's mind went blank. What happened? How did all the pirates die? And there was Dao, a pirate with a bounty of several million berries in the East Sea. The sailor, who had been scared silly before, said in a panic, "Captain, it seems like these pirates were hit in the front or back by some blunt object, and their internal organs are severely damaged." At this moment, everyone looked over to see the ship's doctor had arrived next to a pirate's corpse and conducted an examination. The previous statement was completely the result of the doctor's examination. What? All the internal organs shattered? Could it be? The captain of the merchant ship was extremely shocked after hearing this, and suddenly thought of a possibility that he had seen before. "Captain, do you know how these pirates died?" One sailor noticed the captain's expression and realized that he must know the cause of the pirates' deaths. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the armament Haki from the rumored 3 types of Haki. It is a very special ability that can attach a layer of black substance to any part of the body, enhancing both attack and defense. Moreover, if this ability is cultivated to an extremely high level, it can even cause internal damage to the target. If I'm not mistaken, these pirates were killed by that person who released the fog using armament Haki. The captain of the merchant ship said directly. It was clear that he had some knowledge and was aware of Haki. Then, Captain, does that mean we were saved by this strong person? Another sailor asked this question again. It should be, I guess, the captain replied, somewhat uncertain about the question. After all, he had never seen the person, so how could he know their identity or what they might be thinking? Meanwhile, while the merchant ship crew believed they had escaped with their lives, Kuruda had already returned the same way. After all, he did not have any record pointers. If he went too far, he wouldn't even know how to find his way back to the small island in the vast sea, which would be awkward. Therefore, for the next month's training plan, anyone going out to sea Even the two sisters who were navigators could not stray too far from the island. They could just take down a pirate crew or a small navy vessel. However, when Kuruda saw the deserted island, he couldn't help but stop and stared blankly at the deserted island. What is going on? Is this still the island from before I left? Kuruda said with a twitching mouth, because when he looked at the entire stretch of deserted sandy beach, it was unrecognizable and hard to believe it was the perfect beach he usually stayed at. It was pitted and full of large holes, with seawater even flooding in, and some of the coconut trees nearby were either gone or had their stumps knocked down. But at the same time, he also saw Lucy and Ruka, the two sisters, gasping for breath on either side of the beach, as well as Alan. Did their battle have such destructive power? No, now that we all have flying abilities, we should set a rule next time to have our duels at sea. Even if we form a pirate crew to venture out to sea in the future, it will be the same. After thinking of this idea, Kuruda quickly flew back to the island. Hey sister, Kugo is back, Ruka said to her sister as she spotted Kuruda flying back from a distance. Wow, how did Kugo come back so fast? Alan turned around and was also surprised to see Kuruda return so quickly. If he remembered correctly, their duel shouldn't have taken too long, and in such a short time, Kuruda went back and forth and defeated a pirate crew. Kugo, how did you come back so quickly? Ruka directly asked when she saw Kuruda land on the beach. Oh, I was lucky. I ran into a pirate crew not long after leaving. With my current strength as a candidate for the general, it's not a problem to eliminate a small pirate crew in the EC. It was nearby, and, as we agreed before, as long as I eliminate one pirate crew or a Navy ship, it's fine. So after defeating that pirate crew, I came back immediately, Kuruda said, and then quickly shared his previous thoughts. By the way, look at the state of the beach after your battle. Alan, can you use your earth element to tidy up a bit? Lucy, you and your sister clean up those damaged coconut trees. And for the next battle, let us do it on the pirate ship in the future, and keep your distance. Let us fight on the sea. Okay. The three of them nodded in agreement upon hearing this, showing their trust in their partner and their older brother. Moreover, seeing the destruction left by the previous battle, they also felt that Kuruda's suggestion was reasonable. Soon, real combat training officially began in the following month. After Kuruda, Alan and the two sisters, Lucy and Ruka, also went out one after another. Then it was a cycle, and it was Kuruda's turn again on the fourth day. However, perhaps because of this, it is indeed a pirate era. Since there are many pirates, during the first few days, even the targets they encountered were basically pirate crews. Staying on the deserted island for real combat, as mentioned before, was to familiarize themselves with their partner's abilities and also to train their own combat skills. Although those who went out could also gain opportunities to train their combat abilities, to put it bluntly, the pirates Kuruda and the others encountered during these outings were still too weak, and each time they eliminated a pirate crew, they basically couldn't gain much combat experience. These pirate crews instead became the testing subjects for everyone's skills. For example, Kuruda often used other chaotic development skills to deal with these pirates. The two sisters were similar. As soon as they saw a pirate crew, they would usually respond with meteor or meteorite attacks. Of course, they would occasionally have opportunities to engage in hand-to-hand combat and use Haki. When Alan went out, he often used the devouring ability of the gluttonous beast to consume those pirates' attacks, and even devoured those pirate ships. An interesting thing happened, which was that according to the rules, the returning person had to explain in detail what they did. For example, they had to mention what kind of pirate crew they encountered, at the very least say the name, and whether there was a bounty or something similar. Then they would explain how they resolved it. However, when it was Alan's turn to explain, when Kuruda heard that he had been using the gluttonous beast devouring ability to deal with pirates, he immediately asked Alan, "Why didn't you use the gluttonous beast ability to control the earth element to deal with them?" But at that moment, Alan's answer almost made him laugh, and he even stumbled a bit. Alan replied, "Where would the earth element come from in the sea?" Then he was directly ridiculed by Kuruda, who said, "Even at the bottom of the ocean, there is sand. It's just that it's underwater, and even beneath the sand, although there is no soil, there are rocks." After Kuruda's enlightening words, Alan suddenly realized, yeah, how did he not think of that? He almost hugged Kuruda in excitement, seemingly happy to have resolved the issue of developing the devil fruit. But what greeted him was a kick from Kuruda that sent him flying, followed by a scolding. "Get serious. How old are you?" But in fact, Kuruda also thought to himself at that time, "She's not a beauty," throwing herself at him. But in fact, Kuruda believes that matters like beautiful women can wait until he becomes a great villain. Of course, playing with a little relationship is not a problem. After all, there are many beautiful women in the pirate world, as long as they are not too old. However, following Kuruda's instructions, Alan did indeed develop many earth element skills that can be used at sea, and some skills can be used without any changes, just like usual, since there are earth elements even at the bottom of the sea. Soon, in this last month, time was passing day by day. However, as this generation of pirate groups continued to disappear, there were many occasions when Kuruda and his team eliminated pirate groups that were attacking merchant ships. Therefore, their grassroots actions had already attracted some people's attention. For example, the current top intelligence agency of the Navy and a previously mentioned figure, Morgan's, the Dark King managing the underground intelligence network. When Kuruda and his team eliminated the pirates, they were spotted by an intelligence seagull passing by. Since Kuruda and his team eliminated pirate ships quickly and decisively each time, and they were also devil fruit users at a young age, showcasing their armament Haki almost every time, it naturally caught the attention of such an intelligence person. Although it wasn't considered big news in his impression, it was still published. After all, a small amount of money is still money. There's no reason not to make a profit. In a certain sea area of the East Sea, 3 new star powerhouses appeared, all very young and each a devil fruit user. It was speculated that they might be a team, as they were found living on a deserted island. Having mastered the 2-color Haki at such a young age, one wonders what their future will hold. Moreover, the journalist organizations in the pirate world are not limited to Morgan's. Some small newspapers in the EC also publish such information one after another. Additionally, those on merchant ships spread the information. Kuruda naturally saw this and was holding such a newspaper. But in the end, he casually crumpled the newspaper into a ball and threw it into the nearby trash can. He had anticipated this, as he had never underestimated the intelligence capabilities in this world. Moreover, based on what they had revealed, they didn't possess Conqueror's Haki, and even as devil fruit users. This identity alone would not attract the attention of those major powers. After all, there are many devil fruit users in this vast sea. However, very few can become strong. The abilities of devil fruits vary in strength. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a distinction between high-ranking and low-ranking fruits. Furthermore, since they had not encountered any Navy ships until now, this newspaper publication would lead many to think they were merely eliminating pirates, likely to be regarded as bounty hunters or something similar. Therefore, at present, no one would come to cause them trouble, which was something Kuruda had calculated. However, at the same time, he was quite puzzled about one thing. There were actually pirates active nearby, so why was there no Navy presence? It should be known that the highest-ranking officer managing the Navy in the East Blue right now was Colonel Smoker. With his sense of justice and personality, which compelled him to capture pirates on sight, he would basically be patrolling the East Blue to catch them. So why they not encountered any Navy warships for so long? Wait a minute. Recently, they had to go quite far to see a pirate ship, and the same was true for Alan and the others. Could it be that the pirates knew they were here? Many pirate crews often took detours, which might explain why the Navy didn't come either. Kuruda was suddenly taken aback, then thought of the answer. Upon careful consideration, it was indeed possible. Forget it. Let's just wait until we go out to sea. After all, once they became pirates and the world knew about it, it would definitely attract the Navy's attention. And Navy ships would come after them. They could deal with it then, and besides, in this weakest area of the East Blue, there were indeed very few strong and ruthless pirates. After all, everyone knew that the East Blue was protected by Karp, who often returned. It was likely why there were not many pirates here. Well, there was no need to think too much about it now. Targeting some small pirate crews was already quite good. In the end, Kuruda thought it over and gave up on the idea of trying to eliminate a few Navy ships in this last bit of time. It was better to wait until they set sail because by then, their identities would be pirates, with their own ship, pirate crew name, and ship number. But in reality, it was indeed the case. Not to mention the East Blue Branch. Even the Navy headquarters did not take them seriously, and without exposing their pirate identity, the Navy merely regarded them as somewhat talented kids, actively cleaning up pirates, and naturally wouldn't bother with them. Other forces were similar. After all, they had not revealed too much yet. Thus, time passed day by day. Finally, on the last day, Kuruda knew that tomorrow would be the first day in the original story when Luffy set sail, starting from when Luffy defeated the Sea King with a punch and avenged Shanks. Looking at the calendar with a red circle drawn around the last day, Kuruda smiled. And the 2 sisters, Alan and Lucy, beside him did the same. Training was over, and they would set sail tomorrow. After Alan finished speaking with a smile, he sighed again. Sister, are we finally leaving here? Lucy also said with a bit of sadness after smiling. Sister, we can't stay here forever. Don't forget, we are originally Kuroda's maids. Wherever Kuroda goes, we go, Lucy said while comforting her sister. But after staying here for so many years, I've already regarded it as home, Ruka said, tears streaming down her face. To be honest, I'm a bit reluctant too, Alan said to Kuruda. I feel the same, but we ultimately can't stay here forever. Don't you want to see the outside world? Just how vast it is. This has always been our goal. Hasn't it? Moreover, in this world, only by constantly becoming stronger and going out to experience can we live better. Haven't you all known this for a long time? Kuruda, feeling a bit of sadness about leaving this place, quickly calmed everyone down. Upon hearing this, the two sisters and Alan felt successful. They had all traveled together and knew the cruelty of this world. Suddenly, they realized, right, to travel around the world. How could they have forgotten this past goal? Of course, Kuruda understood the carrot and stick approach, so he smiled and comforted them. And one more thing, we can actually come back anytime. This place will always be our home, and as home, we can return at any time. Oh, really? That's great. Lucy exclaimed with joy upon hearing this, saying it was wonderful to be able to return home anytime. Kuruda is right. We can always come back, even Lucy, who was originally comforting her sister, said happily. That's great, but what if someone comes here after we leave and even damages this place? Especially the wooden house. Alan said after expressing his happiness, but soon voiced his concerns. The two sisters were stunned upon hearing this. Right? What if someone came to cause trouble? This was their home. How could they allow strangers to run rampant in it? Moreover, as Alan said, especially the wooden house, which they had built together, was their shelter from the wind and rain and their sleeping place at night. These 3 wooden houses were the best witnesses to their life on this deserted island over the years. If the people who came after they left were pirates, especially those filled with destructive desires, then when they returned next time, all they would see could only be wooden ruins, which was not what they wanted to see. Thinking of this, the two sisters furrowed their brows. This, you don't need to worry about, Kuruda immediately smiled and said. Why? Kuruda, do you have a way to solve this problem? Yes, what method can solve this problem? Alan, Lucy, and Ruka asked one after another upon hearing this. They all felt a sense of curiosity about how Kuruda would solve this issue. Follow me, Kuruda simply said, then walked out of the wooden house. The other 3 exchanged glances and quickly followed him. Soon, Alan and the two sisters were surprised to find that Kuruda was leading them toward the cave. Kuruda, the secret you mentioned 6 months ago, is it going to be revealed today, as promised? Alan thought of the secret Kuruda had mentioned 6 months ago, halfway there, realizing that it was time to unveil it. After all, it was the last day, and tomorrow they would set sail as a pirate crew. That's right. And this secret is related to whether we can leave the island at ease. Once we leave, no one will come to this island, our home. Kuruda replied with a smile. Then, under his guidance, Alan and the two sisters were filled with curiosity. They finally arrived at the cave for the second time, knowing that the last time they had entered was when they were stranded on the deserted island, exploring a bit. But it was really too narrow inside, and there was also a strange smell. So at that time, not many people considered it as a place to live, otherwise they wouldn't have built a wooden house. Hey, sister, the smell is gone. After Yonko came in, she immediately realized that the unpleasant odor from her last visit was no longer there. It really is. Lucy sniffed with her little nose and noticed that there was indeed no bad smell anymore. Kugo, did you do this? Aiden quickly understood that it must have been Kuruda who did it. After all, in the past 6 months, only Kuruda had been coming in and out. Yes. Kuruda nodded and said, Kugo, where's the secret you mentioned? Yonko asked curiously, as she noticed that aside from the absence of the smell, it was basically the same as when they came last time, so narrow. Where could there be any secret? Do you remember I mentioned last time that I found a treasure chest here, and the things in the chest have helped us achieve what we are now? Kuruda suddenly posed this question. That's right, thanks to Kugo finding the treasure chest, we have become who we are today. Otherwise, we wouldn't be strong now, nor would we continue on the path to becoming stronger. Lucy nodded. But I still don't understand. What does this have to do with the secret? Yonko said, feeling a bit confused. Of course it is related. As Kuruda spoke, he had already led them to the end of the cave. Meanwhile, the other 3 noticed that next to the stone wall, there was actually a dirt pit, and inside the pit was an old treasure chest that had already been opened. Kugo, it seems this is the treasure chest from which you took the items, Aiden said upon seeing this. Yes, Kuruda nodded, but inwardly he was almost laughing, because this was not the treasure chest he had mentioned in his kind lie. Rather, it was one he had stumbled upon while out fighting the pirate group, and it happened to be a bit old and dug out of the ground. Isn't this perfect? Bring it back, and then the lie can be covered. Thus, they arrived at the scene they were seeing now. Kugo, this is already an empty chest. What secret is there? Lucy asked, somewhat puzzled. You can't just look at the surface of things take a look inside the treasure chest, Kuruda said meaningfully. The two sisters and Aiden exchanged glances after hearing this. Then each walked to either side and directly pulled out the large treasure chest. Soon, what was beneath the chest surprised them. What? There's actually a secret passage. Aiden exclaimed in astonishment. That's right. What has appeared before everyone is indeed a passage. Although it was a bit narrow, it was a well-maintained earthen staircase that continued downward. Kugo, is this the secret you were talking about? Luko said, opening her cherry lips. To be precise, it's below. Follow me, Kuruda said as he walked down into the passage, then directly extended his finger, activating a bit of chaotic energy, which surprisingly ignited a flame of energy. Kuruda directly lit some candles that had already been prepared nearby. The passage had actually been dug by Kuruda, and the candles were naturally brought in. As for the purpose of doing this, it was still to cover the lie. The two sisters and Aiden followed him. After a considerable amount of time, they finally reached the end of the staircase. Soon, Aiden and the two sisters noticed that below the camera was actually a very spacious underground cave. However, it was pitch black inside, and they couldn't see anything at all. But since the passage had been dug by Kuruda, the cave must have been dug out by him as well. So how could he not consider the issue of it being completely dark? He directly directed the flame ignited by the chaotic power towards a nearby candle, and then an incredible scene occurred. This time, not only was one candle lit, but the flames actually spread around the entire stone wall of the cave. Then, under the astonished and incredulous gazes of Aiden and the two sisters, the entire cave was suddenly illuminated by the flames, as if a bright light bulb had suddenly appeared. Of course, this alone could not astonish the three of them immensely. What truly shocked them was the large ship that had now appeared before them. This was the large ship that Kuruda had obtained from the system, which he had named the Bull Ship, now docked inside this cave. It was clear that everything was designed by Kuruda to allow the Bull to appear before them for the most legitimate reason. Kugo, this ship is... Aiden turned around, somewhat at a loss for words. This should have been left by that pirate, and now it has conveniently come to us. I've decided that tomorrow, when we set sail, we'll use this ship to leave the deserted island, Kuruda said with a smile. Kugo, is this the secret you were talking about? Lucy smiled. That's right, Kuruda said. But having a big ship for sailing, while it is indeed a surprising secret, what does it have to do with no one returning to the island after we leave? Luko still asked the question that worried her the most. Did you see that bead over there? But in response to this question, Kuruda pointed to a bead nearby. The others were taken aback and then looked over. They had not noticed before that there was actually a bead sitting on a stone pedestal. Could this bead help us conceal the island? Aiden quickly understood the key point, but still found it hard to believe that such a bead could help them. So he asked Kuruda with doubt. This is actually a hidden bead, considered an ancient treasure, probably left by that pirate. I tested it, and this bead emits a type of energy that makes the island we live on invisible from nearly 50 meters away. Moreover, this bead can also distort space, allowing the island to be treated as another space, so that ships can pass without issue. People outside and those passing ships wouldn't even know there's an island here. Although I'm not sure why we were able to come to this island in the first place. I have already entered here over the past 6 months, mastered this bead, and now left my mark on it. After we leave, it can continue to protect the island from being discovered by outsiders, Kuruda said. In fact, it was because they had been continuously eliminating pirates over the past 6 months. Both he and his partners had helped him earn a lot of prestige points. To protect the island, he used the accumulated prestige points to directly purchase such a hidden bead. In other words, he had long had a solution to the question Aiden raised today and was well prepared for it. However, this hidden bead was indeed quite expensive, costing Kuruda nearly 23 of his prestige points. But Kuruda didn't feel that he was at a loss. As long as they could keep the island, that was enough. After all, this was their home, and once they officially set sail, he was confident that he and his partners would gain more prestige. Ah, how amazing. It's really great. This way, we can set sail without worries. Ha! After hearing this, Ruko was first amazed by the power of Inju, but she was also very happy to be able to sail with peace of mind, unable to help but bounce and laugh. Although she felt a bit reluctant to leave such a home, she was even more filled with anticipation for the adventure at sea, especially given her current strength. However, I have one more question. We are currently in the cave beneath the deserted island, right? How are we going to get the ship out? Alan suddenly said with a bit of lowered mood, but he wasn't wrong. The two sisters were momentarily stunned after hearing this. Indeed, the ship was so big, and the only tunnel was so small. How could they get out? Regarding this, you don't need to worry, because the cave we are in is not actually beneath the island, but rather underneath a beach slightly offshore from the island, Kuruda said. When he was digging, How could he not have considered this issue? Well, if that's the case, then doesn't that mean? Upon hearing this, Alan suddenly realized and understood the truth. But soon, the already clever Lucy thought of the answer and immediately said it out loud. I understand. As long as we break the top open and create a big hole, the seawater will rush in and this ship will float out to the surface. So that's how it is? It seems the pirates back then did consider this point. Otherwise, they wouldn't have built such a grand and beautiful ship here. Hearing what her sister said, Ruka also understood and said, now, this ship definitely belongs to us, and it will be our first pirate ship in the future. Looking at the golden horse head at the bow of the ship, Ruka continued, as the saying goes, good horses are common, but good trainers are rare. I've decided to name this ship Bull. What do you all think? Do you have any better names? Kuruda expressed his thoughts, wanting to get his companions' opinions. But the other three basically shook their heads. It was clear that they also thought that Kuruda's naming was very good. So naturally, there were no objections. Moreover, they were going to form a pirate crew, and Kuruda was the captain. It was just a name, nothing to argue about. Also, within the past 6 months, you all have probably already known my thoughts, right? Kuruda said again, and this time he was expressing what he had long thought of, wanting to be a big bad guy. Hearing this, Aaron and the two sisters were first taken aback, then fell silent. They had already heard Kuruda's thoughts about the future. They had expressed their willingness to support him back then and also to become such big bad guys. Because the three of them were not only Kuruda's partners, but, to put it bluntly, also subordinates, they naturally wouldn't say much and would instead offer unconditional support. But in fact, this so-called subordinate relationship was only at the beginning. After all these years, especially during these years on the deserted island, this relationship has almost been completely erased, leaving only pure friendship in everyone's hearts. Based on this friendship, Alan and the two sisters are willing to support Kuruda, and becoming a villain, to put it bluntly, is just to make those powerful forces feel fear and disgust. Just like the four emperors today, Kuruda just wants to become one of them. Now that they have such a good foundation, why not take a chance and support Kuruda's dream, especially since their dreams can also be realized during this journey. Alan's dream is actually quite simple, aiming to be the best chef in the world, learning to make more dishes and gaining cooking experience, while also tasting the delicious food from around the world. The two sisters are similar, even a bit more innocent, not to mention what they are currently doing as navigators. However, the two girls have always had a dream in their hearts, which is to become outstanding performers. They used to struggle to think of what to perform, but now they have finally figured it out. But in fact, it was Kuruda who helped them determine this. Kuruda had once told the two sisters about the celestial wisdom star, also known as the comet performance. At that moment, the two sisters suddenly realized, their eyes brightened, and they knew what to perform. That is, to treat Kuruda's enemies, their own enemies, just like the celestial wisdom star sisters as Kuruda described, with a destructive performance. While for the true audience, it would naturally be a dazzling meteor fireworks show. They also decided that after setting sail, they would focus on this goal and begin their adventure. What they don't understand is why Kuruda has brought it up again now. However, Kuruda quickly spoke the answer. We're going to form a pirate crew, and naturally, we need our own pirate crew name. The people in my pirate crew, whether they are us or future crew members, not only need to be strong and talented in various fields, but must also be the kind of big bad guys I envision. However, since we are big bad guys, calling ourselves the big bad guy pirate crew doesn't sound good. Bad guys are generally referred to as fallen people. So, I plan to name our pirate crew the Fallen Pirate Crew, Kuruda said with a smile. He had thought of this name for a long time, and now he was finally saying it. Fallen Pirate Crew. The other three immediately repeated the name in surprise. But upon careful consideration, according to Kuruda, it seems reasonable to name the pirate crew after this. I think it's fine. Let's go with what Kuruda says. I had no objections. It sounded good. The three of us expressed our agreement one after another. The last thing to confirm was the pirate flag, which I had already designed. Take a look. After saying this, Kuruda directly took out a flag from his clothing pocket. It was a square flag, at least 3 meters long and 5 meters wide when fully unfolded. The base color of the flag was black, like most pirate crews. Naturally, Kuruda had to go with the flow on this. Otherwise, if it looked too out of place, he would feel embarrassed to call himself a pirate, let alone hang the flag on a flagpole. In the center of the flag were 3 white skulls. As most pirates primarily feature skulls, the 3 skulls were arranged in a fan shape, protruding in the middle with a smiling face, an angry face, and a crying face from left to right, with yellow, red, and blue flames bursting from their eyes. On each side, there were 3 angel wings symmetrically arranged. This was the design Kuruda had created for his pirate crew's flag. Upon seeing this pirate flag, Alan and the others suddenly felt a sense of fear, as if the skulls on the flag were alive and watching them, especially those 3 pairs of wings, which added a touch of solemnity and sanctity above the skulls filled with an evil aura. Overall, this pirate flag is really great. So the 3 of them nodded again, indicating that there was no problem using this pirate flag. All right, everything is confirmed. Everyone, let us work together to break the stone wall and the beach above, so our pirate ship can see the light of day again. After retrieving the pirate flag, Kuruda looked at the stone wall above and smiled, but at the same time, he had already taken out the ultimate combat device. Okay, after a chuckle, Alan also took out the Haki and hammer and simultaneously activated the glutton fruit to enter his beastman form. Finally, there is something to do. Let's all put in our effort. Ruka and Lucy, the 2 sisters, also smiled one after another, but they also summoned their own meteor balls. Hi. The 4 of them simultaneously wrapped their armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki around their weapons, then threw their weapons towards the 4 corners of the stone wall above. Boom! With these 4 powerful forces, the already fragile stone wall was instantly shattered, and water gushed in as the sea flooded in. However, everyone could see that the hole they had smashed out was already large enough to accommodate the bull ship, allowing it to drill out and then float to the surface. Quick, let us get out of the tunnel first. After retracting the ultimate combat device, Kuruda said immediately. Alan and the 2 sisters quickly followed behind him, walking out of the tunnel and back into the cave on the island. That was close. We are devil fruit users now, and we're most afraid of seawater, Ruka said with some lingering fear. But fortunately, we came out in time, and the destruction just now didn't affect the tunnel. Lucy also said with great relief. Thankfully, the tunnel was not affected by their previous attacks. Let us hurry up and get out. Maybe we can still see the big ship floating to the surface. Alan said, all right, let us go. Kuruda nodded, and then everyone left the cave together. Coincidentally, when they walked out of the cave, they saw that the bull ship had already floated up to the surface. Without saying a word, Kuruda flew directly onto the ship and threw the anchor down to stabilize the ship. Oh no, the whole ship is wet. Alan and the 3 quickly arrived on the ship, but upon seeing the completely soaked ship, with some places still dripping water, Ruka complained a bit, as she didn't tea like a wet ship. Don't worry, it's hot outside, and it's still morning, just let it dry a bit. Whether inside or outside the ship, it will dry. Kuruda was not concerned at all, knowing that the pirate world is mostly summer, and the weather is very hot. The ship will definitely dry before they set sail tomorrow. All right, let us tidy up. We need to move the things we're taking on board tomorrow. The wealth we plundered, some important living supplies, food, etc. Otherwise, we want to be ready for the journey tomorrow. Kuruda turned and said. Soon, everyone started to get busy. Kuruda went to their fields and harvested all the crops, vegetables, and fruits that were ready to be picked, packed them into baskets or crates, covered them with a cloth to avoid sun exposure, and moved them all to the beach next to the ship. Alan also brought out some food stored in the cabin, along with the cooking utensils, coal, and spices he usually used, and placed them on the beach, just in time to meet Kuruda. Now that we've moved everything here, we'll have our lunch and dinner today, and breakfast tomorrow on the beach. Alan said, for lunch and dinner, we'll have barbecue. Only tomorrow morning. Let us get up early. The other things, I and the 2 sisters will move. You take your cooking utensils to the ship's kitchen and start making breakfast right away. After breakfast, we'll set off. Kuruda quickly made up his mind, and after Alan nodded, the 2 separated to continue moving things. Coincidentally, just as they left the beach, the 2 sisters brought the money to the beach. However, Kuruda only paused slightly and said to the 2 sisters, just leave it on the beach. Then he continued walking towards the wooden cabin, as there were still many things to move. Thus, the entire morning was spent with everyone busy transporting supplies. However, Kuruda underestimated the hot weather in the world of One Piece, and a shocking scene occurred. There was no need to wait until tomorrow morning. By noon, the entire outside of the ship had already dried, with not a single trace of moisture or watermarks visible. But after a brief moment of awkwardness, Kuruda had to change his previous thoughts. After having a simple seafood barbecue for lunch, they directly moved the supplies from the beach to the boat, placing money, food, and some other items into the storage room on the ship. At the same time, the 4 of them chose their rooms on the first floor, which had bedrooms, and did a simple cleaning. Since they had known in advance that this day would come, they had prepared to decorate their own rooms on the ship. They just needed to move some items from their wooden houses over and arrange them a little. Of course, Alan had to move more things since he was the chef. He still needed to bring kitchen utensils, seasonings, and firewood to the kitchen, and he also had to clean the kitchen. However, after the two sisters and Kuruda had some free time, they tidied up some important rooms on the ship. For example, they thoroughly cleaned the living room and dining area, among many other places. After all, this was their pirate ship, and their first one at that. Just like a newly bought pot needs to be washed before use, a new ship naturally needs to be cleaned. Fortunately, after training for so long and with the help of their devil fruit abilities, even though the Barola was quite large, the two sisters and Kuruda found it very easy to clean together. But it is also kept busy for an entire afternoon. Since there is no need to cook on the beach, cooking on the boat can be seen as an early adaptation to life on the ship. Kuruda asked Alan to prepare a seafood feast on the boat, aside from barbecuing, since they had already eaten at noon. But at the same time, to make a final farewell, I still need to sleep in the wooden house tonight. So after everyone finished dinner and cleaned the dishes, they returned to the wooden house to spend the night. Soon, it was deep into the night. The few of them had already washed up and lay in bed. Alan and the two sisters were lying in the dark room, staring at the ceiling, with basically only one thought. A new journey would begin tomorrow, continuing to chase their dreams, although they felt a bit reluctant to leave this place. With a mix of sadness and joy, the three quickly felt drowsy and fell asleep. As for Kuruda, he was still awake. He was recalling the plot. Tomorrow was the day Luffy officially set sail. It would mark the official departure from Windmill Village. First, they would deal with the Sea King, then start the East Blue Arc with the Barrel, meet Kobe, and defeat the first opponent, Alvida. After that, they would encounter Axan Morgan in Shell's Town, which would also be easily resolved, with the future greatest swordsman being taken down by Luffy as a beginner's gift. Kobe would also join the Navy, although he wasn't sure how long this period had actually taken. However, the primary purpose of going out to sea tomorrow is to immediately find a map or a recording pointer to Shell's Town. While sailing towards Shell's Town, he will quietly eliminate more pirates and Navy soldiers along the way, especially the latter, as only by doing so can he quickly gather more reputation points. It would be best to do this while in Shell's Town, where he might collect even more reputation points from important characters like Luffy and Zoro, allowing him to summon a companion from another world right there in Shell's Town. However, speaking of which, it's been almost half a year since he got the system, and he hasn't even used the multiverse summoning, let alone logged into the panel, and he doesn't even know how many reputation points are needed to summon a companion. System, how do I use the multiverse summoning? Thinking of this, Kuruda asked while resting his hands behind his head. As long as the host says, I want to use the multiverse summoning, a panel will appear, and then some keywords need to be entered. However, it cannot be precise to any specific summon character. It can only summon a character related to the keywords, a completed character who will become the host companion. Note that only 12 characters can be summoned, as mentioned before, and the reputation points required for summoning are as follows. The first time only requires 10,000 reputation points, while the other 11 times require 100,000 reputation points each. The system quickly provided him with a detailed answer. However, upon hearing the price, Kuruda was instantly dumbfounded and sat up. You lowered the price for the first time, which I think is reasonable, but it still costs 10,000. And then there's an even more outrageous one that costs 100,000. System, are you robbing us? We only earned over 50,000 prestige points in the past 6 months. Kuruda said angrily, even shouting by the end. First, think about what you, the host, have done in the past 6 months. You know very well how much prestige you can earn. Second, 100,000 is the normal price. The prestige points required the first time were already a bargain for the host. It's always this price. Third, and this is the last point, please do not underestimate these 12 summoning chances and the summon characters. The system quickly finished speaking. Kuruda was still very angry after the first 2 points. But the third point, not to underestimate the 12 summon characters that came to the other world. Could it be that the summon characters would be very strong here? Or in some aspect, exceptionally powerful? If that's the case, then spending 100,000 is indeed worth it. And getting it for 10 times less the first time is also very good. Moreover, the system is right. They have mainly focused on training in the past 6 months. And going out occasionally really doesn't earn much prestige. After coming to this realization, Kuruda's anger diminished, and he finally accepted this point. But after thinking for a moment, I opened the system panel to check how much reputation I still had left. Although I had earned nearly half a year's savings last time, a considerable amount had also been spent on buying hidden pearls. But at a glance, it's not a big deal. At a closer look, I was shocked to find that he still had over 7,000 reputation points left. If he wants to summon a partner in Shell's Town, he still needs over 3,000 more. But with such a small amount of money, whether it's going out to sea in the future or heading straight to Shell's Town, Kuruda is confident that he can earn it back. It's a given. If he can't even do this, he shouldn't even think about going out to be a pirate, let alone being the captain of the fallen pirates. So he has already set his mind at ease regarding this matter. But suddenly, Kuruda thought of something again, and he opened the system panels of Alan and Lusaluka, the two sisters, once more. Instantly, he was filled with excitement. Name: Lusaluka. Age: 17 years. Gender: female. Introduction: a pair of extraordinary twin navigators in the pirate world. Abilities: top-level observation Haki, top-level armament Haki, advanced conquerors Haki, martial arts. Twin fruit user, not awakened. Current strength: Naval Admiral candidate level weapon. Twin meteor balls, golden meteor. Purple flow bounty amount, none. Bounty title, none. Name: Alan. Age: 17 years. Gender: male. Introduction: no longer an ordinary plump cook boy in the pirate world. Abilities: top-level observation Haki, top-level armament Haki, advanced conquerors Haki, martial arts. Glutton fruit user, not awakened. Current strength: Naval Admiral candidate level weapon. Skyhammer bounty amount, none. Bounty title, none. Name: Kuruda. Age: 17 years. Gender: male. Introduction: a traveler from Blue Star. Abilities: top-level observation Haki, top-level armament Haki, advanced conquerors Haki, martial arts. Chaos fruit user, not awakened. Current strength: Naval Admiral level weapon. Ultimate combat device bounty amount, none. Bounty title, none. Kuruda was overjoyed. Compared to the last time he saw them, which should have been about half a year ago, he didn't keep a detailed record of the exact time. However, compared to this time, their progress is significant. Firstly, after half a year has completely passed, they have also grown 1 year older from 16 to 17. This is certain, as it is a normal progression of age. Aside from Kuruda, after all, he only has the most difficult improvement left in his Conqueror's Haki. And going from advanced to top level will indeed require more effort. However, the progress of the two sisters and Alan has been significant. Their Conqueror's Haki has improved by 1 level, and they have also gained another type of Haki. In terms of strength, they have each advanced a tier. Now, the strength of the two sisters and Alan can completely rival that of the Navy's candidate admirals, Momotaro or Chabwa. However, to defeat them, it is likely that more training and battle experience will be needed. As for Kuruda, he has now reached the strength of a Navy admiral. Although in terms of raw strength, he has just reached the admiral level and is not as strong as the Navy's 3 admirals, let alone the current peak strength of the Navy's 3 admirals. However, in the same level of circumstances, Kuruda's Chaos Fruit ability completely overwhelms the natural fruit abilities of the 3 admirals. Coupled with his mastery of Haki, he is not inferior to the 3 admirals at all. As long as they are not attacking simultaneously, even if there are 2 admirals, he won't back down. In terms of strength, there is absolutely no problem. Thinking of this, the skeleton finally felt at ease and had a good night's sleep on the deserted island for the last time. Finally, on the morning of the next day, the 4 of them left the cabin. In the end, with a somewhat sad glance, Ruko even wiped away her tears but quickly pulled herself together. The 4 of them walked along the beach towards the cabin and boarded the ship. They stowed away the boarding planks, pulled up the anchor, and didn't need to raise the sails. After all, it was powered by solar panels. Regarding this, Kuruda had mentioned to everyone during dinner last night that as long as the helmsman confirmed the direction, there was no need to do much else. Since they still didn't have a helmsman, Kuruda took the helm himself. The 2 sisters, Lucy, flew up to the lookout while Ruko stood on the bow, both enjoying the sea breeze. As for Alan, he had already gone into the cabin to prepare breakfast. You could even hear the sounds of cooking from the kitchen outside, along with steam coming from the chimney. Soon, Kuruda adjusted the direction and speed at the helm, and the bull ship set sail, marking the beginning of the journey for Kuruda and his companions. A pirate crew that would soon make the entire pirate world tremble revealed its fangs from this moment on. They officially set sail. Kuruda looked ahead with a smile and said, however, although they had already set out to sea, the course of the bull ship could only drift with the wind for now, although Kuruda's first destination was already set as Shell's Town. However, without a map and directional pointer, even though his companions, the 2 sisters Lucy and Ruko, are excellent navigators, they cannot accurately determine the direction to Shell's Town. So now they can only try their luck, hoping to encounter the Navy or pirates and possibly snag a map or a directional pointer to Shell's Town. With this in mind, Kuruda adjusted the helm slightly and set the sailing speed to normal, then made his way directly to the deck. Coincidentally, Alan's voice came from the cabin. Brother Kuruda, should we eat in the dining room or move a table to the deck? After thinking for a moment, Kuruda replied, let's move it outside. It's been a long time since we dined on the deck, especially on our own pirate ship. All right, Alan responded from inside the cabin. After a while, Under Kuruda's watchful eye, and with Ruko having run over, Alan appeared carrying a large table and 4 chairs with his right hand, and a meal cart with a deliciously cooked breakfast wafting enticing aromas from his left. Alan quickly set up the table and chairs with a toss, then swiftly arranged the cutlery and food on the table, finally turning to everyone, including Ruko, who had come down from the lookout, and said, "Dinner's ready." With Captain Kuruda's command, all 4 of them sat down to enjoy this special breakfast, their first meal at sea. At the table, Kuruda shared his thoughts. "Brother Kuruda, why we have to go there first? It seems like a small town in the East Sea, and there are many other more famous places than Rogtown." Lucy asked after taking a sip of milk, expressing her doubts. "We are currently active in the East Sea for a while to accumulate experience and gather more supplies. There are still many storage rooms in the cabin that aren't full. We need to fill them up. After all, store grain widely, build walls high, and wait for the right time to claim the throne, right? Besides, we need to recruit more crew members and partners, and there are many important roles we need, such as helmsman, swordsman, sniper, ship doctor, musician, etc. We have all spent time on the ship and have trained, so you should understand the importance of these professions." Kuruda said. Everyone nodded in agreement, as the 2 sisters served as navigators and Alan was already a cook. As professionals, they were well aware of the significance of other roles. "But Brother Kuruda, what does this have to do with going to Shellstown?" Ruko quickly raised her question again, as she couldn't grasp how everything Kuruda mentioned was related to going to Shellstown. Lucy and Alan also looked at Kuruda with curious eyes, waiting for his answer. "Ha, that's because the first partner I want to recruit is there." Kuruda laughed heartily. He was hinting that when he arrived at Shellstown, he would definitely gather 1,000 reputation points, allowing him to summon a partner then. However, he couldn't go into too much detail, especially about the system. The others were initially surprised, but quickly calmed down. They remembered that Kuruda had taken them around in the past, made many friends, and often engaged in business. So he must know a lot of people. They speculated that he likely knew someone in Shellstown, and if Kuruda had his eye on them, they would surely be strong or highly recognized by Kuruda in some way. Now they were going to invite this person, or rather, Kuruda would personally extend the invitation. "Does that mean if everything goes smoothly, we could soon have a new partner?" Ruko said cutely, tilting her head. "What do you mean by smoothly?" "I will definitely get him on board," Kuruda said confidently. Of course, the characters summoned through the system would listen to his commands, right? That host. It's not as simple as you think. Just then, the system's voice suddenly echoed in Kuruda's mind. "What system? Wait a moment." Hearing this, Kuruda was taken aback. Did he still have more to learn about the system's ability to summon from different worlds? But now he still silently recited a sentence in his heart, because he still couldn't communicate with the system, and his companions were still watching him. "So, Brother Kuru, is this partner you're going to invite someone we know? What is their profession? Could you tell us a little about them?" Alan spoke up at this moment. "You definitely don't know them. I remember that was the only time I met him. At that time, you 3 went to procure supplies, so you wouldn't know him. I don't know much about this person either. It was a business transaction, and he was wearing a mask and a black robe. But I can be sure that he is a swordsman. I won't say more. You'll find out when you meet him." Kuru said again. Kuru wanted to fool the 3 of them a bit, but he didn't say anything wrong. The first partner he wanted to summon was indeed a swordsman. After all, at that time, there was even a scene of Luffy happily welcoming Zoro, the future greatest swordsman. Naturally, Kuru couldn't fall behind and also wanted to happily obtain a powerful swordsman from another world. And since the 3 could hear this, they didn't ask more questions. After all, they'd already clarified what they wanted to know. As for the new partner, it couldn't be determined whether they could board the ship now, so it was better to wait until then to discuss it, because it seemed that even Captain Kuru wasn't very familiar with that person. So soon, the 3 continued to enjoy their breakfast, and Skull Big was the same. However, he was communicating with the system while enjoying breakfast. "System, you better clarify what you mean by not that simple." Kuru roared in his heart at the system. "That's because the ones summoned from another world are all powerful beings, and powerful beings all have their own dignity, personality, and preferences. Although these powerful beings won't harbor any betrayal towards the host, their loyalty can be assured. But the host must first gain their recognition." The system quickly provided an explanation. So isn't that similar to Pokemon? I have to first convince them, or rather, show them a personality charm that makes them want to follow me automatically." Kuru understood immediately and said, "You could say that." The system replied, acknowledging Kuru's statement. "I see. Then I can accept that." After understanding all this, Kuru smiled in his heart. After resolving the issue, he focused on enjoying breakfast. At this time, in the direction the bolero was advancing, There was also a much smaller ship heading this way. Moreover, from the flag on the sail and the uniforms of the crew, it was clear that this was a Navy warship. However, considering its size and the fact that this was the East Sea, it should just be an ordinary Navy ship, specifically patrolling a certain area to catch some small pirates. Report, Lieutenant. We have spotted a pirate ship ahead, and it's not small. A Navy soldier ran directly to an officer, who seemed to be of lieutenant rank, and reported. It was not difficult to see that he was reporting about the Bolero. Oh, there are very few large pirate groups in this East Sea. Can we recognize the identity of the other party? The lieutenant said immediately. Generally speaking, as long as you can see the pirate flag or directly look at a pirate ship, many people can recognize which pirate group it is and who the captain is, etc. So it was reasonable for the lieutenant to ask this. Report, Lieutenant, through the telescope. I see that this pirate flag does not match any pirate group in the current EC records. The pirate flag has 3 skulls, representing a crying face, a smiling face, and an angry face with red, yellow, and blue flames respectively coming out of their eyes, and there are wings beside them. By the way, their sail is very strange. It doesn't seem to be made of canvas, and the bow of the ship looks like a golden unicorn horse head. The Navy soldier immediately reported, indicating that he did not recognize the pirate flag, nor did it match any current pirate group in the records. But he also competently described the appearance of the pirate flag and some features of the pirate ship. It seems that this should be a newly established pirate group. But to have such a large ship right from the start, they either have some background or these pirates must have looted quite a bit of wealth before setting sail. But in any case, as long as they are pirates, we must arrest and eliminate them. Immediately proceed at full speed and prepare the normal voice announcement and cannons. The Navy lieutenant quickly made his judgment and issued the order. Yes, Lieutenant. The Navy soldier immediately went to arrange it, and soon, the Navy warship began to get busy. But at the same time, on the Bull ship, with the insights of the Four's observation Haki, they already knew about the arrival of the Navy warship. This made Kuruda overjoyed. It was great that they had only just set out and had already encountered a Navy warship, and it was a patrol vessel. So it must have a map of the East Sea or directional pointers to any East Sea town. Just as breakfast was finished, it could be considered post-meal exercise. Captain, what should we do next? Alan had now fully embraced his role as the pirate crew's cook. At the same time, he was very clear that the decisions made now were still Kuruda's, and he needed to be even more focused and attentive than before. So this kind of questioning was necessary. There were no other people nearby. They couldn't let the battle come to their side, as they still didn't have a shipwright or the Navy's cannons. Although they could withstand it for now, it would be bad if the Bull ship got damaged. Let's go out together and deal with this group of Navy. Moreover, if it was a patrol warship, then it certainly had maps of the East Sea and directional pointers to every island, which were exactly what they needed right now. Of course, they couldn't neglect other supplies and riches either. They had to take everything. As Kuruda spoke, he placed his teacup on the table. At the same time, he stood up, revealing a confident smile, and directly picked up the ultimate combat device placed beside him. Alan and Lucille, the 2 sisters, smiled slightly after hearing this, and also took out their weapons, as if they were 3 valiant wolves about to go into battle. At your command, Captain. After speaking, the 2 sisters stepped onto their meteorite spheres, Golden Meteor and Purple Flow. Alan also condensed a giant rock, stood on it, and then controlled the rock to float. After finishing their preparations, the 3 flew out towards the naval warship. Seeing this, Kuruda smiled, but also summoned chaotic energy to fly up and catch up with the 3. However, when they first flew out, the ship's bow had blocked the view, and the Navy could not see the scene on the ship at all through their telescopes. But now that they had flown out, it naturally caught the attention of the Navy soldiers who were still observing with their telescopes. Seeing that people had actually flown out from the pirate ship, and in different flying styles, the naval soldier was immediately startled. In the pirate world, there is an unwritten rule that as long as you can develop your own flying ability, you hold an absolute advantage in combat, and those who can fly are generally not weak. Moreover, there were now 4 flying individuals coming towards them. Realizing this, the naval soldier immediately put down the telescope and said to the captain standing at the front of the ship, "Captain, it's bad. Some people from that pirate ship are flying towards us." Upon hearing this, everyone on the naval warship was shocked. Even the captain's expression changed slightly. Flying ability, and daring to fly over, was far beyond his previous assumptions of ordinary pirates. Although he had no idea about the reputation of the opponent, it was clear they were not ordinary in strength. What's the panic? We are the Navy representing justice. Exterminating and capturing pirates is our duty. Just because they have flying abilities doesn't mean anything. Everyone calm down. Prepare the ship's bow cannons. Once these pirates enter our firing range, we will open fire. As the captain, who is also the highest commander of the naval warship, he quickly stabilized the morale of his troops and made the appropriate commands. Understood, Captain. Soon, some naval soldiers below began to get busy, especially the gunners on the deck or in the ship's cabin, who had already started cleaning the cannon barrels and loading ammunition, ready to fire at any moment upon command. Meanwhile, Kuruda and the others had already flown here, and they could see the naval warship with the naked eye without even using observation Haki. Brother Kuruda, what should we do? Alan continued to maintain his flight while turning to Kuruda. At the same time, the two sisters also turned their heads, waiting for Kuruda's command. Only use our devil fruit abilities, temporarily avoid killing, just injure, and don't severely damage the ship. We still need to loot supplies, especially maps and directional pointers. Kuruda said immediately. Understood. The three smiled upon receiving the order and were ready to act. Just at that moment, the Navy also used loudspeakers to announce. The pirates flying over, immediately surrender by raising your hands, or prepare to face the baptism of our Navy's righteous cannon fire. After listening to this remark, the four of them were momentarily stunned, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. After they finished laughing, they all showed disdainful smiles. The two sisters were already at the level of Navy Admiral candidates on their own, and so was Alan. Not to mention that Kuruda already possessed the strength of an admiral. A mere patrol ship from the EC actually dared to speak so boldly in front of them. With their strength, they could easily navigate the latter half of the Grand Line. So who were they looking down on? Moreover, they still had a bit of a reputation in the EC. Over the past 6 months, every day saw pirate crews fall at their hands. Attack, Kuruda said, shaking his head slightly after laughing, then directly issued the command and charged out with the ultimate combat device. The two sisters and Alan followed closely behind. Lieutenant, they ignored our warning and are coming over again, said a Navy soldier as he turned to the lieutenant upon seeing Kuruda and the others approaching again. Oof. Those damn pirates, prepare to fire and let them know the strength of our Navy, the justice of our Navy on the sea, the lieutenant said sternly. But he was also somewhat angry. In his view, this group of small pirates was simply too disrespectful, as if pirates could disregard the Navy like this. Even in the weakest East Sea, that shouldn't be the case. Soon, under his orders, the gunners were ready to fire at any moment. But the previous naval soldier, who was looking at Kuruda and the others flying over with a telescope, was taken aback for a moment. Then, after taking a closer look, his expression suddenly changed drastically because he had recognized the people on the opposite side. Aren't they the most famous pirate hunting team in the East China Sea over the past 6 months? Why are they appearing here? And why have they also become pirates? Now, turning into their enemies? It is evident that in this small East China Sea, Kuruda and his companions have indeed made a name for themselves over the past 6 months. In fact, because a small pirate crew is eliminated every day, many people regard them as bounty hunters. Even many small pirates in the East China Sea are terrified, leading to a significant calm in the waters near the deserted islands. Although the headquarters of the Navy considers this a minor issue and has not drawn their major attention, in the eyes of the East China Sea branch, Kuruda and his companions are clearly righteous figures from the grassroots. Moreover, they are very powerful. However, at this moment, the naval soldier, upon recognizing Kuruda and the others, was truly confused. Why? Why had they become pirates? But at the same time, what made his expression change dramatically was the fact that he had actually recognized him. He was very clear about the other party's strength, which was simply beyond their capability to contend with. But before he could finish his thoughts and speak, it was already too late. The lieutenant saw that Kuruda and the others had entered the firing range and immediately ordered the cannons to fire. With the booming sounds of cannon fire, dark circular shells flew toward Kuruda and the others at an extremely fast speed, and not only were there many of them, but they were also densely packed. Looking for death, leave it to me. Alan sneered and shouted, charging ahead of the others. He directly wrapped his armed color Haki around the Haotian hammer, exerting force with both arms, veins bulging as a massive power erupted from his body. Using his waist strength to drive his arms, he swung the hammer. At the same time, the Haotian hammer grew in size, allowing Alan to hit all the cannonballs with a single strike. Then, under the incredulous and terrified gazes of all the Navy soldiers on the warship and that lieutenant, all the cannonballs were sent back. Not good, everyone quickly dodge. After realizing the situation, the lieutenant roared loudly, but unfortunately, it was too late. The speed at which the cannonballs were sent back by Alan was even faster than when they had originally flown toward them. With a series of explosions, The cannonballs either struck the Navy warship and exploded directly or broke through the deck and hull, crashing into the cabin and causing further explosions. However, in any case, all the shells that were fired by the naval ship were returned to them, resulting in a massive explosion that created a large amount of fire and smoke. Instantly, the entire naval ship was engulfed in it. At the same time, continuous screams came from inside. Clearly, many naval soldiers were affected, either blown up by the bombs or impacted by the force of the explosions. Brother Alan is amazing. Brother Alan is so cool. Kuruda and the others had already stopped, and upon seeing Alan's impressive performance, the two sisters immediately praised him. Haha, it's nothing. This is all the result of 6 months of training. Alan, who received the compliments, didn't feel embarrassed at all and laughed heartily. It's indeed impressive, but I hope this level of destruction hasn't affected the things and supplies we want. Although Kuruda had praised Alan, he was more concerned about whether his future spoils would be damaged. Sigh. Upon hearing this, Alan couldn't smile anymore, and even the two sisters were momentarily stunned. Then all turned to look at the naval ship. Oh right, with such massive destruction, the things and supplies they want. They wouldn't have been destroyed, would they? You shouldn't have, right? Such things are generally kept deep inside the naval ship and have multiple layers of protection, Alan said, somewhat reassuring himself, as he really didn't want his actions to affect Kuruda's plans and the team's subsequent operations. But when the firelight and smoke dissipated, what was revealed was a scene of devastation, with the troops in disarray and the smell of gunpowder and blood wafting from the naval warship carried by the sea breeze. Alan's smile immediately froze. Let's go check it out first. Kuruda approached him, patted his shoulder lightly, and then flew directly towards the warship. Alan and the two sisters hurriedly followed, but at the same time, they prayed in their hearts that the supplies on the naval warship, especially the East Sea map and directional pointer that Kuruda wanted, would not be damaged. Among them, especially Alan, after all, it was his doing. Before long, the four of them landed directly on the naval warship. However, upon seeing the tragic scene above, they couldn't help but fall silent. It turned out that just moments ago, after Alan fired the shells back, in addition to the warship being severely damaged from the attack, the naval soldiers on board were in a dire state, extremely unrecognizable. Some naval soldiers who were very close to the explosion had been blown to pieces. Kuruda and the others glanced at the scene and chose not to dwell on it any longer, as they had seen far too many such sights before. On this vast sea, with flashes of blades, the roar of gunfire, rivers of blood, and mountains of corpses, they had grown accustomed to it. Moreover, they were very clear that if they were still the same as 6 months ago, those lying on the deck now, the countless naval soldiers, would be their fate. In such a world, the strong are ultimately revered, and only the strong can survive and live the life they desire. Captain, they have arrived. Seeing Kuruda and the others who had come aboard, a naval soldier who had miraculously survived and was in relatively good condition said in a panic, "Ah, dam pirat, I'll fight you." At that moment, seeing the heavy casualties among his subordinates and crew, and looking at the indifferent expressions of Kuruda and the others, the captain suddenly went mad, drew his sword, and charged towards Kuruda and the others. But when Kuruda saw the naval lieutenant charging at him with a sword, he just stared at him with a cold expression. He had already assessed the situation with his analytical ability. Although the lieutenant was wielding a sword, at best, he was even inferior to an ordinary swordsman. To be considered a swordsman, one must have some skill in swordsmanship and also possess the ability of armament Haki. Even the current Zoro cannot be considered a swordsman, as he only mastered armament Haki 2 years after the Marineford War. But it's already considered quite good to be placed in the East China Sea. However, the captain in front of him, who was even weaker than an ordinary swordsman, was completely disregarded by Kuruda after he saw the system analysis results. He directly used the ultimate combat device to perform an upward strike, knocking the opponent's sword away, and then swung down with a stick, hitting the captain's right shoulder with force. With a scream, the Navy captain was immediately pinned to the ground by Kuruda's blow. "Captain, quick, save the captain. Damn it, we have to fight these damn pirates." "That's right, we are the righteous Navy. Let's fight them. Damn pirates. You will pay for this." Seeing the Navy captain already dealt with by Kuruda, the nearby Navy soldiers who could still fight immediately picked up their weapons and rushed over, some with knives and others with guns. Kuruda merely glanced lightly, but suddenly his eyes widened. It was as if an eagle soaring in the sky had spotted its prey, revealing a fierce and cruel gaze. Kuruda unleashed his conqueror's Haki, and with a surge of special energy waves, it spread outwards. The charging Navy soldiers suddenly felt as if their heads were struck hard with a stick. Soon, they all lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. But what Kuruda uses is just the most basic application of Conqueror's Haki, which is similar to how those who first awaken Conqueror's Haki use it. But it must be admitted that even such an ability is a very effective method for clearing minions in a lane. Now Kuruda is very satisfied with his results. Damn it, I'm going to take you down. Hearing the voice, Kuruda turned to look at the naval lieutenant still pinned under his stick. It was he who said that. Given your severe injuries, we can forego the medical supplies and some food. However, you need to hand over all the berries on this pirate ship, as well as all the directional pointers and the map of the East Blue. Otherwise, today you will sink along with this warship in this sea. Kuruda, who is inherently kind-hearted and has a relatively good impression of the East Blue Navy, is not willing to cause excessive killing. Moreover, there must be doctors on this pirate ship, and he does not wish to take away medical supplies and food. But for Bailey and the directional pointer, he would not let it go. So the most basic threat was issued. He wanted the other party to know the consequences of refusal, even though he wouldn't actually do it. However, since he wanted to become a big bad guy, he still had to maintain the most basic demeanor and role. I am willing to surrender. But Kuruda's threat was still effective, and with strength and circumstances on his side, even if he was extremely reluctant in his heart. This lieutenant had to consider the entire ship's navy, so he could only agree with resentment. Soon, a few more sober naval soldiers appeared, including the one who had reported to this lieutenant multiple times using a telescope, who continuously walked in and out of the cabin, under the watch of Kuruda and others. Boxes of Bailey were directly carried out, along with a much smaller box. The total of 30 million Bailey was all here, and this box contained maps of the East Sea and directional pointers to all towns and islands in the East Sea. The previous naval soldier bitterly said to Kuruda, very good, Alan has taken everything on board, and the bowl is also coming over here now. Kuruda got what he wanted, especially when the two sisters took the box, checked it briefly, and confirmed it was the map of the East Sea, as well as directional pointers to many places in the East Sea. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. With these items, they could go anywhere in the East Sea. As for moving these goods onto the ship, it naturally had to be left to Alan. After all, neither she nor the two sisters had the ability to fly with large amounts of cargo. Unlike Alan, who could create a large stone slab out of thin air and place the goods on it, allowing him to fly with them. Okay, Captain. Soon, Alan did as instructed, directly creating a large stone slab under the filled Bailey boxes. Then he controlled the slab to float up. Alan then temporarily returned to the bowl with these. The things you wanted have all been given to you. According to the agreement, you have to let us go, said the lieutenant, who had long been released by Kuruda. Don't worry, I always keep my promises. When our pirate ship comes over, we will leave. Kuruda casually waved his hand and said with a smile. Why? At that moment, the previously mentioned naval soldier who used the telescope suddenly asked, as he really didn't understand until now. Kuruda, along with the two sisters still present, all looked at him. Even the lieutenant next to him was startled and quickly winked at the naval soldier, signaling him not to speak anymore. If they angered the other side, they might kill them out of spite, which was not what he wanted to see. I know you often hunt pirate crews in this area. Basically, every day, a pirate crew disappears at your hands. We thought you were bounty hunters representing justice. But why did you become pirates? However, this young naval soldier still roared out his question. He truly did not understand. Aren't you the forces of justice? How could you suddenly become pirates? The situation of pirates hunting other pirates, do you really not understand it? Besides, when have we ever publicly acknowledged that we are forces of justice or bounty hunters? Kuruda said disdainfully. He truly looked down on this so-called justice of the Navy, which was nothing but a lapdog of the celestial dragons, oppressing and suppressing everything, distorting justice and turning black and white upside down, completely a wolf in sheep's clothing. Even these already brainwashed EC Navy soldiers, he also looked down upon. And now, not wanting to stay here any longer, Kuruda looked at the approaching bowl and directly left the naval warship with the two sisters, landing on the bowl. Luka, the next stop is Shellstown. We already have the map and directional pointers, so make use of your navigator skills, Kuruda said. Understood. Captain Kuruda, the two sisters replied seriously. Soon, they found the directional pointer to Shellstown from the box, and with the EC map, using their experience, they adjusted the course and set sail. Lieutenant, what should we do next? Asked the naval soldier from before. However, at the same time, regarding Kuruda's response, he also realized that he had been thinking too simply, or rather, what he knew today was the most real side of the other party. The situation here should be sent in two separate reports to the branch and headquarters. Those children who are pirates are very strong and are no longer something we can continue to intervene in. Let's leave it to the higher-ups, the naval lieutenant said with a wry smile and a shake of his head. It was evident that he was still affected by this setback. After receiving the orders, the dedicated intelligence officer on the warship, in cooperation with the Navy soldiers who had already heard some intelligence, conveyed all the information regarding Kuruda and what had happened today to the Navy headquarters and the East Sea branch. Meanwhile, the shipwright began to come out to repair the warship, and the doctors and cooks also started to get busy, as if a wounded lion was licking its wounds. At the same time, the news here would definitely spread. One should not underestimate any intelligence department or the enthusiasm of reporters for fresh news. It wouldn't be long before the stagnant waters of the East Sea would eventually be splashed by the drop of a stone. After Kuruda snatched the directional map and other supplies from this Navy warship and continued the journey with his partners aboard the Bull ship, about 2 hours had passed. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, the current Navy Admiral, Sengoku, had also received the relevant intelligence, which had been sent from that Navy warship. However, the relevant intelligence was not only sent to the Navy headquarters and the East Sea branch, but also sent to another recipient. At this moment, seeing everything written in the intelligence, Sengoku frowned. Originally, the existence of bounty hunters would become pirates half a year later, and their strength was not weak. Preliminary judgments indicated that the pirate captain among them surprisingly possessed Conqueror's Haki, and he seemed to be no older than 20 years. Although there seemed to be only 3 crew members at present, their strength was also not weak. After reading the entire intelligence report, Sengoku placed it on the table and began to think. Soon, he called the intelligence department and had them send over a report from 6 months ago, while also notifying other Navy high-ranking officials to gather. There was no way around it, just based on the possession of Conqueror's Haki and his young age. Such a newly formed pirate group was already capable of attracting the attention of the Navy headquarters. One must know that Conqueror's Haki is a rare potential that only a few possess, and those who have it are not simple characters in the future. Moreover, according to the intelligence, this young man named Kuruda was indeed too young, which was also a significant advantage. Sengoku was now considering arresting him completely before he could grow, and then throwing him into Impel Down. Otherwise, the Navy would likely face a strong enemy in the new world in the future. Soon after, not only did the relevant intelligence arrive, but also the Navy soldier from the intelligence department brought it over along with the disheveled Karp, the hero of the Navy, holding a bag of senbei, and Tsuru, who served as the chief advisor of the Navy. Although both were only at the rear admiral level, they were considered old-timers in the Navy, having survived from the old era. In terms of both strength and status, they were undoubtedly high-ranking Navy officials. Shortly after, the 3 admirals of the Navy also arrived. The serious Akainu Sakazuki, representing absolute justice and possessing the magma fruit. The laid-back Akiji Kazan, representing moderate justice and possessing the ice fruit. And the lecherous Kazuru Borsellino, representing flexible justice and possessing the glint fruit. This was the current highest echelon of the Navy. However, the candidates for Admiral Fujitora and Momonosuke could also be considered high-ranking, but they were currently not at the Navy headquarters and were out on missions, so they couldn't attend this meeting. Soon, everyone entered Sengoku's office, and the first to speak was naturally Karp, but he was quite mischievous. "What is going on, Sengoku? I'm over there breaking my old donut record." Upon hearing this, both Sengoku and the others, including Tsuru and the 3 admirals, were at a loss for words. They had all been called together for a meeting, but the old stubborn hero Karp could still make such a remark about donuts. "Karp, take this seriously. This matter is quite important, and it came from your EC." Sengoku suddenly got furious and slammed the table as he spoke. Sengoku was irritated. If it weren't for their years of friendship and the fact that this meeting's topic came from the EC, he would have thrown Karp out no matter what. "Oh, EC? What happened in the East Sea?" Upon hearing that it concerned the East Sea, Karp immediately became serious. The East Sea was his hometown, and he would not allow anything to affect it. "Karp, old man, why don't you sit down first?" Tsuru said somewhat helplessly to Karp, who was blocking the door and preventing them from entering. "Oh, really? Then let's hurry and sit down." Karp laughed and quickly found a place to sit down, and Tsuru, along with the 3 admirals, also took their seats. "The information was compiled by you, so please summarize it briefly." Seeing that everyone had already sat down, Sengoku turned to the Navy soldier from the intelligence department who had not left yet. It was evident that Sengoku had deliberately kept this Navy soldier behind. "Yes, Admiral." After saluting, the Navy soldier quickly took out 3 photos from the information bag and pinned them to the blackboard. Everyone was taken aback upon seeing the photos. "For little brats? The photos pinned to the blackboard were indeed pictures of Kuruda and his companions. In the pictures, Kuruda was holding an ultimate battle device on his shoulder with his left hand while his right palm faced up, gathering a ball of chaotic energy that looked like a mass of black mist. Then there was Alan, holding a hammer with both hands in front of his chest, standing on a large rock. And there was a shared photo of the two sisters back to back, with Jin Yun and Zi Lu spinning beside them. But in the eyes of the people present, these were just four ordinary little ghosts, nothing worth paying attention to. But suddenly, Karp paused for a moment, because he always felt that these little brats seemed a bit familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere before. At this moment, the three admirals of the Navy had already directed their suspicious gazes towards Sengoku, forgetting about Crane. Don't just show photos. Hurry up and introduce them. Sengoku, feeling a bit awkward under their scrutiny, could only vent his grievances on the Navy soldiers, who began to speak up. Kuruda is the youngest son of the late patriarch of the Karp family, a small noble family from the EC. Due to being the last to achieve results, he was not valued by the family and was raised outside. According to existing records, he possesses a strong economic mind and is skilled in business. 5 years ago, starting around the age of 12, he began wandering around the EC, engaging in the buying and selling of goods and food, and has accumulated some wealth. The other two photos show a male called Alan, who is overweight, and another of twin sisters Lucy and Ruko. According to our investigation, they were likely raised as servants by the Karp family and assigned to Kuruda. The overweight man is a chef, while the two women are navigators and have some combat training. However, about 2.5 years ago, they mysteriously disappeared, and even we couldn't find any information about them. At this point, the Navy soldiers awkwardly fell silent. As the intelligence department of the Navy, how could they not have tracked the movements of these three individuals? Isn't that embarrassing? Continue, Sengoku urged, as the key information was yet to come. Yes, Marshal. However, 6 months ago, these individuals reappeared, frequently operating in a specific area of the EC, specifically attacking passing pirate ships. Almost every day, a pirate ship or crew is eliminated by them. The strength of these individuals is drastically different from 2 years ago. They have not only developed their own flying abilities, but, according to our intelligence department, all four of them are likely to be devil fruit users. Additionally, their physical skills are quite impressive, each excelling in the use of a staff, hammer, or meteor hammer. Based on our data over the past 6 months, all four should have mastered both observation Haki and armament Haki. As for their weapons, they appear to be crafted by a skilled blacksmith, but we have not been able to determine which one. Preliminary assessments suggest that their strength is above the naval school level, roughly at the rank of Rear Admiral or Commodore. However, due to the limited information regarding their devil fruit abilities, we can only make vague speculations. The dark mist that Kuruda can conjure is suspected to be similar to Colonel Smoker's smoke fruit, a type of natural devil fruit, possibly a black mist fruit. It is rumored that once someone is engulfed in this black mist, their senses of hearing, smell, taste, sight, and touch become impaired, but beyond that, we are unclear. As for Alan, he is also suspected to possess a natural type devil fruit ability. He seems to have control over many things, such as soil, boulders, and sand, suggesting he might have a soil-type natural devil fruit, possibly the highest tier of soil properties. Lastly, the twin sisters Lucy and Ruko have unique meteor balls that are likely technological weapons, seemingly able to float and attack in the air at their will. And they're quite fast. However, each sister can summon meteors and shooting stars to attack, suggesting they possess the meteor fruit and shooting star fruit, both of which are broad-range, powerful offensive fruits. At this point, the Navy soldier stopped, having talked so much that he was nearly foaming at the mouth. And it was time to pause. However, the three admirals and Crane had become serious. They all understood that these recent devil fruits were likely quite extraordinary, especially Kuruda's black mist, which could cause someone to lose all 5 senses upon contact, and it was unclear if observation Haki would even be effective against it. Otherwise, even they might lose their senses if they entered that mist. The other individuals, the overweight man and the 2 girls, were also not simple, especially since their physical skills in dual-color Haki were quite good. However, given their strength and status, they only slightly raised concerns. Moreover, it seemed they were not pirates, and likely had no adversarial relationship with them. Oh dear, another group of impressive young people has emerged in the EC. It's a bit frightening, Kizaru remarked with a teasing tone, showing a somewhat slippery sense of justice. It's nothing too serious. After all, they're just some insignificant kids. Akainu said with a serious expression, somewhat indifferent. Oh, Sakazuki, don't discourage the youth, Akiji interjected, seemingly reminding Akainu not to be too harsh on the young ones. Humph. Akainu coldly snorted and turned away, not caring. Ah, I've remembered something. Suddenly, Karp stood up and shouted, startling everyone present due to the abruptness of it, compounded by Karp's loud voice. Karp, this is my office. What do you mean by shouting so suddenly? What have you remembered? Sengoku's ears were ringing from Karp's sudden outburst, as he was sitting very close to him. Being the victim, Sengoku naturally had to express his anger. But at the same time, others were looking at Karp with expressions of complaint. It's not Sengoku. I met these little brats 4 years ago, Karp said immediately. What? Upon hearing this, everyone, including Sengoku, was taken aback, never expecting that Karp had met their targeted discussion this time. But thinking about it, it made sense after all, since they were all from the East Blue, and Karp almost returned to the East Blue every year. Karp, you actually met them. So you should be somewhat familiar with their personalities. Crane immediately stepped forward and said. It was clear that Crane had begun to take Kuruda and the others seriously. If I remember correctly, it was 4 years ago when I was on my warship, returning to the East Blue with my subordinates and needed to replenish supplies. So we stopped at a small town, and I got off the ship intending to take a look around. I was attracted by a street vendor. That kid named Kuruda was promoting some goods. I don't know if his products were good or if he was just good at talking, but there was a long line, and many people were buying. Meanwhile, those two twin girls named Lucille and Luffy were performing acrobatics beside him, and a chubby kid named Alan was selling food nearby, drawing a crowd as well. The chubby kid was indeed quite skilled in cooking. I thought the aroma was nice, so I ordered 2 bowls of noodles and sat down to eat while watching the girls' performance. After their business was done, I chatted with them for a while, and then that night, after the supplies were replenished, we left. My evaluation of them at the time was that they were just ordinary people without combat power. But they were very excellent in their profession, just wandering youths struggling for a living. Soon, Karp recounted his experience from back then, and it was indeed the case. Such an event had happened. However, at the time, Karp had concealed his identity, and Kuruda was only in his previous form. Even now, the Kuruda who crossed over from Blue Star, having seen the memories of his previous self, still did not know that they had met the Navy hero Vice Admiral Karp. However, if they were to meet again, he would definitely remember, but that was a matter for later. If what Mr. Karp says is true, then they shouldn't have anything to do with us. Although they suddenly appeared in the past 6 months, they could basically eliminate a pirate crew every day. Even though it's the East Blue, it's just a very small-scale bounty hunter team, Akiji said nonchalantly. Indeed, if they don't have any significant issues, the Navy doesn't need to make things difficult for them. Sengoku and Crane both nodded in agreement. Sigh, if that's the case, it would be great. But just 2 hours ago, this group suddenly established their own pirate crew. Moreover, their pirate ship is not even smaller than an ordinary Navy warship. On the very first day they established their pirate crew, they directly attacked one of our Navy patrol ships, resulting in 34 deaths and 56 serious injuries, with others suffering minor injuries as well. They also plundered all the berries and the East Blue maps, along with directional pointers to all towns in the East Blue. Sengoku said, pinching his brow. After hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. It turned out they had already established a pirate crew and had attacked a Navy patrol ship. And most importantly, they had caused such significant casualties. But soon, Sengoku's next words made them serious. According to the intelligence received, I noticed that Kuruda has likely awakened the Conqueror's Haki. Looking at everyone in front of him, Sengoku stated the most crucial point. Oh my, he is not even 20 years old, yet he already possesses the Conqueror's Haki. That's truly frightening. Borisolino, although still joking, had a hint of seriousness in his expression. Of course, it wasn't just him. The others present felt the same. No kidding, that is the Conqueror's Haki, a special type of Haki that can only be possessed by those with extraordinary potential. Moreover, possessing the Conqueror's Haki is a symbol of a top-tier powerhouse. Among the Yonko and some of the top pirates wandering in the New World, who isn't a wielder of the Conqueror's Haki, they also understood the gravity of the situation. To have such strength at under 20 years old, along with the Conqueror's Haki, meant that he would undoubtedly become a formidable force in the future. Furthermore, he had already attacked the Navy, establishing a hostile relationship. If this wasn't dealt with now, the Navy would face a significant enemy in the future. People change so quickly. It's really hard to imagine that these are the same young individuals who struggled for a living 4 years ago. Karp sighed, unsure whether he was lamenting Kuruda's youth and talent or expressing disappointment that they had become pirates. They have already turned against our Navy. Such malicious actions. Yet they possess such talent. For the future of the Navy, it is necessary to end them early in the East Blue. We cannot let them enter the second half of the Grand Line. Let me handle it. I will use my magma hell to make them disappear without a trace. Sakazuki said with a cold snort and a fierce gaze. I share the same thought, but sending an admiral would be overkill. The new world still needs you to keep watch. Besides, we know too little about them, especially their devil fruits. What kind of fruits do they have? We don't have any solid information yet. Therefore, my plan is to send 2 senior commodores along with some elite Navy personnel to the East Blue to test the waters. If we can defeat them, we capture them and throw them into Impel Down. If we can't handle them, or if we are outmatched, the 2 senior commodores can retreat in time. Sengoku first rejected Sakazuki's suggestion and then expressed his own thoughts. Truly worthy of being the fleet admiral. His plan was reasonable and orderly. Sengoku was indeed deserving of the title of strategist. Who do you plan to send? Tsuru asked. Fire Fist and Spider Demon. These 2 are senior commodores in our Navy, experienced and powerful. Plus, they haven't had much to do lately, so let's send them. Sengoku replied after some thought. Karp and the others nodded, indicating there were no issues. What about the bounty orders for these individuals? Should we issue them? Tsuru asked again. Not for now. According to my plan, if we can successfully capture them, there is no need to issue bounty orders. If we fail this time, we should still be able to learn some of their backgrounds. I will use the Den Den Mushi to watch this battle, and after analyzing it, I will provide a reasonable bounty. Sengoku said immediately. The others nodded again, seemingly finding it reasonable, but suddenly Akiji spoke up. Wait a minute. This intelligence comes from the East Blue, so a corresponding report should be submitted to the East Blue branch. Although the plan has been set, let us not forget that Smoker is currently in charge of the East Blue branch. But upon hearing this name, everyone present fell silent, and then helplessly recalled a past event. That hot-tempered individual, who had offended quite a few people during his time in the Navy, ultimately ended up being thrown to the East Sea under the pretense of training. However, it was also to help Smoker escape a calamity. Otherwise, how could Smoker, who completely possessed the strength of a vice admiral, still be just a colonel? But with Akiji's reminder, if he didn't mention it, this guy would really go after Kuruda and the others. Oh, it's Smoker, huh? To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that his talent is much worse than ours, and he got one of the worst Logia-type devil fruits, the smoke fruit, his strength as a fellow trainee back then wouldn't be worse than the 3 of us. Borisolino said, clearly recognizing Smoker and showing a hint of acknowledgement in his tone. Let's notify him again by phone. This time, it's not his business. Moreover, according to our speculation, he's not even a match for the opponent right now. So there's no need for him to participate in this plan. Let him continue managing the East Blue branch. Sengoku coughed a couple of times and then said with a tone of helplessness. The others nodded again, and this Navy meeting came to an end. Soon, after receiving the orders, the Ghost Spider and Fire Mountain selected over 300 elite Navy soldiers and set off in the headquarters to the East Blue, more specifically, to Shell's Town, aboard 2 top Navy warships. At the same time, Smoker, who was informed that he couldn't take action at the East Blue branch, was furious. Fortunately, he had Tashigi to comfort him, and recently, there were many other matters in the East Blue branch that needed Smoker's attention, which kept him from acting out. Meanwhile, relevant information was leaked through some journalist departments about Kuruda's attack on the Navy. This incident finally caught the attention of some big pirates in the New World. After all, the newspapers reported it, even including pictures of Kuruda displaying his conqueror's Haki. Alan, who also took action, drew the attention of some people. After all, this guy dealt with the Navy's barrage attacks too easily. For a moment, even the New World became quite lively. Among them were some of the 4 emperors, but they only took a brief glance. In their eyes, Kuruda was merely at the initial awakening stage of Conqueror's Haki, and there were plenty of such existences in the New World. Although he was still young, he was currently in the East Blue. So these people thought, let us wait until he comes to the New World. However, regardless of everything, Kuruda and the others became famous once again. Now that they are famous, what are the consequences? Naturally, more people learned about Kuruda and them. At this moment, the one who benefited the most was Kuruda, as the shock and surprise from many people all transformed into reputation points. Over the past few days, Kuruda can be said to have made a fortune. Although it wasn't cash, or rather, berries, Kuruda is, after all, a transmigrator. For a transmigrator, if there is a system shop, the currency that can be purchased in the shop is naturally more valuable than the currency of the world he has traveled to. Therefore, for now, earning reputation points is the primary thing Kuruda needs to do. Seeing the prompts in the system, Kuruda was overjoyed. Congratulations. You have gained 100 reputation points from Marine Admiral Sengoku. Congratulations. You have gained 100 reputation points from Marine Chief of Staff Crane. Congratulations. You have gained 100 reputation points from Marine Hero Karp. Congratulations. You have gained 80 reputation points from each of the 3 Marine Admirals. Congratulations. You have gained 70 reputation points from Marine Colonel Smoker. Congratulations. You have gained 40 reputation points from Marine Captain Dashiji. Congratulations. You have gained 1 reputation point for a random passerby. However, upon seeing the series of system notifications, Kuruda also realized that the reputation points he gained from each character were related to that character's strength, status, and emotional level. Almost all characters mentioned in the original work who appeared generally had reputation points of 10 or more. If it was a random passerby, it was usually only 1 or even 0. 5. However, during the journey of Kuruda and a few others aboard the barrel towards Shur's town, as previous events continued to spread, he often heard such notification sounds. However, after a while, it became annoying, and he eventually had the system turn off the notifications. Nevertheless, he believed that at this speed, he would quickly reach 1,000 reputation points, or even exceed that amount significantly. In these few days, whether encountering merchant ships, pirate groups, or naval warships, he could use his analytical skills to determine if they were friendly. If they were, he certainly wouldn't harm them. He would just slightly pillage some wealth and resources. However, if the data analyzed by the system shows signs of evil, then sorry, Kuruda, who is transformed into the Cobra King, doesn't team mind preying on you. Whether you're another Cobra or a mouse, all will go to hell and report to the King of Hell. Wait a minute. It seems there's no King of Hell in the pirate world. However, due to their actions in the past few days, their infamous reputation has spread. Indeed, it is an infamous reputation, and now many people in the East Sea fear them. After all, who would rob every ship they encounter? Even many pirate crews wouldn't do that. It's one thing to rob a ship. It's another to try it against a more powerful pirate crew or the Navy. Therefore, Kuruda and their actions in the past few days have indeed overturned many people's perceptions in the East Sea, and many are afraid of them. Especially with the news that Kuruda can accurately state anyone's information, sparing the good while killing the bad, it has made many of the latter extremely fearful. As for Kuruda's ability to accurately state anyone's situation, the 2 sisters and Alan were surprised, but did not ask much. They understood very well that since Kuruda didn't say anything, there was no need for them to ask further. Moreover, they also knew that whether in the past or now, Kuruda was specifically responsible for intelligence. So regarding Kuruda's actions in the past few days, Alan and the 2 sisters expressed their agreement and understanding. Because as Kuruda himself said, not harming or involving good people and innocent ones, black eating black, specifically targeting those evil people and bullies, can truly be called a real bad guy. Therefore, Kuruda actually likes the so-called infamous reputation now. He believes that his idea of becoming a big bad guy in the pirate world has already taken its first step. After all, where is a big bad guy without a reputation, even if it is just the beginning now? Brother Kuruda, based on our current speed and our estimates, we should be able to reach Shell's Town before noon tomorrow. On a sunny day, Lucy came to Kuruda, who was resting on a deck chair. Continue sailing, but also keep an eye on the surroundings. By the way, how is our supply of resources? Kuruda also issued a command. Our food, daily necessities, berries, and many other supplies are very sufficient. Even if we don't need to plunder recently, it will last us for a long time. Lucy reported the results she and her sister had recorded. Then the original plan remains unchanged. And as for supplies, aside from berries and wealth, we won't need to plunder other resources for now. Kuruda understood the principle of moderation and immediately issued new instructions. Yes, Brother Kuruda. After saying this, Lucy went directly below deck. Seeing Lucy leave, Kuruda began to communicate with the system in his mind. System, what form will the world as powerful beings take when I summon them with reputation points? Will they suddenly appear in front of me, or will it be something else? This was a question Kuruda had thought of before, and it was necessary to clarify before arriving at Shell's Town tomorrow. Both options are available. They can appear directly in front of you or at any specified location in the pirate world. However, the host must completely subdue the other party with their own charisma. The system answered immediately. Then, will the arrival of otherworldly powerful beings cause any energy fluctuations or anything like that? Kuruda asked another question he had thought of a few days ago. Rest assured at 1T, when they appear, otherworldly powerful beings will conceal their aura. And with the system's control, there 1T be any special energy fluctuations. The system immediately provided another answer. I see, that makes things easier. Kuruda smiled slightly upon hearing this, unsure of what he was really thinking or what he would do next. However, soon the evening arrived, and after having dinner in a restaurant, Kuruda said, I have had a lot of time to sleep during the day, and I'm full of energy now. I'll take the night watch. You all have been out plundering and training these past few days, and you should get a good night's sleep tonight. Okay, Brother Kuruda. Yes, Captain. No problem, Brother Kuruda. Although they were a bit puzzled by this command, Alan and the two sisters quickly agreed. Bruce. They were indeed a bit tired after these past few days, so a good night's sleep was certainly welcome. And seeing Kuruda looking quite energetic, they felt they had to follow his orders. So soon, after staying a while longer in the restaurant, the two sisters and Alan returned to their own rooms, leaving Kuruda alone on the deck. But in fact, this was intentional. After a while, he confirmed that Alan and the two sisters were already asleep. So, Kuruda directly opened the system panel in his mind and was pleasantly surprised to find that through the accumulation over the past few days, he now had a total of 260 reputation points. System, I want to spend 10,000 points to summon a powerful villain from the myriad worlds. Since he already had the money, he naturally wanted to spend it, and it was also to prepare for tomorrow. Oh no, if Luffy and the others haven't arrived yet. The time will be delayed for a while. But thinking about it, in the past few days since Luffy left Windmill Village, it should be about time for him to arrive at Shellstown. Mainly, he had already mentioned in front of Alan and the two sisters that he had known them for a long time. So to fulfill his promise, he naturally needed to summon the character now and say a few words. The host has spent 10,000 points, and the system will open the portal to the dimensional space. Powerful villains from other worlds are about to arrive. Soon, in front of Kuruda, a special energy space channel opened up on the deck. Before long, light footsteps could be heard from inside. Tap, tap, tap. A man wearing a black hooded cloak, wrapped in a black battle suit with golden patterns and a black cape, emerged. His face was very handsome, complemented by a mysterious, confident smile. Most importantly, this was based on Kuruda's previous keywords, with the most crucial point being swordsman. So in a man's left hand, he was holding a completely pitch black, sharp long sword with a blade as thin as 2 fingers. However, as the man fully stepped out, Kurudatan's pupils suddenly dilated and his expression became serious. For he had recognized the person. At the same time, he had to admit that this was definitely a top-tier powerhouse. Even in the underwater world, this person would be at least of the strength equivalent to that of a Marine Admiral or above. But at the same time, he understood that this person was not easy to tame. It wasn't just because of his strength, but also because he was unruly, or one might say he had a bit of a Chinibu personality, wanting to become the strongest, to rise above everything, and even to become a nuclear bomb in the human world. However, that was what made it challenging, and Kuruda soon revealed a smile, mainly because of his understanding of this individual. He didn't believe that he couldn't defeat him with his current strength. Is this the new world? It is filled with the scent of the sea. The newcomer looked around, especially surprised to find himself on a ship, surrounded by the ocean, and exclaimed in astonishment. However, he quickly shifted his gaze to Kuruda in front of him. I heard a voice saying that in this world I would be your crew member, and you would be my captain, the newcomer said with a somewhat expressionless face. I summoned you from your original world, so you can understand it that way. Shadow. Or rather, I should call you by your true name, Sid Kagano, Kuruda said while directly calling out the man's name. Just call me Sid. It seems you are indeed not simple. Sid was surprised to hear his name called out, but quickly smiled and responded. But at the same time, he also understood very clearly that the person in front of him was definitely not simple. But for Hyder's words, Kuruda just smiled. Nonsense. Having lived 2 lives and being a traveler, with the efforts of the past 6 months and some experiences from his previous life, how could he still be an ordinary person? If he were to be called an ordinary person, it would have to be because he deliberately pretended to be one in front of strangers, while in reality, he was just a big bad guy. But at the same time, as Kuruda called out the name of the black-clad swordsman in front of him, Sid Kagano, some people might still find this name a bit unfamiliar. However, for those who aspire to be shadow practitioners, this anime should be quite familiar. I know some of your background. You must have crossed over to a third world. In your first life, you were a high school student and also a bit of a Chinibu, indulging in fanciful thoughts. However, in my view, your thoughts were just too advanced for ordinary people to understand. As Kuruda finished speaking, Sid, although still smiling, felt a drop of cold sweat trickle down from the back of his forehead under his hat. He never expected the other party to know about his first life. However, upon hearing terms like Chinibu and fanciful thoughts, although he maintained a smile, a hint of anger began to rise in his heart. It was Kuruda's last sentence that made his smile appear less genuine. Sid thought to himself, could this person truly understand me? He gained powerful abilities, capable of lifting cars and even catching nuclear bombs with his bare hands. In order to attain this strength, he had been diligently training. However, upon realizing that no amount of effort would allow him to catch a nuclear bomb, he was hit by a car on his way to school one day, leading to his untimely death and subsequent reincarnation in another world. Upon arriving in this new world, he received a new name, Sid Kagano, along with memories of his past life. Reincarnated into a fantasy world of swords and magic, he became a child of a barren family. A shadow practitioner, someone who appears to be an ordinary passerby, thus remaining very low-key. After his reincarnation, he retained his Chinibu traits, setting out to become a shadow practitioner. For instance, he hunted down thieves and collected wealth, activities he had been engaged in since childhood, even forming an organization called the Shadow Garden. Its main purpose was to suppress evil cults, but in reality, he merely wanted to show off in front of the world. By the way, if I remember correctly, that outfit you're wearing is actually made of black slime, right? At this point, Kuruda realized that the outfit Sid was currently wearing was not just an ordinary combat suit, but rather made of black slime material. It could shrink into a ball, easily concealed on his person, and once activated, it could transform into battle gear, greatly enhancing the wearer's attack, defense, speed, and strength. A very impressive special combat suit. This was one of my proudest creations from the second world. But it seems you indeed know a lot. However, I'm curious about how you came to know this information. Hearing the other party praise his slime suit, Sid felt a surge of pride. But what concerned him more was how Kuruda knew so much about him. You think you're the only one who crossed over? Kuruda said meaningfully, indicating that he was also a traveler. So you were too. But even with that identity, how do you know about me? Also, how did you summon me here? Upon hearing Kuruda say he was also a traveler, Sid was naturally very surprised, realizing they were both from the same background. However, even with this explanation, it did not clarify how Kuruda knew his information, and he suddenly wondered how Kuruda had summoned him from another world. Do you know about manga and anime? Everything you did in your second world is a story in my world. As far as I know, there's a concept of projection in the myriad worlds. This means that everything you do in your world might just become a story in another. Kuruda directly revealed the truth, and even shared some related knowledge he had exchanged with the system regarding the myriad worlds. As for why I could summon you from another world, do you know about systems? Soon, Kuruda answered Sid's other question, believing that as a fellow traveler, Sid should also be aware of the system. What? You actually have a system? Upon hearing this, Sid could no longer maintain his smile, his expression filled with surprise, even a hint of envy and jealousy. He wondered why he didn't have a system after his own crossover. Clearly, a traveler with a system is a true winner in life. Without a system, one would really have to start from the ground up as a struggling worker. But at the same time, he now understands everything. If it is a system, it indeed has the power to summon him from his original world to this one. Moreover, he has heard a bit about the concept of the projection of various realms, and he didn't expect it to be real. However, if he could become a partner with someone like this, that would be great. Besides, before coming here, he had already learned about this world, which is indeed very interesting, even more so than his original world. It seems that following this person would be quite fun. By the way, I need to maintain my current identity, so both you and I should keep today's events hidden. In short, we can't talk much about being a traveler, Kuruda said seriously. Understood, I know the importance of this. Sid agreed to this matter because he also didn't want anyone in this world to know about his first world. What was your situation before you crossed over? Kuruda asked curiously again. The evil cult has been overthrown, and now the Shadow Court only occasionally deals with small troubles. In the world I was in, it is not as lively as it was a few years ago. People already know me, and when I go out to show off, others find me quite ordinary and boring. I have actually been enjoying a carefree life. Sid replied, but from his words, one couldn't hear that he was actually reminiscing about a pastime. Kuruda was also very surprised after hearing this. He didn't expect that the storyline over there seemed to have changed a lot compared to when he watched the anime before. If that's the case, the first point is that the person who summoned him is not only living well in his original world, but also that there isn't much happening on the other side. Wait a minute. But suddenly, Kuruda thought that the one being summoned was clearly a villain from the heavens. So how could it be that Zid was summoned? Wait a minute. In the eyes of those evil cults, the Shadow Courtyard is the greatest evil force, and Zid is the main villain, right? In fact, in whichever world, the Shadow Courtyard brings more fear to people. From his current thoughts and future perspective, Zid has already become the big bad guy in his original world. Therefore, according to the system's setting, it seems reasonable for him to be summoned. After all, this person was originally considered a swordsman, and he used a sword very often. However, if he remembers correctly, compared to the sword, which is specifically used for unleashing powerful moves, this guy's most proficient weapon for combat is actually a crowbar. However, when it comes to swordsmanship, it seems that he is indeed impressive. Next, Kuruda shared some of his past experiences, as well as his situation after coming to the pirate world. After listening, Sid's eyes lit up as he realized that this person's goals were the same as his once were. In fact, his thoughts were not inferior to Sid's, and doing it again would be even more challenging than the original world, which was truly fascinating. However, he also understood very clearly that ideals and reality are both essential. Reality is strength. If one has ideals but lacks strength, they cannot be realized. If there were a recognition value now, Sid would acknowledge Kuruda halfway, unless the other party's strength could also gain his recognition. But he can also sense that the other party is indeed not simple, or rather, the power of this side of the world. But to know the specifics, one must experience it firsthand. Only after he has personally confirmed and seen it will he truly understand. With this thought in mind, he quickly said, "I have somewhat recognized you, but I want to discuss your strength. Otherwise, I won't become your partner. I would rather choose to wander in this world." Indeed, is a fight necessary? Upon hearing this, Kuruda couldn't help but feel a bit of a wry smile, but it was just a little bit. But he also does not deny that fighting is the best way to understand each other. But now we can't fight here. And he had thought of this a long time ago and had solutions as well. If you want to fight, I'm always up for it, but not now. My crew is already asleep, and they're sleeping soundly, so it's not a good time to think about fighting. Kuruda then repeated what he had said to Alan and the two sisters earlier. "So I hope you can cooperate with me tomorrow, and we can have a direct fight then." Kuruda said, reiterating his plan. "I see, no problem, it's just a small matter. But according to your plan, should I get off the ship early tomorrow morning?" Sid said after understanding the situation. "That's right. Wait for me to call your name before you come out and say the lines we agreed on, then we can start fighting. But not in the town. Go out to the sea or the sky. I don't want to harm innocent people." After Kuruda nodded, he emphasized a few points. "No problem. Looking forward to tomorrow's battle," Sid said as he drew his sword, pointing it at Kuruda, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Seeing this scene, Kuruda was first taken aback, then smiled and pointed the tip of his weapon at Sid as well, exuding his own fighting spirit, and said, "Me too. I will let you see my strength." As men, as strong individuals, and also as fellow travelers from another world, there wasn't much that needed to be said between Sid and Kuruda. Although Sid only recognized half of Kuruda now, according to the original plot, Luffy and Kobe would arrive on the island and enter Shell's town tomorrow. So it definitely has to be a fight tomorrow, otherwise it would have to be postponed for a few days. Kuruda had mentioned this before, and Sid had no problem with it. After all, it was just a few days delay. Coincidentally, the information he received about the pirate world was just a vague memory, so he could use these few days to familiarize himself with it. However, after establishing the combat agreement, Kuruda asked Sid to keep his voice down, and the two quickly moved from the deck to the cabin. Kuruda pointed out his own room, the sisters' rooms, and Alan's room, which had white labels with names already affixed to the doors. It was easy to recognize, and this was also to prevent new companions or any special situations from entering the wrong rooms. After Kuruda finished explaining the rules, Sid chose a room. Then the two picked some basic living supplies from the storage room. It was just the essentials, as the supplies in the cabin didn't match Sid's preferences for decorating his own bedroom. So they only took some toiletries, daily necessities, and bedding, aiming to simply get through the night. However, Sid also asked Kuruda for some currency from this world, specifically the berries from the pirate world, so that he could buy things he liked to decorate his room once he arrived in Shell's town. Kuruda was generous and directly waved his hand, giving Sid a large bag of berries. After arranging for Sid, Kuruda returned to the deck to take on the night watch. However, once he reached the deck, he jumped directly to the lookout tower and sat down on a chair that had been placed there. "System, I want to check Sid's character panel." After sitting down, Kuruda immediately said, wanting to open the system panel again to understand the specifics of this character. The system quickly provided the relevant panel. Name, Sid Kajino. Age, 17. Gender, male. Description, a strong individual who crossed from an ordinary world to another, the king of showing off, a forward thinker. Abilities, martial arts. Swordsmanship, proficient in using a pry bar. Magical power. Current strength, Admiral level weapon. Shadow sword. Bounty amount, none. Bounty title, none. Is this guy's actual age the same as ours? Seeing the age section, Kuruda was taken aback and then directly questioned. In the anime the host watched in his previous life, the character was actually only 12 years old. The timeline when the system summoned him is already 5 years later. So naturally, he is 17. Don't forget, He is also a dragon-slaying character. The system responded directly. Is that so? After hearing this explanation, Kuruda accepted it. However, as a powerful individual from another world, even a top-tier one, to come to the pirate world and find out that he is only at the Admiral level? It seems that the pirate world is indeed far stronger than that anime world. However, if the opponent is just an Admiral, and given that he understands the opponent while the opponent does not understand him, he only knows a little about the opponent. After all, it has been 5 years since the original comic. Who knows how much growth has occurred in those 5 years? But overall, he still has an advantage. In terms of weapons, the ultimate combat device is much more powerful than that shadow sword. The opponent is still using the magical power from that world, where magic and swords coexist. However, Sid leans more towards the latter, so he can be considered a magic swordsman. However, such abilities are still insufficient in the face of chaos. Therefore, he is very confident about the upcoming battle. But just at that moment, the system suddenly popped up again. Host, in fact, the Summoning of All Realms has another ability, which is that after you summon a character, regardless of whether they acknowledge you or not, you can choose 2 out of 3 options for the summon companions, selecting abilities or items to make them stronger, so they can live and fight better in the pirate world in the future. After hearing this sentence, Kuruda first fell silent for a moment, then immediately recognized the grimness and a hint of a slightly broken smile. System, you'd better ensure this is the last ability of the multiverse summon. The final piece of information. Otherwise, if you keep inserting new information at critical moments like this, I'm really going to lose it. Goodness, such important intel. And only now telling me, what kind of system is this? You love making people gasp. You love keeping people in suspense. Huh? You call this a surprise. But I see it as a shock. Don't worry, I've already said, and this ability will only trigger after the character is summoned. The system explains somewhat awkwardly. All right. List the options. However, Kuruda was no longer interested in listening further. He just wanted to help Sid choose the right ability. At the same time, this was also the first time, so he was naturally very curious about how the operation would be and what items and abilities would be available. Advanced Conqueror's Haki, a top-tier power from the pirate world. You can directly gain this powerful strength as soon as you choose it. Shadow Dual Crowbars, a pair of short crowbars made from the same material as the Shadow Sword, a very decent weapon. Shadow Ball, a dark-type skill from the Pokemon world that allows you to easily summon a dark energy ball which can automatically track and attack the target once thrown. The system quickly presented the 3 options. Looking at the 3 choices that appeared in his mind, Kuruda thought carefully. First of all, he felt that Advanced Conqueror's Haki was a must. This was the pirate world. As a strong individual, especially a top-tier one, this was basically essential. Moreover, once the Conqueror's Haki was released, some insignificant minions would be cleared out immediately. It was not only the best ability for clearing minions, but also the perfect choice for showing off. Kuruda thought that even Sid would probably love this ability since this guy loved to show off the most. Then there were the second and third choices. To be honest, he felt that the third choice was just for laughs. Sid was already a very powerful magic swordsman. Did he really need such a small skill from the elf world? The energy sword blade he casually slashed out was probably stronger than the Shadow Ball. On the other hand, the second choice was quite fitting, as Sid was very skilled in using crowbars for combat, which was excellently showcased in the show. He easily dealt with a retired soldier before crossing over. And in the last episode of the first season, he faced 2 powerful female magic swordsmen with 2 crowbars effortlessly. Moreover, just like Sid himself said, crowbars have many uses. They can not only be used like a rotating stick, but are also very sturdy and durable and easy to carry. Thus, Kuruda directly made his decision. System, I'll take the first and second options. All right, host. As Kuruda finished his selection, the system began to operate. After taking one last look, Kuruda began to appreciate the night sea view, which was truly calm and beautiful. However, after saying this, he casually dealt with a sea creature that suddenly jumped out of the water. This was also one of the reasons why someone had to be on duty at night, not just to guard against someone sneaking onto the ship under the cover of darkness or appearing in their line of sight. At this moment, in Sid's simple room, he had already removed his slime battle suit, dressed in plain clothes, and lay on the bed, contemplating future matters. He wondered if he could return to the other world again. Although he felt a bit guilty toward Alpha and the others, there was no longer any danger over there. They would probably do just fine without him, and he actually had thoughts of disbanding the Shadow Courtyard there. Sigh. I hope they can live a normal life. They're like regular girls. However, it would be best if I could go back, or if they could come here. I'll ask Kuruda later. However, according to Kuruda, he was a top-tier powerhouse in his original world. But here it seemed he was at the 3rd and 4th tier of strength. It appeared that this difficulty was even greater than he had imagined. But that was what made it challenging, allowing him to continue showing off. Haha, well this is... After he finished laughing, the system directly rewarded him. Sid's mind was now filled with insights and knowledge about Advanced Conqueror's Haki, and he also felt an influx of Advanced Conqueror's Haki energy within him. Meanwhile, next to him, a pair of short crowbars appeared with a flash of light. Conqueror's Haki, Kuruda had mentioned before, is the most powerful and unique force in this world. I thought I would have to train hard like before, but I didn't expect to gain it so easily, and these crowbars are made from the same material as my shadow sword. Truly, the owner of the system is powerful, and I can't help but feel envious. After understanding the rewards, Sid looked at the material of the crowbars, which was surprisingly the same as a shadow sword. As a fellow traveler, Sid, who had no system at the time, naturally felt envious of Kuruda, who now had a system. However, no matter what, he could now share in the spoils. Sid was already very satisfied and pleased with these two rewards. As he began to feel drowsy, he slowly drifted off to sleep, and the smile at the corner of his mouth seemed to indicate he was having a good dream. However, at this time, Kuruda was still busy. It was known that he had spent 10,000 reputation points to summon a powerful villain from another world. He still had a total of 25,260 reputation points left, so it would be better to buy something in the system shop while he had the chance. It was also a way to enrich himself. However, to be honest, even though he had such a large amount of reputation points now, Kuruda still had no idea what exactly he wanted to buy, because as of now, it seemed they lacked nothing. So he could only look at the night sea view while opening the system shop, browsing through the various items listed there. But Kuruda frowned more and more because it wasn't what he really wanted. However, with a reputation value exceeding 50,000 points, he simply couldn't afford it. At this moment, it wasn't important to him, nor did he need it. Finally, out of desperation, Kuruda could only say, "System, do you have any good suggestions?" And it must be something I can buy with the reputation points I currently have. There was really no other way, and Kuruda could only hope the system would give a good suggestion. I do have some suggestions, host, since you already possess the ultimate combat instrument, a top-tier weapon from the Ultraman world. Besides being used as a melee weapon, it can also unleash powerful range skills. More importantly, it is a summoning-type weapon. It is formed from the power of Reblondo and can control monsters. So, I suggest you might want to buy some monsters. The system quickly provided its opinion. After hearing this, Kuruda's eyes suddenly lit up, and he sat up excitedly, saying, "Right, why didn't I think of this before? I already have the ultimate combat instrument, so it would be unreasonable not to have a few monsters as subordinates." Wait a moment, system. The monsters from the Ultraman world are also powerful beings from another world, right? If I buy them with reputation points, isn't that equivalent to summoning a monster? Wouldn't that be similar to the summoning of the myriad worlds? And the monsters I summon won't be counted among the powerful beings summoned from the myriad worlds, right? However, Kuruda suddenly thought of a question and immediately asked, "Host, you are overthinking. These monsters are all purchased by you from the system mall, and they're just products with no relation to the ability of summoning from different worlds. Buying monsters here is equivalent to buying pets at a pet store in your past life. Moreover, there is indeed a dedicated section for monsters in the system mall, and it includes not only those from the Ultra world, but also some from other worlds. However, for monsters from the Ultra world, the host can only buy one of each type." The system quickly provided its answer. But the most important part was the last sentence. Kuruda can only buy one monster from the Ultra world, which is like a limited edition, and can only be purchased once. One is enough. However, Kuruda didn't think much of this, as he originally didn't intend to buy two of the same kind of monster. With so many types of monsters in the Ultra world, and considering Belial's performance in the monster graveyard, he could still form a monster army, even if he only bought one type. Only uniqueness can showcase the charm of monsters in the pirate world. The system opened the monster section, focusing only on the monsters from the Ultraman world that he could afford to buy right now. Kuruda immediately stated again, clearly indicating that he intended to buy a monster now. The system was currently helping the host filter and had already selected monsters within the host's purchasing range. Cosmic Monster Bermula, 3,000 reputation points each, 0-1. Twin Tail Monster, 2,800 reputation points each, 0-1. Underground Monster Tyra Stone, 3,100 reputation points each, 0-1. Rock Monster Sadra, 2,900 reputation points each, 0-1. Soon, one panel after another appeared in front of Kuruda, showcasing the monsters he could purchase with his current reputation points. And there were many options. However, after looking for a long time, there were no cool tires on the Kuruda, because these are just some ordinary monsters. Let's talk about it later. Right now, He needs some stronger or slightly more famous monsters. However, soon, Kuruda indeed saw some monsters that he really wanted, which were also very famous and powerful. Ancient Monster Gamora, 6,000 reputation points each, 0-1. Cosmic Monster Eleking, 5,700 reputation points each, 0-1. Ancient Bird Litora, 4,900 reputation points each, 0-1. Anyone who has seen Ultraman would find these three monsters a bit familiar, such a combination. To be precise, these three monsters are the main three combat monsters of human Leonidas Raymond in the Great Monster Battle. Gamora, known as the Prince of Monsters, excels in land combat. Eleking, known as the King of Water, excels in underwater combat. Litora, the agile fighter, excels in aerial combat. These three monsters are not only famous, but also powerful. Especially the first two. Who knows how many generations of derivative individuals have appeared in Ultraman history. Even Litora has gained a high reputation after the Great Monster Battle. The reason for choosing these three is also because of Kuruda's current situation. Litora and Eleking can be directly released to fly into the sky and dive into the sea, respectively. The former can overlook the sea surface from high above, providing support or sending him some intelligence at any time. While Eleking can often ambush in the sea and drive away some sea creatures approaching the bullship. As for Gamora, it can only stay in a combat device for a long time and will be summoned out only if there is land combat. Soon after thinking this through, Kuruda directly clicked to purchase, spending 16,600 reputation points, leaving him with 8,660 reputation points. Looking at the remaining reputation points, Kuruda touched his head and realized that he already had enough monsters and had no plans to buy more for the time being. So he decided to buy a few other useful things. Meanwhile, Kuruda picked up one end of the combat device and looked over. Soon, projections of Gamora, Eleking, and Litora appeared on the three blue crystals, and he could even hear the roars of the monsters. Then Kuruda recalled his previous idea and gently pushed one end of the ultimate combat device forward. Two red beams of light suddenly flashed out, one flying directly into the clouds, transforming into Litora, which stood nearly 5 meters tall, while Eleking, about 53 meters tall, submerged into the sea. You two keep watching the sky and the sea respectively. Report to me immediately if there is any situation, and also keep in touch with the bullship. Kuruda quickly issued the command, and upon hearing the two monster voices in his mind, it was clear that the monsters understood his orders and would execute them strictly. Satisfied with the results, Kuruda turned his gaze back to the system mall, wanting to buy a few more useful items. But I couldn't think of anything before, and I had put all my attention on the monsters. So now, naturally, I have no good ideas, and I can only ask the system again if it has any other thoughts. Host, I have 2 recommended items that you might find interesting, which can greatly enhance your combat ability, mobility, and even compensate for some other deficiencies. The system quickly replied again. Oh, what are they? Kuruda asked excitedly. Ghost Shadow Legion Ninja Team Token, a peculiar item from the world of Jackie Chan Adventures. As long as you have this token, you can summon and command the ninjas of the Ghost Shadow Legion. Requires 3,300 reputation points. Instant teleportation skill, a skill provided by the system that condenses into an energy orb. As long as you hold it in your palm and comprehend it, you can immediately learn the instant teleportation skill, allowing you to appear anywhere visible. Requires 3,500 reputation points. The system quickly listed the items and said, looking at these two, Kuruda's eyes sparkled again. Good stuff. You know, although the ninja team of the Ghost Shadow Legion is among the weakest of the 9 great legions, they're the most versatile in combat and know many things, plus they're the most mobile and have the best reconnaissance capabilities among the Ghost Shadow soldiers. Instant teleportation is a life-saving skill, and if used well, it can launch unexpected attacks on enemies. Our mobility and combat capability will be greatly enhanced in the future, and we can learn it quickly. Haha, great, the reputation points spent are worth it. System, I'll buy them all. Kuruda laughed heartily in the end. Reducing the host reputation points, items appearing now. After the system's voice finished, 2 beams of light appeared in front of Kuruda. Soon, a pitch-black token appeared, with a golden character for ninja on it. It was clear that this token could summon and represent the ninja team of the Ghost Shadow Legion. The other item was a silver orb. Taking both items, Kuruda first set the Ghost Shadow token aside, then picked up the silver orb with both hands and began to comprehend its power. After a while, Kuruda, who had closed his eyes, suddenly opened them again. But a flash of silver light passed through his eyes, and surprisingly, spatial energy overflowed from his body. Soon, with a flash of silver light, Kuruda disappeared. In less than a second, the silver light flashed again at the bow of the ship, and Kuruda appeared directly here. It was evident that this scene clearly indicated that Kuruda had completely mastered the ability, or rather the skill, of instant teleportation. That was really easy, and the effect is quite good. I'm very satisfied. Next, I'll explain it to sit a bit better, but for Alan and the two sisters, I'll just say it's a special body technique. Kuruda said with a smile, already thinking about having his companions learn this skill after the explanation. At the same time, in the future, he would just say it's a body technique to the world. After all, there are many body techniques in the pirate world, which are already incredible. What's one more teleportation? Soon, Kuruda teleported back to the lookout. He placed the teleportation energy orb properly, then picked up the ninja team token. With a thought from Kuruda, a blood red eye suddenly opened from the shadows of the lookout. Then, a figure rose up from the shadow. This person was about 175 meters tall, wearing a special Japanese kimono, which could also be said to be a ninja outfit. However, whether in the past or now, the blood-red eyes that can be seen clearly, along with the grayish-blue skin, are not enough to prove that this is not a human, but a shadow creature. A special type of shadow being. What now appears before Kuruda is a member of the ninja faction from the Shadow Legion, also known as the Shadow Ninja Soldier. Members of the ninja faction typically wear black ninja outfits. These outfits are designed with deep red collars and waist cinches, as well as dark red belts for storing their special abilities. Looking at the Shadow Soldier in front of him, Kuruda quickly examined some of the most basic panels. Name: Shadow Ninja Soldier. Age: none. Gender: none. Introduction: a special shadow creature from the world of Jackie Chan adventures, with decent combat abilities and other very unique traits. Ability type: ninja, proficient in combat and reconnaissance. General strength, school-level weapons, shuriken, throwing darts, katana, staff, etc. So it's just slightly weaker than the current Dasky, right? That's not bad. Dealing with ordinary Navy soldiers is completely fine. Not to mention the undead attribute and the ability to enter shadows. Not bad, not bad. Kuruda nodded in satisfaction and said, "Wait a minute. It seems I haven't looked at the panels of the three major monsters yet." Kuruda suddenly thought and said, prompting the system to bring up the panels of the three major monsters again. Name: Gamora. Age: over 5,000 years. Gender: male. Introduction: a monster that survived from the Earth dinosaur era, from the Ultraman world, with powerful combat abilities. Ability: close combat. Super vibration wave strength. Rear Admiral, weakened. Other forms: none, temporarily. Name: Eliking. Age: over 5,000 years. Gender: male. Introduction: a monster from the Ultraman world, cultivated by the Pitar aliens, with powerful combat abilities. Ability: close combat. Electric shock ability strength. Rear Admiral, weakened. Other forms: none, temporarily. Name: Litora. Age: over 3,000 years. Gender: female. Introduction: an ancient small bird monster living on Earth in the Ultraman world. Proficient in aerial combat. Ability: Fireball, flame impact strength. Rear Admiral, weakened. Other forms: Firebird form. After reviewing the panels of the three monsters, this time Kuruda did not ask the system any questions, as he already understood. The age difference is not an issue. After all, many monsters, despite their appearances in Ultraman, barely survive for 1 or 2 episodes. However, most monsters, when they appear in the series, are already over 1,000 years old. If they grow naturally, there are also many ways for monsters to grow rapidly. As for the word weakened in the strength section, Kuruda found it very reasonable. To put it bluntly, most ordinary monsters in the Ultraman world could easily dominate the entire pirate world if just 1 or 2 of them appeared. So let's not mention that the system would never give him monsters in the prime state, allowing him to take such a big advantage. And Kuruda himself wouldn't want that either, because if he had such monsters, future adventures would lose a lot of danger and challenge, which wouldn't be fun or interesting. Moreover, even if these most ordinary monsters were at their peak state, how could they only have this little prestige value? As for their forms, monsters in Ultraman have many special or fusion forms. For example, Gamora has spawned countless derivative individuals, such as Mechanical Gamora, Berserk Gamora, EX Gamora. These are just the ones that have appeared in the main series. Who knows how many have been created in the games? In fact, when he previously looked at the monster section in the system mall, there were even some monster forms provided by the system itself, but Kuruda couldn't afford them now, as his prestige value was nearly exhausted. For now, the 3 major monsters are sufficient, but if he wants the monsters to have new forms, Kuruda must purchase them within the system. As for Litora, that's a special case. Otherwise, if it were the most ordinary Litora, it wouldn't even have rear admiral strength now. At least for now, Kuruda is very satisfied with the 3 major monsters, as their strength is already quite good. Moreover, The monster's enormous size and body strength allow them to fight for a long time even against battle-level strong opponents. Even the smaller Litora is the same, excelling in high-altitude combat and having strong mobility. If encountering a general-level strong opponent, Litora could even be more troublesome than Gamora and Eleking. Tonight's results were very satisfactory. Now, with less than 2,000 prestige points left, Kuruda planned to save it for the time being. After handling these matters, he placed the teleportation energy bead and ninja token in his room's drawer, and Kuruda continued to gaze at everything on the sea from the observation deck. But soon he fell asleep due to drowsiness. At this moment, in another direction, on the sea heading to Shell's town, a boy with pink hair and glasses, along with a boy wearing a straw hat with black hair, were on a small wooden boat. However, since it was late at night, both of them were naturally asleep. However, if they continue at their current speed, they are likely to arrive at Shell's town by tomorrow morning. This means that there is no need to wait for a few days. Kuruda and the others will be able to enter the town tomorrow to carry out a long-planned performance. Meanwhile, not far away in the sea, there are two top naval warships heading this way. Clearly, these are the two top naval warships sent by the warring states a few days ago to attempt to capture, or rather test, Kuruda and his group. There are probably over 300 elite naval soldiers on board, along with two senior vice admirals, Fire Mountain and Ghost Spider. However, since it is already late at night, almost everyone is resting, except for some naval soldiers who are on duty or piloting ships. Even Vice Admirals Fire Mountain and Ghost Spider are the same. They need to get ample rest for the battle tomorrow to conserve their energy. So they're both sleeping. But once danger arises, thanks to their observation Haki, they can wake up at any time and rush out of the cabin to fight. Soon it was the next day, and the sunlight from the rising sun on the sea shone directly on Kuruda, who was sleeping in the lookout tower, waking him up. After taking a brief look, he took out his binoculars to scout ahead, and then smiled. At this speed, they are expected to reach Shell's town smoothly before 8 a.m. However, he also checked the surrounding sea area and did not see Luffy and the others. After a moment of silence, he put away the binoculars. Perhaps they landed on the island from the other side. After all, when Luffy encountered Kobe on that merchant ship, they had already gone through a great whirlpool and had no idea of their exact location, even being quite far from Windmill Village. It is still just dawn, so it's better to wait a little longer. After all, according to the original story, Luffy and the others arrived on the island during the daytime. But after thinking it over, he felt it would be best to observe that side as well. So he quickly enriched the information about Litora and provided a more detailed description of Luffy and Kobe's appearances and the model of the ship, so that after Litora saw it, he would report to him immediately. But suddenly, Kuruda sensed something with his observation Haki. He quickly turned around and saw Sid, dressed in normal clothes, not wearing the slime battle suit, appearing right in front of him. "You haven't slept all night, have you?" Sid said, somewhat surprised. After all, he had founded the Shadow Courtyard years ago and often operated at night, which made him frequently drowsy during the day, especially when he saw the sun. But why did Kuruda seem to be just fine, without a hint of sleepiness? I had already fallen asleep in the late night, and I was only woken up when the sun rose. With my observation Haki, nothing around me escapes my eyes. You had the Shadow Courtyard back then, and now I have some powers too, though you can't see them right now, Kuruda explained with a smile. With his current top-tier mastery of observation Haki, he could fully perceive everything happening around him, and he also casually revealed the existence of his Phantom Brigade and monsters. Upon hearing the previous sentence, Sid felt enlightened, realizing it was another kind of magical Haki. The powers in this world were indeed fascinating. However, he heard that there were actually other powers and other beings on this ship, and he was suddenly taken aback. He hadn't even noticed them. Kuruda was even more terrifying and powerful than he had imagined. Fortunately, they were on the same side now, and he would find out in the future. Still, he felt a bit envious of Kuruda, a traveler who possessed a system. "Enough about me. Why are you up so early?" Kuruda said with a smile. "Didn't you say to let me go early today? While your three companions are still asleep, and aren't we already close to the little island town you mentioned?" Sid replied with a smile as well. "Yeah, we should be able to see the island by this morning." Kuruda nodded and said, "Then I'll set off first. I'll keep an eye on you getting onto the island, and when you signal, I'll come out and fight you." Sid repeated the plan, filled with fighting spirit. "Haha, I'm looking forward to it." Kuruda also smiled, filled with fighting spirit. Soon, after Sid smiled once more, he quickly changed back into his slime battle suit, knowing the direction, and flew towards Shear's town. Shortly after Sid left, Alan set an alarm clock and got up right at 6 o'clock. After washing up and tidying himself, he picked up the Haki and hammer and walked directly into the kitchen. It was really close. If he had been just a bit later, Sid would have run into Alan, who was also coming out of the door, and that would have been hard to explain and might even lead to conflict. Soon, as the chef, Alan began helping the crew prepare breakfast. The weather at sea was very nice today. At least from the bow of the ship, Kuruda looked at the vast ocean, the magnificent waves rippling, and the sun had already risen a bit, revealing a blue sky with white clouds. A gentle sea breeze blew, accompanied by the calls of birds flying by, and occasionally some fish or sea creatures would surface and then jump back into the sea. Kuruda was truly enjoying the beauty brought by nature at that moment. But at the same time, one should not underestimate the dangers beneath this beautiful sea. After watching for a while longer, Kuruda suddenly caught a whiff of some aroma coming from the kitchen. He realized that Alan was already making breakfast and couldn't help but mutter to himself, "This kid really gets up early." However, having spent the whole night on the lookout tower, he felt hungry now, and after being exposed to the cold wind last night, even though he had been warmed by the sun, he was still shivering. This was because he had actually forgotten to close the glass door before going to sleep last night. But now, smelling the delicious aroma, Kuruda took another glance and then walked down from the bow, crossing the deck and entering the cabin. He arrived in the dining area, which was connected to the kitchen. Naturally, he could see Alan cooking a sumptuous breakfast filled with warmth. "Brother Kuruda, you're here. You worked hard last night." Alan greeted him as he turned around after sensing someone had entered. "It's nothing, I just had to do something, and it was just a trivial matter." "When will breakfast be ready?" Kuruda replied with a smile. "Just a little longer." "Have Lucy and Ruka woken up yet?" Alan asked. "They should be up soon. Although we live on a pirate ship now, our schedule is basically the same as on the island, so it should be soon," Kuruda said. During their conversation, two voices came from outside, truly living up to the saying that when you mention someone, they appear. "Brother Kuruda, Brother Alan, we're here." "Hee. Did you expect us to come so quickly?" Lucy and Ruka said one after the other as they walked in, with Lucy being relatively gentle and Ruka a bit mischievous. After all, the sisters had different personalities. "Just wait a bit longer, breakfast will be ready soon," Alan said, speeding up his cooking now that everyone had arrived. Taking advantage of this time, the two sisters and Kuruda tidied up the dining table, bringing out some plates, chopsticks, and spoons. Soon, Alan brought out dish after dish, including sandwiches, fried eggs, bacon, hot milk, hot soy milk, sushi, and snacks. The entire dining table was soon filled with a dazzling array of food. It was so abundant that the white steam and aroma made both sisters and Kuruda drool uncontrollably, and their stomachs growled. Seeing their expressions, Alan couldn't help but smile. As a chef and a companion, nothing made him happier than seeing his friends hungry and eager to eat the food he made. So after Alan said, "You can start eating now," everyone gathered around the table to enjoy this sumptuous breakfast. Kuruda and Alan basically devoured their food, while the sisters ate more elegantly. Different people have different ways of eating, and they enjoy these styles, whether it be hearty or graceful. But as long as they liked it, it was fine, as eating is a form of enjoyment, especially with Alan's incredible cooking skills. Before long, everyone was full and leaned back in their chairs to rest for a moment. Now, with their increasing strength, although their appetite had grown, their eating speed had naturally quickened, though they still couldn't compare to Luffy, that rubber man. "You all wait here. I'll go get something," Kuruda said after a while and directly walked out of the dining area to fetch the ghost shadow token and the teleportation energy pearl from his bedroom. However, he kept the token hidden on him, as there was no need to expose it, just like the system. But as a traveler, to gain trust. He had already told Sid about having a system. After all, they were both travelers from Blue Star, and Kuruda knew that Sid was just a bit envious of the system. From what Kuruda understood about him, Sid actually preferred to gain strength through his own efforts. Even so, while the Ghost Shadow Legion could be shown to everyone, the token could not. After returning to the dining area and sitting back down, Kuruda placed the energy pearl on the table. "Wow, what a beautiful pearl!" Ruka exclaimed in surprise and delight upon seeing the beautiful large pearl, fully expressing a little girl's love for jewelry, as most girls do. But Alan and Lucy are different. They are more mature and wiser. Although they also showed surprise, one could feel the immense energy contained within this pearl. So this must not be an ordinary pearl at all. And they know that there are indeed some rare treasures in this world, especially with the recent discoveries, like the hidden pearls beneath the deserted island. Now, Kuruda pulling out such an unusual pearl seems quite reasonable. However, what exactly is the origin of this pearl, and what abilities does it possess? Lucy was the first to ask Kuruda, "Kugo, what is this?" "Yesterday, I killed a sea monster that crashed into the bull ship with a single blow. After smashing it to bits, I suddenly found a glowing object, so I took it, and then I discovered this pearl. But here's the amazing part. When I held this pearl in both hands and contemplated it passively, when I opened my eyes again, I actually gained the ability to teleport, what is known as spatial transfer. Do you know what I mean? Kuruda was immediately surprised and laughed as he responded. What? There's actually such a miraculous pearl. Alan could no longer sit still and stood up to say, so, you all should try it now, just like I mentioned earlier, and see if you can gain the ability. If you can also acquire the ability to adapt, it will greatly enhance our combat capability and mobility. And this pearl will serve as our treasure to protect the crew. For now, let's keep it safe, and in the future, anyone we can completely trust will have the ability to teleport, Kuruda said. If what you say is true, then this pearl is truly priceless. After all, it's instant movement, Lucy said in shock, then smiled, seemingly congratulating Kuruda and their pirate crew for acquiring such a treasure. But we still need to try it. Who will go first? Kuruda continued. Let me go first, Ruka exclaimed excitedly and directly took the pearl in both hands before closing her eyes. Before Lucy could scold her for being so rude, Alan and she were both surprised to find that Ruka had indeed entered a deep state of contemplation. Is this for real? Soon, when Ruka opened her eyes again, it had already been 2 minutes. Lucy hurriedly stepped forward to ask, how is it? Do you feel unwell? But Rukodo immediately smiled cheekily at her, and with a flash of familiar silver light, she disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already by the gate. Haha, I really have the ability to teleport now. That's great, Rukodo exclaimed, bouncing with joy. Seeing this scene, Lucy and Ellen were naturally incredulous, not expecting it to be true. However, after quickly deciding the order, they also joyfully grasped the energy orbs. After some time of contemplation, they woke up and attempted it again. They also gained the ability to teleport, and as they had said before, their combat and mobility abilities were enhanced. After all, this was teleportation. Seeing that all 3 companions had acquired the ability to teleport, Kuruda was very happy, smiling. As for Sid, they would talk about it after this operation. Because if Sid also mastered the teleportation ability during this battle, even he would find it a bit tricky. After all, that guy's speed was already very fast. He even thought that Sid's speed was comparable to that of Kizuru. And besides, isn't he not here right now? So what is there to talk about using it? After the excitement, the group fell silent, and after a discussion, it was naturally decided that Kuruda would continue to keep the energy orbs. Then, witnessed by everyone, Kuruda hid them away and locked them in a special Haki stone box with a latch. After that, aside from Ellen starting to wash the dishes, the 2 sisters and Kuruda returned to the deck. After some more time sailing, with the final confirmation from the sisters, they could finally see Shell's town with their own eyes. Ellen also came to the deck during this time, and upon seeing the destination they had arrived at, including Kuruda himself, everyone cheered, finally reaching their destination. If all goes well, this will be the first place they invited new partners aboard. Just then, in Kuruda's mind, Litora, who was flying in the sky, sent back information. Master, I have spotted the person you asked me to keep an eye on the other side of the sea from Shell's town. Kuruda was stunned. Had they already found Luffy and Kobe? To confirm for himself, he immediately used the power of the ultimate battle device to see everything Litora could see. Sure enough, through Litora's eyes, there was indeed a small wooden boat heading towards Shell's town from the other side. And weren't the people on it Luffy and Kobe? If that's the case, it seemed they had just caught up with them. If the original story is correct, then Zoro should also be there now, right? Litora, let me see the situation inside Shell's town, Kuruda instructed in his mind again, wanting to confirm if Zoro was also there. After all, he was an important audience for the upcoming performance. Yes, master. On the other side, Litora responded after receiving the message, then shifted his gaze from the sea to the town. After a short while, he indeed discovered a young man with green hair and black skin tied to a wooden frame. This person was undoubtedly the current bounty hunter Zoro, the future vice captain of the Straw Hat crew, aiming to be the world's greatest swordsman with the dreams of his childhood friends. However, he was really foolish. Not to mention Zoro's notorious reputation for being incredibly directionally challenged in the pirate world. He actually believed that Bellamy, a villain who often oppressed civilians, would let him go after being tied up for a month without food or water as long as he held on. He couldn't even see through such an obvious trick. So, Zoro was indeed a bit foolish, or perhaps too stubborn and rigid. But perhaps it is precisely because of this persistence that Zoro's strength is like that of 2 different people compared to 2 years later. Even Kaido, the strongest creature, can be easily harmed, even cutting through his dragon scales. Moreover, Zoro's character is impeccable. He can endure being beaten by Kuma for the sake of his friends, coming out with injuries all over and looking unrecognizable. Therefore, when I watched the One Piece anime in my previous life, I really liked the character of Zoro. I also hope to see Luffy and Kobe this time, or at least have a chance to meet them. But now that they are all here, it proves that they have just arrived at the original plot of the story, which could be considered a stroke of luck. Soon, Kuruda found a slight excuse to slow down the speed of the bull ship, making it even slower than before, as if the ship were drifting on the sea, just letting the bull ship float towards Shellstown. The two sisters and Alan naturally didn't say much. After all, on a pirate ship, the captain has the final say. But actually, Kuruda planned to let Luffy and Kobe enter the town first, to meet Zoro before anything else. After all, when do we see the audience not seated yet, but the actors already performing? Therefore, Kuruda instructed the two sisters and Alan to take care of their own matters first and rest afterward. At the same time, he was observing everything around them through Latora's perspective, especially when Luffy and Kobe had docked their ship and entered Shellstown. He instructed Latora to continue monitoring and also had King Eri protect the bull from underwater. After shutting down the power engine of the bull, he threw the anchor overboard, letting the ship float on the surface without even planning to dock at the Shellstown pier to avoid alarming the enemy. After all, there was a significant naval base in Shellstown. If the bull approached, it would surely be discovered by the Navy, although these trash could not threaten him. He had already added Monka and Barumabur to the hunt list. However, according to the original work, it was better to kill these two damn pests in front of Luffy and his companions, as well as those Navy soldiers. After all, for these people, especially Luffy and his crew, witnessing their ruthless methods would surely provide a substantial reputation boost. Maximizing benefits was always Kuruda's way. Let's fly into the town, Kuruda said with a smile, and after the two sisters and Alan nodded, all four flew up from the bowl. When they saw the dock, they used their teleportation ability to instantly arrive there. Fortunately, it seemed there were not many people around, otherwise, it would have startled them. Under Kuruda's lead, they quickly reached the center of the town. After all, he was already familiar with the detailed terrain and routes of Shellstown through Latora's perspective. However, sometimes arriving early is not as good as arriving at the right moment. Perhaps because they took a bit of time walking, Luffy had already confronted Monka and was basically overwhelming him. As for the Navy soldiers, they were just some minor characters that Zoro could easily handle. In theory, with their strength, it would be easy to deal with such a small naval branch. However, Kobe, who was still at the level of a weakling, was being held at gunpoint by the equally weak Barumabur. The entire battle suddenly came to a halt, but the Straw Hat Pirates, even without their strength from 2 years later, with Luffy as captain and Zoro as first mate, how could they care about such a small threat in this tiny East Blue? But now Kuruda decided to take action. Everyone stop! With this loud shout, Kuruda unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, but it was not to knock them out. It was just a simple intimidation to keep them from moving. Soon, everyone present was unable to move for a moment. Once they regained their movement, everyone looked towards the direction Kuruda and the others came from. Kuruda, along with Lucy, Ruku, and Alan, walked over. Who are you? Although Monka sensed that these young people were definitely not ordinary, as a colonel who had been in charge here for many years. He had always been arrogant and brutal towards both civilians and his subordinates. So, he had not realized the seriousness of the situation and continued to speak in his usual arrogant manner. Hey Zoro, it seems like a group of interesting people has come, Luffy said with a joking expression to Zoro, despite being shocked by Kuruda's earlier performance. He's strong, but he doesn't seem to be a swordsman, so I'm not interested. For what Kuruda had shown earlier, Zoro was sure that he was definitely a strong person. But seeing that Kuruda was holding a long stick, he immediately realized that this guy was not a swordsman, so he lost some interest. Let me introduce myself. I'm Kuruda, the captain of the Fallen Pirates, a man aiming to be the ultimate villain, Kuruda said with a smile as he looked at Monka, who he considered an ant. I don't care what Fallen Pirates you are from. I'm the man who defeated Kuro. No matter what means you used before, prepare to face the consequences. You ignorant ant. But the last word of death had not yet been spoken. Chaos Death Scythe. Kuruda directly swung the ultimate battle instrument, condensing chaotic energy on it, and unleashed a massive scythe-shaped, destructive beam aimed directly at Balumeb. No. Balumeb could only let out a scream amidst the smoke and explosions. When everything finally dissipated, there was no trace of anyone left on the scene. Clearly, with this move, Kuruda had completely reduced the opponent to ashes. This left everyone stunned, especially KB, who was so scared that he fell to his knees. There was no way around it. Just moments ago, there had been a living person there, and now they were gone in an instant. So powerful, Zoro gripped his sword tightly, looking at Kuruda and gritting his teeth as he spoke. He felt the strength of the opponent, which was absolutely beyond what he could compare to at the moment, let alone the captain beside him. Wow, so powerful. He's also a captain. Otherwise, I would do anything to get him on my ship, Luffy said excitedly beside him, leaving Zoro speechless. Would someone that strong really be interested in you? But at this moment, the angriest was Monka. After all, Balumabur was his son, and he was killed right in front of him by the little thief, and it happened right after he had spoken. His anger completely clouded his mind as he picked up the axe and charged forward. Damn it! I want you to pay for my son's life. Monka jumped up with all his might. The bright and heavy axe swung down directly driven by his arm strength. Just an ant. Kuruda activated his ultimate battle gear, wrapping it in armed color, and struck down directly. Not only did he shatter Monka's axe, but he also broke both of his arms, with 2 loud cracks. That was the sound of Monka's arms being broken, followed by the sounds of him falling to the ground and the axe fragments dropping. However, these sounds were soon overshadowed by the loud, agonizing scream that erupted from the intense pain in his arms. Monka's scream echoed throughout the square. The onlookers were also startled by this scene, stepping back several paces, with KB nearly so frightened that he wet his pants. Luffy was no longer grinning, and, alongside Zoro, he looked at the scene with a serious expression. How cruel, someone commented. But this sentence undoubtedly gained the approval of many people, including Luffy and Zoro, who also nodded in agreement. However, soon after, the words spoken by Kuruda directly changed their perception. Monka, the actual ruler of the 153rd Division in Town, was a brutal and tyrannical man who turned a blind eye to his son Barumabur's misdeeds in the small town, even attempting to erect a giant statue of himself. Under your rule, both naval soldiers and residents have suffered immensely. A person like you deserves to be crucified and subjected to 1,000 cuts by the residents here. Kuruda also revealed all that he previously knew about Monka's crimes in Town. As Kuruda finished speaking, many were left in shock for a moment, and the first to react were surprisingly the 2 sisters and Alan, who trusted Kuruda's intelligence capabilities. Their gazes towards Colonel Monta also turned to disgust. The 3 of them were essentially from commoner backgrounds, so they despised local officials who oppressed ordinary people the most. If it weren't for Kuruda not issuing an order at that moment, they would have been unable to restrain themselves from killing this guy. But anger had already risen in the hearts of the 3. The naval soldiers present, after listening, all silently lowered their heads. As subordinates, they were well aware that everything Colonel Monka had said over the years was exactly the same as what Kuruda had said. Therefore, all the naval officers had a thought in their hearts. When would such a disaster come to an end? In other words, they were already very dissatisfied with Monka and his son. Originally, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji thought that Kuruda was very cruel. However, after hearing about Monka's deeds, their hearts, which were already filled with justice and kindness, suddenly felt that Kuruda was right. Such a person should go to hell for the crimes he committed. Cough, cough, cough. What right do you, a pirate, have to judge me? You killed my son. You should be condemned to death 1,000 times over. Struggling through the pain, Monka raised his head, his blood-red eyes gritting his teeth, and roared at Kuruda. However, what awaited him was only the ultimate battle device that had been smashed down by Kuruda. With a loud bang, Monka's head was crushed like a watermelon, sending him to hell to accompany his son. After putting away the ultimate battle device, Kuruda coldly looked at the corpse below and revealed an evil smile, saying, "You were right, I'm a pirate, and I'm a bad guy. So whatever I want to do, I do as I please. Let alone killing a small Navy colonel like you." Kuruda glanced again at the Navy soldiers nearby, who were already scared silly, pale-faced, and trembling. He coldly said, "I heard this guy embezzled quite a bit of money from the common people at this table. Tomorrow at this time, return all the embezzled money. Otherwise, I will completely eradicate this Navy division here today." After saying this, Kuruda once again used his Conqueror's Haki to intimidate them. Soon, a black-skinned Navy soldier trembled and said, "No problem, please spare us." Navy soldiers, quickly go return that money. However, although this Navy soldier was shaking while speaking, it was not noticeable that, including him, some other Navy soldiers had already shown a hint of a smile on their faces, and even tears of gratitude were welling up in their eyes. They were liberated, finally liberated. Monka was dead, Belumeb was also dead, and this small town had finally returned to peace. Moreover, they were willing to return the original property to the common people. Soon, these Navy soldiers retreated. Seeing this scene, Kuruda revealed a satisfied smile. He was doing what a true villain should do. From the perspective of the common people, he was a good person. But from the perspective of evildoers, like Monka and his son this time, he was a big bad guy. Lucy and her sister and Alan also smiled, seeing their common people return to a normal and beautiful life, and the evildoers sent to hell made them very happy. At the same time, in their hearts, they admired and longed for Kuruda's charisma and his bravery to take responsibility. "Oh, it seems you're a good person. Can I be your friend?" Luffy said directly as he approached Kuruda. However, Zoro and Kobe next to him were taken aback. From their previous encounter, they had already realized that Kuruda was definitely not an ordinary strong person. Moreover, they still had no idea about the other's actions and intentions. So approaching recklessly could provoke Kuruda's displeasure, which would lead to trouble for them. "No problem, you are truly good people, and I'm willing to be friends with you," Kuruda said with a smile to Luffy, instantly surprising Zoro and Kobe. Is he really that easy to talk to? But let's not talk about Kuruda for now. Originally, there was no possibility of animosity with Luffy, who is someone he intended to get along with. Although Luffy may seem a bit foolish, he is easy to get along with. Just like what Mihawk said after the Marineford War, Luffy has a special power to turn enemies into friends. For example, at the end of the Wano arc in the original story, how many friends does Luffy already have in the New World? These people can all become Luffy's strength in the final confrontation against the world government and him. Moreover, as the destined protagonist, he possesses the Zoan-type mythical devil fruit, the sun god Nika form, and is the inheritor of Joy Boy. In a sense, after the Wano arc, the three ancient weapons, Pluton and Poseidon, have already fallen into Luffy's hands. Therefore, Kuruda feels it is necessary to build a good relationship with Luffy now. Aha, really? That's great. From today on, we are friends. Luffy was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Just like that, a preliminary friendship was established. Alan and the two sisters also smiled at this scene, as they understood very well that Kuruda indeed likes to befriend people with a kind and righteous nature. But it must be true righteousness, not false righteousness. But soon, both Luffy and Zoro were hungry, especially Zoro, who hadn't eaten for almost 7 days and had fainted from hunger on the ground. Kobe and Luffy had also been drifting at sea for days without good food. Since that was the case, let me treat you this time. Where's the best restaurant in this little town? Kuruda, who had a lot of money in hand, was not worried at all, so he didn't mind treating everyone, even the big eater Luffy. However, the last question was naturally directed at the girl who had fed Zoro rice balls not long ago. It was because he saved her that Zoro had agreed to Bellymeb's request 7 days ago. After all, she was the only native here, so Kuruda wouldn't ask anyone else. "I know where it is. Big brothers, wait for me. And thank you for saving our town, Shells. Everyone can finally live a good life from now on," the little girl said happily. After saying that, she led everyone to the best restaurant in Shell's town. "Great. I have to eat a big meal later, huh?" Luffy exclaimed, laughing heartily upon hearing that someone was treating him to a meal, especially a new friend. Seeing him like this, everyone was speechless. This guy was indeed a bit silly. Except for Kuruda, because Latora had sent him a message again. "Master, I found 2 warships heading this way." After Latora finished speaking, Kuruda borrowed Latora's vision once again. Actually, when he heard about the warships, he had already thought of the Navy, because besides the Navy, no one else would have warships. Even the world government, the top authority over the Navy, rarely used warships. But when he saw that the warships approaching were actually top-tier Navy ships, and the Navy soldiers on board were elite based on the insignias on their uniforms, Kuruda recognized Vice Admiral Spider and Fire Mountain from the decks of the 2 Navy warships. They were easy to recognize among all the ordinary Vice Admirals. These 2 had participated in the O'Hara incident and were quite famous. Not to mention, they were from the hawkish faction of the Navy. However, seeing this, Kuruda basically guessed the situation's background. It must be that the Navy headquarters had sent them, but he didn't expect them to only send 2 Vice Admirals, which was quite underestimating. But Kuruda thought for a moment that it might also be related to their previous low profile. So this time, the Navy underestimated them a bit. But no matter what, he already knew that this situation would arise. For the Navy, besides a few kind-hearted individuals or branches mentioned in the original work, especially those from the headquarters, he would only have one response: to strike hard. For those real hypocrites and pseudo-justice types in the Navy, especially after the Marineford War, the Navy had lost even the last bit of true righteousness, becoming a dog for the celestial dragons and the world government, harming and oppressing the world. However, although Navy warships could destroy ordinary soldiers, Spider and Fire Mountain were still somewhat famous in the original work, and they could earn him some reputation points. He could temporarily keep these 2 guys alive. When he had too many reputation points to spend later, it wouldn't be too late to take them down. After thinking about all this, Kuruda also thought about how to face the situation. First of all, this battle could not take place in Shellstown, nor could it affect the Bull ship. The innocent civilians here could not be harmed, especially since this involved vice admirals who had participated in the O'Hara incident and were from the Hawkish faction, which could lead to some extreme actions. Moreover, the Bull ship still did not have the ability to fully withstand the Navy's cannon attacks. As mentioned before, they did not have a shipwright on board. In summary, it would be best to confront the Navy directly at sea, just like usual pirate suppression. This time, he didn't want to take action himself, as he still had to fight with Heath afterwards. Sending out the Phantom Ninja Corps, along with Alan and the two sisters, would be enough. Let them handle it. This was also to let Heath know that Alan and the two sisters were not ordinary people. They were not only important professionals on the ship, but also excellent comrades. At the same time, this naval battle could earn Luffy and the three of them another wave of reputation points. However, he still needed to explain it to Alan, the two sisters, and Luffy in front of them. So after arriving at the restaurant, Kuruda let Luffy and the others order first, and took the opportunity to call Alan and the two sisters over while they were at the table, explaining about the Navy warships coming and wanting them to intercept. Upon hearing that it was just two top-tier Navy warships, a few minor soldiers, and two vice admirals, both Alan and Lucy, the two sisters, said it was no problem, a piece of cake. After all, the three of them basically had the strength of Navy Reserve admirals. And with the Navy headquarters sending such a small force in number, their intervention was already more than enough. But when they heard Kuruda mention the Ghost Legion, the three of them were completely bewildered. What is this Ghost Legion? Seeing their confused expressions, Kuruda explained while handing over the token. Do you remember the pearl from this morning? I took this token from the body of that Sea King. It should also be an ancient treasure. As long as you carry it with you, you can summon the Ghost Legion with your thoughts. When you encounter the Navy, just give it a try. The minions on those Navy ships will be taken care of by the Ghost Legion, and you can focus on dealing with those two vice admirals. At the same time, Kuruda handed the token to Lucy. If a war broke out, it would definitely be the two sisters who could buy some time, and Lucy was much more mature and calm compared to Ruka, so it was most appropriate to give the token to her. Hearing that there was such a magical thing, the two sisters and Alan were somewhat surprised. But it sounded like the Ghost Legion wasn't human either. Whatever, they would just wait and see. With many past lessons learned, they were willing to trust Kuruda this time. We guarantee to complete the mission, Captain. After the three of them solemnly assured him, Alan and the two sisters left the restaurant. Kuruda smiled as he watched them leave, wishing them victory and a successful return, even though this battle was already a sure win. Hey, Kuruda, why did your crew leave? You haven't introduced them yet? Luffy, who was watching Zoro and KB order food, asked curiously upon seeing this scene. Zoro and KB turned their heads in confusion as well, wondering why they had left. Oh, I have some good wine and freshly brewed juice in my collection, so I sent them to get it. They'll be back soon. Kuruda turned around and casually made up an excuse with a smile. Oh, I see. Upon hearing this, Luffy nodded in understanding. KB didn't seem to have any other emotions, but Zoro's eyes lit up at the mention of good wine. He loved alcohol the most. Meanwhile, Alan and the two sisters, having reached the dock, used their unique flying abilities to soar out to sea, heading towards the Bull ship. But rather than saying it is the Bull, it is more accurate to say it is the Navy heading towards the Bull. Now, not far from Shellstown, two naval warships are sailing side by side towards this direction. Without a doubt, these two ships are the top naval vessels sent by the naval headquarters carrying elite soldiers. Standing at the bows of the two ships are the two vice admirals dispatched by the Navy this time, Fire Mountain and Ghost Spider. Ghost Spider, wearing a helmet adorned with a two-headed dragon design and sporting a fierce expression, wields dual swords, with his hair resembling the 8 legs of a spider, also holding a sword, although he is also proficient with a pistol. He has a cruel personality, indifferent to harming his subordinates while executing missions, and is a hawkish figure in the Navy. The other person is naturally Fire Mountain, who wears a smile, closes his eyes, and holds a cigar in his mouth, with a thick brown beard under his chin, draping a Navy coat over his shoulders like a cloak. Currently, there are no factions in the Navy, but he is relatively well-liked. At this moment, it seems that Fire Mountain has opened his eyes, but quickly closes them again. However, he immediately smiles and says, Ghost Spider, if I'm not mistaken, right in front of us is our target this time. I can see their pirate ship. I didn't expect them to dock it right on the sea. Humph, we finally encountered them. I've been suffocating these past few days. Gunners, prepare. At my command, bombard that pirate ship with all the shells. Ghost Spider said with a cold expression, then instructed the soldiers on board. Soon, the naval soldiers saluted and got busy. "Hey, Ghost Spider, don't forget the Admiral told us to test the waters first. We still don't know the extent of the enemy's strength. And even the headquarters hasn't fully grasped their devil fruit abilities." Fire Mountain continued with a smile. "What is there to fear? They're just a bunch of small fries. Besides, we have Haki. What is there to fear from devil fruit users? As the righteous navy, we should capture pirates. If they resist stubbornly, what is wrong with killing them outright?" Ghost Spider replied with a disdainful and cold expression. Hearing this, Fire Mountain wanted to say something more, but suddenly his expression changed, and not just him. Ghost Spider on the other ship felt an unknown danger as well. Oh no, in fact, they can now see with their naked eyes that right in front of them, several large boulders suddenly flew towards them in a parabolic arc from behind the bowl. "Damn it, how dare that pirate attack us first?" Ghost Spider roared in anger, but quickly used Moonwalk to fly up. However, Moonwalk is merely a special technique that allows one to step on air. It doesn't grant the ability to fly, just stepping on the air. Soon, Fire Mountain also became serious, using Moonwalk to rush up, drawing his katana from his waist, and together with Ghost Spider, S8 sword style, the two vice admirals launched their attacks to counter the boulders coming at them. Both of them struck simultaneously, wrapping their weapons with Haki and chopping the boulders into smaller pieces. Everything was going well until, just as they struck the last two boulders, a sense of shock and a hint of panic filled their hearts. Because in front of them, the boulders they were attacking suddenly had an additional layer of Haki at the cut points, directly blocking their strikes. The two suddenly felt a hint of danger through their observation Haki and were about to retreat, but it was too late. Two purple and gold meteor balls shot out from the boulders in front of them, breaking through the surface of the original boulders and similarly infused with Haki. They smashed towards Ghost Spider and Fire Mountain. The tremendous force brought by the meteor balls directly knocked the two down. However, once they reacted, they gritted their teeth against the pain and slid their swords across the deck for a distance to stop the impact. But the deck was also left with a significant scratch. "Oh no, we've even played." Fire Mountain's original smile was gone, now replaced with a bitter smile. "Damn it, how dare those pirates play us like this?" Fire Mountain said, somewhat exasperated. The two of them, along with some other naval soldiers, were watching the purple and golden meteor balls, known as Purple Stream and Golden Meteor, flying away into the distance. At the same time, everyone noticed three figures approaching from this direction. Unsurprisingly, these three were Alan and the two sisters, Lucy and Rucker. After all, apart from Alan, who else could summon such large stones here? Besides the two sisters, who else would be the masters of Purple Stream and Golden Meteor? The three quickly arrived in front of the warship, about 80 meters away and over 40 meters above the sea surface. Once they arrived, Alan taunted, "You two naval vice admirals have some skill, being able to easily neutralize my giant stone." "Ha, big brother Alan. It was still hit by the meteor balls from me and my sister. That last combined attack was too perfect," Rucker laughed in response. Clearly, both the previous giant stone and the Purple Stream and Golden Meteor hidden inside the last two giant stones were all part of a combined attack skill executed by Alan and the two sisters together. Now, the two meteor balls were integrated with the sisters, so they could naturally manipulate the meteor balls and form Haki on the surface of stones, which wasn't difficult as long as their Haki training level was high enough. It was evident that the three had long noticed the naval warship over here, which led to that spectacular combined attack. You guys do seem capable." "Damn pirates, I won't let you off," the Fire Mountain said with a smile, while the Ghost Spider spoke with a fierce expression. However, in their hearts, the two had already begun to grow cautious, as they had fully understood from that last move. Since departing from the naval headquarters until now, they had somewhat underestimated their opponents, considering both the intelligence and the fact that the other party appeared young. But with that last attack, especially being able to apply Haki on the stones with just weapons, it was clear their opponents were not simple. At the same time, they were very surprised that these three should only be crew members, and according to the latest intelligence, they were the navigator sisters Lucy and Rucker and Alan, who worked as a chef on the ship. Therefore, as the captain, Kuruda, who was said to have already acquired Conqueror's Haki, must be stronger than these three. If these three were already stronger than them, being vice admirals, then these three must at least be candidates for admiral. Didn't that mean Kuruda had already reached the strength of an admiral? Thinking of this, the two were immediately horrified. They realized that this capture mission was impossible to accomplish. It was obvious that although they were Navy and the other party were pirates, the strength difference was too great to talk about capturing. Thus, they could only choose a path they had previously looked down upon, which was to test the other party's strength a bit and then retreat. But at the same time, they still did not forget another point. Neither of them turned their heads, but exchanged a brief glance. Fireburn Mountain smiled slightly again and said you few pirates actually took the initiative to come to a Navy warship. Although we have lost our long-range cannon capabilities, aren't you underestimating us? We have many people here. Fireburn Mountain's words were actually a delay tactic for Ghost Spider. They had not forgotten that if the latter situation occurred, they must immediately activate the Din Din Mushi to record the outcome of the battle with the opponent and send it back so that Admiral Sengoku and the others could see it, allowing for a detailed analysis to understand their enemy in the next battle. In other words, they needed to gather more intelligence about the opponent. Fireburn Mountain was indeed correct in saying this. Although they had lost the ability to fire cannons, they still had the advantage on their warship. After all, there were only 3 opponents, while they had so many Navy soldiers. Even those Navy soldiers could fire their guns from the side. At this moment, Ghost Spider had already signaled some Navy soldiers behind him with his hair, and the soldiers who received the order immediately set up the Den Den Mushi, recording everything that was happening here. Meanwhile, in the sky, Kuruda also saw this scene through Litola and immediately smiled, thinking it was great to gain some reputation points with the Navy High Command. However, it was also quite simple. Even while dining in the restaurant, Kuruda was keeping an eye on the battle on this side. If Alan and the others encountered any unexpected situations, he could provide support at any time or send out a monster. But just hearing Fireburn Mountain's words, Lucy immediately smiled, took out the Ghost Shadow token, and said to the Navy below, "Your information is outdated. Who told you that there were only 4 of us, including the captain, on our ship?" What? Upon hearing this, both Vice Admirals Ghost Spider and Fireburn Mountain, as well as the sharp Navy soldiers below, and even Sengoku in his office at Navy headquarters watching this scene with Karp beside him eating senbei, all looked shocked and incredulous. Could it be that besides that captain and these people, there were others? But why do they have no intelligence at all? Moreover, only a few days have passed, and there hasn't been any news about the other side recruiting people or anything like that. But Lucy didn't give them much time to think and directly took out the token, saying, "Come out, ninjas." The token was now in Lucy's hand, and Kuruda had also given him the temporary authority to use it. The token began to take effect, and soon, from those shadows, whether it was the shadow of the warship or some dark corners of the ship, pairs of blood-red eyes opened wide. The ninja soldiers emerged from within or jumped onto the railings and the sails. The once empty deck was suddenly filled with people, including the original Navy soldiers. Upon seeing the suddenly appearing enemies, especially the ghostly soldiers with grayish-blue skin and red eyes, even these well-trained Navy soldiers were startled by the ninjas' sudden appearance. "What's going on? When did these people show up?" Ghost Spider said in a daze as he looked at them. "This outfit, could it be the legendary ninjas? And the ability to emerge from the shadows, could that also be the so-called ninjutsu from legend?" Fire Mountain also had a dazed expression as he spoke. It was clear that both of these vice admirals were taken aback, but they still had to prepare for battle immediately, gripping their knives tightly. Of course, this also included some naval soldiers below. Some were clenching their fists, while others were gripping their weapons, ready to draw their swords and guns at any moment. However, over at the naval headquarters, both Sengoku and Karp were stunned for a moment upon seeing these ninjas. As veteran members of the Navy, they had slowly risen from ordinary soldiers and had seen all kinds of storms and various other species. But they had never encountered ninja soldiers like these before. Generally speaking, when one thinks of ninjas, they often think of countries that have already been occupied by Kaido. Wano country is a nation primarily composed of samurai, known for its unique cultural characteristics. Moreover, they had heard that the earliest methods of training ninjas also originated from Wano. "Sengoku, do you think these ninjas are from Wano?" Karp directly asked Sengoku beside him. Currently, in the office, there were only the 2 of them, and the Den Den Mushi had just made contact. Although they had sent someone to inform Tsuru and the 3 admirals, it had only been a few days, and there were no other special activities. Therefore, even the 3 admirals had not been dispatched to carry out any missions. But soon, these 4 people would arrive as well. However, now there was only Sengoku beside him, and Karp could only ask him, "I'm not sure either. After all, there aren't any famous strong ninjas or special forces here. However, I observed earlier that there are indeed quite a few ninjas over there. Although I don't know their specific combat abilities, we'll have to wait and see." Moreover, it was unexpected that, besides Kuruda, the other 3 were also strong, at least to Vice Admiral level. The original plan to capture them could only end in failure now. "I just hope they can hold on a bit longer and then retreat, helping us gather more information." Sengoku first responded to Karp's words and then said directly, When he saw so many ninjas and the strength displayed by Alan and Lucille, at least at the Vice Admiral level, he thought about the fact that the opponent had a captain above that level. This capture was no longer realistic. It would be better to use this opportunity to gather more intelligence to prepare for the next capture or elimination. It seems that's the only way. Karp nodded and said, to be honest, he had spent time with Kuruda and the others in the past, and didn't he want them to be captured like this? Moreover, he had heard about their deeds, knowing they only killed evil people and helped civilians. The previous disappointment instantly vanished, and Karp smiled upon hearing this. It was still the same group of people as last time. They hadn't changed. However, thinking about how his grandson seemed to have gone to sea as a pirate, he suddenly had a headache. He was wondering when he could find a reason to go back quickly to intercept Luffy before he entered the Grand Line, so he could convince him under the iron fist of love to join the Navy. Full-scale war had begun, but at that moment, seeing the scene transmitted through the phone, Sengoku immediately sat up and said. Karp looked over upon hearing this, and indeed found that they had already started fighting. Ninjas, kill all these damn Marines. Lucille, holding the token, directly issued orders. Meanwhile, Alan approached Onikomo. He was a bit interested in this 8-sword-style swordsman, so he decided to have a go at this spider. Lucille, with her sister's permission, flew down to control the purple flow and charged towards the burning mountain. At the same time, Alan, attacking Onikomo, wrapped his armed Haki around the Hautian hammer and swung it down. With a loud bang, since Alan attacked Onikomo's left side, Onikomo used the 4 swords on his left to block the blow, also using armed Haki. However, feeling the immense power transmitted from the sword, his expression changed drastically, and he was directly smashed away by Alan's hammer, crashing heavily against the nearby railing. However, Alan took the opportunity to pursue and directly confronted the ghost spider, using several large boulders as giant stone missiles, launching them towards him like cannonballs. Meanwhile, Fire Mountain was also using his knife to block Ruko's purple flow. However, Ruka immediately flew over and kicked Zilliu. Her powerful strength, combined with the inertia from her aerial charge, made even Hiwashishin take several steps back. Paper drawing. Hiwashishin quickly used one of the 6 styles, paper drawing, releasing all his body strength. By utilizing the changes in airflow caused by his opponent's movements, he could make his body as light as paper, allowing him to control his body effortlessly and dodge incoming attacks at the last moment. Thus, this was essentially a dodging-type martial arts skill. Hiwashishin evaded this move, then spun around and slashed down towards Ruko with his blade. However, Luffy's feet were directly entwined with armament Haki, and he kicked to block. The two of them were in a stalemate, while the ghost spider once again swung his knives, shattering the boulders completely. However, he was also directly charged at by Alan, who smashed down with a hammer, forcing Ghost Spider to immediately use 8 knives to defend against this powerful blow. Meanwhile, the Navy soldiers on the ship engaged in combat with the ninja troops, with some ninjas and Navy soldiers directly sparring using physical techniques, while others fought each other with weapons. Although many of the Navy soldiers here knew the 6 styles, they were not afraid of death, and the experienced ninja soldiers were able to face them head-on. In addition, when they encountered danger, they could slip into the shadows of their enemies to evade attacks, and then emerge from the shadows for surprise attacks. Moreover, the ninja soldiers were proficient in various weapons, making their combat abilities highly versatile. Therefore, it was certain that there would be casualties on the Navy's side, while the number of ninja soldiers was also decreasing. But soon, whether it was the Navy soldiers killing the ninja soldiers or seeing Sengoku and Karp on the phone, they were all stunned. Because at the moment of killing the ninja soldier directly transformed into a mass of black energy and then disappeared. What is going on here? Am I seeing things? What happened to that big living person? Karp said with wide eyes, filled with disbelief. But let us not talk about him. Even Sengoku beside him, as well as the crane and the 3 generals who had already arrived here, were stunned by this scene. What's going on? I'm not sure, but one thing is for certain. These ninjas are definitely not ordinary beings. After shaking his head, Sengoku immediately said with a serious expression. The others nodded in agreement. After all, what kind of creature dies like this, leaving no corpse behind? At the same time, they were also very curious about what kind of beings these were. Everyone here is a strong fighter, well experienced, yet they don't recognize them at all. Curiosity arises from the unknown. But look, the number of those black ninjas is also decreasing. They must be dying. Akiji Kuzan pointed to a corner of the screen and said, Indeed, not only are the Navy soldiers continuously suffering casualties in the footage, but even the ninja battalion is disappearing after death, with no increase in numbers. After all, these are just tokens, not direct, ghostly masks or the powers of generals, so there are certain limitations. Lucy, seeing the dwindling ghostly army, immediately recalled what Kuruda had said before setting out about the ghostly tokens. The strength of the ghostly ninja soldiers is basically at the level of Navy lieutenants, and each time, a maximum of over 500 can be summoned, with a cooldown period. In other words, they cannot be used continuously in a short time. Regarding this, Lucy didn't say much. It's reasonable for such a magical item to have limitations. Otherwise, if one could summon the ghostly army infinitely, such an item would surely be well known throughout history. But how could she have imagined that this token only appeared in the sea today and does not belong to this world? Moreover, seeing the fully subdued Navy soldiers, Lucy did not feel anything wrong. At least the Navy could hold these ghost soldiers back or even eliminate them. At the same time, she also saw that Brother Alan had broken the deadlock. The ghost spider seemed unable to hold on any longer and directly used paper drawings to dodge the hammer. Alan also smashed the railing and the deck below with a single hammer strike, shattering it to pieces. A great opportunity. Take this, you damn fatso. Seeing that Alan had not yet retracted his hammer, the ghost spider's eyes lit up, thinking he had seized the chance. Suddenly, he thrust out 2 swords, using the finger gun technique from the 6 dials. He concentrated all his strength on his index finger, releasing a strike with his hardened fingertip in the blink of an eye. The fingertip had bullet-like attack power, capable of easily piercing through a human body. It could also be applied to weapons, such as fired bullets or sharp weapons. The ghost spider was very confident in this move. Not only had the opponent not retracted his hammer, but the angle was also tricky, making it hard to react with other martial arts. Although this guy should be a devil fruit user with the ability to control Earth, there was no time for martial arts now. As for Haki, he did not believe that a little brat could provide much defense when using it in a hurry. Therefore, the ghost spider was full of confidence in this move. But when Alan heard the ghost spider call him fatty, his eyes instantly filled with rage. He hated it the most when enemies refer to him that way. Remembering that Kuruda had said he could go all out this time, he decided to use that move, or rather, a certain ability. Alan shot a glare at the ghost spider, and then a special pressure emanated directly from his body. A massive wave of energy surged forward, and the ghost spider felt an overwhelming sense of oppression, along with a force rushing toward him. He quickly used 3 long swords to brace against his chest for defense. However, soon, the ghost spider was pushed out by Alan's Conqueror's Haki, which had already reached a high level. Not only could it release spiritual power, akin to the aura of a ruler, stunning some minor characters and lackeys, but the released Haki pressure could also cause some actual damage, pushing people away. Moreover, the impact was not limited to the ghost spider. The Conqueror's Haki basically unleashed a wide range of damage. Thus soon, both warships were completely affected. Instantly, Ruko and Fire Mountain, who were in a stalemate on another ship nearby, were also influenced by the Haki, but mainly Fire Mountain was affected more, while Ruko was slightly less so. After all, Alan could still control the Conqueror's Haki and distinguish between friend and foe. Therefore, Fire Mountain quickly revealed a flaw, which Ruko seized upon, and after retracting his leg, he executed a flying kick, sending Fire Mountain flying out. As for those Navy soldiers, they were mostly weaklings and naturally fainted from the shock. The Ghost Shadow Corps did not faint, as they were not truly living beings. Now, the only Navy members still standing and able to fight were Fire Mountain and Ghost Spider, while everyone else had been knocked out. At this moment, the battle between both sides also ceased due to Alan's release of Conqueror's Haki. Fire Mountain and Ghost Spider stared blankly at Alan. As seasoned vice admirals, they recognized him. After all, they mainly operated in the New World and could withstand this power. However, they never expected to encounter such a force in the EC, embodied in such a small fat boy, and not just any ordinary strength. How is this possible? You actually have Conqueror's Haki, Ghost Spider said, staring blankly at Alan. How could this be? According to the intelligence, isn't the one with Conqueror's Haki that kid named Kuruda? Why does this little fat boy have it too? Fire Mountain said, equally dumbfounded. Clearly, both of them still could not believe all of this. Of course, it wasn't just them. The Navy high-ranking officials watching this scene through the din mushy also had expressions of disbelief. Kapu, I remember you said this little fat boy named Alan is supposedly the enemy's cook, right? Sengoku said, trembling a bit as he spoke to Kapu beside him. Conqueror's Haki. That is indeed Conqueror's Haki. Not to mention those strange ninjas. Among the normal humans, there are currently 4 on the other side, and 3 are here. But unexpectedly, apart from the captain, there is actually 1 more person here with Conqueror's Haki. But the problem is, on a pirate crew, apart from the captain, There is actually another person who possesses Conqueror's Haki, and he is just as young, and he's a chef. How can he remain calm? Sengoku, who still cannot believe it, can only ask Karp, because he really cannot believe everything in front of him. Sengoku, I know you can't believe it, but back then, I personally tasted many dishes made by this little fatty. He's really a chef. Sigh, the world has really changed. Even chefs have Conqueror's Haki now. Karp shook his head and said, while feeling in his heart, lamenting that he seems to have aged and is a bit out of touch with the pace of the young people. Wow, to think there is a chef who possesses Conqueror's Haki. That's really terrifying. Borsalino pretended to be scared and said from his side, even though the possessor of Conqueror's Haki is just a young person, as a Marine Admiral, he naturally doesn't take him seriously. But it has caught his attention to some extent because the other party was able to suppress a seasoned Vice Admiral like Ghost Spider, which means he is at least a candidate for Admiral. A candidate for Admiral is enough to attract his attention. What a troublesome bunch. Whether it's these little brats or these ninjas. I should have been the one to go. I could definitely burn them to ashes with my magma. Sakazuki said angrily, slamming the table. All right, you all calm down a bit. At least we know that the other side actually has a possessor of Conqueror's Haki. We can act without being caught off guard by this one. Crane shook her head and said from the side. She had long lost hope for this capture operation. But soon, the next scene left the six of them once again in shock. On the naval warship, Ruka suddenly pouted angrily and then unleashed the power of Conqueror's Haki towards Burning Mountain. What did you just call Brother Ku, brat? You old hag. Prepare to meet your end. Lucy, with an angry expression, spun several times in place, and with a surge of golden energy wrapping around the purple flow, she threw it at Burning Mountain. At the same time, not only Ruka, but upon hearing someone slander her most beloved Brother Ku, Lucy also ordered the ghost ninjas to stand by and then unleashed her Conqueror's Haki, charging down with the golden flow. Above the golden flow, there was also a surge of golden Haki energy appearing. Seeing the meteor balls coming towards him, even if there were two, Burning Mountain still maintained a smile. However, upon seeing the state of the two sisters and the golden energy above the meteor balls, he was left dumbfounded, mouth agape and eyes wide. Not only him, but even the nearby Ghost Spider and the naval high-ups watching through the image phone bug were also stunned. At this moment, whether it was Burning Mountain on the scene or Karp watching from afar, they both uttered 5 words: Conqueror's Haki entanglement. Especially Burning Mountain, who shouted it out loud. Because he was the one being attacked by the Conqueror's Haki, he was also fully wrapping his sword with armament Haki and began to fend off the 2 meteor balls. However, under the same level of circumstances, being able to master the entanglement of Conqueror's Haki definitely provided an advantage and overwhelming power. It didn't take long before Burning Mountain was pushed back by the meteor balls, and Lucy and Ruka took the opportunity to advance in battle. Meanwhile, Ghost Spider was also feeling the pressure. As he watched the battle over there becoming intense and stagnant, he suddenly sensed a terrifying energy, one that felt very familiar, as if he had seen it not long ago. Turning around, he saw Alan smiling at him, continuing to release Conqueror's Haki while adding the entanglement to the Heavenly Hammer. You can too, Ghost Spider said, stunned. The entire team of 4 actually all could use Conqueror's Haki entanglement. What kind of nonsense is this? What kind of possibility is this? Is he still not awake? But in any case, Alan smiled at him, then directly picked up the hammer and swung it down. The Ghost Spider quickly raised his sword to block, but this time it really wasn't going to work. After all, it was wrapped in Conqueror's Haki. And on top of that, Alan had also enhanced his strength for this blow. With a loud bang, the Ghost Spider was sent flying by Alan's hammer. However, it wasn't over yet. Alan struck again with his hammer, smashing a large boulder that directly hit the unprepared Ghost Spider in the chest. The sudden impact caused Ghost Spider to spit out blood. Who are you calling little ghost? Say that again. Alan roared as he continued to attack Ghost Spider furiously with his hammer. Each strike was accompanied by either Conqueror's Haki or Armament Haki, making Ghost Spider suffer greatly. On the other side, Fire Mountain was also in trouble. Lucy and Ruka, the 2 sisters, worked together seamlessly, and with the power of the twin fruits, they fought recklessly. Their Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki were both at a high level, and the gap in strength between a candidate admiral and a vice admiral was significant, leaving Fire Mountain at a disadvantage against the 2 sisters. Taking advantage of Ruka's brief suppression of Fire Mountain, Lucy directly used the Ghost Shadow token to command the ninja soldiers to tie up the unconscious Navy soldiers first, while also taking control of the 2 Navy warships. She didn't forget Kuruda's orders. If they could capture them, they should do so directly. However, the 2 vice admirals needed to be severely injured before being brought back, and through these captives, they planned to extort a hefty sum from the Navy headquarters. Although they were currently well-stocked, who would complain about having less? If the Barrelot couldn't hold everything, they could always buy some space storage items from the market. As a big villain, one must have a rich and extensive treasure. Moreover, these captives would make great spectators. Through them and the image-transmitting snail, they could send footage back to the Navy headquarters, allowing them to earn a significant amount of reputation points once more. This was Kuruda's plan, orderly and interconnected. Soon, after receiving orders, the ninja soldiers sprang into action. They either tied up the Navy soldiers with ropes or entered the ship's cabin to capture any remaining stragglers or take control of the cockpit. Catching a glimpse of this scene, Ghost Spider and Fire Mountain were both taken aback. Now, they couldn't even escape. They had no flying ability, and the nearest place was Shell's Town. But going there was a dead end, especially since the enemy's captain was still there. It would be like sending themselves into the tiger's mouth. However, the two of them were unable to escape under Alan and their fierce offensive. And defeat and capture were only a matter of time. At this moment, in the office of the Marine Headquarters Marshal, seeing this scene through the video phone, Sengoku trembled as he pointed at the screen and said, "How is this possible? Is this a joke?" Akainu Sakazuki said angrily, "Wow, everyone is Conqueror's Haki. That's really terrifying." Even Borsellino was genuinely surprised this time, not pretending. The key is that they're so young. Even Akiji had the same expression and said, "It's only been a few years. Have these young people become this powerful? They have mastered Conqueror's Haki and even its application. And if those three have mastered it, then Kuruda probably has too." The facts were right in front of them. This was indeed a very promising pirate crew. Moreover, they had cultivated Conqueror's Haki to the point of mastering its application. Tsuru first shook her head, then exclaimed, as it was the first time she had seen such a promising young team. But there are only these 4 of them for now. Well, have you ever seen or heard of a pirate crew with 4 users of Conqueror's Haki who have already learned its application? Even the Rock's pirates, before Rock's death, had very few crew members who could use it, even among today's 4 emperors. What is this? I think it's called the Fallen Pirates, right? They already have a prototype that surpasses the Lotus Pirates and must be approached with the utmost caution. Sengoku quickly realized this, took a deep breath, and said heavily. It was clear that he had regarded Kuruda's Fallen Pirates as the Rock's pirates of that year. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded, but they were still very shocked. Could this Fallen Pirates really be comparable to or even surpass the Rock Pirates? If that were the case, they would really need to focus a lot of attention on them. Only Sakazuki looked disdainful, for in his eyes, what did it matter if they had Conqueror's Haki in its application? In the end, they were just a bunch of kids and a group of mediocre ninjas. But suddenly, a scream came from the screen, drawing everyone's attention, and their faces immediately turned grim. How violent! It turned out that at this moment, Alan had grabbed Ghost Spider's hair from behind and was crazily smashing his face with the skyhammer. The screams were coming from this. The naval high-ranking officials in the office gasped, especially Ghost Spider's face, which was already unrecognizable from blood. Ultimately, after being struck by Alan's skyhammer, which was enhanced with rock and wrapped with Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki, he was hit in the chest and flew out, crashing into the back sail. Everything Ghost Spider hit was shattered, and it was a horrific sight. Finally, unable to endure the pain any longer, Ghost Spider, who spat out a large mouthful of blood, fell unconscious among the wreckage on the ship. With a strong sense of unwillingness, he never expected to be defeated by such a little fat guy so easily. The opponent absolutely had the strength of a candidate for Admiral and was even extremely close to becoming one. No, this little fat guy might really become an Admiral-level powerhouse in the future, was Ghost Spider's last thought before losing consciousness. Ghost Spider, damn it. You two damn girls. I'll fight you to the end. Seeing Ghost Spider's miserable state, even Fire Mountain could no longer maintain a smile. However, when he saw the 2 girls coming at him again, he furiously charged forward with his sword. He was determined to make a final desperate fight because he understood that their situation was dire and he might become a prisoner. But even so, he wanted to bite off a piece of flesh from the opponent in the end, especially since they were just little girls. How could he face people again if he lost to these 2 little girls, being a mid-ranking officer and considered an elder? Soon, Fire Mountain fully wrapped his Armament Haki around his katana, enhancing his speed and attack power with the 6 styles, and slashed at the 2 sisters. However, they blocked him with their own wrapped Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki meteor balls. Golden Meteor. Lucy launched an attack, summoning a large meteor that directly knocked Fire Mountain into the air. Meteor Shower. Then, Ruko easily finished him off with a Meteor Shower attack. and he ultimately couldn't hold on any longer and fell unconscious. Just like that, the 2 warships sent by the Marine headquarters, along with 300 elite soldiers and 2 rear admirals, were completely annihilated and became prisoners of the target. But Kuruda and the others, including Naval, are still pretending to be pigs, eating tigers. In this battle, whether it's Alan or the 2 sisters, they haven't even used their devil fruit abilities yet. The true passive abilities of the twin fruit, as well as the ancient beast and power of the gluttonous fruit, have yet to be revealed. Seeing that things were settled, Lucy directly ordered the ninja soldiers to heavily restrain the ghost spider and the fire mountain, and then bring the 2 warships next to the bowl. At the same time, Lucy continued to carry out Kuruda's last command, waking up a relatively high-ranking Navy officer and directly threatening him. She instructed him to find a communication snail to contact their headquarters, stating that within 3 days, regardless of who comes, they must pay 50 million berries to redeem their people. Otherwise, they would all be executed and their bodies thrown into the sea to feed the sea kings and fish. The awakened Navy officer was immediately terrified and trembling. He didn't expect such a ruthless side from such a little girl. But he quickly complied, finding a communication snail and making a call. It seemed they hadn't discovered the image snail yet, as they had already recorded the scene over there. Akiji immediately said, "Humph, after all, they're from a small place, East Blue. They probably only know about communication snails and not the many types of them." Akainu said disdainfully, "Ahem." Karp coughed uncomfortably twice, and Akainu suddenly felt embarrassed, forgetting it was a big shot from East Blue present. However, Karp just gave him a glance and then said to Tsuru and Sengoku, "You all understand the other party's conditions. Within 3 days, we must hand over 50 million berries. What do you think?" The other party isn't asking for an exorbitant amount. 50 million is reasonable, considering the 2 experienced admirals in the Navy, along with those soldiers and warships. It's actually worth more than that, so we should send someone over. Tsuru looked at everyone and said, "Since that's the case, Kazan, Karp, you 2 should go. From the Navy headquarters, take Karp's warship and go all out. 3 days isn't necessary. Once you rescue the people, you 2 can go all out. Kazan's freezing ability combined with Karp's Iron Fist, I believe you could definitely take them down. This group's potential is already comparable to the Rock's pirates, and we must take them down completely before they grow. Otherwise, our Navy will definitely be restless in the future." Sengoku said seriously. He would never allow such a pirate group to continue running loose and growing. Because once this pirate group grows, they're still so young, and the older generation doesn't know how many years they have left. If this threat isn't eliminated in the cradle, the Navy might really perish at their hands in the future. As the current commander of the Navy, he must eradicate this threat in its infancy. The others basically nodded in agreement. They had witnessed it firsthand, so they were very clear that, although the other side currently only had 4 normal humans and a large group of ninjas, the potential and talent they had already shown, along with their age, were indeed a bit terrifying. If this threat isn't dealt with in a timely manner, in the future, such a small snowball will ultimately grow into a big snowball, one capable of overwhelming the Navy. Moreover, with Akiji and Karp, 1 admiral and the Navy hero, their powerful freezing ability combined with the invulnerable Iron Fist is more than enough to eliminate this threat in its cradle. Originally, Akainu was very unhappy that he couldn't go this time. But after hearing Fleet Admiral Sengoku say that the 4 emperors of the New World were restless and needed him and Kizuru to go, he could only nod. Because in his eyes, the weight of the 4 emperors in the New World was naturally greater than these few kids. Akiji, although a bit lazy and unwilling, could only go because it was the Admiral's order. As for Karp, he was very happy. He hadn't thought of a reason to return to East Blue to educate his grandson, and now it was just right to pass by. As for Kuruda and the others, after his understanding over the past few days, they weren't truly bad people, so if they could be let go, they should. Moreover, he had a premonition that even if he went with Akiji this time, it might still be difficult to take the other party down. After all, they still had a lot of confidence, which they didn't know about. As for the image snail, they had already turned it off on their side. After all, the Navy being captured by pirates was such a disgraceful thing that they couldn't bear to watch. In fact, to prevent bad public opinion from spreading, Sengoku had already ordered to suppress those newspapers as much as possible. In short, this matter must not be allowed to spread. Unfortunately, they forgot one person, the Information King. Morgans, the president of the World News Agency, one of the 6 Dark Kings underground. With the 2 large Navy warships that had previously come all the way from the Navy headquarters to the East Sea, it was only natural that this person would take notice, hoping to encounter some big news. Therefore, the earlier initial clash between the fallen pirates and the Navy had already been captured and sent back by the Seagulls and some people from the World News Agency. And at that moment, Morgans was overjoyed. He didn't expect that this time following them would actually lead to big news. Soon, after a flurry of writing and printing, the Seagulls quickly delivered the new newspapers to the whole world. Most of the headlines were like this: Super newcomers appear in the East Sea. All possess Conqueror's Haki. The strongest new pirate crew has emerged in the East Sea. The Navy actually captured by pirates for ransom. Is this moral decay or loss of dignity? The mysterious black-clad ninja, vanishing into shadows, mysterious deaths. Is it related to Wano? One has to admit that Morgans, being able to make information a specialty at world-class level, has some talent, or one might say a bit of literary flair. These news pieces were quite captivating. Of course, there are photos as evidence, including Alan and the two sisters, demonstrating their Conqueror's Haki and using it in combat. There were also many images of the Shadow Ninjas engaging with Navy soldiers, as well as scenes of the Navy being captured. This time, the entire sea was thoroughly shaken, as the combination of this information was quite shocking. There was no way around it. Such explosive news even stirred the four emperors. The Dressrosa Kingdom is currently ruled by Don Quixote Doflamingo, a former celestial dragon with the power of the string fruit, and he is also an underground king and a top warlord with a bounty of 340 million. With blonde hair, wearing sunglasses, and dressed in a pink feather coat and cropped pants, he is accustomed to wearing pointed shoes. Looking at the newspaper handed over by his subordinates, Doflamingo fell silent for a moment after seeing the content, then suddenly burst into his unique laughter. Hee. This is really interesting. Such a group of newcomers. It seems the new era is really about to arrive. And what about those ninjas? Are they really from Wano? The next time the three calamities come to collect artificial devil fruits, they should definitely ask. Doflamingo said one after another, but it was clear that he had developed a bit of interest in the Shadow Ninjas. On the territory of the red-haired pirates in the New World, during the latter half of the Great Pirate Era, precisely on an island where their pirate ship, the Redforth, was docked, Shanks, one of the four emperors with a bounty of over 4 billion, was watching his crewmates hold a feast. At the same time, he had also received the new newspaper from the Seagulls. Upon seeing the information on it, he was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Haha, this is really interesting. The Navy has really embarrassed themselves this time. Although I don't know what will happen next, we can wait. However, Captain, it seems the new era you were looking forward to has finally begun. I wonder if Luffy has set sail yet. The response from this four emperor was quite normal. The other three, namely the strongest creature, Kaido, the strongest man, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, and the iron balloon, Charlotte Linlin, originally only took a glance at the fallen pirates from the East Sea. After all, they were just a group of small newcomers. They would wait to see what happened once they reached the New World. However, upon seeing this news, apart from Captain Kuruda, it was surprising that even the small navigator and the chef were also possessors of Conqueror's Haki. Even the three of them were taken aback, or rather, a little dazed, because they all simultaneously thought of a memory from over 30 years ago, the Rocks Pirates. Now, as the three of them thought carefully, back when the Rocks Pirates first started, although they were among the earliest to board at that time apart from Whitebeard, even Kaido and Charlotte Linlin would not dare to say they had mastered Conqueror's Haki. Not to mention that Conqueror's Haki was intertwined. They certainly did not master this before the age of 20. As veterans, they finally realized how terrifying the talent and potential of this pirate crew was. At least at the beginning, it had even surpassed the original Rocks Pirates. Now, even the three of them had sent people to pay special attention to the fallen pirates. Meanwhile, many great pirates and leaders of powerful factions also saw the newspaper and paid some attention, to some extent, to the fallen pirates, which is indeed the strongest rookie pirate crew at present. But now, no matter what, Alan, Lucy, and the two sisters had the Ghost Shadow Troop keep an eye on the Navy, and they immediately notified the two warships next to the bowl. They quickly took out some good wine and brewed juice from the kitchen of the bowl and flew back to the restaurant, joining this brand new gathering of friends in time. Upon seeing them finally arrive, Luffy and the others, especially Luffy, expressed their welcome one after another. However, in fact, Luffy and Kobe were interested in the juice, while Zoro was eyeing the wine. They believed that since such a powerful figure as Kuruda specifically requested these, they must be very delicious juices and fine wines. At the dining table, everyone introduced themselves to each other. However, besides the four from Kuruda's side and the three from Luffy's side, there was actually one more person. No need to guess. It was naturally the little girl who was saved by Zoro and later fed rice balls by him. She was also invited to the table. A kind-hearted little girl who could eat a lot. Kuruda could still afford to treat her. After all, he had robbed so much money from those noble pirates. So why not spend it? However, everyone still shared their abilities and goals. For example, Luffy wanted to become the Pirate King and was a user of the Gum Gum fruit. Simply put, a devil fruit user. Zoro, of course, aimed to become the world's greatest swordsman. As for Kobe, he currently just wanted to become a Navy officer and report as needed. Then there was Kuruda, who wanted to become the ultimate villain and was a user of the Chaos fruit. Alan, who wanted to taste all kinds of food and create all kinds of cuisine, was a chef and also a user of the mythical Zoan-type glutton fruit. The two sisters, Lucy and Lucko, aspired to be super performers who could bring pain to evildoers and joy to kind and innocent people, and they were users of the twin fruit. As for the little girl, well, she was still too young, so let's wait for later to talk about her. Kuruda said, I introduced Mr. Zoro from Shellstown to Luffy, which is why we came. What about you? After finishing this meal, everyone returned to the square where the earlier fight had occurred. And Kobe asked a crucial question. After he asked, Luffy and Zoro looked over with curious expressions, including the little girl. At the same time, Alan and the two sisters suddenly realized. Yes, they almost forgot that according to Boss Kuruda, they came this time to recruit a former friend of his, who seemed to be a powerful swordsman. Hearing this, and realizing that the Navy issue had been resolved, it was time to continue executing the original plan. Kuruda smiled and said, I am also here to recruit a swordsman. A friend I once introduced is here. Although I'm not sure if he is still around. I want to give it a try if he hasn't left. A swordsman? Hearing that it was a swordsman, Zoro's eyes lit up. He aspired to be the world's greatest swordsman, so he naturally wanted to challenge various swordsmen to continuously grow. Therefore, upon hearing that the other party was a swordsman, he would step forward to challenge, but he had to assess the opponent's strength first. He despised challenging weaklings. A swordsman valued by Mr. Kuruda should not be an ordinary person, Kobe said with a surprised expression. Oh, really? That sounds so interesting. But if he is still here, how will you call him out? Luffy laughed loudly, intrigued, but still curious about how Kuruda would bring this swordsman out. But sometimes the simplest method is the most effective one. Kuruda stepped out directly from the crowd and, as if truly roaring like a lion, said loudly enough for the entire town of Shells to hear. Heath, if you're still here, come out quickly. With Kuruda's strength now, at least at the general level, his voice echoed throughout the entire town, startling many residents who trembled and hid away. However, this was for those who were a bit farther away. At this moment, Kuruda and the others were actually on the same street, and many residents had already recognized Kuruda as the hero who had rescued them and slain the Monka father and son. Yet, the volume of his voice was so great that they couldn't help but cover their ears. But at the same time, a hint of curiosity arose in their hearts. Who is this so-called hero named Sid? But everyone was dumbfounded, including Alan and the two sisters, because this method of calling someone out was simply too primitive and too silly. Alan couldn't help but smirk and asked, Brother Kuru, is this really the method you mentioned? Isn't it a bit too silly? After letting out a roar, Kuru turned to him and smiled. That's not what I meant, big brother, don't misunderstand. Alan said with a bit of a laugh. It's fine, but this is the best method we have. Not to mention whether he is here or not. I also don't know where he lives. We can't just go from house to house looking for him. So it's better to just call out directly. However, since it's been so long and he hasn't come out with his strength, he has probably already left. Kuru initially expressed that he didn't care about this at all, then suddenly pretended to be regretful and said, Kuru, it seems your partner really isn't here. Lucy said with a wry smile when no one appeared after a long wait. It's been so long, he really isn't here. Ruka also agreed with her sister's words. I was looking forward to it for nothing, Luffy said, scratching his head, feeling a bit disappointed, and this included Kobe and Zoro beside him, especially Zoro, who seemed to be unable to meet the powerful swordsman Kuru mentioned. As someone who wanted to challenge all swordsmen and become the world's greatest swordsman, Zoro was naturally very disappointed. But only Kuruda himself knew that he had already said the secret signal agreed upon before on the ship. Given how loud he had been earlier, Sid couldn't possibly have missed it, so he should be arriving soon. After all, they had been eagerly anticipating this battle for a long time. However, seeing that the other party had not yet appeared, although he was unclear about what this guy was up to, it was still within the script. He immediately turned around and, with a hint of disappointment, said to everyone, Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize. It seems my old friend is truly not here. That's all right. We were prepared for this. What is that? Luffy still thought Kuruda was genuinely disappointed, but in fact, even the others were deceived. They immediately tried to comfort him, but suddenly he noticed something flying towards them. Instantly, their expressions changed drastically, and the others felt the same way. They sensed danger from the thing flying towards them. And even the timid KB was scared enough to sit on the ground. It seems this trip wasn't in vain. However, the sharp-eyed Kuruda had already discovered that it was clearly the shadow crowbars he had helped Sid choose. This guy finally arrived, and the battle was finally about to begin. So, after laughing, he infused his fist with armament Haki and threw a punch. With a clanging sound, he sent the 2 shadow crowbars flying back. Why did Kuruda's hand suddenly turn black? Moreover, it seemed to greatly enhance his attack and defense power. Luffy clearly saw that something black seemed to be gathering on Kuruda's hand, although he didn't know what exactly it was. He guessed that the black substance enhanced Kuruda's defense and attack power due to his remarkable combat talent. That's Haki, Alan said without looking back. To be precise, it was armament Haki. It could attach a kind of black energy material to the body, greatly enhancing combat ability. The 2 sisters, Rockaloo and Lucy, also spoke one after another. The 3 then detailed what Haki was to Luffy, introducing the 3 types of Haki. Even Conqueror's Haki, after all, the 3 of them possessed it, and the captain would probably use it later, so it was better to explain all of them. However, this explanation instantly shocked Luffy and the others. They never expected such a magical power existed in this world. At the same time, the 3 of them made up their minds that their dreams were destined to become strong, and they must master Haki. As for Conqueror's Haki, they could only leave it to fate. However, Luffy and Zoro felt a premonition in their hearts that they would definitely master this most difficult Haki. But suddenly, everyone heard a voice, or rather a sound that was a mix of 2 voices. One rhythm sounded lively, but was filled with heavy footsteps, while the other was the sound of a sharp object scraping against the ground, a continuous scratching noise. Everyone turned to look, including Kuruda, who had known in advance. And he was also smiling. They discovered that a man was walking towards them, wearing a black hat and dressed in a black combat suit and cloak. Most importantly, the 2 crowbars that had been aimed at them earlier were now sheathed at his waist. He was also holding a black longsword, walking over with sparks and lightning. At the same time, a very powerful aura of sword intent was emanating from his body. Upon sensing this sword intent, Zoro's eyes lit up, filled with an excited flame. A swordsman, definitely a swordsman, and a very powerful one at that. He was about to draw the long knife at his waist to declare war, but was stopped by Eren with a hammer. Confused, Zoro looked at Eren, who smiled and explained directly. This should be the person my captain is looking for. Let my captain handle it. Besides, this guy's gaze is currently only on my captain. After hearing this, Zoro looked over and indeed found it to be the case. Thus, he could only helplessly give up, retract his sword, and stop his advancing steps. Kuruda, seeing Sid approaching him, also smiled and walked directly up, shouldering the ultimate battle device. At the same time, the aura of a powerful being that belonged to Kuruda was released. However, before that, he had done another thing. After Lucy returned, she had already handed the token back to Kuruda, who immediately ordered a ninja soldier to reopen the captured naval transponder snail. Now, this image had been sent back to the Navy headquarters. In the office, Sengoku was the only one left handling some matters. When he saw that the transponder snail had reopened and was transmitting the scene back, he initially did not understand what was happening. Weren't the Navy soldiers all captured who had opened the transponder snail? However, soon Warring States was attracted by the 2 people in the picture, one of whom he naturally recognized as Kuruda, the captain of the fallen pirates. The reason for the attention was, of course, that as the captain of a pirate crew, he was the most dazzling and noteworthy figure. At the same time, he was very curious about how the chef and navigator under him could be so formidable. So, what kind of strength did Captain Kuruda possess? Otherwise, he couldn't believe that strong individuals like Alan and the 2 sisters would follow Kuruda. There was only one possibility. Kuruda was stronger than them. Therefore, the current scene was a great opportunity to understand, and Warring States naturally set aside what he was doing and focused intently on the scene. He was also very curious about who the man was that was making eye contact with Kuruda, holding a long sword. Could he be a swordsman? Meanwhile, he sent someone to call Crane, who was still at headquarters. At the same time, after a brief glance, it was still Sid who spoke first. It's been a long time, Kuruda. I know your purpose for coming here, and you're lucky I'm about to leave. But if you want me to board your ship, let me see your strength first. After saying this, Sid directly unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, sending energy waves towards Kuruda. Then you'd better prepare yourself to board my ship and become the swordsman on my crew. Kuruda laughed heartily and also released his Conqueror's Haki. Soon, the 2 sides' Conqueror's Haki clashed, impacting everything around them. Many fragile items, such as glass, were shattered, and lighter objects were all blown away. Even the residents inside their houses and the soldiers of the Navy station far away were all knocked unconscious by the influence of these two conquerors' Haki. Originally, Luffy, along with the little girl, was also about to faint, but Zoro and Luffy wouldn't. Their strength was not weak, and they would eventually possess Conqueror's Haki as well, with a seed of Conqueror's Haki already in their hearts. So even though they were affected by the Conqueror's Haki of Kuruda and Sid, Luffy and Zoro would not faint easily. The ones who would truly faint were Kobe and the little girl, but Alan and the two sisters shielded them, protecting them from the influence of the Conqueror's Haki. Luffy exclaimed with a laugh, "Haha, so this is Conqueror's Haki? Yoshi, I want to become the future Pirate King, so I must master it." Zoro, looking at the distant Kuruda and the mysterious swordsman, nodded and said, "As the future greatest swordsman, I also want to possess it." It was clear that he had also developed an interest in the power of Conqueror's Haki. This captain and vice captain had learned about the existence of the three types of Haki much earlier, and their interest had been piqued. The future developments might indeed far exceed what Kuruda understood from the original story. At this moment, seeing the images transmitted again by the imaging phone bug, whether it was Sengoku or the current Crane, they couldn't help but widen their eyes and open their mouths. They had lost count of how many times this had happened today, and it was all because of the same matter, even though it wasn't happening to the same person. After quickly regaining composure, it was Sengoku who first roared in frustration. "Damn it, what is going on? How could another newcomer with Conqueror's Haki emerge and be able to stand toe-to-toe with Kuruda? This strength is definitely above that of a reserve admiral. Has he already reached the level of an admiral? This is outrageous." This is the East Blue, right? When did so many strong individuals appear in the East Blue? This sea is not going to be peaceful, is it? Sitting beside him, Crane watched Sengoku roar, but her expression was also not good. She had already heard the conversation between the two in the images clearly after arriving. This mysterious swordsman was likely acquainted with Kuruda, and Kuruda had come to this town to recruit him. If Kuruda really succeeded in recruiting this swordsman, the fallen pirate crew would gain another strong individual with Conqueror's Haki. Their strength would be further enhanced. As a naval staff officer, this was not what she wanted to see. But now, with a slight sigh, Crane said to Sengoku, "Sengoku, for now, we can only watch. If it doesn't work out, let Peach Rabbit and T-Pig bring some people to catch up with Karp and the others. From the current scene and battle, we can also learn about the enemy's details. We can inform Karp through the transponder snail later. But you're right, these people must be taken down immediately. We absolutely cannot allow them to continue growing in the sea." At this moment, even Crane, who is usually calm, had to admit that if the fallen pirates continued to develop like this, they would likely become a colossal force that even the Navy couldn't shake or would fear. They must be eradicated in the cradle. Otherwise, it would be too late, and the Navy would just wait to be beaten. After we finish watching this battle, let T-Pig and Peach Rabbit chase after them. While the enemy hasn't grown yet and hasn't officially entered the Grand Line, we must completely eliminate the fallen pirates here. After hearing this, Sengoku immediately breathed a sigh of relief, but still pinched his brow and said, "It's starting." Crane quickly replied, as at that moment, Kuruda and Hyde had already engaged in battle, both sides moving simultaneously. Sengoku had to quickly readjust his state to watch this fight. Meanwhile, on the other side, in Shell's town, the battle had already begun, with Kuruda and Hyde charging at each other. Hyde wielded his sword with both hands and, after adding magical power to one strike, slashed horizontally. Kuruda also swung his stick down with both hands, adding armament Haki. With a loud bang, the forces from two different worlds collided, creating a massive airflow that spread and impacted the surroundings. Several nearby buildings were instantly blown to pieces, and even Luffy and the others changed their expressions drastically, quickly dodging to the side. But at this moment, after retreating a bit further, Luffy and the others looked at the two people engaged in the energy collision with astonished eyes, amazed by their strength. At this moment, Zoro was already sweating coldly behind, looking at Sid, and suddenly felt that he seemed a bit like a frog at the bottom of a well. Could he really challenge such a powerful swordsman? The answer was naturally yes. Zoro now looked at Sid with a full fighting spirit. Even if he couldn't win and would die, so what? As someone who pursued swordsmanship with the goal of becoming the greatest swordsman, dying at the hands of such a strong swordsman would be worth it. Otherwise, how could he, as a low-level swordsman, dare to challenge my hawk? At this moment, while Kuruda and Sid continued their energy collision, they suddenly realized that they were still in the town. They exchanged a glance and understood each other's thoughts. They didn't want to involve the town, so they decided to fight outside, on the sea. However, it was Kuruda who took the initiative to attack first, increasing his power to push Sid back, and then directly aimed the ultimate battle instrument at Sid. Chaos shooting. Kuruda shouted. This was originally a skill of the battle instrument, but Kuruda infused it with a touch of chaotic energy, releasing a more powerful destructive beam towards Sid. Seeing this, Sid immediately slashed out with a sword imbued with magical power, colliding directly with the destructive beam. But Sid now understood why Kuruda was doing this. So while pretending to resist, he was actually being pushed back by the beam, flying out towards the sea. Kuruda, meanwhile, maintained the beam while commanding the ghostly soldiers to prepare the phone worm. Feeling it was about time, he stopped the beam's output, grabbed the battle instrument, and charged out. Upon realizing he had reached the sea surface, Sid, seeing Kuruda chasing after him, unleashed a wave of sword energy filled with purple magic. However, as he looked at the imposing and powerful sword energy coming towards him, Kuruda remained completely unfazed and even smiled. In his eyes, that casually unleashed sword energy was simply not enough to be taken seriously. Kuruda once again picked up the ultimate battle instrument, added his armed Haki, and smashed down, effortlessly shattering the sword energy. But soon, Kuruda was stunned by the scene that unfolded next, because Hyder took the opportunity to unleash several sword chi attacks in quick succession, which flew towards Kuruda like dancing butterflies. Chaos Annihilation Thunder. However, this did not mean that Kuruda had no way to respond. At both ends of the battle instrument, white lightning energy appeared simultaneously, infused with the power of chaos. Then, as he swung the two rods, two bolts of lightning charged with chaotic energy struck towards those sword chi. The penetrating power and destructive force of the lightning, along with the annihilating ability of chaos, caused even Hyder to look surprised as all his sword chi was obliterated by Kuruda's lightning. It's not over yet. Hearing the voice, Hyder looked up and found that Kuruda had somehow appeared above him, then swung down with a stick. This strike not only contained lightning infused with chaotic energy, but was also wrapped in armed color Haki. Wow, going all out like this all of a sudden. Even Hyder was taken aback. But at the same time, he had made up his mind that it was time to get serious. Soon, Sid suddenly became resolute, as if an immense and continuous magical power was emanating from his body, all converging onto the shadow sword. Finally, Sid shouted loudly and struck with his sword. The Shadow Wind One sword style. This was Sid's sword technique, a culmination of his long-term understanding of the sword in the other world, combined with his magical power. Boom! The two finally clashed, staff against sword, and the collision of their immense energies directly affected the surrounding world. The clouds in the sky were shattered, the sea below roared, and countless sea creatures fled in fear, as if the very air was about to be torn apart. Eventually, the energy could no longer hold, and amidst the astonished and incredulous gazes of many, a violent explosion occurred. In the center of the clash between the two, a massive amount of fire and smoke erupted. At the same time, the force of the explosion sent both of them back to their original positions. But this is the sea after all, and the fierce sea wind quickly blew away the flames and smoke. However, this seemed to be a signal as the two of them simultaneously looked at each other with the gaze of hunters staring at their prey, and both unleashed their conqueror's Haki. The two powerful conquerors' Haki clashed once again in the air. Soon, Sid finally showcased his advantage, which was speed, as he quickly appeared in front of Kuruda and swung his sword. However, Kuruda easily used his observation Haki to anticipate and then blocked with a stick, wrapping it with armament Haki before striking again. He was met with a sword from Sid, and thus began an impressive duel of swordsmanship and staff techniques in the air. Simultaneously, both were clashing with the wisdom and insights of their original world, infused with the power of a new world. Magic, Haki, martial arts, swordplay, and staff techniques. Their strength and skills were continuously displayed in this aerial combat, resulting in intense collisions. Is Kuruda really this strong? Luffy, who usually laughs and remains optimistic, seemed to realize the vast gap between himself and top-tier powerhouses through this battle. After watching the fight, he was a bit dazed, even wondering if he could still become the Pirate King without such strength. As for Zoro, he also understood the gap between himself and the top powerhouses. However, he wouldn't miss any opportunity to spar with any swordsman. So after this battle, he still wanted to challenge Sid. Conversely, Kobe was startled but also determined to become stronger. Eren and the two sisters were also surprised that this swordsman, whom the captain had taken a liking to, was so powerful. No wonder the captain would go to such lengths to recruit him, if they had a vague understanding of this swordsman's arrival before. They now truly hoped that such a powerful swordsman could join their crew. The captain deserves a strong swordsman, especially a top powerhouse, which would perfectly fill the current void of not having a swordsman on board. Meanwhile, through the video call, Sengoku and Tsuru were becoming a bit serious as they discussed this scene. They could clearly establish that both Kuruda and this swordsman had already reached the strength level of a Marine Admiral. Indeed, through this battle, Sengoku and Tsuru were very certain that the two fighters, whether Kuruda or the mysterious swordsman, had strength comparable to that of a Marine Admiral. They might not surpass the three strongest monsters of the Navy today, but they were not far behind, and they were still young with room for improvement. In contrast, Sengoku was well aware that the potential of Akainu and the other two had basically been exhausted at their age, and since they lacked any kingly qualities, it was essentially impossible for them to possess Conqueror's Haki. But this is because having the Conqueror's Haki, or rather, the top-tier Conqueror's Haki, is the key to becoming a royal-level powerhouse on this sea. If we allow the other party to continue growing like this, Akainu and his two companions will eventually be surpassed. The Navy really lacks fresh blood right now. Although some of these old-timers are royal-level powerhouses, their strength has weakened over the years. In a few more years, they might no longer be around, and by that time, these individuals will definitely become top-tier powerhouses, and they will still be in the same pirate crew. The Navy will surely have to live in their shadow. Thinking of such a possibility, both Sengoku and Tsuru couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. They must stop them. They must stop them. Someone go inform Momonosuke and Chatsu to catch up with Karp and take action together. Sengoku immediately slammed the table and shouted, while also issuing orders to the intelligence officer next to him. Yes, Marshal. The officer immediately saluted and left the office. It was obvious that he had gone to inform Momonosuke and Chatsu. Sengoku, if this swordsman really joins the fallen pirate crew, then they will now have 2 Admiral-level combat powers and 3 candidate Admiral-level powers. Even with Momonosuke and Chatsu, Tsuru said with some concern, "Don't worry. Our quality is significantly greater than theirs, and we still have Karp. His strength hasn't weakened much, and since Karp is very familiar with the EC, even if they want to escape with such a large pirate ship, we can still pursue them continuously. We should trust them. Moreover, what if this swordsman doesn't join them?" Sengoku immediately continued, expressing his viewpoint. But the last sentence seemed to reveal a hint of Sengoku's own worry. "Let's hope so." Tsuru directly shook her head, as she could see more than Sengoku. She clearly remembered that the swordsman spoke of recognition and acknowledgement. If that is the case, given how long the battle has been going on, based on her understanding of these young powerhouses, the possibility of this mysterious swordsman boarding the Kuruda ship is indeed quite high. Furthermore, and most importantly, during the entire Copper Drum incident, she hardly saw Kuruda use any devil fruit abilities, and what was that lightning? It didn't seem like it was influenced by Haki at all. Moreover, they still haven't figured out what the devil fruit abilities of the other 4 are. In summary, she believed that even with Karp personally leading the team, the chances of capturing them were not very high. Meanwhile, the battle between Kuruda and Sid was also nearing its end. The two had been fighting for almost an hour. Although top-tier powerhouses could fight for 3 days and nights, or even 10 days, Kuruda and Sid were ultimately just sparring. Soon, another clash of swords occurred, and the two continued to confront each other in midair. Haha, this battle is exhilarating. To be honest, I've never fought such an evenly matched battle before, Sid said with a laugh, holding his shadow sword. Because this was the truth. From the moment he first made a move in another world with the Shadow Courtyard, he was already invincible. In that world, almost all the battles he experienced were one-sided, and he never had to exert his full strength. However, now that he was in the new world for his first battle, he felt that it was truly an evenly matched fight, something he had never experienced before. This was also why Sid couldn't help but laugh heartily. "So, do you agree to board my ship and become my swordsman?" Kuruda asked with a smile. This time not pretending, but genuinely. Only by having a summoned villain powerhouse fully recognize him could he activate the system's permissions. And the summoned character would then have 100 loyalty to him, allowing him to treat this villain powerhouse as a partner and future comrade in the pirate world. "No problem. But let's have one last clash. This time, I will show you my ultimate move," Sid nodded, indicating that he was completely on board and willing to join Kuruda's crew. But this battle should end in excitement. As he spoke, Sid picked up the shadow sword again, pointing it at Kuruda, and revealed a renewed fighting spirit with a smile. "Then I will grant your wish." After saying this, Kuruda smiled, simultaneously tightening his grip on the ultimate combat instrument. He channeled chaotic power, the lightning power unleashed from the combat instrument, along with the armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki, all wrapped around one end of the ultimate combat instrument. All these powers converged into a single stick, and such immense power even caused the surrounding air to undergo fission. All right, come on, Shadow Conqueror's blade wind slash. Sid laughed, still using the sword technique he had performed before. However, its power was significantly stronger than before, and this time, it even wrapped the Conqueror's Haki around it, greatly increasing its power and destructive capability. Not only that, but even the use of magical power had been enhanced. This sword technique's power was absolutely more than 3 times that of the previous one. But similarly, Kuruda's move was not to be underestimated. The two rushed forward together, and the staffs collided in this final clash of battle. Boom! This time, the energy collision, after all, was generated between two forces wrapped in Conqueror's Haki, causing an even greater impact on everything around, even directly creating waves on the sea below. Some of the waves even surged toward Shell's town, but fortunately, the impact was not significant, only slightly damaging some buildings without causing any casualties. After all, the people had long been frightened away, running towards the other side of the town or its center. Soon, the energy could no longer hold up and erupted once more. However, this time, the two were not pushed back. Instead, they were directly engulfed in the explosion. Are they okay? But seeing Luffy still watching, his eyes widened in surprise. Don't worry. Such an explosion won't affect them. Don't underestimate top-tier powerhouses, Zoro said, shaking his head beside him. Clearly, he did not believe that strong individuals like Kuruda and Sid would be harmed by this explosion. The others nodded in agreement. Even Eren and the two sisters glanced at Zoro, acknowledging that he was quite rational. However, Luffy, on the other hand, sometimes really didn't think things through. Suddenly, they attracted attention again, as a figure descended from the smoke. But soon, it stabilized its body, hovering above the sea. And everyone was stunned to see that it was Sid, holding his sword weakly in one hand while the other rested on his shoulder. Even Sid's clothes were heavily damaged. "I lost," Sid said with a mix of laughter and tears as he looked at the smoke above, laughing because he lost, and crying also because he lost. In short, Sid's thoughts were very complicated at that moment. But the result is definitely good, because he, who was originally walking in a boring world, finally lost. For the first time, he experienced failure and cried about it. However, there was more surprise and excitement, because this time he didn't misjudge or follow the wrong person, and this world was indeed very interesting. In other words, he finally admitted to Kuruda, as the captain of his own world, he became partners and comrades to travel, adventure, show off, and fight against so-called false justice and evil. Soon, the smoke above dissipated, and Kuruda, seen by everyone, appeared to be fine, just with a bit of torn clothing, and seemed to be otherwise unaffected. But the outcome of this battle is already clear. Kuruda has won. Kuruda is now filled with joy, 99. 99 joy, the happiness brought by victory, and finally reclaiming Sid as his partner. "Sid, what do you have to say now?" Kuruda said to Sid, who was below, while carrying the ultimate battle device on his shoulder. "What else is there to say?" "Request aboard, Captain." Sid replied with a laugh. "Congratulations to the host for finally gaining the recognition of Sid Kajanu. Loyalty level 100 has been activated. There's no need to worry about betrayal. Please embark on wonderful adventures with the summoned villainous stronghold." Seeing the words of the system appear in his mind, Kuruda couldn't help but burst into laughter. He had finally succeeded, and this performance wasn't in vain. Or rather, after all this drama, he estimated that by tonight, he would see at least 50,000 prestige points. But while smiling, he also said, "Welcome aboard, my swordsman." Soon after the two returned to the port, they were naturally greeted with concern and congratulations from everyone. Even Luffy and the others were the same. After all, they were friends. The two sisters also welcomed Sid along with Alan one after another. Sid had previously witnessed the battles of these two sisters and Alan, so he already acknowledged them as his companions. Moreover, the special power that Kuruda mentioned earlier must be those ninjas. Next, Zoro eagerly issued a challenge to Sid. Mr. Sid Kajino, my name is Zoro, and my goal is to become the greatest swordsman in the world. Therefore, I am determined to challenge the strong swordsman of the world. So please accept my challenge." Zoro saw that the timing was right and quickly issued his challenge to Sid. His words immediately stunned everyone. What was going on? Why did Zoro suddenly want to challenge someone? Only Kuruda nodded in understanding. This was the Zoro he knew, no matter how strong the opponent was. For the sake of his dream and carrying Kuna's aspirations, as a three-sword-style swordsman, Zoro would fearlessly issue a challenge. However, seeing everyone's puzzled expressions, he quickly explained, helping the somewhat straightforward Zoro. It seems that Mr. Zoro is indeed, as rumored, a swordsman pursuing the ultimate swordsmanship, and such situations are common at sea, where swordsmen engage in mutual sparring, especially challenging the strong. After hearing Kuruda's explanation, everyone finally understood, so that's how it is. Sid also understood, so it was like that. A challenge, interesting. Although he sensed that the green-haired man in front of him was a bit weak, there was a certain determination in his heart. So Sid did not underestimate Zoro. This was actually part of Sid's character. Even if the opponent was an ant, he would outwardly show mockery and disdain, while internally being completely serious. After all, a lion uses its full strength even to catch a rabbit. However, if it were a partner or friend, even on the surface, he would show a bit of seriousness, just a little. All right, I accept your challenge. Sid once again pointed the shadow sword at his opponent. However, this time the opponent was Zoro. With the sword tip pointing down, he said to Zoro, "You just experienced a battle. Don't you need a rest?" Zoro, at this moment, replied, "To be honest, I want to face Sid in his complete state. You underestimate the stamina of top-tier fighters. Neither I nor Kuruda has actually consumed much energy, so come at me," Sid said with a smile. "That's true. Then everyone, please give them a bit of space for a good spar." Kuruda nodded first, then arranged for everyone to step back a bit to create some space for the two swordsmen to spar. However, at the same time, he received a message from the ghost shadow soldier, who was handling the Den Den Mushi, indicating that the Den Den Mushi had been hung up on the other side. This meant that once the battle between Kuruda and Sid ended, the warlord on the other side actively hung up the Den Den Mushi again. However, Kuruda didn't think this was a bad thing. After all, the show was over, and the audience should have left. Moreover, the influence had already been sent out, and he quietly awaited the reputation points to be collected in the evening. At the same time, he believed that since the Navy headquarters had witnessed the entire process along with the previous threats, the Navy would definitely come to redeem them. The two naval ships, led by the two lieutenant generals, along with over 300 elite soldiers, were on their way. Therefore, he specifically sent Litola to the Navy headquarters. It was necessary to obtain first-hand information about who the Navy would send to trouble them, to arrest or eliminate them. Given Litola's speed and that he set off after Lucy's threat, he estimated that he would soon find out who was coming. However, he speculated that it was very likely to be Karp. After all, this was the East China Sea, the hometown of the heroic lieutenant general. Karp would not miss the opportunity to come, unless there were really other matters holding him back. But what exactly will happen? Let's wait for the information to come back. Meanwhile, everyone stepped back a bit after hearing Kuruda's words, while also watching the uneven battle intently. At this moment, Zoro was very aware of how strong his opponent, Sid, was in terms of combat power and swordsmanship. He was fully focused and decided to use all his strength to face this formidable enemy. With his right hand holding the sword Wado Ikamanji and his left hand gripping an ordinary knife between his teeth, Zoro truly was a three-sword style swordsman. Later on, he gradually learned to fight without a sword and also became skilled in one-sword style, two-sword style, and even nine-sword style. However, at present, Zoro is using the three-sword style. Oniguri. Zoro took the initiative and charged towards Sid at lightning speed. However, in Sid's eyes, it was too slow, and he easily blocked the attack with a single effortless move. It was clear that Zoro was using all his strength, as the veins on his arms were visible. Yet, Sid still managed to resist with just one hand. The gap in strength was evident. In the pirate world, Sid was a powerhouse, while Zoro seemed like nothing more than an ant in his eyes. With just a gentle push forward and a slash of his sword, Zoro was sent back. "If your strength is only this much, then there's no need for this fight," Sid said mockingly, pretending to be somewhat disdainful, as he felt he should still be polite since the opponent was a friend of the captain. "I won't give up easily. Come again, Tiger Hunt," Zoro roared once more. And it was hard to tell how he managed to make a sound with the sword clenched in his mouth. But he is already making a move and charging towards Sid. The determination in his eyes and willpower momentarily stunned Sid, who couldn't help but smile slightly. No wonder he caught Kuruda's attention. That guy's a good eye. However, this farce should come to an end. With that thought, a flash of purple light gleamed in Sid's eyes, and he instantly appeared in front of Zoro at an incredibly fast speed. Then, with a swift upward strike, he flicked all three of Zoro's swords away, sending them spinning in the air. Suddenly turning to face Zoro, Zoro immediately froze, cold sweat pouring down his face. His eyes wide, mouth agape, staring at the shadow, sword resting on his neck. Zofust. At this moment, both Zoro and the spectators nearby, including Luffy, KB, and the two sisters with Alan, were either dumbfounded or showing expressions of surprise. It was evident that Sid's displayed speed astonished them. Even Kuruda nodded in acknowledgement. Speed was undoubtedly one of Sid's strongest abilities. To be honest, if it weren't for his observation Haki and teleportation ability, it wouldn't have been easy for him to win against Sid. Plus, with the power of chaos, he was indeed very formidable. I lost. Seeing Sid sheath his sword, Zoro sighed first and then said somewhat dejectedly, "You still have time to continue growing. I can see that you carry a determination and a steadfast will to pursue your dreams. Anyway, I have no interest in that so-called greatest swordsman. Besides, I'm not truly a swordsman in the traditional sense," Sid said, offering both comfort and encouragement. "But what you said is still useful," Sid nodded, seemingly regaining a bit of confidence. Maybe, after all, he now knows about the existence of Haki. And not giving up, not admitting defeat, whether it's Zoro or many members of the Straw Hat Pirates, they all carry this kind of spirit. All right, good that none of you are injured and don't need to see a doctor or anything. Let us call it a day. It was just a friendly sparring session. By the way, Luffy, what are your plans next?" Kuruda stepped forward to say a few words and then immediately asked Luffy, "I plan to find a place to stay for the night, get some sleep. I've been drifting at sea for a long time and haven't had a good sleep. I'll set out to sea tomorrow," Luffy said with a big grin, clearly showing that this usually silly guy still has some ideas of his own. "You're already my captain. I will follow you," Zoro said with a smile. Having fought side by side before, he had long acknowledged Luffy, at least for now, not questioning his intelligence. My dream is to join the Navy. I will choose to join the branch here," Kobe said, trembling a bit, as he still remembered what Kuruda had done here before and the terrifying power he possessed. So he was very afraid that if he said it now, he might be wiped out by the other party right away. But becoming a Navy soldier is indeed his dream. And he must say it out loud now, because he doesn't want to be looked down upon. "Don't worry, you're not on my Navy destruction list. And once you get inside the Navy, take a closer look, it's actually not as beautiful as you think. On the contrary, it's quite dirty. And we only kill those like Monka who abuse their power and oppress the common people." Kuruda smiled at Kobe, trying to reassure him not to worry so much. Besides, Kobe is a good person, and his future opportunities are also promising. Even someone with a small side story can eventually become a colonel, and he even dares to stand up against Akainu. Hearing this, Kobe immediately breathed a sigh of relief, but still curiously asked, "So, Mr. Kuruda, what is your pirate crew going to do next?" At this question, everyone immediately paid attention and looked at Kuruda, including the little girl who hadn't left yet. "I will continue my journey in the East Sea. I want to continue inviting some friends I used to know to join the crew," Kuruda said with a smile. But actually, let's not mention that he didn't say anything wrong. Anyway, tonight, if things don't work out, we can wait a few more days. In short, before the people sent by the Navy arrive, it's estimated that by then the reputation value will have reached 100,000. By that time, we will know who the Navy sends. We need to take targeted action and summon a partner with specialized abilities to counter a powerful villain from other worlds. This is currently the most important thing for Kuruda. His pirate ship follows an elite route, similar to the red-haired pirates and the future Straw Hat Pirates. Only when there are more people and more strong individuals can they survive better on this sea, even helping him become a big villain. However, for now, the focus is still on preparing for the Navy in 3 days. He might even take the initiative. He doesn't like being passive, unless it's to play some schemes to lure the enemy deeper. However, everyone was still very surprised and even incredulous after hearing Kuruda's words. They already knew Kuruda's strength and vision, and anyone invited by him to join the ship must be a powerful individual like Sid. Everyone was amazed. Is this really the East Sea, which is known as the weakest sea? Are there really so many strong individuals hidden here? But at the same time, only Hyder himself knew. He smiled slightly, realizing that this captain, who was also a traveler, was about to summon a new companion from another world. It's really exciting to think about what kind of thoughts and strength the villains from other worlds possess. Although I'm very curious about who the next companion you mentioned, Kuruda, is. It seems we won't be traveling together, so let's meet again next time," Luffy said with his familiar smile. He was glad to have met a friend like Kuruda this time, but he also understood that the other party was also the captain of a pirate crew, and their paths were destined not to be together. Every team should have its own actions. "Luffy, whether it's us or Kuruda's crew, we're all departing tomorrow." "Isn't it a bit too early to say that?" Zoro said somewhat speechlessly, suddenly realizing that the captain he recognized seemed to be a bit off in the head. "Oh, really? Haha, I actually forgot." Luffy once again laughed and scratched his head, making everyone feel helpless once more. He was completely just a silly kid. Soon, after chatting for a while, everyone parted ways. Luffy and the others went to find a place to stay in the town for the night, and the little girl went home. As for Kuruda and the others, Hyder immediately said he wanted to move some of his belongings onto the ship. Alan suddenly felt puzzled and quickly asked Hyder how he knew they had a big ship. However, Sid said that he had personally witnessed Alan and their sea battle, and naturally saw the boatless ship. Upon hearing this, Alan's doubts instantly vanished, and the same went for the two sisters. Soon, everyone helped Sid move his belongings, which he had bought that morning, onto the boatless ship. It's great that everyone can fly. Then, Sid went back to his bedroom to arrange his room. After boarding the ship, Kuruda mentioned the specific rooms for the three of them, allowing Sid to choose a room on the same floor as the bedrooms. But actually, Sid's room had already been chosen a long time ago. Last night, he even slept there for a night. However, this matter could not be told to Alan and Lucy. So now, Kuruda concocted a kind-hearted lie. At the same time, he smiled and said, "To celebrate that we finally have a swordsman on our ship and have recruited a new companion, let's hold a small welcome party on the ship today." Upon hearing that a party was to be held, Lucy, Luca, and Alan were all very happy. Clearly, they love parties very much, especially since, during their time as Kuruda's servants, they enjoyed parties the most, because it was only during those times, when their lives were still hard, that they could eat a lot, and Kuruda would take them to the parties, so the three of them loved parties very much. Hearing this, the three of them immediately went to make arrangements. Alan, needless to say, being the ship's chef, naturally went to cook. The two sisters started decorating the deck to give a bit of a party atmosphere, or rather, to hold the party on the deck. As for Kuruda, he also brought out some necessary items, such as tables, and then returned to his own bedroom. However, before going back to his cabin, he said, "I need to contact the new companion using the phone bug." Although he said this, even though there was indeed a phone bug on the barrel ship, the truth was that he was just tired from the morning and noon and wanted to go back for a nap. Truly, he was a bit shameless for someone who was supposed to be a big villain. However, after Kuruda took a quick look and Shurda was arranging his room, he returned to his bedroom and lay down on the bed. At this moment, he was holding the combat device, connecting his mind with Littora, watching Littora soar through the blue sky and white clouds, heading towards the Navy headquarters. At an altitude of nearly several thousand meters in the pirate world, very few creatures live here, and even some birds can't fly this high. Therefore, no one would notice Littora flying at such a height. Fortunately, Kuruda could understand a little about maps, so Littora's direction was correct. Not long after, Littora actually reached the area above the Navy headquarters. Meanwhile, the opposing side had no idea that a large bird was present here. Kuruda knew that whether it was Alan, the two sisters, or the already revealed Ninja Corps, as well as his and Sid's strength, combined with their all having the Conqueror's Haki, had already been displayed. The Navy could not possibly avoid sending high-ranking officers this time, especially Karp, who also belonged to the EC. There were only a few high-ranking Navy officers, and, counting those two candidate admirals, it would be enough to focus on finding these few who were about to set sail. Sure enough, he quickly used this point, aided by Littora's vision, to find that a top Navy warship was indeed sailing, with Peach Rabbit and T-Pig standing on the deck and lying on a chair, respectively. Littora not only had good eyesight but also excellent hearing, and soon Kuruda could hear their conversation. "Hurry up a bit more. Catch up to Vice Admiral Karp and Admiral Akiji." At this point, Peach Rabbit on the deck immediately ordered the Navy soldiers to speed up. "I say, Peach Rabbit, there's no need to rush. We have 3 days' time, and Vice Admiral Karp and the others set off a while ago. Besides, with the snail phone, we can have Vice Admiral Karp and them wait for us after they reach the EC." T-Pig, who seemed to be sleeping nearby, yawned and said, "Peak, can you be a bit more serious?" Sister Crane said that this time we are facing an extraordinary opponent. They have 3 candidates for admirals at our level, plus 2 admirals and a very mysterious ninja force. Vice Admiral Karp and his team may not be able to handle them. If we can get there in time, it would give us more hope. Moreover, those pirates have our own hostages. We must get them back immediately. If we exceed the time, they might really kill someone. Besides, our Navy warship hasn't even sped up yet," Peach Rabbit said with frustration, feeling exasperated with T-Pig, who, despite not looking very good, had strength comparable to her own. Even in the pirate world, Peach Rabbit, who was considered a great beauty, found him quite disdainful. After all, as a beautiful and strong female swordsman, she knew it was time to find a partner at her age. However, this was a world that valued appearance and many other qualities, although Peach Rabbit still acknowledged T-Pig's strength. But whether in appearance or character, it's better to just stay away if that's the case. It can't be that this guy has pursued me over 100 times, and I still won't refuse. All right, you keep doing what you want. Seriously, why all of a sudden so much talking? Hearing Taudu suddenly say so much, Chahan felt like his head was about to explode. However, he was also very clear that he had already upset Taudu, so he immediately dismissed the idea of confessing again. But if Taudu found out about this thought, she would probably get so angry that she'd draw her sword. I'm talking to you about work, and you're discussing love with me? Hearing this from Litora, it was just like in the anime. Their relationship was indeed funny. Even Kuruda couldn't help but laugh. However, he also gained some information from it, so he immediately instructed Litora to follow them. From what they said, since they were planning to meet up with Karp and the others, it would be best to keep track of these people's movements. Such a daunting task was naturally handed over to Litora, who wouldn't be discovered by them. It was just that Litora had to be inconvenienced, and for the next few days, he wouldn't be able to go out to sea to catch fish to eat. But at the same time, he also thought about the opponent's lineup. Naturally, those Navy soldiers could be dealt with by the ninja troops without any problem. After all, when the cooldown time is over, he would be able to summon another wave of nearly 500 ninja troops, and with the current ones, those Navy foot soldiers could be ignored. The focus was still on the 4 strong opponents. Peach Rabbit could easily let the 2 sisters handle them. As swordsmen, from what he understood, most of them could only deal single target damage and might not even know the Navy 6 styles. Therefore, the 2 sisters who have flying abilities, are very fast, and possess the twin fruit abilities, would be more than capable of dealing with Peach Rabbit, even able to keep her under pressure. As for T-Pig, he should be similar to the 3 admirals, with physical skills from the Navy's 6 styles and the ability to use Haki. According to the information he had gathered earlier, this guy was very likely a user of the Earth fruit, capable of creating earth walls or earth pigs, possessing strong combat and defensive capabilities, which would be quite effective on land. However, since this place was surrounded by the sea, his combat power was significantly weakened, which is why he had only become a candidate admiral. Otherwise, he would probably have already been an admiral. To be honest, this guy should still be a bit stronger than Peach Rabbit, mainly because at sea, his devil fruit abilities really can't be fully utilized. However, the Tao Tai is ultimately a fierce beast of the earth, and the phantom beast species is much stronger than the natural fruit types. So Alan will have no problem dealing with the T-Pig. The strength of the candidate general should be enough to handle the candidate general of the Navy. Moreover, Alan and the 2 sisters possess Conqueror's Haki and can utilize the advantage of binding. At the same time, it would also be good for these 3 to experience a bit more combat, given their age and talent. It's likely that their promotion to the level of general is not far off. Then, the remaining opponents are Akiji and Karp. At that time, these 2 will definitely have to team up with him and Cider, making 3 of them join forces against them. Furthermore, Akiji's arrival this time can be seen as an experiment. The current generation of the Navy's 3 admirals are unprecedented monsters, especially since they're all top-tier users of natural devil fruits. Although Akiji may be the weakest among the 3 in terms of strength. The key point is that the destructive power of ice is indeed inferior to that of magma and light. On the contrary, in terms of control, even Akainu and Kizaru would bow down to him. The natural devil fruit users, Kuruda is also one. So he understands very well that natural types, especially top-tier natural devil fruits, have abilities that make them disasters of nature once consumed. Any one of the 3 admirals has the ability to easily trigger natural disasters. In fact, in the original story, Akainu and Akiji fought for 10 days and nights over the position of admiral, even destroying an island and turning it into a half-ice, half-fire land. However, natural devil fruit users are not only destructive but also possess strong life-saving and survival abilities, as previously mentioned. They have a special power, elementalization. This allows them to be completely immune to physical damage and most energy damage. They can even move freely and fly briefly in this state. Only special and extremely powerful energy attacks, as well as the power of Haki or Conqueror's Haki binding, can fully attack and harm an elementalized natural devil fruit user. In other words, the key point is Haki, but Cider doesn't know it yet. However, the issue is that he has magical power, which might be able to harm elementalized users. In previous battles, Kuruda had indeed experimented with this, but he clearly saw that the power of chaos energy was completely extinguished against Cider's magic. Therefore, it was entirely unfeasible, at least against chaos energy. But now that Akiji is here, it's a good opportunity to test whether Cider's magic can harm natural devil fruit users. If it doesn't work, then Cider needs to start practicing Haki using the ultra-fast 3-color Haki training method. Regardless, Kuruda is currently least afraid of natural devil fruit users. If it comes to it, he could let Cider deal with Akiji while he and the new partner handle Karp, according to his requirements. This newly summoned partner should be able to suppress Karp a bit in terms of ability. After all, in the myriad worlds, there are indeed martial artists stronger than Karp. Moreover, he has other trump cards, such as monsters and the energy cannons on the Bull ship, and he is confident that he can repel this naval offensive. However, the key question remains, who exactly is this second new partner? After all, monsters and energy cannons can only play a disruptive role in such top-level battles. But for the system, although it is a little unreliable, it can still be trusted. In other words, he believes in the villainous powerhouse summoned this time. With this thought in mind, Kuruda nodded in satisfaction, deciding to leave it at that for now. But at the same time, he really felt a bit drowsy in bed, and soon closed his eyes, rhythmically letting out snores. It was obvious that he was indeed tired from this morning. Kuruda had already fallen asleep. However, he had done everything well today, and the fallen pirate crew now had only a few members. But their reputation was already reaching the new world. So even now that he was asleep, the system was still in operation. Congratulations! You have gained 250 reputation points from Don Quixote da Flamingo. Congratulations! You have gained 600 reputation points from Red-Haired Shanks. Congratulations! You have gained 600 reputation points from Whitebeard. Congratulations! You have gained 550 reputation points from Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. Congratulations! You have gained 900 reputation points from the 3 Marine Admirals. Congratulations! You have gained 400 reputation points from Admiral Tsuru. Congratulations! You have gained 600 reputation points from Vice Admiral Karp. Congratulations! You have gained 600 reputation points from Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Congratulations! And so, because this influence was greater than before, he naturally gained more reputation points from the emotions it brought. The originally scarce reputation points were continuously rising. But Kuruda had long been worried about being disturbed, so he had already shut off this information. Because even the happiest person cannot tolerate this. Soon, in the following time, although Kuruda was asleep, the barrel was still very lively. Alan was cooking, and the sound of cooking was continuous, with delicious aromas spreading throughout the cabin and even drifting outside with the sea breeze. The two sisters decorated the entire deck with ribbons and balloons, even preparing a banner that read, "Warmly welcome Cider Kagano to officially join the Fallen Pirates." Clearly, the two sisters had put a lot of effort into the party preparations. On the other side, in the cabin on the bedroom level, after arranging his room, Cider leaned back on the bed to rest for a moment. To be honest, he had never done such work before. These tasks were usually left to his little maids. Thinking about the shadow courtyard on the other side, Cider leaned back on the bed and said, "I wonder how they're doing over there now that I've left. But before I came here, I left a note saying I was going out to play for a while, and since there isn't much going on over there, it should be fine." After thinking for a long time, Cider felt that he had almost finished playing over there and that there shouldn't be any danger, so he felt relieved. Time soon passed to night, and after a little rest, Kuruda and Cider came out. Although it was already night and pitch black, the lights were on, and the two sisters had specially brought out some neon lights for the party. Once everything was lit up, it was still very bright, beautiful, and warm. At the same time, a large table was filled with delicious food, and an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Clearly, Alan had prepared a large feast by now. Soon, the 5 of them sat around the table, and Kuruda directly picked up a wine glass filled with drinks, saying, "First of all, let's welcome Cider, my old friend, for successfully joining our pirate crew as the swordsman on board. At the same time, everyone has worked hard these past few days, so let's enjoy a good meal today. Come on, as the captain, I will take the lead. Cheers! Cheers!" Alan, Lucy, Ruka, and Cider each raised their glasses and smiled. Thus, the banquet was successfully held. Everyone enjoyed the food and drank delicious wine or juice. "Brother Kuruda, don't the shadow ninjas need to eat?" Ruka curiously asked, looking at the 2 naval ships where the Navy soldiers were still guarding. "Don't worry, they don't need to eat. Shadow creatures are not normal beings and do not need to eat like us," Kuruda replied with a smile. "They really are fascinating creatures," Alan said, surprised while eating a piece of steak. "So, they're beings made of shadows?" "That's interesting," Cider smiled as well, as his attributes in the original world seemed to lean towards darkness, and he also had shadow-related abilities. So naturally, he was a bit interested in the Shadow Ninja Corps. Everyone continued to chat and eat. As for the 2 naval ships now, the Navy captives on board were almost desperate, especially the Fire Mountain and Ghost Spider. Watching Kuruda and the others enjoy their food on the ship felt incredibly frustrated. It was a great humiliation that dignified naval vice admirals and soldiers were captured by pirates, especially in the East Sea. Therefore, many people directly shouted, saying things like, "If you have the guts, let me go and fight again." But what awaited them was the stick-wielding Phantom Legion. As captives, they were shouting and making a fuss, showing no awareness of their status as prisoners. Almost 2 hours passed, and it was nearly midnight, around 9 o'clock, when the banquet was considered over. Originally, Alan, the two sisters, and even Sid wanted to help clean up. However, they were stopped by Kuruda, and right in front of their stunned gazes, the cleanup and dishwashing chores were all taken over by some ninja soldiers who had come from the naval warship. It turned out they could not only fight, but also handle these chores. Lucy, with her little cherry lips agape, said in astonishment. Of course, the other three were no better off. They never expected that the Phantom Legion could do this. But actually, this is normal. In Jackie Chan Adventures, Xiaoyu took care of her daily life with the help of the Shadow Ninja team, and Lasu even played tennis with herself using the Claw Shadow team. It really proves that the Shadow Legion can do a lot of things. Well, it's getting late. Everyone should go back and rest. We have to set off tomorrow morning, Kuruda said. Everyone returned to their own bedrooms. However, after Sid entered his room, he suddenly noticed a note and a bead on his desk that he didn't know when they had appeared. He picked it up and was stunned for a moment. This is a teleportation energy bead. Holding it in both hands and closing your eyes will allow you to perceive the ability to teleport. We all have it now. Just you are missing it. Kuruda left a note. After reading it, Sid stared at the bead in his hand and exclaimed, "Truly worthy of being the owner of the system. It's not in vain to follow this boss." But at the same time, he quickly put down the note and began to perceive the energy within the beads. Soon, Sid had completely acquired the ability to teleport. Knowing how powerful and important this ability was, Sid couldn't help but smile. Meanwhile, on the other side, Alan was basically fast asleep, which was typical of his character. As long as he wasn't on duty, he spent the nights in his bedroom sleeping. Plus, there was indeed a lot of work to do, making the two sisters a bit better off. After all, the terrain of the East Sea wasn't complicated, and there weren't harsh weather conditions like in the New World. As navigators, their tasks were actually minimal. Surprisingly, they were not feeling sleepy at all and were playing chess. For now, the daily life of the fallen pirate crew was quite good. There was basically nothing to do at night except play or sleep. Even Sid, who had just gained the ability to teleport, was so thrilled that he actually fell asleep. The only one likely still working was the captain, Kuruda. He found a chair to sit on, specifically in front of the desk. "System, how much reputation do I have now?" Kuruda directly asked the system in his mind. The system quickly responded in his mind. According to statistics, the host currently has 172,600 reputation points. Hearing that he had so many reputation points, Kuruda was overjoyed. Not only did he have the 100,000 reputation points needed to summon new companions, but he also had an additional 70,000 points, allowing him to buy a whole lot of good things. Kuruda couldn't help but laugh out loud because, after 3 days, he wouldn't have to worry about facing the Navy. Hee, let's see who really crushes whom then. However, since he already had surplus reputation points, he decided to buy some other items first, saving the new companions for later. Seeing he had so many points left, Kuruda decided to make up for other shortcomings, or in other words, buy some useful items to prepare for the Navy in 3 days. Currently, for the minions, the Ghost Shadow Ninja Corps was indeed sufficient. However, among the 9 major Ghost Shadow Corps, the Ninja Corps was not particularly good at frontal combat. They were more skilled in reconnaissance and ambushes, while many battle groups had stronger frontal combat capabilities. Therefore, if he could buy, it would be better to gather the entire Ghost Shadow Corps. The system pulled up the tokens for the other 8 Ghost Shadow Corps, especially their prices. After thinking for a moment, Kuruda decided to buy the tokens for a few other battle groups from the Ghost Shadow Corps, but he wouldn't buy them all at once. He decided to buy just 2 based on his needs. Soon, the prices of the other 8 battle groups were also announced by the system. Ghost Shadow Corps Blade Squad Token. As long as you possess this token, you can summon and command the Blade Squad of the Ghost Shadow Corps, costing 300 reputation points. Ghost Shadow Corps Night Bat Squad Token. As long as you possess this token, you can summon and command the Night Bat Squad of the Ghost Shadow Corps, costing 600 reputation points. Ghost Shadow Corps Troll Squad Token. As long as you possess this token, you can summon and command the Troll Squad of the Ghost Shadow Corps, costing 400 reputation points. Ghost Shadow Corps Samurai Squad Token. As long as you possess this token, you can summon and command the Samurai Squad of the Ghost Shadow Corps, costing 500 reputation points. Ghost Shadow Corps Alien Squad Token. As long as you possess this token, you can summon and command the Alien Squad of the Ghost Shadow Corps, costing 100 reputation points. Ghost Shadow Core Shadow Eater Squad Token. As long as you possess this token, you can summon and command the Shadow Eater Squad of the Ghost Shadow Core, costing 900 reputation points. Ghost Shadow Core Hunter Claw Squad Token. As long as you possess this token, you can summon and command the Hunter Claw Squad of the Ghost Shadow Core, costing 200 reputation points. Ghost Shadow Core Blade Squad Token. As long as you possess this token, you can summon and command the Blade Squad of the Ghost Shadow Core, costing 700 reputation points. After seeing the 8 battle groups now available, and considering their combat capabilities and specialties, Kuruda directly said, "System, I want to purchase the tokens for the Armor Shadow Squad and the Troll Squad." He thought about the current opponents, who were just small minions of the Navy. Based on his understanding, those people would only know a few moves of the Navy 6 styles at most, and most of them wouldn't even know Haki. Even if a few could use Haki, it would probably only be a handful. Most still relied on weapons, especially guns. Therefore, among the Ghost Shadow Corps, the Troll Squad and Armor Shadow Squad, known for their defensive capabilities, were the best choices. Not to mention that he could afford the prices for these 2 squads. The Troll Squad's immense physical strength provided both defense and offense, and each soldier of the Troll Squad was typically over 5 meters tall. Navy soldiers appeared to be nothing more than hyenas facing elephants in comparison. As for the Armor Shadow Squad, their katana's sharpness and the defense of their armor were beyond what Navy soldier swords could withstand. Plus, they were generally around 2 meters tall, which could create some psychological pressure on Navy soldiers, especially since most of them would be seeing the Ghost Shadow Corps for the first time. Up close, they would likely be startled, as they were shadow beings or ghosts. You have consumed 900 reputation points. As the system began to calculate, the reputation points on the system panel naturally decreased by 900, leaving him with a total of 700 reputation points. At the same time, on the desk beside him, the tokens for the Armor Shadow Squad and the Troll Squad also appeared. Kuruda picked them up. Just like the Ninja Core token was inscribed with the character for Ninja, the Troll Squad token had the character for Troll, and the Armor Shadow Squad had the character for Armor. Looking around his room, which was still spacious enough, Kuruda immediately took the 2 tokens and summoned 1 soldier from the Troll Squad and 1 soldier from the Armor Shadow Squad. Soon, a large figure stepped out of the shadow beside him, and from the shadow on the floor emerged an armored samurai. Both were nearly 2 meters tall and appeared very imposing. However, they were all clad in black clothing or armor, with grayish-blue skin and blood-red eyes. Quickly, their panels also appeared in Kuruda's view. Name: Ghost Shadow Troll. Soldier. Age: none. Gender: none. Description: a special shadow being from the world of Jackie Chan adventures. Large in size, with high physical defense, but slow movement. Ability type: strongman shield, skilled in frontal defense. General strength, school level. Weapon: none. Name: Ghost Shadow Armor. Soldier. Age: none. Gender: none. Description: a special shadow being from the world of Jackie Chan adventures, skilled in Japanese swordsmanship, wearing hard black shadow armor. Ability type: samurai, skilled in combat and swordsmanship. General strength, school level. Weapon: black shadow katana. Although both were at the school level, their power was significantly stronger than that of the Ninja Corps, with at least a 1 to 2 small level difference. However, Kuruda was still very satisfied with this. After all, the advantage of the Shadow Legion lies in their numbers. They are fearless and will unconditionally obey orders. After commanding 2 soldiers to return to the shadows, Kuruda directly opened the monster section once again. Although he couldn't buy the super monsters or top-tier monsters, he could still purchase lower-tier and mid-tier monsters. Moreover, the size and physical strength of the monsters far exceed that of the Shadow Legion. If the Shadow Legion didn't have the advantage of numbers and could sell a single Shadow soldier, then the value of the Shadow token, you would not deny, would be slightly lower than that of ordinary monsters. In fact, a Shadow soldier only requires 2 to 5 reputation points. Furthermore, even the 3 monsters he bought earlier were merely mid-tier monsters. The monsters listed above all require over 16,000 reputation points. So, one should not underestimate the monsters from the Ultraman world, even if their strength has been weakened. However, if there were truly an endless Shadow Legion, ordinary monsters would indeed be insufficient. After looking at the monster section for a while, Kuruda purchased 3 classic and somewhat famous powerful monsters: the Super Ancient Monster Gorzend, the Super Ancient Dragon Melba, and the Skeletal Monster King Red. The first 2 are self-explanatory. Diga is a very popular series in Ultraman, and the artwork is quite good. Gorzend and Melba can combine to form the fusion monster Gorbaz. At the same time, They can also combine with 3 other monsters to form the 3 Emperors and the 5 Emperors, which naturally boosts their fame. Then there's the infamous corn monster King Red, whose head is a bit small and whose intelligence is lacking, only knowing how to use brute force. But his strength is undeniable. Although he has never defeated an Ultraman, he has certainly made them suffer. Kuruda purchased these 3 monsters, King Red for 5, 800 reputation points, Gorzin for 5, 500 reputation points, and Melba for 5, 400 reputation points. He spent a total of 16, 700 reputation points. And since the 3 monsters had no immediate use, they were naturally stored in the ultimate battle device first. After replenishing his biological power, Kuruda set his sights on some technological weapons. As the saying goes, technology is the primary productive force when technology is strong. One went TB on the receiving end of attacks. This was something he believed in during his previous life, and it holds true in the pirate world as well, where technology is also very important. Otherwise, scientists wouldn't be highly valued by any force in the pirate world. For example, Vegapunk is firmly grasped by the world government and the Navy. Soon, Kuruda opened the weapons section, especially looking for items that could be used on ships, as battles in the pirate world are mostly naval confrontations. Quickly, Kuruda spotted an item, or rather a type of high-tech tool, that he not only needed, but could also fill some gaps he had faced several times and no longer wanted to encounter. The Super Blue Light Shield, a top-tier defensive energy barrier technology from a high-tech world that can form a spherical barrier within a certain range as long as the machine is activated. It can completely resist normal attacks and can be used indefinitely, costing 8,000 reputation points. Upon seeing the system's description, although it was a bit expensive, the price was still within Kuruda's acceptable range. Although it can only resist some normal attacks, in other words, if faced with top-tier powerhouses, such a shield might not be sufficient. However, Kuruda originally did not intend to buy a protective energy shield capable of withstanding such top-tier strong opponents. As long as it can protect the Beluo, resisting attacks similar to those from naval ship artillery is sufficient. But just like this, it is already very valuable. He certainly doesn't want his precious Bale to suffer any harm, and he even hopes that Bale can give birth to a ship spirit. But since the ship spirit is to be born, it is natural to protect the bull ship and ensure it suffers as little damage as possible. As a big bad guy, how can he not even protect his own pirate ship? It would be better not to be one at all. So soon, Kuruda directly bought such a protective shield, and after spending 8,000 reputation points, the system directly transmitted a furnace-like device into Kuruda's room, right in front of him. He activated the blue light defense shield. Since it was voice-controlled, he only needed to issue a simple voice command to turn the device on and off. Because of the system's capabilities, the device had already recorded Kuruda's voice. If Lucy and the others wanted to use it in the future, they just needed to input their voices to have the device remember them. Soon, the device opened a port on top, and a blue diamond crystal rose from within, releasing energy as it operated. The protective shield instantly expanded. In no time, it reached outside the ship, as the speed of this expansion was incredibly fast. Moreover, this expansion was completely silent and invisible. Only those with extremely sensitive senses, like the ghostly ninja soldiers of the guarding Navy outside, noticed something. The Navy soldiers who were still awake, especially Ghost Spider and Fire Mountain, were not asleep despite the night. Instead, they appeared a bit broken, leaning against the cage like zombies. However, they all failed to notice that a blue energy shield had already encapsulated the barrel and 2 Navy warships. After using teleportation to come outside, Kuruda discovered that this energy barrier had also appeared beneath the surface of the sea. Goodness! Now, not only was the surface of the sea protected, but even the depths were shielded. It could withstand most attacks from Sea Kings. Next, Kuruda used a few small techniques to let the Ghost soldiers try it out, only to find that it was indeed impossible to easily break the barrier. And he nodded in satisfaction with a smile. As long as it had this effect, the reputation points were well spent. However, with the money spent on monsters earlier and the current expenditure on the barrier, there were still 139,000 reputation points left. After deducting the 100,000 reputation points needed to summon a new partner, there would be 39,000 left. Let's keep it for now. After this naval incident is over, I should be able to gather another 100,000 reputation points. By then, I can decide where to go and follow through on my promise to find a next partner. But as for where to go, let's wait until we repel the Navy in 3 days. After all, there is an escape route. Even if we can't win, with the speed of the barrel, the Navy ships won't be able to catch up. After all, How could a sailboat outrun an electric one? So, let's leave it at that for now. It's time to summon a new partner. After thinking for a moment, Kuruda said, and then he used teleportation to return to his room. The system consumes 100,000 points. Remember, this time it should be a martial arts expert, preferably one with a strong physique. Once back in his room, Kuruda immediately stated his summoning requirements, saying it was time to summon a new partner. The host has spent 10,000 points, and the system will open the dimensional space gate. Villains from other worlds are about to arrive. The familiar spatial passage appeared in Kuruda's room. At this moment, in another world, or rather, another space, it was completely dark with no light. The only source of light came from many special colorless flames that burned very weakly in this space. Suddenly, as a passage was opened, a beam of light shone directly onto a flame, and this beam seemed to have magical power, causing the flame to glow as if it were alive, becoming as clear as a gem. An even more miraculous scene occurred, as the flame seemed to emit a voice, a beautiful and melodious female voice. What is going on? Am I not already dead? Why is it so dark around here? Clearly, this space should be the death space of this world. In other words, all beings that die in this world have their souls transformed into small flames that come here and remain in a state of slumber. However, it seems that this particular flame has been awakened by the system's power. That's right, the system's power has opened the spatial passage to this world's death space. And this soul flame was actually awakened. It was fortunate that the villain powerhouse that Kuruda consumed 100,000 reputation points for was the former master of this soul flame. Under the system's influence, this soul flame became aware of much. So it's a summoning from a powerful being from another world? Similar to when Baiji and the others were summoned. As long as I have the thought of agreeing, through this tunnel, I can not only go to that world, but also restore my physical body and experience a new life. But the price is that I have to choose this person who summoned me, and whether or not to become his partner. Upon learning this information, the soul flame fell silent for a moment, seemingly pondering the implications. To be summoned from another world and to be revived, this power is definitely not ordinary. It seems they have taken an interest in me. I imagine the people over there must be quite interesting. Well, since I've already died in this world and become a thing of the past, I might as well go explore the new world. It's better than staying here forever. But if that person isn't my type or can't conquer me, then I would rather remain solitary in that world. Clearly, this soul flame has made a choice. After all, no one would choose the latter, preferring to continue sleeping in the death world. If there is a chance to live again, one would naturally choose rebirth. As the soul flame had the thought of agreeing, the system began to exert its power, pulling the soul flame into the spatial passage. At the same time, with the influx of another power, the soul flame slowly dissipated, replaced by a beautiful woman who looked both imposing and a bit adorably charming. She had short black hair, peach-colored eyes, and white highlights in her bangs. Dressed in a black strapless top and hot pants, she showcased her slender figure. Her back featured a cape design resembling spider legs, adorned with golden decorations and red translucent elements. The lines of her ribs and navel were delicately outlined, making her look even more alluring. I must say, her outfit is indeed a bit too revealing, but she was indeed very beautiful, whether it was her face or the lines of her body, and her tender, fair skin that looked very elastic. Finally regaining her vision, she looked down and saw her body, extending her hands clad in black gloves, stretching her little fingers, and then her legs, looking from head to toe. Finally, she smiled. What an adventure! She never expected to regain consciousness and have a physical body in her prime, starting a new journey in life. Suddenly, she realized that the passage seemed to have reached its end, clearly nearing another world. She was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and said, "A brand new world? Here I come, huh?" Meanwhile, Kuruda, still in his bedroom, patiently watched the spatial passage before him. He knew that the villainous powerhouse on the other side would likely be stunned for a while after seeing the spatial passage, needing time to digest the information provided by the system. Moreover, only if they were willing to come would the summoned characters step into the spatial passage. Otherwise, the system would randomly select characters from another world. Therefore, he couldn't rush the new partner. He had to wait patiently. Kuruda understood this, so he was very patient as he waited. However, his patience finally paid off. A graceful figure suddenly jumped out of the spatial passage, her calves bending as she landed on the floor of his bedroom. Kuruda looked over, but all he saw was the new partner's back, which left him momentarily stunned. His new partner was a woman. This also meant he didn't see her face, which felt a bit awkward. But suddenly, Kuruda quickly frowned again. He already felt a sense of familiarity with this partner whom he had yet to see face to face, as if he had seen her somewhere before. But he couldn't remember it for a moment. However, at this moment, the beautiful woman in front of him had already stood up and turned around to look at him, and her curious gaze seemed to be assessing him. However, upon seeing the front image of the beautiful woman in front of him, Kuruda couldn't help but take a gentle breath of cold air. Even his gaze became somewhat dazed. He never expected that it would be her. Ariel, he thought to himself, surprised that it was actually her who had come this time. At the same time, he recalled some memories from his past life. This stunning beauty in front of him was actually a character from the anime world in his previous life. She came from the shameless Sakura country, which loved to eat mushrooms and drink nuclear waste. However, Ariel was indeed a character from this shameless little country's anime, holding an important position. Moreover, one shouldn't just look at her appearance. With a devilish figure and an angelic face, her strength was actually very formidable. In her original world, what if she reincarnated as a spider? She would still be a top-tier powerhouse. This is also a different world, one that exists with magic and swords, which is essentially similar to Shirta's world, but with the addition of heroes and demon kings. However, it is more like a virtual game world. In this world, people gain power and acquire new skills, truly as if they were playing a game. In summary, it is a world where the way to gain power is very unique. Many races appear in such a world, like elves, humans, demon races, dragons, and various magical beasts. Ariel, in her world, is known as the Demon King and is also referred to as the strongest Demon King, but commonly referred to as the Demon King. She was originally a spider beside the goddess Saliel, the original spider and the most ancient divine beast of that world. She then became the current Demon King, the origin of all spider monsters. Her consciousness fused with that of the spider child, and her soul underwent a transformation, acquiring the memories of the spider child. This led to a cheerful personality, but her independent consciousness remained unaffected. She worships Saliel, and in reality, is a product of Potamus conducting human experiments using his genetic material. Initially, she was trapped by toxins in her body and could only stay in bed. When she was discarded as a failure, Saliel took her back, and she has sincerely revered the goddess from the bottom of her heart. Therefore, she harbors hatred for those who live peacefully in a world established by the goddess's sacrifice, and especially holds a strong murderous intent towards the fairies, who are seen as the scourge of the world. Her ambition is to eradicate the fairies and rescue the goddess. She is the strongest demon king in history, an invincible existence within the system. Even the deified Shiro has lower stats than the demon king. Such a powerful being naturally possesses some formidable skills. The 7 Deadly Sins skill allows her to have immense power or skills in certain areas. The humility skill, one of the 7 virtues, may enhance her performance in social interactions or combat. With powerful stats, Ariel's attack power far exceeds that of the protagonist, the Spider Child, and her stats are about 3 times higher than the Spider Child. Dragon Barrier. As a representative of the strongest magical barrier, this skill can block enemies, especially those adept at using high-level magic. Dominion skill Gluttony. This skill allows Ariel to infinitely recover SP, enhancing her sustained combat capability. In summary, Ariel is a demon king with immense strength and various skills. Her capabilities spanning a wide range, including but not limited to magical attacks, barrier creation, and resource recovery. Furthermore, whether in the novel or the anime, compared to magic, Ariel's physical strength is remarkable. Although she cannot fly, she can bounce back and forth on several mountain peaks thanks to her astonishing jumping ability. Her physical combat skills are also exceptionally strong, with swift strikes, fierce attacks, and immense power. Similar to Sid, while he excels at using a sword over magic, Ariel is also more adept at physical combat than at magic. Now, regarding this new companion, Kuruda can only think of this much based on his understanding. But it is certain that if Shid's world is inferior to the pirate world, then the world from which Ariel comes indeed possesses gods, or has already come into contact with cosmic civilizations. In other words, Ariel's world is greater than or equal to the pirate world. However, if Ariel's strength were placed in the pirate world, she would probably be at most one of the 4 emperors, or at least an admiral. After all, in that world, Ariel is not a top-tier powerhouse. She can only be considered a 2nd or even 3rd-tier fighter, with a gap that might be even larger than in the pirate world. At least, that is how it seems to him. Specifics will have to wait to see the panel later. At the same time, according to the system's requirements, the summoned character is a villainous powerhouse, and Ariel indeed fits that description. Because in the reincarnation as a spider, it mainly divides the male and female leads. but still focuses primarily on the female lead. Whether in the early story of the female lead or the later story of the male lead, Ariel is indeed their enemy. Moreover, as a demon lord, combined with her powers and personality traits, it would not be an exaggeration to call her a major antagonist. "Are you the one who summoned me here?" Ariel asked cutely and curiously. It seems that she has not yet fused with the spider's consciousness. This is Ariel in her original form. Seeing her like this, Kuruda immediately made a judgment. It is too easy to recognize, especially since Ariel's personality and behavior are completely different before and after the invasion of the spider's consciousness. In the early stages, she is a cold queen, while in the later stages, she is entirely a sadistic type. Indeed, I brought you from another world, your original world, in a special way. However, can I learn about the situation on your side? Please give a brief self-introduction first, Kuruda replied immediately after thinking it over. Soon, Ariel nodded with a smile and began to share some of her own experiences. Kuruda listened while receiving information, and at the same time, he thought to himself, it seems that Ariel had already died and was summoned from the death space of that world. In this regard, she is unlike Sid, as she no longer has any concerns. However, this means I still need to demonstrate my strength and charm to completely conquer Ariel and make her my companion. I have a general understanding of you. I must say, you are a great and strong person. Kuruda's words were sincere. After hearing Ariel's story, he couldn't help but admire such a person. After all, she sacrificed her life after a lifetime of struggle to save a world. That was Ariel's past life. Thank you for the compliment. What about you? Ariel continued to smile, genuinely curious about his self-introduction and story. Moreover, during her storytelling, she sensed a powerful and mysterious force emanating from Kuruda, immediately judging that this man who summoned her from her original world and even resurrected her from the death space was indeed extraordinary. My name is Kuruda, and like you, I'm also a person of two lives. Combined, I'm almost 50 years old, much younger than you. In my original world, I was framed and died, but my soul crossed into this world, gaining the ability to absorb others' emotions, exchange items from other worlds, and even resurrect people here. Kuruda briefly introduced himself. However, he couldn't disclose the system's matters to Ariel, so he only mentioned it as a special ability. I see. That's also the reason you were able to summon me, Ariel nodded. Yes, I collected enough emotional energy to summon you, Kuruda affirmed. With that experience and ability, you are indeed an interesting person. So, how much do you know about this world? Ariel continued smiling. I've been here for a few years, and here's what happened. In the following time, Kuruda focused on narrating his past life story and everything that happened after he arrived here. However, he replaced the system-related matters with his previous explanation and emphasized the situation in the pirate world, some basic knowledge, as well as the distribution of forces and strength. He also mentioned details about Alan, Ruka, Lucy, and even Sid, along with the names of their current pirate crew, and so on, basically covering everything except for the items he recently obtained from the system, including the upcoming confrontation with the Navy, led by Karp in 3 days. Taking this opportunity, Kuruda directly checked Ariel's panel. Name, Ariel age, infinite, at least over 2,000 years. Gender, female introduction, a top-tier powerhouse from the world of So What If I'm a Spider? Initially cold and domineering. Later a patient with Chinibu, with a sense of justice and a spirit of sacrifice. Abilities, physical techniques, magic. Current strength, top-tier general weapon. None bounty amount. None bounty title. None. It was precisely because of this panel that Kuruda realized Ariel was only at the top-tier general level. In other words, she was in between the Emperor and general levels. This made him a bit disappointed. He had thought Ariel possessed at least Emperor-level strength. Host. This is the strength she should currently have. There is still a significant gap between her and the top powerhouses of that world. The system interjected in Kuruda's mind. But even so, isn't that stronger than both me and Sid? In terms of strength, it's already not enough. How can I recapture her? Kuruda rolled his eyes in his heart and also made up his mind that once this naval matter is over, both he and the Sid Allen sisters must improve their strength. A wooden barrel can hold more water only if all the boards are the same height. Kuruda understands this principle. However, at the same time, with Kuruda's narration, Ariel also completely understood some information about the pirate world. But to be honest, after listening to everything, she found it hard to distinguish who is weaker or stronger between her own world and the current one. After all, she originally had divine powers, even though she hadn't reached that level. At the same time, she didn't expect that with her strength here. She could only barely qualify as a member of the second tier of strong individuals. However, overall, This world called the Pirate World is indeed much more interesting than her original world, so it seems this trip was worth it. Moreover, she was actually summoned here by the man in front of her, the second otherworldly strong being. If what this man said about being summoned is true, then not only must they be strong, but they also have to be villains. Although she wanted to insist that she wasn't one, upon reflecting on some of her actions in her past life and her identity as a demon king, it didn't seem too out of place to consider herself a villain. Even Ariel had nothing to say about this. However, when she heard Kuruda talk about the complete situation of this world, especially the hypocritical navy, the rampant pirates, and the world government that disrupts and rules the world, as well as the celestial dragon's regime, her expression became both grim and serious. This truly is a world that is deeply troubled and in need of salvation. However, after hearing Kuruda's thoughts, there were also some other crew members' opinions. In other words, the purpose and mission of the fallen pirate crew suddenly brightened her eyes. She suddenly realized that staying on a ship with such strong individuals, and with some similar villainous thinking to her own, seemed quite appealing. With this in mind, Ariel smiled and said, "I want to be a big bad captain, to suppress evil forces and treat civilians well." And there's a swordsman who shares similar thoughts, but always wants to show off. Two little sisters who love destructive fireworks performances, but also act as navigators. And a violent chef who loves food and cooking delicious meals. Sounds great. I really like this atmosphere, and I agree with your ideas, so I'm willing to join you. After she finished speaking, a voice from the system echoed in Kuruda's mind. "Congratulations, host, you have gained Ariel's recognition. 100 loyalty has been activated, and you don't have to worry about being betrayed. Please embark on wonderful adventures with the summoned villainous strong ones." This sudden turn of events left Kuruda confused, her eyes wide open. No way. Is it really that easy? Just like that, she agreed. But even the system has issued a reminder. It's been a long time, and this new partner has only been here for a short while. Yet she has already acknowledged herself. What's going on? As a powerful villain and a demon queen with a high status in the original world, even if she has developed a bit of a sadistic side and a Chinibu phase now, it's still surprising. But as a strong person, there must be a sense of pride and thoughts in their heart. It can't be as easy as it is now to agree so readily, just like with Sid. There should be some conditions or tests for him. I can't help but ask, did you agree so quickly without needing to look around a bit more? Shouldn't you assess us a bit before making a decision? Kuruda, puzzled, directly asked. I no longer have any attachment to my original world. Now, I just want to live well in your world. And since you resurrected me and brought me to this world, giving me a second life, plus, as I mentioned before, I like your atmosphere and ideas, and your strength will soon be enhanced. I can only rely on you now, right? So naturally, I have to join you, Captain, Ariel said with a smile, even showing a tiger tooth at the end. So that's how it is. Hearing his explanation, Kuruda finally understood. Just the favor of resurrecting Ariel and bringing her here for a second life means she can't leave. After all, Ariel is very grateful. Welcome to our team, Kuruda said, extending his hand with a smile. Ariel also smiled and extended her hand, and the two shook hands. Ariel is now officially on the Berlo and has become a member of the fallen pirate crew. However, we are taking the elite pirate crew route, and besides being strong, you must also have a profession, just like I mentioned before. But to be honest, I haven't figured out what your profession on the ship should be yet. After stopping the handshake, Kuruda said a bit shyly, because after thinking for a long time, he couldn't figure out what Ariel could do. Is she supposed to be just a common fighter? But isn't everyone on the ship both a fighter and has a side job? It's similar to the future Straw Hat Pirates. This won't do. Can you give me some knowledge books? I can learn a bit. Upon hearing this, Ariel blinked and immediately suggested, Forget it. Let's not think about this for now. Let's talk after we repel the Navy in 3 days. You must be very hungry after being resurrected, right? I'll give you a large sum of money. There's a town island nearby, and there should still be shops open now. After all, this place has been liberated by us. Go have a good meal. Also, stay there for a night, because your appearance and joining my pirate crew will need to be staged, so you should do it like this. Soon, Kuruda focused on explaining what Ariel should do tomorrow. After Ariel nodded in agreement, Kuruda immediately took out a large sum of berries and handed it to her. The two quickly went to the deck, and under Kuruda's watch, Ariel surprisingly jumped directly to the dock of Shell's town. Ariel turned back, smiled, waved goodbye, and then walked directly into the town. Clearly, she couldn't wait to have a good meal and also wanted to experience the food culture and flavors of this world. Soon, due to the obstruction of the houses, Kuruda quickly lost sight of her. To be honest, if it weren't for the kitchen, there wouldn't be any leftovers. And he didn't want to reveal Ariel's appearance right now. He also didn't want to wake everyone up at night. Kuruda had originally planned for Ariel to eat on the ship. Unfortunately, these factors really didn't allow it. But at the same time, he also remembered some issues regarding Ariel. First of all, it seemed that Ariel really didn't have any position in the pirate crew that she could take on, and she also lacked the ability to fly. This wouldn't do. As a big bad guy, how could his crew not be able to fly? But suddenly, he thought of the option of choosing 2 out of 3. He had the ability to help each new partner with his choice, gaining new abilities and items. Alright, I almost forgot about this. Perhaps this time's reward for choosing 2 out of 3 could help me solve this problem. Kuruda immediately felt as if something in his mind had been broken, and he said with a big smile, "System, list the 2 out of 3 options for Ariel." With this thought, Kuruda quickly spoke to the system in his mind. 1. 6-winged purple light wings, from the world of Dolua continent. A soul bone similar to the one used by BB Dong, the purple-winged spider emperor. It can extend 8 spider leg wings over 2.5 meters long from the back, possessing powerful flying capabilities and providing a 50 boost to all attributes. 2. Top-tier helmsman ability. Once used, it will transmit a vast amount of helmsman knowledge into the user's mind, instantly making them a top-tier helmsman. 3. Spider sense. A power from a Marvel world, Spider-Man's ability to sense danger before it arrives and make predictions. Seeing these 3 options, Kuruda decisively chose the first and second. Now, what Ariel needed in his eyes was the ability to fly and a profession on the ship. The first option, the 6-winged purple light wings, would allow Ariel to fly, and not slowly either, plus it would bring a 50 boost to everyone. The second option would instantly make Ariel a top-tier helmsman, which he thought was also quite good. As for the third reward, it could be considered a bit redundant for Ariel. Not to mention that Ariel already had a similar ability, and she could learn observation Haki in the future. What would she need spider sense for? Soon after Kuruda chose these 2 options, 2 beams of light suddenly appeared and flew directly outside the cabin. Kuruda thought that there shouldn't be anything else to do now. Finally able to sleep, he returned to bed, feeling satisfied, and quickly fell asleep, with rhythmic snoring soon following. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ariel was already in a late-night snack shop, ordering a large amount of food to eat, and to avoid being disturbed, she had reserved a private room. She was enjoying her first big meal since her rebirth. "It seems that the food in this world is even better than in my original world," Ariel said with a smile, drinking and eating skewers of grilled meat heartily. However, it is indeed true that in terms of food quality and the chef skills, the pirate world is much stronger than the world Ariel originally came from. As soon as she came out, before Ariel could react, 2 beams of light directly entered her body. At first, she thought someone was attacking her and was about to respond. But soon, a wealth of knowledge about top helmsmen appeared in her mind, and she was momentarily overwhelmed by the sudden influx of knowledge and experience. After understanding this information, she realized that she had become a top helmsman in this world. Suddenly, she felt a tickling sensation on her back and turned to look. To her astonishment, she had grown wings that looked like spider legs, appearing somewhat bone-like. However, they were indeed very beautiful, and she could feel that she could fly with these wings. At the same time, she sensed that using these wings made her significantly stronger. It was truly amazing. Everything was a great gift from that captain. Now, she was even less willing to leave, as everything was so wonderful. Remembering what Kuruda had said earlier, Ariel quickly understood that everything happening to her now was Kuruda's doing. However, it was clear that she was very satisfied with the new knowledge and items. Feeling deeply grateful to Kuruda, not only had he revived her, allowing her to live a second life in this fascinating world, but she had also enjoyed such delicious food, and her position on the pirate ship had been quickly established, especially with the spider wings on her back, which were not only beautiful and practical, but also greatly enhanced her combat ability. After finishing her meal, Ariel took to the skies and flew a few laps, indulging in the thrill of flying. However, recalling Kuruda's words, she realized she could only find a random inn to stay the night. Although she pouted a bit in dissatisfaction, she thought about the money in her hand and figured it was fine to stay in a better place. So, Ariel directly found a decent inn in Town and spent the night there. Soon, it was the next day. After getting up and washing up, Kuruda came to the deck, looking at the rising sun and beautiful weather, feeling much better. "Wow, I didn't expect you to be up earlier than me." Kuruda turned to see Sid had also come out. However, he wasn't wearing his slime battle suit, but an ordinary suit instead. He smiled at Kuruda and said, "Waking up a bit earlier isn't a bad thing." Kuruda smiled back. "Indeed, I feel the same, not to mention others. By the way, here, this back to you, thanks." Sid nodded, then took out the teleportation energy orb and tossed it to Kuruda. Kuruda caught it and planned to give it to Ariel once she fully came aboard and had some free time, so she could also gain teleportation abilities. Taking advantage of the fact that Alan and the two sisters weren't here, Kuruda shared some basic information about Ariel with Sid, including how to put on a good show and not to reveal that he had a system. I understand, leave it to me. I love acting and I'm good at it, Sid said with a smile, looking forward to this new, beautiful partner who had joined so quickly from another world. Kuruda, Sid. Alan has made breakfast. Come in and eat. Just then, Ruko also came out of the cabin, clearly reminding Kuruda and Sid to come in for breakfast. Okay. The two responded and followed Ruko to the dining room. Soon, everyone began to enjoy breakfast. Meanwhile, in Town, Ariel was also enjoying her breakfast. She was surprised and happy to find that even the breakfast in this world was far superior to what she had in her original world. Remembering her former identity as a demon lord with an entire demon race under her command, she felt a wave of sadness at the disparity. Was the food she used to eat really that bad? I can't think about it anymore. It'll just make me depressed. Ariel quickly shook her head and hurriedly finished the breakfast she had ordered. Thinking she still had time before her appointment with Kuruda and that she hadn't properly explored the town last night, she settled her bill in berries and began to walk around Town. It was undeniable that with the absence of the Monka father and son, the daily life of the residents in Town had returned to peace, stability, and harmony, even becoming much livelier. Ariel, wandering around, felt very happy and uplifted. Meanwhile, Luffy and Zoro had boarded Luffy's small wooden boat and, after bidding farewell to Kobe, continued on their journey. Although they were pirates, the Straw Hat Pirates gave off a different vibe. To express their gratitude for their liberation, a large number of Navy personnel, including Kobe, came to see them off and even saluted. Kobe took this opportunity to officially join the Navy, but he would have to start from the bottom as a recruit, which was the lowest rank in the Navy. However, at the same time, while Luffy received a big gift that would make him the greatest swordsman in the future, he still had a long road ahead. Thankfully, with Kuruda around, he would take care of Luffy. After all, he needed to resolve some unresolved issues from watching One Piece. Otherwise, he would just be a big bad guy in the underwater world. Fortunately, they would soon encounter a small thief, which would solve the problem of the navigator. As this little thief would join the Straw Hat Pirates immediately. Back on the Bull ship, everyone had finished breakfast. Under Kuruda's leadership, they left the Bull ship and boarded one of the two Navy warships. They saw many Navy personnel trapped in specially made cages by the Phantom Brigade. Many of the Navy soldiers, having not eaten for almost a day and suffering the dual blow of defeat and captivity, looked pale and haggard. Alan, I remember there is still a lot of food on these two warships, right? Can we let these Navy personnel survive for a few days? Kuruda said meaningfully. Captain, I counted yesterday, and I took some important ingredients and quality goods. The remaining food is indeed enough for these Navy personnel to eat for several days, Alan replied, still not understanding what Kuruda meant, so he could only answer honestly. I've obtained some intelligence. Navy Hero Vice Admiral Karp, Admiral Akiji, and Reserve Admirals Peach Rabbit and Tontada are bringing at least 2 warships and about 500 people with the 50 million berries we proposed. They are both our captives and our goods. If the goods develop any physical issues or diseases, can we still exchange this money later? Command the ninjas to give these naval goods some proper food, Kuruda said with a smile. But after he finished speaking, whether it was his own people or the Navy trapped in the cage, even the soldiers of the Ghost Shadow Corps who were closer by were all horrified. Just listen. Is what you said even human words? However, after the Navy soldiers reacted, they were instantly overjoyed and furious. The joy was naturally because the heroes and generals of the Navy were coming to rescue them. They didn't have to die. They hadn't been abandoned by the Navy, which moved their hearts and made them continuously happy. The anger was actually because Kuruda treated them as commodities, tools for making money, and coupled with that smile, it was simply a great insult to them. Bang! The hot-tempered ghost spider stood up directly, gripping the bars of the cage with both hands, gritting his teeth, and with eyes seemingly ready to burst into flames, he angrily said, Kid, don't be so pleased with yourself. Do you think that after Vice Admiral Karp and the others come and redeem us, you can take this money and leave? You have no idea how terrifying Mr. Karp and Mr. Akiji are. They're both heroes of our Navy and the strongest generals. Moreover, Miss Peach Rabbit and Mr. T Pig are not pushovers either. Ghost Spider truly couldn't believe that with such a lineup, along with being rescued and having normal meals these past few days, they wouldn't be able to bring those damned pirates to justice. Although the few people opposite weren't candidates for Admiral, they were already at Admiral level strength. After all, He had fought with Fire Mountain yesterday and had witnessed the battle between Kuruda and Sid from a distance. He had to admit that this was also the reason he felt extremely overwhelmed last night. These people in front of him were indeed not simple. Even in the New World, they were among the top strong. If it were ordinary Navy, they could only rescue them and couldn't engage in battle with them. However, with the arrival of Navy hero Admiral Karp, Admiral Akiji, 2 candidate admirals, and 500 elite Navy soldiers, he truly believes that he can defeat the opponent. Upon hearing this, neither Sid nor Kuruda had any reaction. Both had lived 2 lives and had experienced storms, so they had seen all kinds of grand scenes. But Alan and the 2 sisters immediately became worried. They had heard of a Navy admiral and the hero's reputation. With these people added in, they would indeed be at a disadvantage in terms of top-tier combat power, and the gap in top-tier strength was crucial in determining the outcome of the battle. So the 3 of them naturally became anxious. However, upon hearing the words of the ghost spider, Kuruda couldn't help but laugh loudly, even bursting into a hearty laugh. This left everyone, except for the truth-knowing Sid, momentarily stunned. What was going on? Why was Kuruda able to laugh now? And his laughter was filled with sarcasm? Kid, what are you laughing at? Are you not afraid of our extravagant Navy lineup? Ghost Spider roared, his expression filled with anger. In his view, the other side clearly looked down on them, the Navy, and there was a hint of overconfidence, even if it was a display of overconfidence. As a hawkish Navy man, he couldn't stand it, and just looking at it made him feel furious. Afraid? Of course I'm afraid. I'm afraid they won't come. Otherwise, I won't get this money, which would serve as my future team fee, Kuruda said nonchalantly with a laugh. Arrogant. The Fire Mountain, locked in the same cage as Ghost Spider, immediately turned around and said with a cold smile, "No, I am confident, absolutely confident. Right, King Arii?" Kuruda continued to laugh as he called out King Arii's name and also activated the power of the ultimate battle device. King Arii? What King Arii? What was he talking about? Everyone felt confused, and this time even Sid was included. But soon, in the next moment, everyone was in shock. They first felt the ship shaking, and suddenly a huge splash erupted from the sea beside them. Everyone looked over and was left dumbfounded, because it was a beige head with 2 pairs of rotating horns. Although it was just a forehead, it slowly sank back into the sea, but following it was a long beige tail and that unique call. Finally, the long tail slammed down on the sea surface, creating a huge splash and waves. Everyone was so scared they were speechless. After all, this is how most people react when they see something massive. Huge creatures always bring a sense of shock, even fear. What was that just now? Was it a Sea King? This guy actually has a Sea King. Many naval soldiers quickly said one after another. Even after they finished speaking, the Vice Admiral, Fire Mountain, Ghost Spider, and Alan all thought it was a Sea King. What is that? But as for what it really was, only Kuruda, who was controlling everything, knew. So Ghost Spider looked at him again and asked, "It's nothing, just my pet, which I recently acquired. It's a large marine monster with a certain level of intelligence." Kuruda didn't want to overly expose the monster, so he spoke a bit evasively. "That's still a joke. Do you think that with just this sea beast, you can bridge the gap in high-end combat power between you and our great Navy?" Ghost Spider said disdainfully, sneering, because in his view, it was just a sea beast. "I know that, but who said I only have this one pet? And it's enough to deal with you 2 vice admirals and the naval soldiers." Kuruda continued with a smile. "What, more than one?" Now everyone was shocked. The oppressive marine giant beast in Kuruda's hands was not just one, and it could deal with vice admirals. Could it be that those sea beasts have the strength of vice admirals? So what? High-end combat power, you still can't match us. Fire Mountain snorted coldly, continuing with that smile. Not yet, but maybe in a while. Kuruda continued to laugh, leaving everyone confused again. What was going on? Alan and the 2 sisters felt like they were increasingly unable to keep up with Kuruda's thoughts. "What are you talking about?" Ghost Spider said, both puzzled and angry. Finally here. But suddenly, Kuruda noticed a figure flying from the direction of Shellstown. Looking at that familiar figure, along with the 6-winged purple light wings he helped choose yesterday, he understood that it was Ariel coming, just as they had agreed yesterday. Everyone immediately looked over and saw the beautiful figure flying with wings. Many were surprised to see the newcomer could fly. Of course, this was mainly the people from the pirate world, including Alan and the 2 sisters, because in their understanding, those who can fly usually possess significant strength. Under everyone's gaze, Ariel quickly flew above the naval warship, retracted her 6-winged purple light wings, and smoothly jumped onto the deck. However, Many people present were somewhat dazed at first sight of Ariel's appearance. It couldn't be helped. The image of the domineering queen was quite intimidating. Even though her outfit was a bit revealing, her perfect figure made some naval soldiers unable to resist drooling. Beautiful women in the pirate world are few and far between, like Hancock or Nami, and every time they appear, they can elicit cheers and obsession from some old perverts and men. Finally found you all. Fortunately, you haven't left, Ariel said with a smile. Haha, welcome, old friend. I knew that as our fame spread, you would definitely come, Kuruda also said with a smile. Big brother Kuruda, who is this? Alan asked curiously. But at the same time, I thought to myself, another friend of Kuruda from before, although I don't know him. This is an old friend I once knew, named Ariel, about the same age as us, and also one of my targets to recruit onto the ship. Moreover, Ariel is also a top-tier martial arts expert and an outstanding helmsman. Kuruda directly introduced Ariel to everyone. Haha, I hope to receive your guidance in the future, Ariel said with a smile. So, are you looking to come aboard my bull horse directly? Kuruda pretended to be surprised and said according to the established script. Haha, let's not be too formal. I've seen your performance. So, I'm applying to come aboard. Old friend, no, Captain, Ariel replied. All right, welcome to join my fallen pirate crew. Alan, Lucy, Ruko, it seems we need to hold another welcome party today. Go prepare a bit. If there are any supplies we lack, go buy some in town. Kuruda quickly turned around and smiled at the two sisters and Alan. However, as soon as he said this, he immediately understood why many pirate crews in the pirate world often held parties for no reason. Yes, Captain, the three responded happily upon hearing about the party. But just as they were about to leave, Sid stepped forward. Captain, may I spar with our new partner to understand her strength? Sid said, while making a gesture of request. Hearing this, everyone was taken aback, including Kuruda and Ariel, the parties involved. Kuruda thought for a moment, estimating that Sid wanted to spar after seeing another otherworldly expert. However, it also seemed fine to showcase Ariel's strength in front of the crew and these naval soldiers. So he nodded and said, Okay, Ariel, what do you say? Haha, I won't refuse any challenge, Ariel laughed heartily. Clearly, Ariel was open to combat. After all, in her previous life, she was either on the path of battle or already fighting. Hearing about the sparring, Alan and the others became interested, so they didn't leave. Not only could they see the strength of their new partner, Ariel, but they could also witness Mr. Sid's superb swordsmanship and equally powerful strength once again. Even the Navy soldiers locked in cages were intrigued, though more out of fear. Anyone on the beach of Skull Island must have considerable strength, probably at least a candidate Admiral level. Now, with this additional powerful individual, if the Navy faced the opponents as previously described, they might not be able to win after all. Thinking of this, even the Vice Admirals, Ghost Spider and Fire Mountain, felt a bit nervous. How could another strong person emerge in the EC? Watch the sword, but at that moment, Sid had already made the first move, swinging his long sword down toward Ariel. But Ariel smiled slightly, extending her right hand clad in a black glove, and effortlessly blocked the sword with the blade in front of everyone's astonished gaze. What? Sid was immediately surprised, perhaps because it was the first time he had seen someone so easily catch a sword strike with one hand. However, Kuruda nodded at this scene. This ordinary sword strike could be easily blocked with Ariel's physical strength. Can you show a bit of your power? Ariel said with a smile. Soon, her smile turned cold, and she launched a super fast punch. But when the sound came, Sid quickly reacted and took out the crowbar he had at his waist to block it. But soon, his expression changed drastically again. No, such strong power. Suddenly, Ariel released the long sword in her right hand and punched Sid, sending him flying. After Sid managed to stop himself, he looked up. Hiya! Ariel had jumped up at some point and was now kicking down at him with a split kick. When did this happen? No, the speed generated purely from her physical body is incredibly fast. I didn't feel any energy fluctuations from her at all. At the same time, Sid understood that he couldn't confront the opponent head-on. Otherwise, it would be a complete mismatch, with his weaknesses colliding against the opponent's strengths. So he quickly jumped up to evade, soaring into the air. Ariel couldn't stop in time and directly struck the deck of the naval warship with a kick, causing a loud explosion as a large section of the deck splintered into wooden fragments. Watch the sword. Sid seized the opportunity to slash down with his sword, this time infused with magical power. The purple flames burning on the shadow sword ignited as Ariel turned and threw a punch. With a thunderous roar, the two collided once more, creating a massive shockwave around them. But in the end, Ariel's strength was still slightly stronger, with a bit more force in her fist. Sid was once again pushed back and fell onto the deck. Looking at the formidable opponent before him, Sid couldn't help but exclaim that he had been somewhat of a frog at the bottom of a well. He truly couldn't underestimate the strong from other worlds. Although he hadn't used some of his techniques yet, he also knew that the other side likely hadn't used any of their trump cards either. His intuition told him that when it came to raw strength, he was indeed not a match for her. "Do you want to continue fighting?" Ariel retracted her fist and smiled again. Sid shook his head and then turned to Kuruda, saying, "Captain, Ariel is qualified to be our partner on board." It was clear that he had accepted this formidable villain from another world, who was even stronger than him. Kuruda nodded and said, "All right, we are all partners now. Let's get along well in the future." "Yes," replied Alan, Ruka, Lucy, Sid, and Ariel, all smiling in response. Kuruda then directly looked at the dumbfounded and dazed Ghost Spider and Fire Mountain, saying, "Now we have another top-tier powerhouse on our side. Is our high-end combat power lacking?" When he said this, Kuruda was filled with confidence. According to his previous plans, Akiji and Karp were supposed to be dealt with by himself, Sid, and the new partner. Especially the new partner, it was best if they were also strong in physical combat. If luck was on his side, Kuruda might even get a villain from the multiverse whose physical skills surpassed Karp's. He had to admit that he was indeed very lucky, with millennia of close combat experience. Combined with the body granted by ancient divine beasts, in pure physical skills, Karp might not fare well against Ariel. In fact, after learning the three-color Haki, this gap would only widen, although the spider's sensory abilities were useless against Ariel. The later observation Haki and the ability to foresee the future would significantly enhance Ariel's overall combat power. However, regardless, these were all matters for the future. At least for now, with Ariel present, the Navy was destined to suffer a crushing defeat in 2 days. At this moment, after fully witnessing Ariel's strength, Ghost Spider and Fire Mountain's faces turned pale and grim. They knew very well that their opponent had gained another top-tier powerhouse, and with those so-called sea beasts, they might indeed have the capability to deal with them. If that were the case, even if Karp and Akiji led the charge this time, it was hard to say who would win or lose if they clashed. The outcome of this battle would either be the Navy's defeat and retreat or the other side escaping. But neither scenario was what they wanted to see. They should have completely captured or eliminated the opponent instead. Many Navy soldiers also realized this, their faces instantly turning desperate and pale. Seeing their expressions, Kuruda became quite satisfied. Because isn't this what a big villain is supposed to do? Even before the battle started, make the other side feel despair and fear. He absolutely loved the expressions on these Navy faces. Moreover, there were still many things he hadn't mentioned, like energy cannons and blue energy shields. However, regardless of anything else, this time the Navy was sure to lose. Kuruda was filled with confidence regarding the strength they currently possessed. Soon, as there was nothing more for the Navy soldiers to do, everyone returned to the Bull ship, leaving the Ghost Shadow Legion to continue guarding these Navy soldiers. After uploading, Alan and the two sisters naturally went to prepare for the new welcome party, even heading to Shell's town to gather supplies for the event. While they were away, Kuruda took the opportunity to hand the smooth teleportation energy pearl to Ariel and explain its function once again. Ariel was surprised to find such a magical pearl. After trying it out, she was even more astonished to realize that she had truly gained the ability to teleport. As a powerful individual, she understood how important such a spatial ability was for her combat strength. Therefore, after acquiring the teleportation ability, she expressed her gratitude to Kuruda once again. "It's no problem. As I mentioned before, my fallen pirate crew follows an elite path, so this teleportation ability can be seen as a benefit for the crew. Moreover, this ability is inherently useful. Since you are with me, I naturally won't shortchange you. By the way, you should take a look at this too," Kuruda said with a smile, indicating that it was no issue, as he originally intended for all his partners to possess the teleportation ability. But at the same time, he also brought out the super-fast three-color Haki training method. The two quickly took a look at it. After seeing it, they understood that this was a special power of this world, especially for Sid, who already possessed the advanced level of Conqueror's Haki. It was clear to him that even in their original world, the three-color Haki was still a very impressive ability. But soon, after reacting quickly, there was surprise. They didn't expect to gain such a special ability. Moreover, they were very confident in their own strength and talent, believing that they wouldn't need half a year, and could even shorten the time further to learn the 3 types of Haki. Especially for Sid. After all, he already knew the Conqueror's Haki, so he just needed to focus on learning the other 2 types of Haki. Therefore, when he heard Sid's choice of 3 options down to 2, he already possessed the advanced Conqueror's Haki, which made Ariel feel a bit envious. She pouted in dissatisfaction and looked at Kuruda, as if to say, "Why can't I be like him with the options you gave me?" This was unavoidable. On the pirate's ship, Sid could take on the role of a swordsman, while you had no professional background. Yet, the ability of a top helmsman appeared in your choices, so I could only help you choose this. Moreover, you will definitely learn observation Haki in the future, which overlaps with the other option I didn't select for you. Therefore, I chose the six-winged purple light wings to compensate for your inability to fly. But don't worry, I can exchange for more items and abilities from various worlds in the future, and I will continue to enrich yours. Kuruda quickly explained, and besides, he would continue to earn reputation points. By then, he would definitely exchange for more items from various worlds for these partners to use. Hearing this, Ariel nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. I will look forward to it. Sid smiled and said, haha, definitely. However, you all need to practice the 3 types of Haki. Kuruda first agreed and then emphasized that the 3 types of Haki must be practiced well. The two nodded, indicating their understanding. After listening to Kuruda's explanation, they realized how important the 3 types of Haki would be for their lives and battles in the pirate world. Naturally, they would take it seriously. After a while, since Ariel still didn't have a bedroom, she quickly chose a room she liked in the cabin. Kuruda and Sid had nothing to do, so they helped Ariel clean the room first. Then they moved in some furniture, including some items that Ariel had bought back and forth in Shell's town, which she liked. As for the final arrangement, it was naturally left to Ariel. Thus, Ariel's bedroom on the bull horse was quickly set up. Kuro, Sid, Miss Ariel, the welcome party is ready. It was Ruka, who came into the cabin to invite Kuruda and the others to the party outside. Coming, the 3 exchanged smiles and walked out together. Soon, the new welcome party was successfully held. All right, let's welcome Ariel as our helmsman and the 6th member of our fallen pirate crew. Now I announce that the welcome party begins. Kuruda stood up with a glass filled with wine and said with a smile, "Cheers." Everyone quickly stood up to toast. However, their expressions were filled with joy and happiness. "Thank you, everyone. I really like this atmosphere and family," Ariel said with a sincere smile and expression. Soon, everyone began to enjoy the delicious food, drink tasty wine, and sweet juice again. But this time, Ariel was included. But in summary, this gathering was held perfectly, and everyone was very happy, continuously laughing and eating. However, nothing lasts forever, and after the gathering was over, everyone was full. Kuruda didn't want Alan to clean up the dishes, so he immediately called upon the Phantom Brigade to handle it. After all, the ninja soldiers were skilled in many things, so cleaning up was no big deal. Everyone returned to their own rooms to rest, or some even fell asleep right away. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Kuruda summoned everyone to the conference room on the bull ship. The group quickly gathered around a table and sat down. As the captain, Kuruda took the lead in bringing up the topic about facing the Navy in 2 days. According to my intelligence, in 2 days, the Navy will bring the 50 million berries we want to redeem those Navy hostages. After saying this, Kuruda pointed directly at the window of the conference room, where one of the captured Navy warships could be seen outside. "Captain, isn't this great? We have an additional source of income," Ruko curiously said, somewhat confused. "Silly sister, you're so naive. The captain wouldn't say this unless the Navy plans something untrustworthy. Given that we've shown our strength, the Navy probably sees us as a threat. So the people they send to negotiate with us won't be simple, and after exchanging the hostages, they will likely take action against us," Lucy said, first scolding her sister and then expressing her speculation. Ariel and Sid exchanged glances with Lucy, realizing that this girl was quite clever. As for the girl beside them, she seemed a bit foolish but was also quite cute. That's right. This time, the Navy is likely to have 2 warships, led by the current Admiral Akiji and the Navy hero Vice Admiral Karp. One of the warships should be Karp's flagship, while the other is probably similar to ours. Moreover, there will be nearly 500 elite Navy soldiers, including the candidate Admiral Momonosuke and the assassin Pufferfish Keiki. If they send those Navy soldiers back, there will also be nearly 200 remaining Navy soldiers alongside the 2 Vice Admirals. Such a force cannot be underestimated, Kuruda said seriously. Upon hearing this, everyone, including Ariel and Sid, understood. They had started to learn about the pirate world, which naturally included their own strength in this realm. This was what they referred to as Admiral-level strength, and it was said that the so-called Navy hero Vice Admiral Karp was even stronger than an ordinary Emperor-level powerhouse. This meant their high-end combat power was not as formidable as theirs. However, since he had only recently arrived, she wasn't very familiar with other names and had no idea how powerful this lineup was. However, seeing Kuruda and the 3 people beside him with somewhat serious expressions, It seems they are not simple characters either. After all, even Kuruda's original 3 companions know what their current strength is like. Captain, what do you plan to do? Alan asked. No need to ask, of course we will fight back. I'm going to be the big bad guy, instilling fear in many villains. So this battle must be faced, and we also have our advantages. Kuruda first emphasized the home advantage with a single word, fight. Then he shared all his thoughts and recent gains. For instance, the energy cannon, the blue light defense system. And he also briefly explained about the monsters to gain everyone's trust, especially for Alan and the other 2, as they had previously encountered the monsters while helping Ariel clean the room. Being summoned from another world as a villainous powerhouse, they naturally believed in the multiverse theory. Thus, after Kuruda's explanation, the 2 quickly learned about the Ultraman world and the monsters. Upon realizing the power of the Ultraman world, they couldn't help but gasp. A multiverse capable of annihilating stars and universes was a world they had never even dared to imagine or accept before. They both thought that the Ultraman world must be a top-tier world among the multiverse, right? However, if Kuruda knew, he would definitely dismiss that idea, considering it quite mediocre compared to truly top-tier worlds like the Primordial Era, Zhiqian, and Perfect World. Nevertheless, in the pirate world, even though the monsters have been weakened, they are indeed strong. Moreover, what appeared here are merely ordinary monsters. However, in the conference room, Kuruda made Alan and the others believe that these were not just sea kings, but ancient creatures from the pirate world that had long been dormant beneath the sea. Only with the ultimate battle device in his hand could he awaken and harness them for his use. Of course, this was not just an explanation for Alan and the others. Facing more outsiders, to better utilize the power of the monsters, such lies were necessary. As for how the outside world would react, that was none of his concern. After all, the monsters were all exchanged from the system, and only he could command them. If anyone dared to lay their hands on the monsters, they would naturally be met with fierce resistance. However, after hearing all this, Alan and the others still found it hard to believe. But they quickly accepted it, as they were the beneficiaries along with the captain, coupled with years of trust. After that, with the new 2 major Ghost Shadow Battle Corps, Kuruda proceeded to explain in detail and demonstrate the energy cannon and blue light energy shield, which left everyone stunned. Finally, back in the conference room, Kuruda explained the distribution of opponents among those present. Instantly, everyone was filled with confidence. With such a huge advantage, why couldn't they teach the Navy a lesson this time? They could thoroughly retaliate and give the Navy a hard slap in the face. So, after Kuruda finished speaking, everyone immediately supported the proposed idea. Of course, this included mostly fighters or battle enthusiasts present. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for opinions to unify so quickly. After this meeting concluded, Kuruda also advised everyone to prepare well for the battle in 2 days, rest when needed, adjust accordingly, and of course, they could also do a bit of training. Soon, everyone got busy again, mostly practicing and training before the battle. For example, Sid and Ariel familiarized themselves with their original powers and practiced the 3-color Haki, while Kuruda and the others also trained as much as they could, whether it was physical techniques, devil fruit abilities, or improving weapon usage skills. Later, Kuruda quickly reminded them to balance work and rest, and everyone had some appropriate relaxation. After all, who would want to exhaust themselves training and then go into battle? Soon, the 2 days passed, and during the training, Kuruda kept using Litola to monitor the 2 Navy warships that had recently completely merged. This formidable and powerful Navy was about to enter the first half of the Grand Line's East Sea. However, they had no idea that above them, a giant bird was tracking their coordinates, sailing direction, and even some of their conversations, all of which Kuruda was aware of. However, there wasn't any significant intelligence. The other side would arrive on time. At that point, it was likely that they would simply exchange money for goods, leading to a battle. However, he thought to himself, with such a large-scale and powerful battle, to avoid affecting Shell's town, it would be better to keep some distance. To be precise, they should take the initiative to attack and actively seek out the Navy. Yes, that's the plan, and their reputation has long been established. Those reporters are sharp, so there's no need for me to specifically seek them out. I believe this time, it will either be driving the Navy back or retreating completely. But the former is preferable, as it will certainly earn more reputation points. Kuruda first believed that his method was feasible. At the same time, this battle must be made known, as only in this way could he earn reputation points. He instructed Litola to continue monitoring the Navy, while Kuruda directly entered sleep to recharge for the battle tomorrow. The others also followed suit, all entering Dreamland early. Even the captured Navy personnel knew they would be fighting after being redeemed tomorrow. It is estimated that there are 2 warships on the Berlot ship. The only ones not sleeping are the Ghost Shadow Corps. Meanwhile, the 2 Navy warships that had entered the East Sea ordered everyone except the soldiers on guard and patrol to rest early. Karp understood very well that for these lower-ranking soldiers, tomorrow would be a tough battle, and conserving energy was the most important thing. Although he was confident in defeating the opponent with top-tier strength the next day, reducing casualties was what he wanted to see, despite Karp's usual carefree demeanor. As a veteran with nearly decades of experience in the Navy, he was still very skilled at commanding when facing an impending battle. Akiji, Peach Rabbit, and Chatten naturally had no objections to Karp's orders, so they all returned to their quarters to rest. Unfortunately, due to the gap in intelligence between the 2 sides, they have no idea that the other side has gained a top-tier otherworldly body technique expert, Ariel. The things Kuruda obtained in the past, along with the recent acquisitions, could serve as trump cards enough for them to get by. However, in terms of intelligence capabilities over a small area, Kuruda still has a slight advantage thanks to Littora. But on a global scale, the Navy's intelligence capabilities are definitely top-notch. Therefore, Kuruda believes that enhancing intelligence capabilities in the future or summoning a partner who can easily manage global intelligence is very important. Soon, night ended, the sun rose. A new day began, and it was time for their appointment. The 6 of them, as usual, enjoyed the breakfast that Alan had prepared in advance. As the chef, he naturally woke up earlier than everyone else. However, relatively speaking, with the Phantom Legion around at night, there was no need for sentry duty, so Alan had it much easier. In fact, after finishing the meal, he didn't even have to clean the dishes himself. Although Alan didn't say it out loud, he was very pleased in his heart. Having the Phantom Legion around was truly great. For instance, now that everyone had finished eating and sat in their seats for a while, the Phantom Legion was already cleaning up the dishes and washing them. However, this bottleneck won't last long because everyone knows that there will definitely be a battle today, and it is scheduled for the morning. Gentlemen, I do not wish for the fighting to spread to Shell's town. Therefore, this time we will take the initiative, just like Alan and Lucille did when dealing with the Navy. I already know the direction of the enemy. So, let us set off to battle, and with this fight, we will make our name and reputation as the fallen pirate crew known to the world. Kuruda finally made the final pre-battle command. After all, taking the initiative was his decision made last night, and he hadn't told anyone yet. However, pre-battle encouragement and declarations are also very important. Yes, Captain, they did not question Kuruda's decision, as it sounded reasonable and organized. They just needed to follow the captain's orders. After all, they are crew members and trusted partners. Not to mention Alan, who has been together with the 2 sisters, Ariel and Sid, for almost 4 years. After recognizing Kuruda, their loyalty to him was also raised to 100 by the system. Therefore, they have always been absolutely obedient to Kuruda's commands. Moreover, if a captain cannot get their crew to work, it's better not to be a captain at all. After all, cohesion is very important for a captain. Soon, everyone left the dining room and came to the deck. Naturally, the first was Ariel, who is now the helmsman. And Kuruda had previously instructed her on how to operate the special electric ship, the Buluo. After Kuruda informed the 2 sisters of the Navy's position, the sisters coordinated with Ariel. Once Alan pulled up the anchor, the Buluo set off. Sid also temporarily received command authority from the Ghost Shadow Legion, instructing the Ghost soldiers to pilot 2 Navy ships to follow them. Thus, after staying here for almost a few days, the Buluo finally set off, and a tough battle awaited them. Navy, here I come, taking the first step in becoming the top villain in this world, Kuruda said with a smile while standing at the bow of the ship. At this moment, Karp, who had already entered the East Sea, seemed to have rested all night and was preparing to raise the sails and set off. Karp watched while holding a bag of sunbae and eating. The sound of eating was really loud, making the nearby Akiji, Peach Rabbit, and Chabo feel helpless. Didn't we just have breakfast? How can you still have such an appetite? You're still eating Senbei, and we are about to face the fallen pirate crew. Even if there's a good chance of winning, can't you calm down a bit now? Mr. Karp, should we stick to the plan we discussed earlier? Peach Rabbit shook her head and said, That's right. First we need to rescue our companions. After all, they must be saved, then we will fight. But before the battle, I still want to question those few kids who were looking for a way to survive. Why they come to be pirates now? Karp said while continuing to eat Senbei. But it was precisely because he wanted to question Kuruda and the others that to raise their previous question. However, capturing them first and then feeding them information wouldn't be too late. Tita said again that, in her view, the Navy's duty is to eliminate and arrest pirates. There shouldn't be any chatting and joking with them before battle. Forget it, let us escape. This was Mr. Karp's idea. He must have his reasons for doing this, such as understanding the enemy before the fight. After all, we still don't know the abilities of the four on the other side with their devil fruits. Chibuta yawned widely and then said, "Indeed, if we can gather intelligence before the battle, chatting a bit wouldn't hurt." Akiji agreed with Chibuta's idea and said, "You guys, Sai, do whatever you want. I want to interfere." Hearing that all three of them thought this way, Tita was almost driven to frustration. But the minority must obey the majority, so she could only reluctantly agree. All right, I must ask, but it would be best if we could extract some information. However, I still can't believe that those few who looked bright and kind-hearted back then would choose to become pirates. What happened to them in about 2 years that led them to take this path? I still won't understand. Karp also stopped eating senbei and then said, "Respecting Mr. Karp's choice," Akiji and the other three exchanged glances and said in unison, as if they had understood why Karp was doing this. "Okay, let's prepare to set sail. Although I don't believe they would do something like a ransom, we must still be cautious. The agreed time is in the morning. Let's hurry over." Karp said, "Yes." After hearing this, the three immediately planned to arrange for 2 warships, giving orders to prepare for departure. Just then, a soldier on the lookout tower, using a telescope, spotted a large ship approaching from the distance. Especially the ship's style and flag clearly indicated it was a pirate ship. He quickly shouted down below, "There's a pirate crew coming towards us, about 4,000 meters away." Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned. Many people's first reaction was, is another small pirate crew crashing in or just passing by? Although the East Sea is weak in strength, the number of pirate crews and pirates is indeed high. Yes. How many times have we encountered this? Since we entered the East Sea, it has been quite frequent. Although this is an achievement, it is too minor. Looking at the lineup on our ship, they are simply unaware of their impending doom. The Navy soldiers quickly communicated among themselves. However, it was evident that they all believed that with their current lineup, any small pirate from the East Sea could be easily dealt with. Their tone was filled with confidence, even pride. Karp and the others displayed expressions of indifference. They felt that handling these small pirates didn't require their involvement. Sending a few soldiers would suffice. Even Akiji seemed to want to continue directing operations, advancing while casually dispatching someone to deal with those small pirates. However, soon the lookout on the watchtower, a marine, once again used his binoculars to observe the pirate ship that was rapidly approaching, especially after he clearly saw the flag and what was depicted on it, as well as the 2 warships appearing behind it. He suddenly understood and panicked as he shouted down below, "Not good. It's not an ordinary small pirate crew. It's the fallen pirate crew, and behind them are our Navy's warships. They're coming to find us." Although he was just a lookout being involved in this operation, he naturally knew some information. For example, he was aware that some Navy personnel had been captured by the enemy, and that Kuruda and his crew were known to the Navy. He knew what their pirate captain looked like and what their flag depicted. As soon as the Marines heard his words, the confidence and pride that had been on their faces instantly vanished, replaced by panic, and some even shouted out, though more were filled with anger. "What? The fallen pirate crew? Damn it, they actually came to find us. They really don't take our Navy seriously. When the battle starts, we must teach them a good lesson. They really don't know their own strength, daring to challenge our current formation." Clearly, Kuruda and his crew had arrived, but their actions were seen as a provocation by the Marines, who were usually a bit proud and confident. It was no wonder they were feeling angry, contrasting with their previous pride. "Quick, prepare for battle immediately, stop the advance, and get ready to face them." Peach Rabbit's expression changed, and she quickly gave commands. Even Karp and the others became serious. They knew very well that based on the intelligence they had received, the pirate crew they were about to face was probably second only to the Yonko-level pirate crews. After all, the enemy had 2 admirals and 3 admiral candidates. Such strength truly warranted being considered second only to the Emperor level. Soon, after Peach Rabbit finished giving orders, the Navy began to get busy. Fueled by their previous anger, combined with being elite and well-trained, they moved quickly. Under Karp's leadership, they arrived at the bow of the ship. Finally, they saw the approaching fallen pirate crew. "What is that kid Kuruda thinking, actually coming to meet us?" Karp said, a mix of surprise and confusion on his face. The others didn't respond because they were equally unclear. They had never considered this possibility, neither now nor before. "It seems the battle is going to start early. This is really troublesome," Kazan sighed. Let them come quickly," Peach Rabbit pouted, somewhat dissatisfied. She had thought they could rest a bit longer, but she decided that a quick battle would also be fine. "Let us make it quick," Chabat said, his attitude similar to Kazan's. However, It was clear that the three did not even consider the possibility of losing. This was their confidence in their own strength and their formation. First, bring the people back. Let me ask before we fight, Karp added. The other three nodded again upon hearing this, as this had been agreed upon earlier, and in their haste, they almost forgot. On the other side, aboard the Bull Horse. Captain, I see the Navy warships, especially the dog-headed bow. The target is right ahead, Lucas said from the lookout tower. Stop at a distance of 1,000 meters, drop anchor, and lower the sails, Kuruda ordered. Yes. The crew quickly followed his instructions. In front of Karp and the others, the Bull Horse stopped 1,000 meters away, and according to what Kuruda had previously said, Alan and the others quickly prepared. The two sides soon faced each other, standing at the bow and looking at one another. Kuruda looked across, primarily at Karp and Kazan. After all, the most difficult and tricky opponents on the Navy side were them. Moreover, as the saying goes, soldiers face soldiers, generals face generals. As captain, he naturally had to face Karp, the leader on the other side. Alan, Lucy, Luca, Sid, and Ariel also came to the bow behind Kuruda, looking at the opponents. Or rather, they were already assigned their opponents. However, at this moment, the Navy's side saw Ariel, who had not appeared in any intelligence, and noticed the positioning, with her standing on either side of Kuruda alongside Sid. Karp and the others were suddenly taken aback, and their expressions turned grim, clearly having guessed something. Who was that woman? Being able to stand with that swordsman, could she also be of Admiral-level strength? Peach Rabbit said, her eyes filled with disbelief. From the positioning, it's very likely, Chobot replied. She looks quite beautiful and has a bit of cuteness, but could someone like that really be a top-tier powerhouse? Kazan felt a twinge of curiosity about Ariel's appearance. Don't judge by appearances. Things are a bit out of our control now. I just hope that girl isn't too strong, Karp said solemnly, as for some reason, upon seeing Ariel, an ominous premonition arose in his heart. Moreover, it had only been a few days since Kuruda had recruited such a strong person. Could it be someone he knew from before? Now, did she come because of Kuruda's rising reputation? A top-tier swordsman like Sid would only be recognized and actively invited aboard by Kuruda. Karp did not believe that someone like Ariel, who stood in the same position as Sid, would not possess at least Admiral-level strength in Kuruda's eyes. At the same time, he understood that if the enemy really had another Admiral-level powerhouse, the outcome of this battle would be hard to predict. The ensuing battle would depend on the strength and trump cards of both sides, and of course, luck would also play a part. Meanwhile, after staring at each other for a moment, Kuruda amplified his voice with the power of chaos and directly said, you shouldn't mind us coming early, right? However, hearing Kuruda say this, both the two naval warships beside the Bull Horse and the Navy on them, as well as the Navy across from them, were gritting their teeth. Because no one had ever talked to the Navy like this, and with such an attitude, Kuruda was definitely the first. It's worth noting that even pirate crews of royal caliber would not take the initiative to greet the Navy in their current formation unless there were urgent or special circumstances. Therefore, in the eyes of these Navy personnel, Kuruda was simply a damned bastard. Even Karp and the others showed signs of speechlessness and anger on their faces, wondering when pirates became so arrogant. All right, enough nonsense, money for goods, 50 million berries, I believe you can come up with it, and you can redeem these people. Kuruda felt it was about time and went straight to the point. He first needed to get the 50 million berries from the other party. This small sum of money was something the Navy could afford, but I need to see that nothing has happened to them first, Karp said. Fine, I'll have my ninjas take the two warships over. With your strength, you can see the situation on the warships, but now let me see my berries, Kuruda continued. All right, bring up the box with the berries. Karp agreed first, then turned to the Navy soldiers behind him. Soon, some Navy soldiers came out carrying a large box and handed it to Karp, who then directly showed the box to Kuruda. Good. After Kuruda said this, even if it was just one word, he waved his hand. Immediately, the shadow ninjas on the two warships started moving the ships towards Karp and the others. As they got closer to the Navy warships, especially seeing that the people locked in cages were safe and sound, Karp and the others breathed a sigh of relief. When they were about 100 meters away, Kuruda suddenly said again, "Throw the box with the berries onto the warship. My ninjas will bring the berries back." Karp directly threw the box onto the warship. Soon, including him, the other three also stiffened because they saw that on those two warships, especially the one where the box was thrown, the ninja soldiers directly grabbed the box, and those who didn't T-act all disappeared into the shadows, including the box containing the berries. Get up there and take over, Matoy commanded, and immediately, some Navy soldiers went to the two warships to begin rescuing the hostages and taking control of the warships. Those ninjas were truly amazing. Watching the ninjas disappear, They really left through shadows, and then they saw two ninjas reappear, presenting the treasure chest to Kuruda. Karp, Akiji, and Shibuda all marveled at the ninja's magic. Kuruda also opened the box and took a quick look. There were indeed 50 million berries. He smiled slightly and instructed the ninja soldiers to take the berries back to the storage room. But he knew that the main event was still to come. However, he planned to reveal some of his hidden cards first. And it was also a good opportunity to try out the new skill he had developed long ago, but had not yet used. Soon, the next scene completely shocked the Navy, especially Akiji. They all exclaimed that it was impossible. This included the partners from the Fallen Group, especially Ariel and Sid, who never expected that Kuruda had such a move. Unlike Alan and the two sisters, who were only slightly surprised, they knew how terrifying and powerful Kuruda's devil fruit, the chaos fruit, was. Sid and Ariel had come too early. They still did not know that Kuruda had such abilities, and they were not even very clear about the devil fruit itself. However, after this battle, they would definitely seek to understand the devil fruit. At this moment, Kuruda made his move. He gathered chaotic energy in one hand. Chaos generated freezing. From the chaotic energy, the energy of ice was ignited. As Kuruda punched out, striking the surface of the sea, a large area of surrounding seawater was quickly frozen, turning into an ice surface with a range of nearly 10,000 meters. But seeing this scene, the most unacceptable thing is still the Navy. What's going on? Why does this guy also have freezing abilities? Isn't that the ice power that Admiral Akiji possesses? According to the rules of the sea, isn't there only one devil fruit with the same ability? Could it be that this guy also has an ice-type devil fruit, just a lower-tier version of the freezing fruit? But wasn't the information saying that this guy's fruit was something like black mist? Wait a minute, his ice seems to be coming from that black room, right? Oh my god, ice, black mist, what is going on? What kind of ability user is he? Those Navy soldiers quickly started to discuss this. As for Karp and the others, they basically had the same thoughts. But at the same time, they were also confused. The ice fruit user, Kuruda, was clearly right next to them, and they wondered how he could also use ice abilities. Moreover, although Kuruda was also a natural-type devil fruit user, wasn't his fruit supposed to be something like black smoke? In a moment of urgency, they were puzzled and bewildered. However, when Akiji saw that Kuruda also had ice abilities, he was naturally the most surprised and curious among them. Akiji, how did he manage to do that? It's unclear, but we'll have to see how the upcoming battle unfolds. However, it seems that the reason this kid is doing this, while it gives him an advantage, also gives us an advantage. This guy wants his ninjas to come at us. That's why he created an icy land. But our Navy soldiers are no slouches in close combat either. Karp first shook his head, indicating he didn't understand, and then began to analyze the current situation. The other three nodded again, as Karp's analysis was indeed not wrong. Mr. Karp, everyone turned to the voice and found that Onikumo and Fire Mountain had arrived. Are you two okay? This time it was Chibuda who asked. We're fine. Although we were captured, they still allowed us our normal 3 meals a day. Thank you for saving us, Fire Mountain said. It's what we should do. We can't just watch our comrades die. Chibuda smiled. Mr. Karp, the opponent is not as simple as we thought. They still have trump cards. At this moment, Onikumo suddenly spoke up and recounted Kuroda's earlier display of the sea beast in front of them. Everyone immediately became serious. Are you saying that the opponent still has several sea beasts at the rear admiral level? They're probably under the ice right now, Akiji said with a slightly grave expression. Yes, and they probably have some other trump cards. By the way, the new woman who appeared on their side is named Ariel, and she is also a strong figure at the admiral level. This time it was Fire Mountain who spoke, quickly mentioning the previous sparring session between Sid and Ariel. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions turned grim and shocked, and they all looked towards Ariel on the opposite side. Especially Karp, who was astonished that Ariel, who couldn't even use Haki yet, could suppress someone like Sid, a great swordsman, and she did it purely with her physical strength and martial arts. That was just too strong. Haha, interesting. I definitely want to spar with that girl later, Karp said with a laugh, his fighting spirit ignited. But soon, he couldn't smile anymore, including the other Navy personnel present. Come out, soldiers of the Phantom Legion. With a grunt, he took action, and with his command, 3 tokens immediately activated. Some soldiers from a ninja corps, along with a small number of soldiers from the Shadow Brigade and the Troll Brigade, who had already been summoned, appeared along with a brand new summoning. On the Navy's side, many terrified and panicked gazes fell upon the scene. Even Karp and the others became serious again. From the shadows of the barrel ship and the figures on board, a large group of soldiers from the 3 Phantom battle groups suddenly emerged, jumping onto the ice. There were 400 from the Ninja Corps and the other two groups had about 150 each, totaling 700 soldiers from the Phantom Legion. God, there's so many ninjas. Look at those big guys, they're huge. And there are black knights fully armored. Is that sword in their hands also a shadow? Their grayish skin and red eyes are so scary. Oh my god, are they really humans? No, are they normal beings? Looking at the Phantom Legion, whose numbers were not inferior to theirs, both the original Navy and the rescue Navy on the warship began to discuss. Have you seen the Ghost Spider, the Fire Mountain Samurai, and those big guys? When did they come aboard the other ship? Peach Rabbit directly asked Fire Mountain and Ghost Spider behind him. I don't know. In the past 3 days, we've only seen those ninjas. Ghost Spider shook his head, stating that he really hadn't seen those big guys and samurai. Fire Mountain next to him also shook his head. It was clear that these were not ordinary humanoid races, but rather special beings. After seeing them in person, Akiji immediately concluded that the Phantom Legion before them couldn't be described by ordinary biological standards. Notify everyone to be cautious during the battle. Those ninjas are already hard to deal with, and the big guys and samurai, although fewer in number, probably have much greater combat power than those ninjas, Karp said seriously. But at the same time, he also understood that that kid Kuruda actually wanted to make a move before them. All the naval soldiers in combat units, except for the gunners and snipers, went onto the ice surface to prepare for battle. Tao immediately issued the order, and now, on the warship, there were already 700 naval personnel. They immediately picked up their weapons and jumped onto the ice surface. As elite soldiers of the Navy, it was not a problem for them to jump down from such a height and land safely. Haha, come out my pets, Gamora, Lithora, and Ale King. However, seeing this scene, Kuruda was not the least bit flustered and even directly summoned the monsters. As Kuruda finished speaking, both his companions behind him and the Navy opposite were taken aback. What the hell? 3 monster sea beasts. The captain has 3 under his command? At this moment, the ultimate battle instrument has already come into play. Gaon, Ji, Jio, Gamora, and Ariai Wong emerged directly from the sea behind the burly ship, then climbed onto the ice, roaring towards the sky, and quickly appeared on both sides of the burly ship. Kuruda felt that there was no need to expose the main ability of the ultimate battle instrument just yet, which is to summon monsters and command them. Even though these monsters were purchased from the system, they would still obey his orders. Therefore, he had already made sure that Gamora appeared in the sea for this very moment. Meanwhile, Litola naturally descended from the sky after receiving orders, landing on top of the burly ship and watching the Navy across the sea, maintaining its flight. Seeing the 3 giant beasts that had already appeared. Even though Litola was a bit smaller, it was still a monster. Of course, the fallen pirate crew was somewhat better off, as Kuruda had already explained everything. In the eyes of Alan and the 2 sisters, these were ancient giant beasts. However, only Sid and Ariel knew that these were monsters from another world. On the other hand, the Navy was somewhat bewildered upon seeing the 3 giant beasts, especially Karp and his 3 companions, who directly looked at the Fire Mountain and the Ghost Spider. The implication was clear. These are the sea beasts you mentioned, a bird, a triceratops, and another that also looks like a dragon, and you call these 3 sea beasts. Both the Ghost Spider and Fire Mountain felt embarrassed, as they realized they had been tricked. However, Fire Mountain still reluctantly said, that one with the rotating horn is Ariai Wong. And isn't it true that it and that triceratops over there just emerged from the sea? But at this moment, none of them wanted to hear their explanations. Because now, regardless of whether it was a land creature or a marine creature, they all understood very well that these giant beasts indeed looked very formidable. Just the sheer size of them, larger than ordinary giants, had already frightened the Navy soldiers on the ice. The Ghost Spider and the Fire Mountain. Those 2 beasts are up to you. As for that bird, have the snipers and artillery prepare, with such a small size. Its defense should be weaker than the other 2, Qingji immediately said. Understood. The 2 could only hurriedly respond. But they were also very aware that just a few days ago, their opponents in this battle were the so-called sea beasts. All right, everyone take your positions, partners. Prepare for battle, and let us go all out. Kuruda saw that he had already completed the deployment of troops. It was time to launch a full-scale attack with his partners. In fact, in the ultimate battle device, there were naturally 3 other monsters. But as mentioned before, there was no need to expose the ultimate battle device just yet. With Gamora and the other 2, it was enough for this battle. Wait a minute, kid. At this moment, seeing that the battle between both sides was about to begin, Karp recalled his previous doubts and shouted directly at Kuruda. What? Don't tell me your Navy has this lineup and doesn't want to fight this time? Although Kuruda said this, he paused slightly, wanted to see what this Navy hero had to say. Let me ask you first, about 4 years ago, I once ate something at your stall. I wonder if you remember. Karp first posed this question because he had suddenly recalled it not long ago. At that time, he had worn clothes to slightly conceal his identity, so the other party probably did not recognize him. However, for the sake of the most important question that followed, this question was still necessary to ask. Upon hearing this, Kuruda thought about his previous memories and realized that before he had crossed over into this body, he had indeed set up a stall several times with Aaron and the two sisters, Lucy and Luca, for years ago. However, he did not expect that Karp would also be their guest, but he had no impression at all. So he turned to Alan and the others and said, "Xiaoxi, Xiaoka, Alan, do you remember anything?" The captain, "It was 4 years ago, and our business was doing well back then, so I don't recall." Luco shook his head and said, "Me too. There were too many guests to remember them all," Lucy added. "Whether it was the old man or the guests in special clothing, there were just too many. I don't have any impression either." Alan quickly shook his head. Clearly, the three of them had no recollection of receiving Karp back then. "Sorry, we don't remember," Kuruda turned to Karp and said directly. Upon hearing this, Karp felt quite embarrassed. He should have torn off the disguise back then. He didn't even need to turn around to know that the little brats behind him were laughing at him. "Well, I want to ask you, those few children who traveled around for a living, full of sunshine and righteousness, why did you all become pirates over a month ago?" Karp, feeling helpless, could only ask the most important question. After Karp finished asking, many people from the Navy also showed curious and inquisitive looks, glancing at the Burke ship or the people on it. They couldn't understand why those who once had a heart for justice and kindness chose to become pirates now. Why? Because after traveling more, I've seen a lot, and many places are too dark, dirty, and disgusting. Although I, Kuruda, come from a noble background, I am just a small, fallen noble, and my daily life is similar to that of commoners. My companions behind me are basically the same. Kuruda directly stated his purpose for becoming a villain, while also revealing the dirty essence of the current pirate world. "What do you mean by that?" Karp still didn't quite understand. "What do you mean? It's because you have never thought from our perspective. You wouldn't even consider how dark the world looks to those of us at the bottom. What world government? The celestial dragons are the gods of this world. It is clearly a huge parasite's nest, continuously taking away the happiness and everything from innocent people. Many people say it was Roger who opened the era of great pirates, causing the common people to wail everywhere. But Roger is not necessary at all. The world government needs the existence of pirates to continuously drain the blood of the whole world, allowing innocent people to be treated unfairly, so they can portray themselves as good people holding a knife in one hand and a leash in the other. This includes your navy, making many people think that you are always fighting against pirates and protecting everything. Such a hypocritical mask is just to gain more benefits for themselves. That's why I say there is no justice or kindness in this world, and even if there is, it is far too scarce. What slave trade, what organ trade, the Navy's inaction, the arrogance of most pirates, and so on. I just want to ask, who should maintain the peace and happiness that belongs to us? The lowest class people? Where exactly is that? Kuruda directly revealed the essence of this world, showing how dark the current pirate world is, making commoners and many innocent people and races unable to see any light. If it weren't for the timing not being right, he wouldn't mind revealing the truth that the world government has hidden for 100 years. But not only is his current strength not allowed, but such an important matter would definitely help him gain a lot of prestige, which he should wait for the most suitable occasion to mention, such as the Marineford War. However, his dreams and goals in this world, along with the main purpose of establishing the Fallen Pirate Group, are still there. After all, the crew members also have their own dreams, and he wouldn't stop them, because that's what partners are for. But now was time to take this opportunity to speak out. At this moment, Karp on the opposite side was stunned, as were Akiji, Tashiji, Peach Rabbit, and many Navy soldiers. They seemed to see Kuruda representing the lowest class of people in this world, roaring against this unfair society. At the same time, they understood why such originally kind and righteous people had now become pirates. No, it should be said that they had become something even more terrifying than pirates. Moreover, even after Karp and the others regained their composure, they were left speechless. After all, given their current position and strength, how could they not be clear about how dark and tragic life was for the lower class in this world? But at the same time, they were also very angry, actually comparing the Navy to a dog, a lapdog of the world government. However, there is also a sense of sadness. When they originally joined the Navy with a belief in justice, did they not want to save the world and contribute their efforts? But after joining, seeing the essence of things, they had long become numb. Their initial ideas of justice had unknowingly turned into tools for the world government, especially for Karp and Akiji. They truly understood the internal situation of the Navy. Without the military funding from the world government, such a large system of the Navy would really collapse. Elders like Karp and Sengoku, who had been in the Navy for nearly half their lives, naturally did not wish to see the Navy perish like this. So they could only carry the burden of their conscience and become tools for the world government, even though they had initially joined with a sense of justice. Even so, there was no need for them to become pirates, right? Akiji looked at Kuruda and the others with a complex expression and said, "Haha, but this is exactly the opposite. Why do I have to establish a pirate crew?" Kuruda laughed loudly upon hearing this. Kuruda continued, "I know that if I want to make a change, to ensure that our lives at the bottom are no longer so miserable, we must have strength. But 2.5 years ago, we were still too weak, and I didn't have such thoughts at that time. However, in these 2 years, I received a tremendous opportunity, a large treasure left behind by a pirate from long ago, which I obtained. With this treasure, I achieved my current strength and finally made up my mind to strive for a complete change in this world. At first, as you all saw, we were merely eliminating some pirates. But through this period, I learned a lot of information and understood that simply eliminating pirates does not fundamentally solve the root of the problem. As long as the Celestial Dragon regime exists, as long as the world government exists, we, the lowest people, will never have a chance to turn our lives around. I know that if I don't want the bad guys to inflict pain on me, I must become a stronger bad guy. I will use violence to counter violence, using more terrifying evil and darkness to crush the current world. I want to personally suppress everything, ensuring that those who oppress us at the bottom have no chance to do so." Ha. In the end, after finally expressing his purpose and thoughts about coming to this world, Kuruda couldn't help but laugh heartily. At this moment, behind him, both Sid and Ariel couldn't help but smile. It was no wonder they chose him as their captain. His thoughts were indeed ahead of his time. They liked this style and mindset, and Kuruda truly had such strength. As for Alan and the two sisters, Rokalusi, they naturally also showed smiles, even looking at Kuruda with some admiration and longing. They had known it all along, but now looking at it again and listening once more, they still found their former young master, now captain, very handsome. But now on the Navy side, everyone from Karp down to any soldier is looking at Kuruda with a somewhat dazed and fearful expression, all having one thought in their minds: a madman. This guy is a terrifying madman. Even Karp, when he looks at Kuruda this time, no longer sees him as a junior. Even he feels a hint of fear. But it's not fear of Kuruda himself. After all, he is just a junior. It's because he sees the shadow of that man in Kuruda, so similar, perhaps even surpassing. Rox. He recalls 38 years ago, if it hadn't been for Roger's cooperation, he might have died at that man's hands. The former sea overlord, Rox. And now, Karp truly sees the shadow of Rox in Kuruda, even considering the fallen pirate crew to be on par with or even surpassing the Rox pirate crew that year. After all, the opponent's starting point has already surpassed that of the Rox pirate crew. Moreover, the opponent's crew is mostly strong. Even the black soldiers under him are elite, and they have the ability to command those giant beasts. Such a starting point has long surpassed that of the Rox pirate crew back in the day. But at the same time, he also understood one thing. The other party was destined to stand in complete opposition to the Navy and the world government. Therefore, his gaze finally became serious, as he would never allow a pirate crew that could truly surpass the Rox pirates to appear on this sea. This sea needed peace and did not require any more chaos. Meanwhile, the figures behind him, Akiji and others, although they had not considered the Rox pirates aspect, after all, they were not from that era, were now very clear about the other party's thoughts, strength, and potential. If the fallen pirates were not eradicated today, the Navy's future justice on this sea would likely be trampled into nothingness by them. This was something they did not want to see, so their already strong fighting spirit was further heightened. Thus, in order to maintain our Navy's justice and the tranquility of the sea, we must leave you here today, Karp said coldly to the opposing Kuruda. After all, a battle was finally about to occur. On the battlefield, swords and blades are blind, and coldness and ruthlessness are the most common emotions in combat. Unless one has already established a friendship that transcends life and death, then we will see if you have that capability. Then I will make the first move. Gamora, Iliwong, Latola attack. Kuruda smiled, then directly ordered the monsters to launch an attack as a greeting. However, although it was called an attack, it was actually a long-range assault by the three great monsters. Soon, after a simultaneous roar from the three great beasts, Gamora unleashed its super vibrational wave, Ili Wong fired a crescent light bomb, and Litola, relatively simpler, spat out a few fireballs in succession. What? These giant beasts can actually launch special attacks like ability users? Many people from the Navy were astonished upon seeing this scene. Mamatatsu, Chibuta, intercept, Karp ordered as he saw the incoming attacks. Yes. After Mamatatsu and Chibuta nodded in agreement, they both used Moonwalk to jump into the air. Mamatatsu slashed down with a sword imbued with armament Haki. Chibuta also gathered some earth in his hands, clearly showing that he was indeed a Logia-type earth fruit user. Seeing this, Kuruda nodded. This guy was indeed an earth fruit user, at least in this world. Great earth shield. Chibuta exerted force, and two thick walls of earth appeared directly in front of him. It was clear that he chose to defend. But it had to be admitted that the defensive ability of the earth type was indeed very strong. Soon, the two of them, one defending and one attacking, as Navy Vice Admirals, certainly had the strength to neutralize this wave of attacks, intercepting all the monsters' assaults in midair. Fire. The Navy took action, and under the furious roars of Ghost Spider and Fire Mountain, the two Navy warships brought by Karp, along with the Navy ships that had been redeemed and originally belonged to Ghost Spider and Fire Mountain, totaling 4 warships, immediately opened fire, igniting the preloaded cannonballs and launching them. With 100 cannons firing simultaneously, all power directed at the Bull ship and those shadow soldiers, monsters. Seeing the cannonballs about to hit the Bull ship and those black soldiers, many Navy soldiers, especially the commanding Ghost Spider and Fire Mountain, were filled with confidence, as if they could already see the heavy casualties on the other side from the cannon fire. They were that confident. This was the wide-range bombardment of their Navy's superior artillery, which often gave them a significant advantage when dealing with pirates. In other words, there was no Navy that didn't feel confident in their heavy firepower against them, because when the cannonballs were fired, the opposing pirates were either blown to bits or suffered heavy casualties. They only needed to go in for the kill. It was important to note that even the current 4 emperors could only face their Navy's artillery fire with great difficulty and suffer heavy losses. Moreover, not just them, even Mamatatsu and Chibuta, who had just landed back on the deck, and even Akiji and Karp, all showed a hint of confidence, as if they could already see the fallen pirates about to suffer significant casualties. But soon they were dumbfounded, as they saw the incoming artillery fire. Kuruda and his group began to smile. The blue energy shield activated. With a command from Kuruda, the device in his bedroom immediately took effect, and the blue energy shield was deployed. Soon, even the Shadow Legion surrounding the Berthold was protected, under the somewhat stiff, confident smiles of the Navy. The blue energy shield directly blocked all artillery attacks from the Navy. All the explosions of the shells were completely shielded, and Kuruda's side was entirely unharmed. The Navy's full-force bombardment was in vain. The confident smiles on the Navy's side completely vanished as they watched the blue energy shield that had completely blocked their own shelling. Many Navy soldiers, even Karp and others, found it hard to believe. How could this be? Our shelling was all blocked by that energy shield. Damn it. Why did things develop this way? No, I don't believe it. What exactly is that? Many soldiers in the Navy discussed this, filled with doubts and confusion, but even more so with anger and disbelief. What is that blue energy shield? Is it technology or a power user? Akiji murmured. I don't know. I've never encountered such a situation before, Tsuru said with a somewhat grim expression. The others mostly remained silent, sharing similar emotions and thoughts. They had never imagined that the Navy's widespread bombardment would be so easily thwarted, with the enemy suffering no casualties at all. Look, they're going to fire back too. But suddenly, Chavon saw the situation on the other side and said, after few people looked over, they were once again stunned. First, because the enemy had only brought out 2 cannons, and it seemed like the bow cannon that had originally been there. But what was that glowing thing inside the cannon? That's right, Kuruda and their Navy had also opened fire. They naturally had to return the favor with artillery. It only took one sentence to do so. After Kuruda finished speaking, the 2 energy cannons that looked like ordinary artillery began to gather energy. Soon, with 2 booming sounds, what flew out were not shells, but condensed golden energy spheres, and most importantly, they were moving very fast. Not good. As a Navy Admiral, Akiji had naturally trained his observation Haki to a high level. At this moment, Akiji's expression changed because he could sense that these 2 light spheres flying out of the cannon were not only fast, but also had strong destructive power. If not intercepted, at least one battleship would be destroyed by these 2 light spheres. Thinking of this, Akiji acted directly and soared into the air. Ice Ball. Navy Admiral Akiji launched his attack, a skill developed from his ice fruit. Soon, as several icy breaths were unleashed. The originally golden energy spheres shot out from the Berthold's energy cannon immediately began to crystallize into ice on their surfaces. But pure energy and light are not something ice can withstand. To be precise, Akiji's attack detonated 2 energy orbs. Boom! The light orbs exploded directly, and seeing the flames and smoke filling the sky, it almost seemed to cover the heavens, along with a powerful shockwave blowing towards them. Both Kuruda's side and the Navy couldn't help but gasp. Even Kuruda was taken aback. He didn't expect such a small energy orb to have such great power upon explosion. He had underestimated these energy cannons provided by the system, which appeared to be ordinary artillery on the surface. He originally thought they were just slightly more powerful than the Navy's cannons, but much faster. Are the cannons on the Berthold that powerful? And they were firing laser shells. Ruko exclaimed with her cherry lips wide open. Lucy and Alan didn't say anything because it was their first time seeing these cannons in action. They hadn't used them before and had personally dealt with the small pirate crews they encountered. On the other hand, Sid and Ariel were unfazed because their original world, or rather the world before that, also had technology. They had seen laser weapons before, and such cannons posed no threat to them. Therefore, they were only slightly surprised. Their shock was less than that caused by the energy shield earlier. Conversely, the Navy began to feel a bit anxious. Everyone looked at Akiji, who had returned to the deck with a somewhat pale face, and Karp immediately asked, how was it? What was the power like? Whether it was the firing rate or destructive power, it was clear that the Navy's current cannons couldn't compare. Theirs were more advanced, likely with a longer range. And I saw many such cannons on either side of their ship in the air. Akiji sighed, truly in awe of the energy cannon's power. Even as an admiral, he felt apprehensive. Damn it, another energy shield and advanced cannons. That energy shield is probably some kind of technological means. Because if it were truly a devil fruit user, they wouldn't be absent from the bow of the ship. Karp, after listening, couldn't help but curse, and he conducted an analysis. It was evident he had guessed that the energy shield was not the work of a devil fruit user. Mr. Karp, it seems we can only launch a full-scale attack now. Both soldiers and we must confront the enemy head-on the ice and in the air, Chabot said. He clearly realized that if they engaged in a regular naval battle, relying on their now completely useless cannons would not only be inferior, but they also couldn't withstand the energy shield. All right, full-scale attack. Karp understood that the battle couldn't proceed like this and immediately agreed with Chabot's decision, with others nodding in agreement, because this was the only way forward, the ability to continue fighting. All Navy personnel, heed the orders. Against the evil pirates before you. Pick up your weapons to uphold justice on the sea. Soon, there was another round of pre-battle mobilization, which, to put it harshly, was just motivational talk. Ghost Spider and Fire Mountain had already reached the ice and issued their orders. Haha, but such words were indeed effective for these Navy soldiers. Soon, after all the Navy shouted in unison, they charged towards the ghostly army. Kill them, for the sake of justice. A group of half-human, half-ghost beings. Let you see the might of our Navy. We will definitely win. There were even some leading the charge, unsure if they were just reckless or truly foolish. Ghost Army, advance. Kuruda sneered while confidently issuing orders to the ghostly army. Soon, the 3 major battle groups charged out with the fastest ninja army taking the lead, followed by the armored shadow group and the troll group. The two sides quickly collided. At first, it was manageable. After all, the Navy had experience dealing with the ninja army. But the ninjas were not easy to deal with either. It was a fierce battle with swords and blades clashing equally. However, with the addition of the Troll Corps and the Armored Shadow Corps, the Navy quickly found itself at a disadvantage. Although their speed was somewhat slower, the attack and defense capabilities of these 2 major corps were undeniably powerful. In several battlefields, a single punch from a troll could turn a Navy soldier into a bloody pulp. The defense of an Armored Shadow even surpassed that of the trolls. Bullets and Navy knives could hardly penetrate, and they could easily block these attacks before striking back with a sword, killing Navy soldiers. Seeing this, Kuruda's eyes lit up, and he issued a command. Ninjas, do not confront them head-on. Move around and launch surprise attacks. Leave the front lines entirely to the armored shadows and trolls. Although there were limitations, with 3 tokens in hand, he could continuously summon these 3 major corps. But it's reasonable to say that going to war should be more strategic. The explosive power is there, but the ninja squad is fragile. It's still better to choose guerrilla tactics. As for frontal combat, he has already seen that some Navy soldiers have started to fear the armored shadows and the trolls. After all, many Navy soldiers have already died at the hands of these 2 types of warriors on the battlefield. Soon, after receiving the orders, the ninja squad immediately canceled their original frontal assault and switched to a hit-and-run strategy. In an instant, the Navy's casualties increased. Damn it! Seeing that the Navy was completely at a disadvantage, Karp and the others had grim expressions, especially the ghost spider on the ice, who was already cursing loudly. Soon, he charged forward, along with Fire Mountain beside him. The two of them attacked simultaneously and managed to relieve some pressure from the Navy soldiers, quickly slaying a significant number of the three main faction soldiers. Even the armored shadows and trolls, who were considered tough by the Navy soldiers, could be easily defeated by the two of them. Being a senior vice admiral, although he'd been toyed with by Alan and the two sisters before, dealing with these mob-level ghost shadow soldiers was no problem at all. Monsters attack. But Kuruda's remained calm and directly ordered the monsters to strike. King Eri and Gamora roared and charged towards the battlefield. Fire Mountain, Ghost Spider, quickly stopped those two beasts, seeing the steps and posture of the two giant beasts charging over, almost cracking the entire ice surface. It was fortunate that the thickness and hardness of the ice made by Kuruda's were solid. Even if the two monsters were jumping around on it, they wouldn't break it, at least not for a while. However, the pressure from the two giant beasts charging through was too great, and the sense of oppression was strong. Karp knew that if they really charged in, the casualties for the Navy would be even more severe. So he quickly ordered Fire Mountain and Ghost Spider to deal with the two giant beasts. After receiving the command, the two simultaneously used Moonwalk to ascend into the air, then slash down at the monsters below. Gamora and Aira Wong had already received their orders and knew that the two humans in front of them were their main opponents. Therefore, they abandoned their charge towards the battlefield and engaged in battle with them. The two giant monsters turned around simultaneously and whipped their tails. With their physical strength, Fire Mountain and Ghost Spider not only failed to injure the tails of the two giant beasts, but were instead sent flying back, as if they had been struck by a train, landing on the ice surface. But this is not over yet. Seeing the enemies being knocked away, the two giant monsters turned around and simultaneously jumped, striking down. Fireburn Mountain and Ghost Spider quickly dodged, but with two loud bangs. The two giant monsters directly created two large pits on the ice surface. However, these did not break through the ice, indicating how thick the ice below was. Looking at the massive creatures before them, Ghost Spider and Fireburn Mountain gritted their teeth. These giant beasts were indeed difficult to deal with. Not only were they strong in size, but their bodies were also tougher than expected. When they struck with their swords, it felt as if they were hitting sea prism stone. Chirp! At that moment, everyone heard a bird's cry and looked up. They then saw countless fireballs raining down from the sky, landing among the Navy soldiers. The fireballs exploded on the ice surface, killing or burning those Navy soldiers. Damn, they had forgotten about the bird. Fireburn Mountain and Ghost Spider were shocked as they looked at Litora, who was continuously spitting fireballs from above. Even Karp and the others had extremely grim expressions, as in just a few seconds, Litora had already caused significant casualties to the Navy. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Kuruda and his crew were watching them with predatory eyes. He couldn't understand how the Navy could spare anyone to deal with Litora in the sky. That height was nothing for them. However, for many Navy soldiers, even their guns could not reach that far. Moreover, the next moment, their expressions became tense as they faced a formidable enemy. "Brothers, let's go," Kuruda said with a smile, then picked up his battle device, using the power of chaos to lift himself into the air, charging toward Karp and the others. "Yes, Captain." The few who could finally fight responded excitedly. Then each grabbed their weapons, using their flying abilities to follow Kuruda. "We're going to." Karp also knew that their battle had begun, so he charged out as well, with others following closely behind him. Chaos Extension Barrier. Kuruda was the first to take action, using the power of chaos again, which could generate myriad powers. If the abilities he had previously imitated were the Ice Fruit and Flame Fruit, then this time it was the Barrier Fruit. It should be noted that the current user of this Devil Fruit was a loyal fan of Luffy, even helping Luffy form the Straw Hat Grand Fleet. Soon, two purple-gray glass-like barriers appeared before Peach Rabbit and T-Pig, isolating the two. Fortunately, the two had sensed danger in advance using observation Haki. Otherwise, they would have crashed into them. However, Kuruda's move naturally separated the original group of four, including Karp. Karp and Akiji, flying at the front, sensed the unusual situation behind them. But at this moment, the enemy had already arrived in front of them, and they could only focus on confronting the enemy. It was evident that Kuruda and his companions had already discussed their strategy. Now, flying at the forefront among Kuruda's group were Ariel and Sid, who each targeted Karp and Akiji. At the same time, Eren and the two sisters were also launching a pincer attack, bypassing the battlefield to directly confront Momotaro and Chibuta. Seeing Karp so close, Ariel threw a punch directly, with incredible speed and an astonishing sense of power and pressure. Karp, with years of combat experience, could tell that this punch was far from simple. Thus, he could only exert 80% of his strength to throw a punch in response. With a thunderous sound, the two punches collided, creating a shockwave that seemed to shatter the surrounding air. At this moment, no one was clearer than Karp, who looked at the girl in front of him with some surprise. Judging by her appearance, she shouldn't be much different from his grandson. However, in their clash of fists, although he didn't use all his strength, the opponent probably didn't use all of hers either. However, in this collision, Garp was very clear that he was at a disadvantage, which naturally surprised him greatly. When did the East Sea have such a strong female martial artist? Ice Blade. Aokiji used the power of the ice fruit to create an ice blade. With a clang, the sharp sound of metal clashing echoed as Aokiji used his ice blade to block Sid's sword. But soon, Sid's weapon was infused with magical power, enhancing its strength and destructive capability, directly shattering Aokiji's ice blade. Taking advantage of this, Sid relentlessly pursued, continuously swinging his sword to strike, while Aokiji used his fruit abilities in conjunction with Haki to engage with Sid. On the other side, Karp and Ariel also broke the deadlock, exchanging punches and kicks as they fought from the air down to the ice surface. After all, if Ariel didn't use her six-winged purple light wings, she and Karp couldn't really be considered as flying people. As mentioned before, moonwalk cannot be counted as flying. It's merely a martial arts technique that allows one to linger in the air. Kuruda had not yet moved, simply observing the battle around him. Although according to the plan, it was supposed to be him, Ariel, and Sid against Karp and Aokiji. However, although Shido and Ariel's hard power is still somewhat inferior to Karp and Aokiji, they can still hold on for a while. At the same time, he also wants to take the opportunity to observe. Take this hammer. Hearing this familiar voice, Kuruda looked over and found that it was Alan who had already arrived in front of the T-Pig. The Houyan hammer directly activated armament Haki. Simply put, it was wrapped. Alan struck down with the hammer, and the T-Pig immediately formed a dirt wall in front of itself again, even using armament Haki externally to create a protective barrier around the dirt wall. But don't forget, Alan is using the Houyan hammer, which is considered a divine weapon in another world. After Alan struck with one blow, the T-Pig was able to hold on for a while. However, his expression quickly changed drastically, and he looked in horror at his earthen wall, which was directly shattered by a single strike. But what made him feel even more terrified was that Alan had already clenched his fist, and the aura and color emanating from it were unmistakably that of Conqueror's Haki. Damn, this is tough to handle, but at such a close distance, Chibuta could only use armament Haki to enhance his defense. But with a loud bang, T-Pig was directly punched down by Alan, landing at a 45-degree angle on the ice surface. The earthen wall. So it really is a user of the earth fruit? Unfortunately, mud cannot compete with the earth. Through the previous move, Alan confirmed Kuruda's earlier intelligence, and based on their previous understanding, this candidate for Admiral was indeed a user of the earth fruit. But unfortunately, it was just mud. How could it compare to the Taodai that wielded the power of the earth? So after sneering, Alan picked up the Houyan hammer and charged towards the injured Chatten lying on the ice. Chatten. Seeing Chatten, who had been knocked onto the ice and was slightly wounded. Though Taudu usually didn't like Chatten, they were on the battlefield and were comrades, so she naturally felt worried. As she saw Alan pursuing Chatten, she was about to intervene, but suddenly she sensed danger. She drew her famous sword, Jinbaira, and swung it behind her. With a sharp sound, Tautu saw her sword strike two balls, black in color with purple and gold spikes on top. Upon seeing these two balls and the two girls flying in from the other side, Tautu could only apologize to Chatten in her heart. After all, her opponents were the two girls in front of her. Your opponents are us, Lucy and Ruka said simultaneously. After speaking, the two girls launched a flying kick downwards, landing on their meteor balls. The immense force transmitted from above forced Tautu to retreat. After all, as a woman, she couldn't possibly follow a power-type swordsman route. But soon, with a delicate shout, Tautu unleashed a force from her sword, slicing through the air with a wave of sword energy. Sensing the danger, Lusalu quickly dodged to the sides. Meteor shower. Meteor. After evading, the two women launched their attacks simultaneously. Huge meteors and small yet dense shooting stars appeared and rushed towards Tao Tuesday. With another swing of her sword, Tao Tu shattered all the meteors and shooting stars. However, when putting away the sword, Tao too still felt a bit of pain in her arm. The meteor and meteorite summoning abilities of these two were indeed very tricky. Could it really be the devil fruit of meteorites and meteors? But seeing the two girls coming at her again with their meteor balls, she had no choice but to wield her sword and charge forward again. The three beautiful women immediately engaged in a fierce battle in the air. Meanwhile, Cha Tun also crossed his arms and once again used armament Haki. But he was still hit and sent flying by Alan's overlord Haki-infused Haotian hammer. Damn it, I can't engage in physical combat with this little fat guy. His strength and Haki mastery are far beyond mine, and that hammer is no ordinary weapon. It's probably at the level of a supreme great knife. Feeling the pain in her arm, Cha Tun gritted her teeth. At this moment, he also had a serious expression because through the recent battle, he could sense that the little fatty in front of him, although also at the candidate level of a general, was probably not far from reaching that level. Earth Pig. With this thought, Chachuan felt it was time to unleash his full power. With a wave of his hand, a giant pig made of earth appeared. To be precise, it was a wild boar, which charged directly at Alan after it materialized. Although it's not a real pig, as a chef, I am quite skilled at cooking pork. First step, of course, is to slaughter the pig. Rock King Giant Hammer. Alan laughed heartily, and at that moment, a large amount of rock enveloped the Haotian hammer, transforming it into a giant rock hammer in his hand, which he then swung down towards the incoming earth pig. What happens when rock meets dirt? It's akin to a stone smashing an egg. Thus, Chachuan's earth pig was directly smashed to pieces by Alan's hammer. You are also a fruit user of the earth element, right? Which fruit do you have? Seeing that his opponent could manipulate rocks, and recalling that this guy seemed to be able to control other forms of earth according to the intel, Chachuan, also a user of a natural type devil fruit of the earth, was really curious about what devil fruit the little fatty in front of him had. Rocks, sand, swamps, and dirt were all related to earth and could be controlled. So he directly asked, "Oh, do you want to see my true power?" Alan said with a malicious smile. This answer confused Chachuan, as it was not what he expected. What does true power mean? A natural type devil fruit user should showcase what natural elements they control and reveal what fruit they have. He originally thought Alan had misspoken. However, he did notice that malicious smile. Suddenly, an ominous premonition arose in his heart. Could it be that the Navy's intel was wrong? This little fatty was not a natural type devil fruit user at all. With this thought, Chachuan suddenly remembered that he had hit his opponent a few times before, but the other party had never used elementalization. This means that it was not that the opponent did not want to or look down on using elementalization against him, but that they simply could not. You are not a natural type devil fruit user? With this thought, Chachuan exclaimed in astonishment. Correct answer, Alan said as he roared to the sky, and at the same time, he transformed into his beast form, finally utilizing the true power of the Tunton fruit. Alan's body grew larger, his height of around 1.7 meters doubled, reaching nearly 4 meters. Antlers sprouted from his head, his eyes turned red, and many sharp and fierce fangs appeared in his mouth. His arms and thighs became more muscular and powerful. Additionally, some earthy-colored fur covered his entire body. This is my devil fruit, the Zoan-type bull fruit, mythical beast Tunton form. The completely transformed Alan lowered his head and grinned menacingly at the already dumbfounded Chachuan. Chachuan was also very dazed. His opponent was actually a mythical beast type, not a natural type. At the same time, he was very aware of the status and strength of mythical beast-type devil fruits among all devil fruits. They were even rarer than some natural types. The key point was that mythical beast types often had some special abilities, just like Kaido's Azure Dragon Fruit, which gave Kaido a portion of flame and lightning abilities, and even control over some wind. So, this meant that the little fatty across from him could control earth elements due to this mythical beast type. His face changed drastically. After all, before Alan transformed, he already felt a gap between them, and now that the other party had fully entered beast form, his physical abilities had greatly increased. His current strength was probably extremely close to that of a general, and he could even fight with a general. Next, he was in trouble. Gulme, let you witness my true power, the power of the Tunton fruit, and the captain's task for me is to defeat you. Oh no, to eliminate you, Alan said excitedly. Perhaps starting from today, he could finally use the power of the Tunton fruit openly, whether in beast or beastman form. As a Zoan-type fruit user, how could he not enjoy these two forms? So, after saying this, he picked up the Haotian hammer again and charged at Chachuan. Earth Pig. Seeing Alan rushing over, Chachuan used this move again, and another giant mud wild boar charged forward. However, this time, Alan didn't even need to use the Houtian hammer. With just a casual punch infused with a bit of armament Haki, he shattered the entire earth pig. Take this hammer. Finally reaching in front of Chabut, Alan swung down a hammer strike. A double-layered, thick earthen wall. Chabut quickly created 2 earthen walls in front of himself, fully activating his armament Haki for comprehensive defense. With a loud bang, although Chabut managed to block Alan's hammer strike, the force transmitted down was still quite uncomfortable for him, even though it didn't hit him directly. A hint of bitterness appeared on Chabut's face. It was going to be difficult now. He felt that the opponent's feast fruit was already on par with the so-called king of beasts, Kaido's azure dragon fruit. If he were to witness the strongest devouring ability of the feast fruit, he would probably be even more shocked and drop his jaw. At this moment in the air, Peach Rabbit swung her sword again, shattering a large number of meteors and falling stars. Then she used the blade to block one corner of Lucy's attack. Sister, I'm here to help you. Beside her, Ruka threw out the meteor ball she had just obtained. Peach Rabbit quickly dodged. After all, as a swordsman, her only means of attack was the sword in her hand. Now that she was being held back by Lucy, she could only evade Ruka's attack. But in fact, she was also trying to create distance to unleash her big move. Peach Rabbit directly slashed out, unleashing a full-powered strike infused with armament Haki, aimed at Ruka, who had yet to retract the meteor ball. The sword energy Peach Rabbit unleashed was pink and incredibly grand, indicating substantial power. After all, in this vast sea, a swordsman's attack is always the sharpest and most ruthless. Not to mention that Peach Rabbit is a great swordsman, considered one of the world's top swordsmanship experts. But soon, in the next moment, she was stunned, her small mouth slightly open, eyes wide, filled with disbelief. Because Ruko had no defense against the sword energy she had unleashed. Not even the most basic Haki defense was activated, and she just smiled at her. Seeing the scene, at first, Tao was very angry. Did she look down on her like this? After all, she was also a top swordsman in the world, and a beautiful swordswoman at that. But at the same time, a trace of pity also arose in her heart. After all, he was a relatively kind Admiral candidate, but before she could say a few words, Ruka's figure had already vanished in the sword energy. Soon, as the sword energy dissipated, it was accurate to say that it had slashed into the ice layer below and even into the sea. But after the sword energy passed, there was no trace of Ruko over there. Could it be that she was cut down to the point of not even leaving ashes? Peach Rabbit directly said this upon seeing the scene, and she was quite confident about it, as a powerful figure at the level of a naval vice admiral. If the opponent had not shown any resistance at all, she would indeed have been able to cut her down. Moreover, the opponent was just a small girl. Golden Meteor. Suddenly, a voice came from her right. Turning her head, she discovered it was Lucy, directly using her meteor ball to summon a massive golden meteorite, which was now crashing toward her. Peach Rabbit could tell that this golden meteorite was entirely different from the previous ones. So she swiftly slashed out 2 swords to neutralize the meteorite. However, at the same time, a hint of anger finally emerged in her heart. She believed that Lucy in front of her was a cold and heartless person. After all, if she were a normal person, wouldn't she be extremely angry if her sister was gone, attacking her like a madwoman, instead of showing no expression at all like now? Thinking of this, Peach Rabbit angrily asked, "Why do you still have that expression when your sister is dead?" Hee. Then let me ask you first, in the eyes of your navy. I and my sister are the meteor and meteorite fruit users, right? Lucy said with a slight smile. Yes, that's right. Peach Rabbit, still very angry, replied. But soon, Peach Rabbit realized something was off. What do you mean by that? She immediately began to question, as she had already realized. If she couldn't figure it out now, she shouldn't call herself a naval vice admiral. After all, reaching this level requires not only strength but also intelligence. The sister in front of her, named Lucy, had said this. So it was clear that the powers of her and her sister's fruits were not what the Navy had guessed. Meteor and meteorite fruits. No, if you're not what we guessed, then how did you summon meteors? Peach Rabbit quickly asked again, realizing something was wrong. Our meteor balls are actually special weapons. In other words, our ability to summon meteorites and meteors comes from the power of these balls themselves. She picked up the golden meteor that was floating in her hand. What? That's a weapon ability? Wait, then what fruits did you and your sister eat? Peach Rabbit finally realized something. The abilities of devil fruits are varied and strange. And since the ability to summon meteors and meteorites did not come from a devil fruit, it was certain they were also devil fruit users. Faced with her sister's sudden disappearance, suspected death, and lack of anger, it was obvious that they had some special fruit abilities. Ruko's sudden disappearance was not due to being eliminated by her sword energy, but rather escaping or something else. But soon, the scene that unfolded completely shocked Peach Rabbit. She saw a golden light suddenly emanating from Lucy, and then a surge of energy was generated, flying towards the direction where Ruko had previously disappeared. This energy seemed to be injected into the air, lingering at the spot where Ruko had vanished. Soon, the moment of witnessing a miracle arrived. After the energy dissipated, Ruko reappeared there, still looking lively, energetic, and even more beautiful. How is this possible? What is going on? Peach Rabbit gasped, murmuring to herself. She couldn't comprehend the current scene. A bit of energy flew out from Lucy, went to and condensed at the place where Ruko had disappeared, and Ruko just appeared. After thinking for a long time without finding the right answer, Peach Rabbit felt like her head was about to explode. Everything happening before her was simply too miraculous. So, do you want to know the answer? Lucy said happily. How should I put it? Even Ruko was the same. They were both very eager to see many people's reactions after they revealed their fruit abilities. Finally, they didn't have to hide it anymore. Since they had such amazing fruit abilities, they naturally wanted to show off. This was also what Kuruda had asked them to do before the battle. As partners of a big villain, they naturally needed to possess abilities and strength that would instill fear in their enemies. Moreover, as battles increased in the future, Eren and the two sisters would inevitably display their competitive abilities. The Navy wasn't foolish and would definitely start guessing. Besides, there was also the world government with its 800-year legacy to consider. Are you willing to tell me? Peach Rabbit said, extremely surprised. Our captain has already mentioned that our abilities will be exposed, so it's better to reveal them early. The truth is, we are actually twin fruit users. And Lucy quickly introduced the abilities of the twin fruit in detail. It's mainly a passive ability. But after listening, Tao too was directly stunned and said somewhat dazedly, how can there be such a perverse devil fruit? No, she could think of no other word but perverse. Because if such an ability really existed and had appeared before her, it meant that to harm or eliminate the two sisters in front of her, there could be no delay, not even 0.1 seconds, and she would have to injure or kill both at the same time. Otherwise, as long as one was unharmed, the other could instantly recover or even be resurrected. At the same time, Tao Tu's face was extremely grim because she knew very well that under the same level of circumstances, to simultaneously injure two candidates for Admiral was no easy task. Let alone her, even an Admiral or a royal-level powerhouse would find it difficult. At this moment, looking at the two smiling girls in front of her, after knowing their abilities, even Tao Tu's hand holding the sword began to tremble. It was simply because there was no way to fight back. At the very least, she needed another candidate-level powerhouse to help her. Meanwhile, on the battlefield below, after Kuruda changed the combat style of the Ghost Shadow Legion, the casualty ratio between the Ghost Shadow Legion and the Navy soldiers had reached 1:3, which meant that for every one person lost on the Ghost Shadow Legion side, the Navy had to lose 3 at the same time. The more the Navy soldiers engaged with the Ghost Shadow Legion, the more they trembled in fear. And signs of fear were already showing on their faces. After all, Navy soldiers were human, or some special races. But they were ultimately intelligent beings with emotions, flesh, and blood. However, looking back at the Phantom Legion, they are like soulless machines that only execute orders, ruthless killing machines. Therefore, the longer the battle goes on, the stronger the thought becomes in the hearts of the Navy soldiers. What exactly are the enemies we are facing? After all this time, why they show no fear at all? Those red eyes are still filled with ruthlessness and coldness. However, at this moment, the most eye-catching figures on the battlefield are undoubtedly the 3 great monsters and the 2 Navy generals. The Ghost Spider and Fire Mountain are constantly moving, wielding their swords and Haki, entangled in battle with the 2 great monsters. Gamora and Ariai Wong are solely focused on quickly eliminating the 2 tiny ants before them. Thus, the fighting style is very monstrous, wild and fierce. Roar! With a roar from Gamora, he seized the opportunity and swung his tail, once again sending Fire Mountain flying. The flying Fire Mountain crashed heavily into a small iceberg, creating a large amount of ice fragments and white mist. Roar! As if seeing that he had sent another little ant flying, Gamora let out an excited roar. Cough, cough. In contrast, Fire Mountain, who had his sword stuck in the ice, was supporting himself while coughing nonstop and even coughing up a lot of blood. He had just been hit by Tail, and even though he hardened with armament Haki, he was still feeling very uncomfortable. He had never fought such a suffocating battle before. Fire Mountain said with a bitter smile that his attack frequency was even higher than Gamora's, and he didn't even know how many swords he had swung. However, the bloodstains on a monster's body could be counted on one hand, while the opponent remained as lively as ever. Suddenly, a person fell beside him. Fire Mountain looked over and found it was the ghost spider. The ghost spider was also in a sorry state, with some electric currents coursing through him. Damn it. It's really hard to get close to it. This guy's lightning ability is too much, the ghost spider said somewhat frustratedly. I really don't know where that guy found such a powerful beast, Fire Mountain said with a bitter smile. Chirp. Suddenly, they heard a bird call from above, and both looked up quickly. Immediately, their expressions turned grim because that bird had actually joined the fight on their side, and now they had to deal with 3 giant beasts. Moreover, it seemed that Gamora and Arai Wong had noticed they were still able to fight. The ghost spider and Fire Mountain exchanged glances and could only pick up their weapons and continue to desperately defend themselves. As for these battles, Kuruda naturally had a full view, and seeing the satisfactory results, he revealed a smile. He then shifted his gaze to the battlefield on his side, and suddenly firelight appeared in his eyes, because he suddenly saw that Sid had once again infused his sword with magical power. That purple-black energy burning like flames was now on a shadow sword. Sid swung his sword, although he sensed that this strike was not simple. The common sense of the pirate world dictates that only the top level of armament Haki or Conqueror's Haki can capture the flowing energy of a Logia devil fruit after it has elementalized. Therefore, Aokiji was completely calm at this moment, finally using elementalization for the first time in this battle. Clearly, both Aokiji's current thoughts and the unchanging rules of the pirate world led him to believe that as long as it was not elementalization and the opponent was not using armament Haki, he could not be harmed. Of course, the main reason was that Aokiji saw the energy on Sid's sword, which looked nothing like Haki, so he decided to use elementalization. But suddenly, Aokiji's expression changed drastically as his observation Haki was going wild with warnings. Danger. Absolute danger. The danger of death. Aokiji quickly tried to evade, as he was almost scared to death. But in the end, Sid's sword was faster, or rather, Aokiji was a bit too late. With a swoosh, Aokiji ultimately slashed with his waist, and red liquid had already spilled out. How is this possible? Feeling the pain and seeing his own blood flowing out, Aokiji could no longer maintain his usual expression of seeming idle. Instead, he wore a look of shock, because he had been very certain that what was wrapped around Sid's sword was not Haki at all. That dark purple flame should belong to the ability of the devil fruit of the person in front of him. At that moment, he was surprised, not expecting that this person was not only knowledgeable, but also a devil fruit user. But now it seems it's not that simple. It could either be a special ability, as that dark purple flame is really unique, or it could be something special that can harm elemental-type fruit abilities. The latter is somewhat acceptable. He can deal with it. But if it's the former, a brand new ability that can harm elemental beings would be powerful enough to stir up a storm in the ocean once again. Thinking of this, Aokiji first froze his wound to alleviate the pain. Then he directly looked at Sid and asked, "What is the dark purple flame energy on your sword?" No comment. Sid naturally wouldn't reveal his trump card. However, both he and the current Kuruda were very pleased, as they didn't expect that magic could really harm elemental beings. Nevertheless, even so, Sid still needed to continue training his Busashoka Haki. After all, the enhancement brought by Busashoka Haki was quite significant, especially in terms of defense and attack power. Seeing Sid charge towards Aokiji again, Kuruda nodded while smiling, clearly very satisfied with this outcome. Soon, he looked towards the other side of the battlefield, or more precisely, the battlefield below. Right now, Ariel and Karp were energetically exchanging punches and kicks. From the observer's perspective, Kuruda could see clearly. Obviously, as he had previously guessed, in terms of physical combat, Ariel, as an ancient divine beast, possessed immense physical strength combined with years of battle experience. Ariel's attacks were fierce, fast, and precise. In this battle, Cap had already fallen behind multiple times. Seizing the opportunity, Ariel delivered a flying kick, directly striking Cap in the chest, causing him to retreat several steps on the ice. Kuruda counted and noted that it was at least 5 steps. However, Kuruda did not smile, as he knew very well that Karp was definitely a strong warrior beyond the ordinary emperor level, a veteran who had lived from the old era to the present. Although he was old, his decline in strength was minimal. He could still easily overpower any of the current 4 emperors and was skilled not only in physical techniques, but also in the incredibly domineering armament Haki and top-level observation Haki. There was even a saying in the previous world that when it came to armament Haki, Karp stood at the pinnacle of this world. Right now, Karp had not used his Haki, so Ariel could naturally suppress him with her physical techniques. However, once he did use it, Ariel would instantly find herself at a disadvantage. So, despite the fact that they had already gained the upper hand in many areas, Karp was the key here. If it did not take down this leading wolf king, it would matter how many of the smaller wolves they dealt with. With this in mind, Kuruda immediately began to think about the next strategy. At that moment, he touched the pain on his chest, where there was even a small shoe print. When he looked up at Ariel again, his expression was filled with shock and admiration. He truly did not expect that such a young girl could surpass him in physical techniques. He, who was currently known as the strongest physical fighter and a Marine hero. She really was exceptionally talented, matching her beauty with top-notch skills. But now, this beautiful genius girl has completely stood on the opposite side of the Navy. Thinking of this, Karp immediately spoke to Ariel. Wait a minute, little girl, don't fight just yet. I want to ask you a question first. Go ahead, Ariel replied, curious about what this old man wanted to say since they weren't fighting for the moment. Kuruda had already explicitly revealed his intentions and thoughts. Even if you win today, you may have to face half the world in the future, including the top powers and forces of this sea. Although I'm not sure if that kid's ideas are correct, he has previously said that he would follow the thoughts and dreams of every partner. So, let me ask you, do you truly agree with his ideas? What is your dream? Karp spoke a lot again, but it was clear that the last question was the key, and Karp needed to clarify this. Deep down, he also harbored a glimmer of hope that perhaps this girl would back down, realizing the difficulty ahead. He even thought he might pull her into the Navy. It was evident that due to the previous battle, Karp had already developed a sense of compassion for Ariel, such a strong person who is still so young and beautiful. If she could truly join the Navy in the future, both her strength and influence would be substantial, thus enhancing the Navy as a whole. However, if Kuruda knew about Karp's slight compassion, he would surely scold him, saying, "Hey Karp, you usually look like a nice guy, but deep down you're an old fox, even trying to recruit someone under my nose." At this moment, Kuruda naturally took in everything Karp said, although he was unclear about Karp's thoughts. He thought that since Ariel had so easily accepted him before, perhaps he could glean the answer from Karp's question. With this in mind, he continued to act as an observer in the air. Meanwhile, he understood how to proceed with the fight. After hearing Karp's words, Ariel suddenly broke into a smile and, with a mix of seriousness and her usual enthusiasm, said, "If I have any thoughts in this world, I want exciting adventures while traveling, punishing evildoers, and living happily." At the same time, the captain is right. Since he wants to change the current dark situation, I have the strength. So let me help him create a truly beautiful world, rather than the one where the celestial dragons run rampant and pirates wreak havoc on the seas. So this is how you acknowledge my ideas? Kuruda immediately understood why Ariel chose him back then. Ariel had once saved her world, restoring harmony and peace. However, she also craved a normal, happy life. Thus, after learning the actual situation of the pirate world and seeing some of his revealed abilities and charm, like everything displayed in this battle just now, she had completely accepted him a few days ago, becoming his partner and helmsman. "Don't worry, I won't let you down," Kuruda said with a smile, his face filled with confidence. At that moment, hearing Ariel's words, Karp let out a slightly disappointed sigh. He didn't know whether to feel disheartened that Ariel ultimately rejected him by acknowledging Kuruda's somewhat crazy ideas, or to agree that the current world was indeed very dark and dirty. Otherwise, he wouldn't still be a vice admiral, having refused to be promoted to admiral. Over the years, he had always found the celestial dragons intolerable. Nevertheless, this battle had to continue. "Little girl, let me show you how much of a gap your so-called strength has in this world. Like the fact that you still don't know Haki." After finishing his last words, Karp finally used Haki, the top-level armament Haki. Karp's fists turned pitch black and shone brightly, representing the most advanced armament Haki. These fists possessed all four abilities of Haki: binding, hardening, external release, and internal destruction. Combined with his physical skills, Karp was known as the Iron Fist. The power of this world is indeed extraordinary. I can feel a threat. Ariel naturally took in this scene. At the same time, her instincts and battle experience told her that the human elder in front of her could now pose a threat to her, and she must be cautious and face him with all her strength. "Little girl, be careful," Karp said as he charged forward with his fist raised. Ariel also threw a punch with all her might. The collision of their fists produced a tremendous sound and shockwave. However, soon, Ariel's beautiful and cute face drastically changed. Through such a close-range collision, she had realized something, but it was too late. She ultimately was still just approaching the peak of a general's level. Meanwhile, Karp, having trained in the pirate world, where Haki was the most crucial form of training, This power would definitely be influenced by the world, so the strength of Haki was key to becoming a strong person in the pirate world. Karp had already refined his armament Haki to the highest level, having reached the peak of the royal level. The difference between these two realms was immense. Ariel was ultimately knocked back by a single punch, retreating at least about 15 steps. At the same time, she felt that her entire arm was nearly incapacitated, hanging down limply, unable to lift it. It seems I underestimated this world. She also hadn't expected that Kuruda was telling the truth. She was not at the top level in her original world, and she admitted that. After all, there were still gods in existence, right before her death. Little White had become a god, and there was also that evil god D. However, she didn't expect that after coming to this world. She was still not at the top level. But that's what makes it interesting. If you start off invincible, where's the fun and adventure? Ariel thought to herself and smiled. As for her already injured arm, with her ancient divine beast physique, she would recover quickly, and she also had the skill of gluttony, allowing her to eat something and recover immediately. Old man, even though I can't use Haki yet, do you think I only have physical techniques? Ariel said with a smile. Then she opened her cherry lips and unleashed a large purple energy beam. To be precise, this was clearly a skill that Ariel brought from her original world, belonging to her abilities. Seeing the little girl on the opposite side actually firing such a large energy beam from her mouth, Karp was also extremely surprised. What kind of operation is this? Moreover, this energy beam was not simple. It had considerable power. Interesting. But haven't you heard? My title is Iron Fist. But so what? After a hearty laugh, Karp once again coated his fist with top-tier Busashoka Haki and directly punched the energy beam. The beam came to a halt, being worn down by Karp's Iron Fist, resisted by his Busashoka Haki. In the end, Karp narrowed his eyes and increased his strength, shattering Ariel's beam with a single punch. Ariel was also taken aback. She didn't expect that one of her most powerful destructive beams would be so easily shattered. But soon in the next moment, she was horrified because Karp actually used the shave, one of the 6 styles, to rapidly stomp the ground dozens of times in an instant, 36 seconds, generating explosive reactive force to achieve high-speed movement, making it look like teleportation from the enemy's perspective. Little girl, is this where it ends? Karp also punched down. Oh no. She seemed to realize she couldn't dodge this punch, but her battle instincts made her assume a defensive posture, closing her eyes. Chaos Death Scythe. But at that moment, Kuruda intervened, wielding the ultimate combat device and unleashing a finishing move. Seeing the energy slash coming at him at high speed, Karp could only give up on continuing to attack Ariel and instead punch towards the energy slash. With a thunderous boom, Karp shattered the Death Scythe with his punch, causing a massive wave of energy and smoke to erupt, obscuring the battlefield. Chaos Annihilation Thunder. However, Kuruda in midair had already marked Karp's position. Once again, using the ultimate combat device, he unleashed Chaos Annihilation Thunder, this time not in close combat, but directly releasing a large amount of electric current downward. However, Karp, using Observation Haki, sensed the danger, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and fully activated Armament Haki. He braced himself against the electric attack. Ariel, Sid, come here. Kuruda shouted to Ariel below and Sid, who was still fighting Akiji at a distance. Hearing this, both Sid stopped swinging his sword at Akiji and Ariel, who sighed in relief at a rescue once the smoke cleared, immediately flew over. Indeed, Ariel flew over using the 6-winged purple light wings under Karp's astonished gaze. Earlier, she had jumped over from the berth, not flown. This girl, could she be some special race? Karp said dazedly, first releasing lasers from her mouth, and now sprouting bone-like wings from her back to fly. Karp himself was from the D family and knew that there were indeed many special human races in this world, such as the Oni tribe, which resembled humans but had a pair of horns with much greater physical strength and body quality. There were also the Lunaria, who could manipulate flames, but now only had Jean, one of the 3 calamities of the Beast Pirates, along with various other races. Karp truly suspected whether Ariel belonged to such a special race. Thank you, Captain. Ariel expressed her gratitude for Kuruda's earlier rescue. It's nothing. We're all partners, Kuruda said with a smile. Captain, why did you suddenly call us back? I was about to determine the outcome over there. Sid frowned and said. He believed that soon he would have the ability and confidence to defeat Akiji. Hearing this, Kuruda shook his head. Don't underestimate the Marine Admiral. Akiji's so-called justice is lazy justice, and he probably hasn't used his full power against you. Your speed has given you some advantage. Otherwise, you would have been frozen into an ice sculpture several times. Moreover, Karp is tougher to deal with than we imagined. Let's change our combat strategy. The three of us will work together against them. I'll defend, and you two take the opportunity to attack. Kuruda stopped here, but Ariel and Sid had already understood the purpose of this combat strategy. After all, they had long been aware of Kuruda's abilities, that primordial power from the world. Okay, the two responded in unison, and even Sid, who had been somewhat dissatisfied before, agreed. Because of Kuruda's words. He also realized that Akiji seemed not to have fought with full strength before, a bit careless. At the same time, he was very surprised that Ariel, who was much stronger than him, couldn't defeat that old man. So, just how strong was that old man? Indeed, they all needed to act together as originally planned. On the other side, Karp was also looking at Akiji as he approached him. Of course, he was mainly watching the wound on Akiji's waist and the many damaged areas all over his body. That young swordsman is not simple. And I don't know if it's a devil fruit ability, but he can harm me in elemental form without using armament Haki, Akiji said, his expression serious. He still couldn't understand why Sid had been able to injure him with a single sword strike. Hearing this, even Karp looked at him with surprise, then turned his gaze back to Kuruda and the others. You'll know once we fight. Let's go all out. Clearly, Karp wanted to observe the abilities of his opponents better through battle. Understood, frozen time capsule. After Akiji nodded, he took the lead in attacking with frozen time capsule, which could be considered Akiji's ultimate move. He released a cold wave from a distance to freeze his opponent instantly. Everything in its path would be frozen. When Akiji was still a rear admiral, he had used this move to freeze former Marine Headquarters Rear Admiral Saul from a distance. Soon, Akiji unleashed the cold wave towards Kuruda and the others. But seeing this icy breath, Kuruda couldn't help but laugh. You see, he was now the best at dealing with Logia-type Devil Fruit users. No, currently, no one with Logia-type abilities could match him. Even if they had Haki, it didn't matter. Chaos power. This wasn't a technique, but directly condensing a mass of chaotic energy in his palm, which Kuruda used as a shield against the impending attack. Soon, all four present, whether Sid and Ariel or Karp and Akiji, were stunned by the next scene. Ariel and Sid. Is this the chaos power? Karp and Akiji. What the hell is this grayish smoke-like energy? As the frozen shockwave hit the chaotic energy, it was completely eradicated in an instant, leaving not a single trace behind. What? Karp and Akiji exclaimed in shock at this scene. What did they just witness? Especially Akiji, whose ultimate move barely made contact with that mass of energy, which was just smoke or something, and it vanished upon contact, rendering his ultimate move completely ineffective. This kid is definitely not a black flame fruit user, Karp immediately concluded. Their previous speculation about Kuruda's devil fruit abilities was wrong. After all, what kind of black smoke could dissolve ice? Ice block, pheasant. Although he didn't understand the situation, it didn't stop Akiji from continuing to attack to see what the opponent was capable of. Soon, he gathered cold energy in his right arm and directly unleashed an ice bird, freezing everything in its path, resembling a lifelike bird, flying towards Kuruda and the others. However, Kuruda's remained completely unfazed. With a wave of his hand, a large mass of chaotic energy appeared again, and the ice bird collided directly with it. Soon, the previous scene repeated itself. The ice bird merely made contact with the chaotic energy. In an instant, the ice was completely extinguished by the chaotic energy. What on earth is going on? Akiji said with an incredulous expression. Usually, every time he attacked, many enemies, even royal-level powerhouses, had to put in a lot of effort to deal with his ice power. Yet now, in front of Kuruda's, it was so fragile that it couldn't withstand a single blow. It was as if his ice had encountered the hottest flame in the world. But the problem is that the black smoke doesn't look like it at all. Ariel and Sid now had expressions of surprise on their faces. Is this the power of chaos? It truly is powerful. Chaos. They had heard of this term before. In their previous world, it was said to be a very ancient energy. It is also filled with mystery. They didn't expect that the captain who summoned them would possess such power. To be honest, if the situation had allowed, they would have wanted to experience the power of chaos themselves. However, now Kuruda was also very glad in his heart that he had obtained the ultimate power like the chaos fruit. Kid, what kind of power is this? No, what kind of devil fruit did you eat? Karp said with an ugly expression. Haha, this is the primordial power of the world, chaos. Kuruda didn't intend to hide it and laughed heartily. Chaos power, what is that? Karp still asked, filled with confusion. The origin of this world is boundless chaos, from which light, darkness, space, and so on were born, and gradually the current universe came into being. Every planet, every star, and then the world we live in, with earth and rocks, water, magma, and ice slowly gave rise to all things and many powers. In other words, chaos is the primordial power. It gave birth to everything and can also encompass and annihilate everything. And this is the devil fruit I have eaten, the ultimate natural type devil fruit, the chaos fruit. Any formless power, as long as it comes into contact with chaos energy, can be instantly obliterated. At the same time, I can also use chaos energy to derive other formless powers. Kuruda continued to explain, and by the end, he even laughed out loud. However, after he finished speaking, the other 4 people present were left in disbelief. But once they reacted, they understood such power. No wonder it was called the ultimate natural type devil fruit. Akiji murmured, not expecting that the power Kuruda possessed would be so significant. The initial power of the world, chaos, the power to obliterate all things, could also derive the power of all things? Seeing that Akiji's previous 2 attacks had no effect, and recalling that the ice surface they were currently on was actually created by Kuruda, he repeated what he had just heard. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically as he realized the terrifying nature of the chaos fruit, just as Akiji had said. No wonder it was called the ultimate natural type devil fruit, especially with the ability to derive all things. This meant that fighting Kuruda would be like battling a multiple devil fruit user. Moreover, if natural elements and many other powers were considered intangible forces, then many devil fruit users would be unable to fight Kuruda. After all, the attacks directed at him would be directly obliterated by chaos. You kid really has good luck to have eaten such a powerful devil fruit, Karp said with a bitter smile. How great it would be if such a powerful devil fruit fell into the Navy's hands. It could greatly suppress pirates. At the same time, he had to admit that Kuruda was indeed very lucky. Those cannons, those giant beasts, and those black-clad warriors. This kid must have encountered a great opportunity during the 2 years he went missing. Haha, without this opportunity, how could I have gained the strength to realize my ideas? Kuruda laughed heartily. Your ideas are simply too radical, and you possess such a powerful fruit. No matter what, I can't let you leave today. Otherwise, you will eventually disturb this sea completely, Karp said, somewhat angrily. If he had previously considered their past acquaintance and thought about letting them off with a slight concession, that sentiment was gone now. However, after hearing their thoughts, saying they're terrorists is not wrong at all, especially considering the strength and talent these people have displayed. If these individuals are allowed to leave today, the sea will definitely be thrown into chaos, perhaps even in the near future. At this moment, Karp has already made up his mind to keep these people. Now, let's see if you have the ability to do so. Also, take a look behind you, on the ice below. The naval soldiers you brought this time are already dwindling to almost none. The 2 vice admirals and the rear admiral are probably about to give in as well. Kuruda pointed behind them and then smiled as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Akiji and Karp's expressions changed. They suddenly realized that the sounds below seemed to have diminished significantly. Could it be? The 2 hurriedly turned their heads to look, and their faces changed drastically. Because at this moment, on the ice, the naval soldiers who had jumped down from the warship to engage in battle were indeed, as Kuruda said, fewer than 200. In contrast, the Ghost Shadow Brigade soldiers they were fighting against still had at least over 500. Especially those big guys and samurai, their casualties were much lower. The naval soldiers were truly on the verge of collapse. If this continued, they would really face total annihilation. Of course, this was not the most shocking part for them, as the Navy often suffered significant casualties on missions like this. However, such a casualty rate still surprised them. After all, these were elite soldiers of the Navy, and in the future, they would be capable of participating in major wars like the top-level battles. But what shocked them the most was the other side. The Ghost Spider and Fire Mountain had actually been dealt with. The 2 of them were left in a pathetic state, unconscious on the ice surface. The 3 giant beasts, among which one giant bird had landed on the head of the Triceratops beast, while the other 2 beasts sat down, seemingly waiting for orders, remaining motionless. But in any case, the Ghost Spider and the Fire-Burning Mountain have lost their combat ability. Kuruda saw that his monsters were not moving and understood the implication. If he didn't give a next command, they would really remain motionless in place. But at the same time, Kizaru and Garp also witnessed either the T-Pig being beaten or the Peach Rabbit feeling extremely frustrated while being hit. This was what shocked them the most. They couldn't understand why both T-Pig and Peach Rabbit, who were of the same Vice Admiral level, were struggling so much in the fight. If T-Pig and Peach Rabbit knew what the 2 were thinking, they would definitely have a tragic and bitter smile and say something like this. T-Pig, The opponent has already transformed into a mythical beast, and their earth element abilities are even above mine. How am I supposed to fight? Peach Rabbit. The two of them are like twin sisters with immortal bodies who won't easily be injured. How am I supposed to fight? But in any case, even the T-Pig and Peach Rabbit are not doing well, and this is something that Aokiji and Karp can still see. In summary, the situation on the Navy side is really not good. Mr. Karp, what should we do? Aokiji asked Karp, meaning with one sentence, should we still fight against them? Upon hearing this, Karp also turned to look at Kuruda and the other three with a serious expression. The opponent has at least 3 admirals. Although their individual strength is not as strong as his and Aokiji's, if they cooperate, combined with Kuroda's abilities which are highly restraining Aokiji, it's a problem. There's also a swordsman over there who is very fast and possesses special powers that can harm Aokiji in his elemental form, who at least has Conqueror's Haki and has reached the entanglement realm, as well as Ariel, who, although she doesn't yet have Haki, can completely suppress him with her martial arts. Moreover, over time, those giant beasts, the black-clad soldiers, and the 3 supplementary admirals, along with the cannons from before. He's also unsure if Kuruda has any other hidden cards, but for now, they have no chance of winning. Even if they can't defeat him in Qingji, the opponent is likely to escape smoothly. He doesn't believe Kuruda didn't think of this, and that there was no way to escape successfully. With this in mind, the defeat is already determined, and in order to avoid losing more soldiers, they can only give up. Of course, the Navy will not admit defeat just like that. There will be opportunities in the future. At least this time, they have learned a lot of intelligence and trump cards from the opponent. Thinking of this, Karp sighed and then said to Kuruda, "Kid, we admit defeat. This battle ends here." All right. Kuruda naturally wanted to see the battle stop. The opponent probably also realized that they had so many trump cards, which exceeded their anticipated intelligence, and that if this continued, the Navy would suffer even greater casualties. Moreover, he had already obtained what he wanted from a Navy, and once this news spread, he would gain a significant amount of reputation. It's better to continue developing for now. He still had to stay in the East Sea for a while, as there were many things he needed to do. Since the opponent didn't want to fight anymore, it was indeed time to end this battle. Soon, with Kuruda saying good, Karp also knew that this war was fought in a very frustrating and humiliating manner. Another disgraceful battle in the history of the Navy had come to an end. 700 elite troops, 2 vice admirals, 2 rear admirals, 1 admiral, plus him as a hero, along with 4 top warships. According to original estimates, they actually failed to capture a pirate group that had only recently been established. In the future history of the Navy, what else could this be but a disgrace? But they really didn't gather intelligence well. What kind of opponents are they? Ninjas. Big brutes, a bunch of samurais, and all are fearless warriors. 3 giant beasts, advanced special cannons, and special energy shields. The lowest-ranked crew members on the opposing side are that little chubby guy and those 2 little girls, although they are at the level of reserve generals. They are basically invincible at this level. Didn't you see how Chibuta and Mamatatsu were being overwhelmed? Moreover, the abilities of the devil fruits are not as simple as they thought. One body technique can suppress him, and if he later masters Haki, he might even surpass his current self. She should be a girl from a special race. One swordsman is astonishing, with extremely swift speed and seemingly possesses a special ability that can harm elemental users, a great swordsman. But the most outrageous is the kid in front of me, who doesn't possess the smoke fruit at all, but rather the ultimate natural type fruit, the chaos fruit, along with other abilities and background. This is already a powerful pirate crew with both potential and strength not to be underestimated. They miscalculated the strength of their opponent, which led to the current situation, and now they have no choice but to retreat due to the heavy losses they sustained. Karp let out a slight sigh, as if he had aged a few years, and nodded at Aokiji, who understood and flew directly towards the battlefield. It was clear that he would announce the end of the battle and order the soldiers to cease their attacks. "Kid, those black-clad troops of yours," Karp said to Kuruda, his meaning clear. "Your black-clad warriors must also stop attacking." "No problem," Kuruda replied. He then turned to the battlefield and shouted, "All Ghost Shadow troops, return to your positions. Gamora, Latola, Illy King, come back and smash the ice trapping the bull horse." It seemed he was thinking about retreating. Kuruda ordered the 3 monsters to smash the ice trapping the bull horse. Otherwise, the ship would not be able to leave. Soon, the Ghost Shadow troops received the order, and after Aokiji arrived, the Navy also ceased their attacks. The Ghost Shadow troops and the monsters quickly returned. After coming back, the Ghost Shadow troops stood by, while the monsters began to break the ice, trapping the bull horse. The surviving Navy soldiers were filled with a sense of luck and frustration. They were lucky to have survived, as they had long seen no hope in the battle against the Ghost Shadow troops. The opponents showed no signs of death at all. So, they no longer wanted to fight this battle. After all, their losses were too great, and now that they could survive, they were already very grateful. At the same time, they were filled with deep frustration. After all, they had lost and suffered significant losses. How could they not be disheartened? Moreover, the powerful and esteemed Admirals Haki and Karp, whom they idolized, seemed to have no way to deal with the opponent's top combat power. A complete defeat. How could they not feel frustrated? Smash the ice trapping the Navy warship, and we will retreat immediately. Haki naturally saw the frustration on the soldiers' faces. To be honest, he felt bad too, but this battle could not continue. Representing lazy justice, he immediately said. The Navy soldiers, receiving the order, could only hurry to smash the ice, but their faces still showed a look of disappointment. Karp also took one last look at Kuruda and shook his head, then used Moonwalk to head towards the warship. To be honest, after hearing Kuruda want to talk and reflecting on the current state of the world, he did not understand the other party's thoughts. As for whether the sea is right or wrong, only time can tell, and he could not continue this battle. Not to mention whether he could win, he simply did not want to fight anymore. Meanwhile, both Aaron and Chibuta, as well as Peach Rabbit and the Lucy sisters, stopped fighting. However, the expressions of the two on the Navy's side were grim, while Aaron and his companions were smiling. The expressions on both sides are different, one defeated and one victorious. After one last glance at each other, both sides chose to fly back to their ships. Mr. Karp, we still want to say something, but Peach Rabbit was cut off by Karp's hand. We'll talk after we get back. I will personally explain to Sengoku using the Den Den Mushi later. Get ready to retreat. We can't fight this battle anymore. We lost. Peach Rabbit wanted to say something more, but thought of the two sisters' abnormality and immediately twitched her mouth. Not wanting to say anything more. She really did not want to fight those two sisters anymore. As for Akiji and Chibuta beside her, they also remained silent, while glancing at the Ghost Spider and Fire Mountain, who were being carried on stretchers to the medical room. Those two were truly unfortunate, having been defeated twice. And by the same group at that. After a while, the Navy left. As the losers, they could only retreat. Under the watchful eyes of the winners, namely Kuruda and his crew, they slowly disappeared from view, like a pack of stray dogs, their warships vanishing into the sea. Everyone, take a moment to regroup and prepare to leave. Looking at the Navy that had already departed, Kuruda immediately smiled and said, after all, they had won this battle. Captain, where are we going next? Lucy asked immediately. As the navigator, she knew it was time to set off for a new place. So, she needed to ask the captain where they were heading next. Syrup Village. My next partner is there, Kuruda said. He believed that this event would spread, earning him a great deal of reputation. Moreover, it would be more than in previous instances, as the Navy had really put in their full effort this time, with Navy heroes and admirals personally leading the charge, yet they were still repelled. Additionally, many new things were showcased this time, which would surely astonish many. By the time they reached Syrup Village, he estimated that he would have accumulated a lot of reputation points. At that point, he could summon a partner, a powerful villain from across the multiverse, which would be entirely feasible. After all, his primary goal now was to summon all 12 partners that the system could summon. After all, having more people and stronger allies was crucial in this vast sea. Furthermore, whether it was him and his partners or the new partners, the friendship among them needed to be cultivated, which would be vital in the future. It should be noted that the reason the Straw Hat crew is so strong in the future is largely due to their friendship, which is an extremely important aspect. Therefore, friendship is essential, and the reason to go to Syrup Village is, first and foremost, that it is a well-known scene in the pirate world. Being the home of the Sniper King, Usopp, although there is no check-in option in his system, he still wants to take a look. Moreover, whether it is Kuro or the Black Pirate crew, he must deal with them. Not to mention that their pirate crew is already within his hunting perspective. And regarding Kuro, a cunning and treacherous character. For money, Kaya's family is indeed a minor wealthy family. But Kuro spent 3 years gaining the trust of the wealthy young Lady Kaya under the guise of Butler Clabatel, attempting to seize her assets. In the original story, he was defeated by Luffy's rubber clock on the beach of Usopp's hometown. Even among pirates, this is one of the most despicable and lowly acts. At the same time, Kuruda felt that this person lacked intelligence. How could he take pride in his hidden plans? Even if the East Sea is called the Fallen Sea, isn't it easier to hunt down a few pirates to gather the money over 3 years than to rob a family like Kaya's? But anyway, The Black Pirates and Crocodile have long been on his death list, and the first purpose of this trip is to eliminate them. Secondly, it includes a brief meeting with the future Sniper King Usopp, and then summoning new companions there. Yes, Captain. After hearing the exact place name, Lucy and Ruko, the two sisters got busy. As navigators, they needed to confirm the direction and location immediately. Alan prepared a rich feast to celebrate our victory and the upcoming departure. Kuruda turned to Alan and smiled. All right, I'm on it. Alan replied with a smile, then picked up the Haki and hammer and walked toward the cabin, ready to prepare a delicious lunch for today's victory. I'm going back to the cabin to train. Call me for dinner. Me too. I need to train my Haki right away, said Sid and Ariel one after another. Through this battle, they realized their shortcomings and understood that they were not invincible in this world. To prepare for future battles and adventures, they needed to train. After Kuruda nodded in agreement, the two returned to the cabin and went back to their bedroom to train. But as the two of them entered the cabin, Kuruda was also thinking that the Navy would definitely not let this go easily, and this time, it would probably attract a lot of attention. Even some monsters from the New World would likely be curious and come over. After all, being familiar with the original work, he knew that before long, the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye, would appear in the East Sea. Therefore, it was very important to quickly improve their strength and continuously innovate. In short, they needed to find ways to speed up the results of their training. After accumulating enough prestige this time, he wondered if they could buy some high-tech items that could accelerate training or were related to time. Thinking of this, Kuruda immediately spoke up. Soon, not long after, seeing that the ice near the burly ship was almost clear by the monsters, they could fully set sail. Kuruda first instructed the Ghost Shadow Legion to temporarily return to the shadows. Then he recalled Gamora, while Iron King and Litora continued their daily sea activities. After a while, they finally set sail again, heading towards Sila Village. Since Ariel went to train, Kuruda had to temporarily take the role of the helmsman. Thus, the fallen pirate crew embarked on their new adventure once again. At this time, at the Navy headquarters, known as the Holy Land in the hearts of all navies on this sea, Marineford, executing so-called justice. Everything here was proceeding in an orderly manner, with many people bustling about. The most noticeable was a senior officer leading some Navy soldiers aboard a warship to capture or eliminate pirates or carry out missions. At this moment, in Sengoku's office, it seemed that he had no pressing matters at hand, and there was no intelligence needing his review in the short term. This elderly Navy officer sat in his chair, enjoying some sun-bae and sipping tea. Then he said with satisfaction, "Haha, it's good that Karp isn't here. The tea and sun-bae I bought should be enjoyed by me, not that old guy finding some excuse to trick me out of them." Hearing this, another person in his office, the only other person there, rolled her eyes. These two old men had been like this for so many years, privately. They were just a couple of old children. It goes without saying that the one with such thoughts was also an old Navy officer, too, who was here as well. Clearly, she also had nothing to do, so she came here to take a break. Unlike Akainu and Kizuru, who were also Navy admirals and had already gone to the New World, always needing to keep a close eye on the movements of the four emperors and some major sea pirates, even directly eliminating or capturing them. After eating another piece of senbei, Sengoku looked at the clock beside him and said somewhat seriously, calculating the time, "Karp and the others are probably engaging with the fallen pirate crew today, right? They should have already clashed, but I wonder if they have captured the fallen pirate crew. The opponent's strength is not simple, and there's even a possibility of escape." Speaking of serious matters, Tsuru immediately became serious as well and expressed her thoughts. But at the same time, she had to admit that although the fallen pirate crew was a new pirate crew in terms of strength and foundation, they were already comparable to some ordinary large pirates in the New World. "Ha, little Crane, what are you worried about? Don't underestimate the sailing speed and firepower of our Navy ships. And with Akiji's freezing ability, their ship won't be able to escape at all. A big ship like that is probably hard for the enemy to give up. So, battle is inevitable. But do you really think Karp and the others won't be able to deal with those little brats over there?" However, Sengoku quickly expressed his thoughts and speculations. He believed in the strength of the Navy, trusted his old friends, and others who would be the future pillars of the Navy. So taking down a fallen pirate crew was not a problem. He had that confidence. Little did he know, he was about to be slapped in the face. And it was going to be a hard slap. Hopefully it would be like that. Crane murmured, because after watching the last video, she was very clear about how terrifying the potential and strength of the fallen pirate crew were. If left unchecked, they would definitely become a significant threat to the Navy in the future, comparable to or even surpassing the Rock's pirate crew of the past. Therefore, Completely taking down the fallen pirate crew was very important for both the sea and the future of the Navy. It had to be taken seriously. There could be no carelessness whatsoever. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly the transponder snail next to Sengoku made a sound, clearly indicating that someone was calling. Ha, little crane. What did I say before? Karp called so soon. The other side ultimately didn't grow strong enough and was easily taken down by Karp and the others. This is great. Everyone is happy. A potential threat to the Navy just disappeared like that. Seeing that the transponder snail displayed Karp's number, Sengoku couldn't help but laugh heartily. According to the agreed-upon time, Karp called back so quickly. Clearly, they had taken down the enemy. He was still the current fleet admiral of the Navy. The wise strategist Sengoku. His prediction came true ahead of time, and he was naturally very happy, especially since Karp, as his longtime partner, succeeded so quickly. He was reliable at critical moments. Moreover, such a potential danger was gone. The sea wouldn't be in chaos anymore. If it were to get chaotic again, it was not what they wanted to see now. However, even though he already knew, since Karp had called, he still wanted to hear the good news again. Crane also smiled. Clearly, she now believed that Sengoku was not wrong. After all, they couldn't have lost, right? But if they had lost, how could they call back so quickly? And just like Sengoku said earlier, even if they wanted to escape, with Akiji's freezing ability, the enemy couldn't do it either. So, the fallen pirate crew could only have been taken down by them. Thinking of this, her previously anxious heart suddenly felt relieved. Unfortunately, she was too early to be happy. Soon, Sengoku connected the transponder snail and said with a smile, Karp, how is it? Did you take down the enemy? At this moment, in his warship, sitting at his desk, Karp heard Sengoku's words and fell silent. After all, this time, they had suffered a defeat. For a moment, he didn't know how to speak. Hearing this, Sengoku's heart began to have a bad premonition. Could it be that they hadn't defeated and taken down the fallen pirate crew at all, but rather the worst outcome? No, it couldn't be. The enemy had escaped. Karp, speak up, what happened? Did you win? Did you take down the enemy? Sengoku said with a grim expression, and he also saw Crane's equally grim face. Sengoku, I won't say much. I'll explain in detail when we get back. The situation is really serious, and it must be discussed in person. At that time, gather Akainu and Kizaru, along with all the current vice admirals. The fallen pirate crew is not as simple as we thought. We lost today, and we lost quickly and thoroughly. We lost a lot to the enemy, at least intelligence and foundation. He added, the Navy suffered significant losses this time. Nearly 500 elite soldiers. Ghost Spider and Fire Mountain are now severely injured and in a coma. Even Little Peach Rabbit and T-Pig are badly hurt and are currently recovering. As for me, I'm fine, but Akiji was injured by one of their swordsmen. It's a bit serious, and he's currently being treated in the infirmary. The only fortunate thing is that including the redeemed warship, everything else is okay. But Sengoku, this time we really lost. Karp spoke with a heavy heart, saying a lot. But no matter what, he decided to reveal some details about the situation when they returned. For now, he just wanted to tell Sengoku that this battle, which they all thought they could win, had really ended in defeat. A thorough defeat, and it was quite inexplicable. On the other side, Sengoku and Crane were both in disbelief and dazed after hearing this. They lost. They really lost. The Navy's top-tier lineup had still lost to the fallen pirate crew. The enemy's hidden foundation and strength were truly worse and more terrifying than they had imagined. The two remained silent for a moment, both feeling that they were indeed getting old. Sengoku took a deep breath and said with a very bad mood, "All right, let's talk when you get back. We all need to take a breather. Also, organize the battle data over there. It will be useful for the discussion later. I'll call over Sakazuki and all the other vice admirals." He continued, "When do you expect to return? Will everyone be able to attend the meeting on the day you come back?" Karp thought for a moment and replied, "The ship needs repairs. It was affected by the battle. We also need to stay at the nearby Navy base for a while to let everyone recuperate. I expect it to take about 7 days." After hearing this, Sengoku thought for a moment and agreed that such a time frame was reasonable. Produce. A few days wouldn't be enough for this old guy to wander around the East Sea. So he directly agreed. "All right, see you in a few days." After finishing, Sengoku hung up the transponder snail, but still couldn't recover from the previous defeat. The fallen pirate crew, Kuruda, their strength was miscalculated by all of us. Was the sea destined to fall into chaos? Sengoku sighed helplessly. Sengoku, don't be so discouraged. This time the Navy didn't really go all out. And even if the enemy has talent, it's hard for them to grow in a short time. The Navy's control over the 4 seas isn't that strong, especially in the East Sea. Let's see how things go when they come to the second half later. Crane said, both comforting and stating the current situation. Clearly, she believed that there was no need to worry too much about the fallen pirate crew for now. It was impossible for them to grow so much in an instant. When they come to the second half and enter the Grand Line with the Navy's strength, it wouldn't be too late to strike then. It can only be like this. Sengoku said, World Economic News Agency. Ha ha ha. I knew it. Even the Navy hero personally led the team. It must be a big operation. Sure enough. And it's related to the fallen pirate crew. Everything they do can be turned into big news for me to write about. It was indeed right to send out more seagulls to keep an eye on them. At this moment, sitting in his office and looking at the photos sent by his subordinates, Morgans was almost overjoyed. He just knew the Navy's actions weren't simple. He knew the fallen pirate crew would definitely bring him bigger news. And looking at the content in the photos, what exactly were these things? So shocking, so stunning. This time, if it's well written into a newspaper, it will definitely sell like hotcakes. It might even be the most successful report he has ever sold. Behemoths, mysterious legions, super technology, energy shields, and energy cannons. The two gluttonous chaotic superfruits. Especially the chaotic fruit, which is surprisingly referred to as the ultimate natural fruit. And the fallen pirate group, along with the outstanding performances of many people, all of this can be written into major news. No, a newspaper is not enough. It should be written into several pages and then bound together. It will take a little more time, but it won't hurt to wait a few days to do it right. When the time comes, it will be announced properly. Anyway, according to the employees over there, it seems he was the only one at the time. So, other newspapers probably don't know about this matter yet. Therefore, I will firmly grasp this unique report. Waiting a few days is not too late. I will write this report well. Haha, that's the plan. Clearly, after obtaining intelligence from the Navy and the fallen pirate group, such a big event, such huge news, even equivalent to many small news combined, Morgans thinks it can be directly written into a publication. This time, it must be written well. He will write it himself and sell this news for a big profit. With this in mind, Morgans immediately got busy in the office. He needed to organize the photos first, pulling out the useful ones and setting them to be a bit clearer and more dynamic. There were many things that required his personal attention. Aside from printing and distributing, this publication, he would personally handle. But the fact is indeed the case. After a few days, when his newspaper spreads, even within the Navy, there will be more news that is clearer as they are involved parties. The sea is about to face a great shock. However, no matter how things are on their side right now, it will take a few days before the sea boils over completely. This does not hinder Kuruda's actions at present. Personally piloting the bull ship, watching the blue sky and white clouds, feeling the sea breeze, and gazing at the vast ocean, Kuruda is filled with enjoyment. After all, as long as you are sailing a big ship, there is always a desire to conquer the sea. However, after a while, it can become boring. So Kuruda quickly switched to autopilot. The two sisters had already agreed on the direction and knew how to handle the ship's helm. So Kuruda gave a brief instruction and walked into the cabin. I'm going to the cabin for a bit. It's up to you outside. Don't steer in the wrong direction, Kuruda said. Yes, Captain. No problem. Leave it to me and my sister. The two lovely girls said with smiles as they assured him. Kuruda trusted these two sisters very much, as they had lived together for many years, both in the past and present. After smiling, Kuruda went straight into the cabin. He first arrived in the dining room, but as soon as he entered, he smelled an incredibly delicious aroma of food, along with various other scents. Regardless, they were all delicious dishes. Sure enough, when he walked into the kitchen, he found that several dishes had already been prepared by Alan and were placed on a nearby table. Alan was currently stir-frying, while a rich pot of soup was simmering next to him. There were also many ingredients, seafood, and fruits nearby, presumably for Alan's cooking. Big brother Kuruda, you're here. Lunch will take a little while longer. Are we eating outside or in the dining room? With his current abilities, Alan could naturally sense Kuruda's arrival, and a smile appeared on his chubby face as he spoke. The weather outside is really nice. Let us eat outside, Kuruda replied. Can I ask the Ghost Shadow Corps for help? Alan said a bit shyly, clearly wanting the Ghost Shadow Corps to assist. You chubby guy, fine, just call them over. They can do anything. I mentioned before that they're special shadow creatures, Kuruda replied with a helpless smile. Oh, that's great. Ghost Shadow Corps. Please take the dishes I prepared outside and set up the table and chairs on the deck. Alan immediately instructed when he realized he could give orders directly. Soon, a group of ninjas appeared, some going to carry the dishes, while others took the chairs outside. This is really convenient. They can not only fight, but also do these things. Captain, should we let the Ghost Shadow Corps handle many of the trivial matters on the ship? Alan exclaimed, marveling at how capable the Ghost Shadow Corps was. He then wondered aloud, is Kuruda planning to let them handle most of the trivial matters on the ship in the future? What? Do you really want to scrub the deck, mop the floor, and sweep? Kuruda joked. Ah, no, big brother Kuruda, I really don't want to. However, before Mr. Sid and Miss Ariel arrive, the four of us agreed to take turns cleaning. If you're going to let the Ghost Shadow Corps handle it, shouldn't you mention it? Alan expressed his reluctance, stating that as the chef, he should focus on cooking, not cleaning, unless it was in his dining room, kitchen, or for the utensils. Then he pointed out the key point. You're right. Let us mention it when we eat with everyone later. Kuruda nodded in agreement after hearing Alan's opinion. Big brother Kuruda, it's fine. I'll continue cooking, Alan said as he hurriedly went back to handling the now boiling pot. All right, I have other things to do, Kuruda said, not wanting to be a bother, and quickly left the kitchen and dining room. Next, he arrived on the first floor of the bedroom. After thinking for a moment, he decided not to disturb Ariel and Sid and went straight back to his own room. Sitting down at his desk, he took out 3 Ghost Shadow tokens. He wanted to check how many people were left in the 3 major corps. Holding the tokens, he quickly got the answer. The Ninja Corps now had 216 members. After this battle, they had lost at least half. Kuruda couldn't help but complain. Although they were the most capable corps, the casualty rate on such a large-scale battlefield was indeed quite high. Looking at the other 2 corps, the Armor Corps had 101 members left, while the Troll Corps still had 93. The Ghost Shadow Corps really was impressive, being among the top 2 corps in terms of strength. It should be noted that within the Ghost Shadow Corps, those who could face off against the Armor Corps and the Troll Corps, without counting the most special Shadow Eater, were only the Blade and Mantis. Kuruda thought for a moment. There probably wouldn't be any battles in the near future, and this number should be sufficient. If necessary, he could summon another wave after the cooldown period. He decided not to worry about the Ghost Shadow Corps for now, took the ultimate battle device from behind him, and suddenly remembered that the ultimate battle device was also a special battle device invented by the Labrandos. It was said that it could store injured monsters and help them recover slowly. He checked Gamora's condition, and sure enough, it showed that it was recuperating and slowly regaining strength and healing injuries. Remembering that Alera seemed to have sustained significant injuries and that Litola had been monitoring the Navy for several days without any incidents, Kuruda directly recalled these 2 major monsters to let them rest well in the battle device. When will today's events be spread? He didn't need to check on other things. After all, both the energy cannon and energy bombardment would automatically recharge and absorb energy from heaven and earth. So now Kuruda directly asked the system when the reputation value from today's battle would be fully transmitted. He knew that although his reputation value was still increasing, it was actually just the residual effect of the previous battle, and the current contributions came from some random passers-by, providing only 1 to 2 points. Therefore, it was necessary for him to ask the system when the reputation value from this battle would come in. Returning to the host, according to the system's estimation, it will take at least 5 more days. Please be patient, the system quickly replied. I see. Well, I'll wait and see, Kuruda said after considering it. He remembered that Lucy had mentioned going to a small village, and, at their current speed, it would take at least another 8 days considering the weather and ocean currents. The East Sea is quite vast. After all, when they departed from the deserted island to Shell's town, he remembered it taking at least over 10 days. As for why the Navy could arrive so quickly, they were moving at full speed rather than casually. There was no need to rush, otherwise, with the bullship at full speed and firepower, they could reach their destination in half a day. But like the Straw Hat Pirates, they're not a formal pirate crew. His fallen pirate crew is essentially similar. Like Luffy, he also wants to travel the world and wander around. Since it's a journey, naturally, one should take it slow and fully experience the wonderful times at sea. Isn't that good? So right now, the speed of the bull is indeed a bit slow. But actually, Kuruda can't just say that he will wait for this wave of prestige to come before speaking. Once this wave of prestige arrives, he will immediately enter Zillabu village. However, thinking about it, there really isn't much to do right now. But then he thought of Sid and aerial training, so he started to train as well. The 3 types of Haki were already difficult to improve, so there was no rush. The focus now was still on developing the Devil Fruit abilities, creating some new techniques based on the characteristics of the Chaos Fruit. Thus, on the ship of the fallen pirates, due to the absence of battles, they surprisingly entered in normal life. Soon, Alan had prepared lunch and immediately notified the Ghost Shadow Legion to inform the others. Everyone quickly gathered around the table to enjoy this feast after their victory. There was laughter and conversation at the dining table. At the same time, Kuruda mentioned what he had previously discussed with Alan, which were some trivial matters aboard the Bull ship. They all had the ability to command the Ghost Shadow Legion hidden in the shadows of the ship to get things done. He also emphasized a bit that everyone could play in their spare time, but not to forget to train and improve their strength. After everyone nodded, they returned to their normal lives. However, it was basically a balance of work and rest, with a lot of time spent either training or having fun. Of course, in these few days, they did encounter some small pirate groups or the Navy. But these encounters were treated as leisure activities by the fallen pirates. Either they would send one person to personally handle things, or they would have fun commanding monsters, the Ghost Shadow Legion in battle, or simply firing cannons to destroy them. Time passed day by day, and there was good news. Ariel and Sid had finally mastered the basic use of armament Haki. Even more surprisingly, Ariel had awakened Conqueror's Haki. Kuruda thought it was reasonable for Ariel and Sid to master armament Haki so quickly. After all, these two were chosen by the system and transported over to become his companions, which definitely indicated they had strength and talent. Moreover, he didn't underestimate the super-fast training method for the 3 types of Haki. Combined with previous battles, Sid and Ariel had carefully sensed how to use armament Haki from Akiji and Karp, understanding the flow of energy. Thus, after spending some time, they finally grasped the basics of armament Haki. Next would depend on their continued efforts, and as for observation Haki, Kuruda estimated they would need to train for a while longer. There was also an interesting thing that Kuruda had asked Sid, since his magic could harm elemental users. Why did he still want to learn armament Haki? Sid answered at the time, learning more is never a bad thing, and even when using magic, learning armament Haki could greatly enhance my combat power. Kuruda thought about it and agreed with this reasoning, so he didn't stop him further. As for Ariel awakening Conqueror's Haki so quickly, unlike Sid who obtained it through the system, Kuruda was also very surprised. However, upon reflection, he understood. After all, having once been a demon lord of a world and the highest leader of a race, combined with the queenly aura that Ariel exuded. According to the pirate world's understanding of Conqueror's Haki, Ariel indeed possessed the qualities of a king. Therefore, it was reasonable for her to awaken Conqueror's Haki. But I have to say, these two truly deserve to be regarded as powerful villains from another world. Their talent is indeed undeniable. They've only been here for a few days, yet their strength has rapidly increased. At the same time, during these few days, Al and Lucy and the 2 sisters have also been training regularly and have improved their strength a bit. As for the Ghost Shadow Brigade, after the cooldown period ended, Kuruda used the 3 tokens twice more, and the ninja group now has 600 members, while the samurai and troll groups each have 250 members. After 3 days of rest, the 3 great monsters have also recovered. King Errol and Litola continue to maintain the skies and the seas. As for Gamora, he naturally stays with the yet-to-make their first appearance King Red. Golzin and Melba inside the ultimate combat device. Everything is going well. Their normal lives have resumed, and they have recovered from the previous battle, gaining a slight increase in strength. Meanwhile, at the New World Economic News Agency, through his hands-on efforts over the past few days, Morgans has finally written a newspaper that he is completely satisfied with from start to finish. Morgans quickly took the newspaper down to have his subordinates print it and then distribute it worldwide, allowing many people to see this shocking news. And he would take the opportunity to make a hefty profit. At this time, Karp and his navy are docked in a small town, taking a brief rest. And many soldiers have finally recovered from the disappointment of their recent defeat. However, their faces still do not look good, as they still have to return to the naval headquarters as losers. In this regard, Karp, Akiji, and other senior Navy officials are also helpless, but they can only order the ships to continue sailing back immediately. After all, this incident is quite significant, and an internal Navy meeting must be held in person. Just like wine that is about to be successfully brewed, the previous matters are finally about to be fully revealed. First of all, especially from the New World Economic News Agency, the seagulls carrying generations of newspapers have long been prepared and are flying towards all corners of the world. On this brand new morning, the Bolero is still moving towards Xylob village at a steady pace. The weather today is still beautiful, with blue skies and white clouds and bright sunshine. Kuruda is lying on a deck chair, wearing sunglasses and sunbathing. Alan and Sid are playing chess nearby, while the 2 sisters and Ariel are surprisingly playing do di ju. To pass the time, after discussing, Kuruda and Sid decided to bring out some of their past entertainment methods to relieve their companions' boredom on the ship. Seeing this warm and happy scene, Kuruda is also very pleased, as the companions are getting along very well now. Suddenly, he glanced to the side, and upon seeing what it was, he immediately relaxed his guard and smiled. They have finally arrived. At this moment, perched on the mast, besides the seagull delivering the news, what else could it be? Moreover, He discovered that the seagull that delivered the news the previous 2 times seemed to be the same one. He speculated that Morgans had received several big news stories from them. Thus, he assumed this time the seagull was specifically sent over by that guy. Kuruda didn't think much of it. After all, it was just a seagull delivering news. There was no need for him to take any action against the seagull. Otherwise, if there are no seagulls delivering news in the future, he currently has no good intelligence methods, and wouldn't that be a loss? However, now thinking about it, their previous matters must have finally been written into a newspaper by Morgans. After all, aside from what they have recently done, there shouldn't be any major incidents occurring. 1 belly for 1 newspaper. Kuruda tossed a belly to the seagull. However, what surprised him was that the seagull did not give him the newspaper, but instead revealed 5 feathers. What? 5 berries? How can your prices rise so drastically? A newspaper that was originally 1 berry has suddenly increased by 4. Kuruda said with a hint of displeasure. However, the seagull quickly made him aware of the reason for the price hike. When the seagull pulled out a publication from its bag, Kuruda twitched his mouth. It turned out to be several newspapers bound together. No wonder it was so expensive. Forget it. It's just 4 berries anyway, a small amount. Kuruda took out 4 berries again, and the seagull immediately handed the newspaper to him before flying away. Is it about us? Kuruda turned his head upon hearing a voice and realized that everyone had come over. No wonder his commotion attracted them. Indeed, now both Sid, Ariel, and Alan along with the 2 sisters were present. Clearly, everyone was quite concerned about being in the newspaper. Yeah, it finally arrived after so many days, come on. Everyone take a look. Kuruda said as he placed the newspaper on a nearby table. The crowd quickly gathered around to read, especially Kuruda, upon seeing the headlines, overall content, and photos. He had to admit that Morgans had indeed excelled in journalism and intelligence. The actual situation of their previous battles with the Navy was written on it, complete with photos, and the headlines served as a great backdrop. The headlines read, "The Navy dispatches heroes Karp, Admiral Haki, and 2 Vice Admiral candidates, Tontata and Chavuz, to the East Blue in an attempt to capture or eliminate the strongest new pirate crew, the Fallen Pirates, on the day of the decisive battle." The captain of the Fallen Pirates, Kuruda, personally led the team to greet the Navy, and both sides engaged in combat. Isn't Kuruda a smoke fruit user? How can he use ice abilities? Shockingly, under the Fallen Pirates, besides the Ninja Corps, there were also peculiar Samurai and Brute Corps, fighting without fear of death, seemingly a special unknown race. The Fallen Pirates showcased powerful technological means, energy cannons surpassing Navy artillery, and possessed energy shields capable of withstanding the Navy's fierce attacks. The casualty ratio between the Black-clad Corps and Navy soldiers was terrifying, 1-3. They could contend with Navy rear admirals, featuring 2 dinosaur-like beasts, one incredibly strong, one capable of using electricity, and a firebird adept at aerial strikes. Shockingly, a young girl suppressed Karp with her martial arts. A swordsman from the Fallen Pirates, whether due to a devil fruit ability or a special ability, injured Admiral Haki with a single strike. The chef of the Fallen Pirates, Alan, was not the expected natural type earth fruit user, but rather a stronger mythical beast type. The twin navigators of the Fallen Pirates, Luciluco, seemed to possess a strong super recovery ability. Captain Kuruda of the Fallen Pirates, the black smoke energy in his hand might be extremely special, seemingly having the ability to instantly annihilate anything. Ultimately, the Navy suffered a complete defeat, and Karp announced a retreat, with the Fallen Pirates claiming victory. Below these headlines, there were detailed contents and photos. "Wow, Captain, it's all about us. Now even I'm famous," Ariel exclaimed in feigned surprise, as she had anticipated such an outcome after learning about the pirate world. "That's natural, but I'm even more curious about how much bounty the Navy will put on us next," Kuruda said, taking one last look at the newspaper before casually remarking. After all, it was something they had already done, nothing more to see. He was more concerned about how much prestige he could gain next and what the Navy's first bounty would be. Upon hearing Kuruda mention the bounty, everyone's eyes lit up. After all, the bounty could be said to measure a pirate's strength, status, and deterrent power. So they became curious about how much their bounty would be. "All right, everyone return to your posts, or continue resting and training. Our situation has already been widely spread, and some people will likely come looking for us, even from the New World, so be prepared to face them." Kuruda waved his hand and said, "Yes, Captain." Everyone quickly left, but most were just having fun. However, as they were leaving, Sid and Ariel gave him a knowing glance. Kuruda nodded, indicating he hadn't forgotten, and only then did they leave satisfied. In response, Kuruda could only smile wryly before continuing to bask in the sun. Meanwhile, as the newspaper continued to spread across the world, upon receiving the paper and looking at the news, the entire sea trembled once again. Damn, the Navy actually lost, and that was under the leadership of heroes and admirals. What kind of new pirate crew is this fallen pirates that is still wandering in the East Blue? I think it's reasonable for the Navy to lose. After all, whether in strength or foundation, both we and the Navy underestimated the fallen pirates. But what kind of woman can defeat Karp with martial arts? Advanced technology, giant beasts. What are these? Unclear, but in any case, in the East Blue, a new star was rising. Once they reached the New World, things would likely get even more lively here. New pirate crew? With their current strength and achievements, do you dare to call them newcomers? After seeing the contents of the newspaper, whether pirates, Navy, or ordinary people, discussions ensued. But whether it was the fallen pirate crew driving back the Navy or the current situation of the fallen pirate crew, it completely shocked them. Especially those who were more experienced and had better intelligence knew what the Navy was doing by sending Karp to the EC this time. Originally, they thought the fallen pirate crew was just a small Karp making a bit of splash, which could soon be caught and thrown into impel down or eliminated. Given the Navy's lineup this time, even the Yonko pirate crews would likely have to take it seriously. After all, there were monster admirals and the hero Karp among them. They were caught off guard by the fallen pirate crew, which possesses a wealth of background and hidden cards, and ultimately got pushed back. How could they not be shocked? They initially thought the fallen pirate crew would not escape this time. Even the 7 warlords and the 4 emperors showed a bit of interest after seeing the newspaper. Of course, it wasn't all the 7 warlords. Only a few were interested. For instance, Jinbei still leans towards the Whitebeard pirates, and as long as Fishman Island isn't threatened, he won't intervene much. The Empress, who is basically isolated on Amazon Lily, likely only pays attention to the news when a celestial dragon is beaten or killed. Otherwise, she generally disregards everything else. Bartholomew Kuma, the undercover agent sent by the Revolutionary Army, is still far from being fully transformed, so he wouldn't have much to say without news from the Revolutionary Army. As for Crocodile and Moria, they were both knocked down a long time ago when they challenged Whitebeard and Kaido. One is busy stealing a kingdom to find a legendary Pluton, and the other is occupied with creating zombies. Although both have seen the news, their inexplicable confidence leads them to dismiss it, even boasting that if anyone has the ability, Crocodile is waiting for them, while Moria claims he will turn them into new zombies. The other two, however, are quite different. Mihawk, the solitary swordsman, has come to the East Blue, leisurely using his black blade, to row his small boat while reading the newspaper. His gaze is fixed on a certain photo, the one where Sid injures Akiji with a single sword strike. Observing the sharp eyes, intricate movements, and exquisite swordsmanship in the photo, along with the special energy emanating from the sword, Mihawk truly lives up to his name. His eyes are indeed like those of an eagle. Now, it seems these eagle eyes have spotted prey, filled with excitement, even the corners of his mouth slightly rising. Since it's in the East Blue, the mysterious black-clad swordsman, it seems this trip was not in vain. As long as you haven't left the East Blue, I will come looking for you, and I believe your swordsmanship will not disappoint me. Clearly, Mihawk has taken an interest in Sid's performance. As for the other members of the fallen pirate crew, they are either martial arts masters or devil fruit users, and with his singular focus on the sword, he naturally finds little interest in them. At the same time, he is unaware that to prevent news of him rowing with Yoru from spreading, a pirate crew will soon appear before him, which he will then chase to the East Blue. Alas, the unfortunate Krieg pirate crew. Moreover, it's not just Mihawk who is intrigued. Another warlord is also interested. In the kingdom of Dressrosa, Doflamingo, seated in the royal palace, chuckles. They won with this? Looks like I can't underestimate this new pirate crew. They have at least 3 strong figures at the Admiral level. I should be a bit cautious. My family cannot be trifled with. Doflamingo is quite surprised by the content of the newspaper, the Navy's lineup, and the fact that the fallen pirate crew could win. Accurately, it should be that Karp saw no hope of victory and ordered a retreat. As an expelled celestial dragon who has managed to reach this level, the head of one of the top pirates in the sea, a national thief, and one of the 6 kings of the underground dark world, primarily engaged in arms dealing, Doflamingo can naturally glean some insights from the newspaper. However, if we say that it is top swordsmen that can attract Hawkeye's attention, then now the fallen pirate crew has already caught Don Quixote Doflamingo's interest. As an arms dealer and a half-tech merchant, Doflamingo naturally has his eyes on the energy cannons that are clearly visible in the photos, as well as the defense shields that seem to be produced by technological means. Seeing these two items, which are high-tech, his eyes nearly lit up. What great things! If he could get them and let Caesar take a quick look, could they be mass-produced? If so, he could make a huge profit again. However, thinking about the opponent's strength, the excitement that had ignited within him was suddenly dampened. Forget it. Let's see how it goes first. Moreover, I don't believe that the other party has no ambition to enter the Grand Line, especially this Captain Kuruda. After some thought, Doflamingo decided to wait until the other party arrived before making a move, and currently, the family's business was doing well, so there was no need for further investment. However, he would still keep an eye on the fallen pirates at all times. Meanwhile, on the side of the four emperors, this also attracted some attention. Shanks was quite shocked that the background and strength of the fallen pirates exceeded his previous expectations, and he was also looking forward to them entering the new world to make things a bit livelier. In Shanks' view, the current fallen pirates should not disrupt the existing peace too much, and might even relieve some pressure on ordinary citizens. So there was no need for him to overly oppose them. Amidst the laughter and joy, this guy was actually holding a party again. Whitebeard Edward Newgate was fine, but upon seeing that Karp was actually defeated in hand-to-hand combat by a little girl, he was filled with astonishment, because he was very clear that the former strongest in hand-to-hand combat was not to be taken lightly. Although he hadn't had much direct confrontation with Karp, after all, during his youth, the navy he faced was Sengoku, while Karp and that old guy Zephyr were instead attracted by Roger and the Golden Lion. But now seeing this person from the same era actually defeated in physical skills, he can't help but sigh that he may really be getting old. And the newcomers are becoming more and more formidable. The old era is about to pass, and a new era is about to arrive. He knows his own body, and he may no longer be able to board this ship. Making the most of the last moments to spend time with his son is what he values the most right now. But seeing the Navy take such a beating, he was overjoyed. It was always amusing to see his old rivals make fools of themselves and fail. At the same time, he had high hopes for the fallen pirate crew, a powerful new rookie in the pirate world. However, the other two emperors were different. On Onigashima in Wano country, Kaido, with his imposing 8-meter frame and fierce demeanor, was indulging in food and drink. Below him, many members of the Beast Pirates were serving him, bringing dishes and wine, while some women fanned him. At that moment, a figure clad in black armor entered. Upon seeing him, Kaido spoke directly. "Jean, what brings you here?" Clearly, the newcomer was Jean, one of the 3 disasters of the Beast Pirates. "Lord Kaido, here as today's newspaper. I specifically selected the 2 most important articles, which I believe will interest you." Jean handed a newspaper to Kaido. Oh, hearing this, Kaido immediately became alert, putting down the meat and picking up the newspaper to read. Soon, he saw the contents and his eyes lit up. He was looking at what Jean had specifically chosen to pique his interest, undoubtedly related to Zoan-type devil fruit users. After all, he wouldn't have formed a pirate crew mostly composed of Zoan-type users otherwise. In the near future, he was expected to collaborate with Don Quixote Doflamingo on artificial Zoan-type devil fruits, creating a large batch of artificial devil fruit users. This aligned with his dream of a world based on power, where anything that could catch his attention and help fulfill his dream was valuable. What Kaido was currently seeing was an image of Eren using the Gourmand fruit to enter Beastman form, wielding the Hautian hammer and manipulating earth elements. Especially the part of the newspaper suggesting he might be a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit user, which made Kaido firmly believe it. Since ancient and regular types could not possibly have the ability to manipulate earth elements. But at the same time, what attracted him were those giant beasts, the mighty Triceratops, the electric-spitting monster dragon, and the fast-moving giant bird that constantly spewed fireballs. Seeing the photos of these 3 giant beasts in battle, especially the descriptions of their size, Kaido's eyes nearly widened in amazement. Haha, interesting, really interesting. No, whether it's the mythical Zoan-type user or these giant beasts, they should belong to me, Kaido, the king of beasts. Kaido laughed heartily and said, "Have Jack make a trip to recruit this mythical Zoan fruit user, and also have that little pirate crew hand over these giant beasts, especially with that method of coercion. If they refuse, just take them by force." After finishing his laughter, Kaido immediately issued the orders. Although he had to admit that the fallen pirate crew was indeed still in its early stages and had surpassed the Rocks pirates of the same early period back in the day, they were ultimately just newcomers, far from matching the seasoned strongmen like them. Moreover, the prestige Kaido had built over the years was not for nothing. Even if he sent out a fool like Jet, as long as it was his name they heard, he believed they would comply obediently. He had that confidence. At the same time, he seemed to envision himself commanding the giant beasts, and finally having another member in his crew, A third mythical Zoan user besides himself and his rebellious son. Yes, Lord Kaido. Jean quickly went down to make arrangements. He did not say any words of persuasion. It was evident that he also recognized Kaido's words, and the other party had no reason to refuse upon hearing their reputation. Unfortunately, the Fallen Pirate crew is not a tough nut to crack for the Beast Pirate crew, and in the future, they may even have to bite back. Meanwhile, on Whole Cake Island, the only female Yonko among the current 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin, was a great beauty many years ago. However, she is now old and incredibly ugly. With her current appearance, even if members of the Rock Pirate crew were still alive, it would likely ruin their image of her. The once great beauty has turned into this. However, to become one of the 4 emperors, Big Mom's strength, influence, and power are basically not weak either. However, when it comes to hobbies and quirks, she has the most among the 4 emperors. Her love for sweets is evident. Otherwise, Whole Cake Island wouldn't be what it is today, with many islands primarily made up of delicious food. She also enjoys building large families, and one could say she is the most prolific woman in the current pirate world, with 39 daughters, 46 sons, and 43 husbands. However, it is said that these husbands are abandoned after having children. Her dream is to establish a nation where all races and beings can live together without hierarchy. She hopes to make all people of the world her family, and for their sizes to become the same as hers, sitting together around the dining table to share meals. Thus, in Whole Cake Island, one can see almost all the races from the pirate world, although some, like the giants, are absent. She grew up in a land of giants, Elbaf, but was expelled due to a rampage caused by hunger. As a result, many giants harbor resentment towards Big Mom, and even if they were forcibly brought in, it wouldn't work. Therefore, her Whole Cake Island has no giants. At the same time, she is filled with a desire for the last Lunarian, Ash, on the seas today. At this moment, Big Mom is sitting in a chair, enjoying the desserts on the table, devouring them eagerly and drooling. Suddenly, a man with red hair, standing 5 meters tall and muscular, walks in. What's wrong with Katakuri? Big Mom stops eating her dessert and looks at her most perfect son. Mom, here's the new newspaper. Take a look. I'm sure you'll be interested. The visitor is none other than Katakuri, the top of the sweet commanders. After all, at this time, Snack is still not defeated by the Beast Saruji, thus not being removed from the sweet commanders. Oh, let me see. Hearing Katakuri's words, Big Mom takes the newspaper and starts reading. Not long after, her eyes light up. These black-clad warriors are clearly a brand new race I've never heard of before, a completely new race. How wonderful. It's obvious that Big Mom has taken an interest in the Phantom Brigade. To her, this is a clearly new race she's never heard of before. Naturally, she becomes intrigued because her hobby and dream are to build a large family with many races together. As for the others, she has no interest at all, not even in those giant beasts. In her eyes, they're essentially just sea kings or the result of scientific experiments. Let Cracker make a trip. Although this fallen pirate crew is a very outstanding pirate crew recently, they're ultimately just newcomers. Let Cracker represent me and ask this kid Kuruda to hand over this race. Big Mom immediately said, clearly confident in her strength and prestige. Believing that Kuruda would not resist upon hearing her name, he would have to obediently hand over this special race. If Kuruda were here now, hearing her confident remarks similar to Kaido's, he would certainly scoff and disdainfully say, "You two really think too highly of yourselves. If you have the ability, come to the East Sea. I'll let you come smiling and leave crying. What steel balloons, what strongest beings?" Their current lineup might not even be able to match up against the 4 Emperor's crews. Moreover, once this wave of prestige comes, Kuruda and his crew could boost their strength and gain new partners. What challenges and risks? Kuruda is currently open to all. Yes, Mom. Katakuri didn't say much and went down directly. It's clear that, just as Ash believes in Kaido, he also believes in Big Mom, not thinking that the fallen pirate crew would choose the second possibility. Soon, the 2 4 Emperor's crews took action. On Big Mom's side, it was naturally Cracker, one of the sweet commanders, with a bounty of 860 million berries. On Kaido's side, it was Jack, one of the disasters, with a bounty of 1 billion berries. They both set sail on their respective warships, heading to the East Sea. Meanwhile, the entire sea was shaken and astonished by the outstanding performance of the fallen pirate crew, having repelled the Navy. At least now, the system's prompts indicate that prestige points are entering Kuroda's wallet, ranging from single digits to hundreds. Listening to it for a long time can indeed become annoying, but right now, it's like money is pouring into his wallet in large amounts. And Kuroda is naturally overjoyed. Before long, in less than a day, he already accumulated a full 100,000 prestige points, enough for him to summon a new partner. However, he did not use it immediately. He was still waiting. This matter has not fully developed yet, and what he has encountered so far is just the first wave. There will be a lot more to come. At least he did not see the Navy in the system's prompt sounds. Even if there were, it was just a small portion or some minor Navy. The higher-ups of the Navy have not yet appeared. Kuruda estimates that the Navy's meeting has not yet started, and Karp and the others have not returned. Otherwise, the Navy could have helped him gain at least 8,000 reputation points again. After all, the Navy really has many people and strong fighters. After looking at the prompt sounds for a while, Kuruda closed it. He planned to wait a little longer, maybe a few more days. By then, the reputation points would likely exceed 200,000 based on his estimates. At that time, they would be close to Zilabu village. And it would not be too late to buy a lot in the system, whether it was for new partners or some items he wanted to purchase. At the same time, he was also thinking about what kind of requirements there would be for new partners. They already had a swordsman, a helmsman, a navigator, and a cook. Although they now had a blue light energy shield, he couldn't guarantee that his ship wouldn't suffer damage in future battles that wouldn't require repairs. A shipwright was already necessary, and if a scientist came along, and if their research ability was strong, the reputation points could be saved to buy other things in the system shop. Kuruda continued to sunbathe while thinking. Clearly, he had two requirements for the upcoming partners, a shipwright and a scientist, which were the professional abilities he urgently needed right now. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, Sengoku naturally saw the newspaper and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Not because of the content, but because the Navy hadn't learned the results yet, and Morgans had already written the report, so fast. Sengoku had to admit that the Birdman had some skills. In terms of intelligence capabilities, he even surpassed their Navy and the world government in certain aspects. However, after seeing this newspaper, the warring states no longer need Karp to come back and explain. They already understand why the Navy lost. They had indeed underestimated the foundation and strength of the fallen pirate crew, which naturally led to their defeat. They didn't expect that in addition to a ninja group, the other side also had a samurai group and a muscle group, and could command and control such large beasts, along with advanced technology. Originally, they had also underestimated the fruit abilities of Kuruda and his three companions, although they don't know exactly what it is. Karp and the others will understand when they return. Even though they learned a lot from the newspaper, they still need to discuss specifics, such as how much the bounty should be set and what actions the Navy will take next. Otherwise, facing the fallen pirate crew, who may still have hidden cards, would likely lead to a difficult situation for the Navy. But at the same time, this old guy is also quite envious. Special soldiers, giant beasts that follow orders, and super technology. How great it would be if all of these belonged to the Navy. At the same time, he can't help but curse. Why would such a powerful and extraordinarily talented young man choose to become pirate? Can't he just continue being a bounty hunter instead of forming a pirate crew? It's not enough that he insists on establishing a pirate crew, but he also opts for a super elite route, a route of elite soldiers, with hidden cards and strength emerging one after another. However, looking at it this way, not to mention anything else, just from the perspective of their current team, they already have at least 3 individuals at the level of admirals, and there are also candidates for admiral level strength who are extremely close to that level. It indeed does not look easy to deal with. It's better to wait a few days to see. How should this fallen pirate crew be handled? What kind of lineup should be sent next time? Sengoku said with some distress. However, he also understood that compared to this lineup, at least one more general should be sent, and more vice admirals should be sent over. Sigh, how did things suddenly change so much? Sengoku thought. Next, he made several phone calls in succession, asking when Karp and the others would return. After learning it would be in 2 days, he nodded in satisfaction, finally hearing a piece of news that wasn't bad. At the same time, he also learned from Tsuru that aside from the vice admirals and giant vice admirals who truly had emergencies and couldn't leave, at least a dozen vice admirals could come, and they were all experienced vice admirals who could attend this meeting. Among the Navy's higher-ups, besides the newly promoted Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong, even the current chief instructor of the Navy, Zifa, was present. Hearing the good news today, Sengoku felt relieved. Everything depended on the meeting 2 days later, as he really felt immense pressure from the fallen pirates, and he had also discovered something. Sid and Ariel, one was found, and the other came voluntarily. Moreover, he had heard that Kuruda used to do business frequently in the East Blue. So, such young, strong individuals. Are there others hiding in the East Blue that Kuruda might know? If he continued to search, thinking of this, Sengoku dared not think further. Soon, 2 days later, Feeling the return of Karp and the others, Sengoku made a call, asking Karp and the others to come over immediately as a group of 6. This included Karp and 5 other high-ranking Navy officials, all coming to attend this meeting. At the same time, he also asked Tsuru and Zifa to bring everyone over, summoning all vice admirals from the Navy except for the giant vice admiral and those on urgent missions. Sengoku himself left the office, as it was impossible for the Navy to hold a meeting in his office. Not to mention that it was too small. It was also to prevent some people from making a mess of his office and taking out his well-stored tea and snacks. There were also 2 people besides Sengoku from the intelligence department, and they were holding the new information about the fallen pirates that Sengoku had them gather long ago. When Sengoku walked in the special conference room, he found that many people had already arrived, or rather, he was the last one to arrive. The Navy's conference room seemed to be a large room with a big rectangular table in the middle. Sengoku, accompanied by the 2 intelligence soldiers, sat at the head of the table, and the 2 soldiers stood behind him on either side. To Sengoku's left sat Karp, Zifa, and Tsuru, 3 veterans of the Navy, while to his right were the current 3 admirals, Akiji, Akainu, and Kizu, who had all returned. Following them were the 2 candidate admirals, Momonosuke and Chafon, along with the vice admirals, sitting on either side. After glancing at them, Sengoku directly said, "I think you all know why this meeting is being held. For what purpose? Because I believe everyone has already seen the newspapers. That's right. What we are mainly discussing this time is the newly emerged strongest rookie pirate group, the Fallen Pirates. At the same time, you should also know that the Navy has attempted to capture or eliminate this group of pirates twice in succession, but both have failed. The last time, our veteran vice admirals Ghost Spider and Fire Mountain led 2 top Navy ships with 300 soldiers and failed, even becoming captives. And the enemy forced our Navy to hand over 50 million berries." At this point, Sengoku paused to give everyone time to digest the information. Although everyone already knew that the main topic of this meeting was the fallen pirates, many people, especially the vice admirals, looked at them with curiosity, and some even had mocking expressions when they heard that Ghost Spider and Fire Mountain had been captured. In short, there was one word, schadenfreude. How did you end up in this situation, being captured, defeated, and forced to pay a ransom? Seeing all the eyes fixed on them, Fire Mountain could only force a bitter smile. But inside, he was filled with bitterness. This had become an indelible black mark in his life. However, after the Ghost Spider blushed, he still gritted his teeth and managed to squeeze out a sentence, mainly directed at the middle generals. "If you go, you could just wait to be captured. With the opponent's lineup, it's not something that people with the strength of a middle general can deal with." After hearing this, the other middle generals fell silent as well, because they had to admit that even if 2 more people were sent to lead, they would only have the fate of being captured. Seeing everyone silent, the 6 people on either side of him didn't say anything and continued. "In order to save our comrades and to eliminate the fallen pirates, 10 days ago, Vice Admiral Karp, Admiral Akiji Kazan, and the 2 candidate admirals Peach Rabbit and T-Pig led 500 elite soldiers aboard 2 warships to the East Sea to rescue people and eliminate pirates, thinking that this time they could succeed. After all, with our Navy's lineup, even the 4 emperors would have to be wary. Unfortunately, we underestimated the fallen pirates. We lost again, and our Navy suffered another complete defeat, bringing us an indelible shame. But at the same time, we must admit that they are a very outstanding new pirate group, and their threat level to our Navy is second only to the 4 emperors." As soon as Sengoku finished speaking, many middle generals in the audience gasped in shock. Even the 6 people beside Sengoku were surprised for a moment, but they quickly nodded, including Akainu, who, despite his usual arrogance, still recognized the facts. Because even they had to admit that although they were a new pirate group, the danger posed by the fallen pirates was indeed not less than that of the 4 emperors. After all, the black-clad warriors who were stronger than the Navy soldiers had the top combat power of 3 admirals and 3 candidate admirals. Such combat power, even after redeeming the Ghost Spider and the others, was still a bit inferior, and they had also seen the newspapers. The top members of the fallen pirates were indeed not ordinary people. My God, second only to the 4 emperors, how shocking is that? But the opponent's strength truly matched this statement. However, this pirate group has only appeared for a few days, not even 2 months. Many middle generals began to discuss, as they were frightened by the fallen pirates. "All right, let's stop the conversation here. Although Karp has failed in these 2 battles, I still want you to speak, including everyone who participated this time, about your thoughts and specific experiences after fighting them and what the situation of the other side is." Sengoku interrupted their speeches and immediately addressed Karp. On the day the battle started, we were docked at sea, preparing to set off when the opponent came to us voluntarily. I felt they must have known about our arrival in advance, but I'm not clear about what intelligence methods they used to find out, Karp said, nodding, and was very curious about how Kuruda knew they had come to the EC and from which direction. Mr. Karp, I have a guess about this, which I thought of before I returned. Do you remember that they had a big bird? Akiji spoke up and expressed his speculation. You mean? Karp immediately thought of something when he heard this. When Kuruda summoned the giant beast, that bird was flying down from above us. Based on that bird's speed, Kuruda might have been able to know our movements, Akiji said. If that's the case, it makes sense, but we didn't notice it. It seems that bird was flying very high. Karp nodded, understanding, but quickly continued. Next, we easily exchanged money for people and rescued the ghost spider and the others. Before we could act, that kid actually froze the entire sea area. Whether it was our warships or their ships, they were all frozen in ice, creating an icy battlefield. As for why that kid could use freezing abilities, I'll explain later, because before we retreated, that kid revealed what his fruit was. We understood at that moment why he had the power to control ice. Upon hearing that Kuruda could actually use ice power, the middle generals who wanted to ask questions and were surprised, including Zephyr beside him, were no longer curious after Karp explained, as they knew more would be revealed. Later, Kuruda summoned those black-clad soldiers who jumped down from the ship or emerged from the shadows on the ship. However, unexpectedly, in addition to ninjas, there were also many samurai and big guys. Although their mobility was not as good as that of ninjas, their direct combat power, defense, and attack were indeed much stronger than that of ninjas. Many Navy soldiers died under these two types of troops, and after our preliminary discussions over the past few days, we can conclude that this is either a completely new, unknown race, or, well, I can't explain it clearly. Those black-clad warriors just feel strange. The crowd was listening attentively, but upon hearing the last sentence, they were somewhat speechless. It would have been better if he hadn't said that last sentence. However, it is certain that this is now a special troop belonging to the fallen pirates, which they seem to call the Ghost Shadow Corps. Crane, who had been organizing intelligence these days, added, especially after the newspapers arrived, to ease the current awkwardness. Karp immediately continued, Haha, let me continue. Next, it's the giant beast you saw in the newspapers. Two large ones emerged from the sea and jumped onto the ice surface, while that little bird flew down from the sky. It seemed to also summon their combat power, and Kuruda was about to launch a full-scale attack on us when I stopped him. I asked a question, why did they suddenly choose to become pirates when they were just bounty hunters before? Upon hearing this, everyone present's eyes lit up. Clearly, they were also curious why such powerful individuals, such a group of exceptionally gifted youths, would choose to become pirates. This was troubling. The Navy had suffered 2 consecutive defeats, and if they continued as bounty hunters, these things wouldn't have happened. Among them, especially Sengoku and Crane, they were both curious about what the younger generation was thinking. At that time, Kuruda answered like this, and Karp quickly recounted what Kuruda had said regarding his thoughts and goals. After everyone listened, they were dumbfounded and angry. After all, Kuruda was indirectly criticizing them, saying that the Navy is the dog of the world government. How could such a blunt truth be spoken? This was a bit too direct. But more often, there is silence. Some people even feel that what Kuruda said makes some sense, because they have spent many years at sea, traveled to many places, and naturally understand how difficult life is for those at the bottom. They also realize how dark the world is right now. Kuruda merely represents the lower class and voices the thoughts of the majority. However, using violence to counter violence, retaliating against the current darkness with even greater darkness. At this moment, even Akainu Sakazuki does not know what to say. In the past, with his absolute justice ideology, he wouldn't care about the reasons of others. As long as they became pirates, they should be eliminated. If it were a regular meeting, he would have already scolded them for such things. In short, his stance is that pirates should die. However, after hearing Karp's explanation of the other party's ideology, Akainu found himself at a loss for words this time. If the members of the fallen pirates really came from the lower class, then their backgrounds were actually quite similar to his own. It was precisely because he had climbed up from such a position, combined with witnessing his family being brutally killed by pirates during his childhood, and the inaction of local officials, that he harbored such intense hatred. In addition to those damned pirates, he also despised the indifferent officials, wishing he could burn them to ashes with magma. Since they both came from the bottom, and after being in the Navy for many years and visiting many places, he understood that Kuruda was merely voicing the sentiments of many from the lower class. Over the years, he had also felt dissatisfaction with some of the decisions made by the world government and the Navy. This is why he aspired to become a marshal after Sengoku's retirement, believing he might have the power to change everything. After holding back for a long time, he finally spoke up, saying that no matter the messy reasons, once someone becomes a pirate, they should be eliminated or captured. His words naturally garnered a lot of support from the Navy, especially from the hawkish factions aligned with him. However, some rational Navy officers were indeed speechless at their strength. Unless the Navy goes all out, it's very difficult to win against them, especially since this is the East Sea, where the Navy's jurisdiction is not strong enough. Karp, I think if we let this kid develop further, he might become the second dragon. At this moment, the Navy's chief instructor, Zifa, finally spoke up. However, upon hearing this, the Navy vice admirals below couldn't help but gasp. Dragon, whose full name should be Monkey D. Dragon, was once someone who should have been promoted to admiral in the Navy, but later chose to leave the Navy due to differing ideals and establish the Revolutionary Army, which is now a headache for both the world government and the Navy, and is the most notorious criminal in the world today. However, it was truly shocking for them that their highly respected teacher Zifa made such an evaluation of Kuruda. But what shocked them even more was that Karp actually nodded after listening. This immediately astonished them. Could it be that even Vice Admiral Karp thinks that if the fallen pirates continue to develop, they would indeed become a presence like the Revolutionary Army, causing endless headaches for the Navy and the world government? All right, let's stop here. Karp, you continue. I think it's time to start fighting. Sengoku finally stood up to bring everyone back to the topic, and he also understood why the other party wanted to become pirates, another idealistic pragmatist. It seems that the Navy is destined to have such an enemy in the future. After all, the other party has already made the Navy suffer 2 humiliating defeats, and such humiliation must be washed away with the enemy's blood and their victories. However, it was also time to return to the main topic. Karp nodded and continued speaking. Then the other side ordered those 3 giant beasts to attack us. When we first saw those giant beasts, we thought they could only perform melee attacks, similar to ordinary beasts. But in reality, as you should know, they could also use special energy attacks. For example, the Triceratops called Gamora can launch energy attacks. The dragon called Iri Wong, with its smooth skin, can also unleash a type of energy attack, as well as lightning attacks. Then there's that little bird that can shoot fireballs. When these 3 giant beasts launched such attacks simultaneously, their power was truly immense, equivalent to 3 vice admirals attacking with all their might. At that time, it was Chibuta and Momotaro who defended against the attacks. However, although we managed to fend them off, it was still quite strenuous. Those giant beast attacks should not be underestimated. Finally, Momotaro, who had been silent, added, indeed, even my earthen wall was a bit strained to hold up. Chibuta also spoke up, as it was only him and Momotaro at that time. So he understood very well that the attacks from those giant beasts should not be taken lightly, at least not by anyone below the rank of admiral. And hearing both of the candidate admirals say this, many of the vice admirals below started to develop some understanding of what was said to be considerable strength. However, they would not know that the upcoming account from Ghost Spider and Fire Mountain would shock them even more regarding the giant beasts. Even the 3 admirals, who seemed calm now, including Akiji, would be the same. Next came the energy shields and those special cannon fires. The special blue shield blocked all our Navy's cannon fire. As for the power of that cannon fire, Karp said, but he only said the last sentence. Akiji quickly chimed in. After all, he was the one responsible for blocking the energy cannon at that time. Just one sentence. That kind of energy cannon, even he, as an admiral, had to take seriously. The threat level it posed could even be said to be comparable to bullets made of sea prism stone. Hearing his words, the most shocked were naturally the other admirals. Akainu and Kizaru. Being admirals themselves, they had some understanding of each other's strengths. Akiji, who had the strongest control, with the terrifying freezing ability of the ice fruit, could also unleash considerable power with ice balls in his techniques. However, if it could make Akiji take it seriously, then even they started to become a bit serious after listening. Hearing you say that, it really is terrifying artillery, Kizaru said this time, unsure if he was joking or serious. Where on earth did these damned pirates find such high-tech weapons? However, Akainu felt a headache over the source of these weapons, as they had unfortunately fallen into the hands of pirates, especially the current strongest rookie group, the Fallen Pirates. I have already informed Vegapunk about this matter, and his response surprised me. He said that energy cannons and defense shields like these are difficult for him to produce in a short time. And he also said that the person who invented these two types of weapons is definitely a technological genius. Crane, as the Chief of Staff of the Navy, finally saw an opportunity to speak and thus immediately voiced this statement. But this sentence once again shocked the Navy and made them gasp. Who is Vegapunk? He is hailed as the most genius scientist at sea today, having created a vast amount of top-notch, extraordinary technology for the world government and the Navy. And he is even given special protection by them. In particular, they will also conduct strict investigations to prevent Vegapunk's technology from leaking outside. But nowadays, even Vegapunk is surprised by these two technologies. He even praised the inventors of these technologies, which truly left them feeling a bit incredulous. Karp, do you have any guesses as to why they possess such technology? Sengoku asked Karp beside him. I'm not sure. But the other party mentioned that they gained a significant opportunity in the past 2 years, which might include these. Karp couldn't possibly know, so he could only incorporate his speculation into Kuruda's earlier words about that so-called big opportunity. After hearing this, everyone present understood that Karp didn't know either. However, this explanation was reasonable because this group of people was ordinary 2 years ago, and their strength has greatly increased in 2 years, indicating that they must have gained some opportunity during this time, which indeed makes sense. Then Karp continued to narrate, focusing on the collision between the Ghost Shadow Corps and the elite soldiers of the Navy, especially after Kuruda changed the fighting style of the ninjas. He detailed the combat power and methods of the ninjas, samurais, and the big guys, and finally emphasized the casualty ratio between the Navy soldiers and the Ghost Shadow Corps. After listening, everyone was very shocked. This was definitely a corps stronger than the ordinary elite Navy. But at the same time, they were also very curious about what kind of race this was. It sounded so much like humans dissipating into a pile of energy after death. It seems they would need to inquire about it later. Finally, Sengoku said a word to conclude this topic. As for what those black-clad soldiers really were, they would only find out after dealing with the fallen pirates. The Ghost Spider and Fire Mountain went to support the Navy, initially slashing down those big guys, ninjas, and samurais one after another, as those soldiers were far from being on the same level as a rear admiral. However, soon the opponent's giant beasts joined the fray. After Karp finished this sentence, it was Ghost Spider and Fire Mountain's turn, and he briefly summarized their subsequent battles. He mentioned that those giant beasts were not only enormous, but also had strong body density and heavy weight, although the two of them exerted all their strength. After a long struggle, they only managed to inflict slight wounds. In the end, they were easily defeated and fell unconscious. He also emphasized the aerial advantage of Littora and the power of the fireballs. After this speech, even the three admirals became serious. They realized that if they were to deal with these giant beasts, although the opponent's attack power didn't seem impressive at first, their defense would still take a long time to break through. That bird, while appearing thin, could fly so high and dominate the aerial advantage, making it somewhat difficult to handle. However, after listening, the three admirals still believed that the two giant beasts posed a slightly greater threat than Littora. Then Karp finally got to the main event, the clash between their 4 and the 6 on the opposite side. Especially when he heard that Karp had actually lost in physical combat to that black-clad girl, Ariel. Not only were the people below shocked, but even the 3 admirals beside him, as well as Sengoku and the other 3 Navy elders, were nearly scared enough to stand up. Karp, are you sure? Sengoku said with a slight tremble, unable to believe it. As an old comrade, he knew how terrifying Karp's skills in physical combat were. Although they were all old now, Karp's strength hadn't diminished that much. To think he actually lost to a girl who hadn't even surpassed 20 years of age. Are you sure you're not just joking with me? Such a bizarre thing could actually happen. At this moment, not to mention Sengoku, even Zephyr and Crane, who are also old friends, were astonished after hearing this. They never expected that the person who could surpass the one who defeated Karp in physical combat would be the little girl they had seen in the photos before. Meanwhile, whether it was the vice admirals or the 2 admirals, Akainu and Kizu, they were also very shocked to receive such news. They all knew how terrifying Karp was in terms of physical skills. Karp sighed and said to Sengoku, I fought with her for quite a while. That girl, in terms of close combat experience and physical strength, if I were a bit younger, I might still be able to suppress her. But now, I really can't match her. If it weren't for the fact that the girl doesn't know Haki yet, my mastery of Haki is quite high, and I wouldn't have been able to counter her. Although Karp explained, everyone still found it hard to believe. In fact, they even thought to themselves that it might have been better not to hear this at all. But now they also have to admit that their naval hero, Admiral Karp, has really been surpassed in martial arts. And it's by a girl who dresses revealingly, yet exudes both charm and cuteness. At the same time, they thought of another point. it seems that the EC has produced another big boss. No, to be precise, a group of big shots from the EC have formed a pirate crew, because among the remaining members of the fallen pirate crew, none are ordinary. Soon, bypassing such a despairing topic, Karp continued his narration, including how he witnessed Akiji being injured by a swordsman called Sid. Upon hearing this, before others could react, Akainu and Kizuru next to him directly looked at him. Wow, Kazan, you got injured. Was it an accident? Or does the other party really have strength? Kizaru said with genuine surprise, this time truly astonished. Is it that your strength has declined? Or is the other party really that strong? Akainu said with a curious yet disdainful look. Cough, cough, it's like this. Although I feel a bit embarrassed after all, it's a shameful thing. But Akiji had to immediately mention the situation. He misjudged the opponent's abilities and was indeed careless. Instead of using Haki or Conqueror's Haki, the opponent had attached a kind of purple-black energy to their sword. Confident in his own abilities, he directly used elemental transformation and ended up getting injured. I'm still very curious. Is it a special devil fruit ability, or has the sea gained a new ability that can harm elemental transformation aside from Haki and Conqueror's Haki? Akiji said in the end. But soon, everyone unanimously recognized the first possibility and denied the second. After all, the rules that the sea has maintained for hundreds of years could not possibly be broken by a swordsman. Even Sengoku and the others unanimously believed that it was the ability of a devil fruit user. After all, they had never seen it in person, so it was hard to judge, but the second possibility was really too small compared to the first, so they insisted on the first. However, Sengoku still emphasized that they should personally test Shirta's abilities to make a judgment later. In other words, the Navy needed to gather more intelligence about Shirta. Next, Karp continued to explain, and when everyone finally heard that Kuruda's fruit was not some black smoke fruit, but rather the ultimate Logia-type devil fruit, the Chaos fruit, and its abilities, they were once again completely shocked. Especially the three current admirals, all of whom are Logia-type users. Aside from the silent Akiji, even Kizuru and Akainu felt shocked and their expressions turned grim. Because if they were to fight Kuruda, wouldn't their devil fruit abilities be instantly nullified by the opponent's chaotic energy? The ability to instantly decompose intangible power could also generate immense power. He had said that at the time, and you all witnessed it firsthand. It was real. Zephyr felt like he could hardly keep his sunglasses on because he was afraid his eyes would bulge out and break them. But is there really such a terrifying devil fruit? It is important to note that he has always emphasized that physical skills and Haki are the key, and the power of the devil fruit ultimately does not belong to oneself. It is secondary. But if this devil fruit is really that perverse, he feels that what he has been emphasizing seems to be difficult to have any effect. No, it is still useful. After all, Haki and physical techniques have nothing to do with the abilities of this chaos fruit. Is it really useful? Zephyr has already become somewhat insecure. Zephyr-sensei, it's true. Your moves were easily eliminated by the opponent's energy. The opponent merely released a mass of energy, not a true fruit ability move, and since he had previously used ice, he should also have the ability to derive infinite power. Akiji nodded and said, can we just bypass him and attack his real body? Akainu said somewhat unwillingly, as he has always hoped to eradicate all pirates. However, Kuruda's ability, his proud super-destructive magma, was also instantly obliterated upon contact. So he suddenly thought, could they not strike the chaotic energy directly, but instead target Kuruda? Sakazuki, don't forget, he is also a Logia type capable of elementalization. His body transforms into that kind of chaotic energy, and our moves would likely yield the same result. As it stands, we can only use Haki. Kizaru shook his head and expressed his opinion. However, after hearing this, Sakazuki's expression immediately darkened again, because he knew very well his own attainments in Haki. Although he could be considered strong, he still lagged far behind the abilities of the devil fruit. If he really went to fight Kuruda, to be honest, even someone as proud as him would feel a bit insecure. At the same time, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. How could such a powerful devil fruit end up in the hands of pirates? It can obliterate formless power, but it can also extend infinite power. Then, the so-called formless power that this chaos fruit can extend should be what is known as formless power. But what exactly is formless power? What does formless power include? As a wise general, Sengoku finally voiced his speculation and opinion. I think it should be pure energy attacks, flames, ice light, slashes. Basically, attacks similar to pure energy can all be obliterated by chaotic energy, Crane thought immediately. However, after hearing this, Tao Tu was shocked and said with a slight tremble, Does that mean that even my slashes? He didn't finish his sentence, but he didn't say anything, just nodded. Tao Tu immediately gasped in shock, wondering what kind of perverse devil fruit this was. The old man thought of a question. Does Haki count as an intangible power? Karp suddenly widened his eyes and said, Hiss. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in disbelief. They were reluctant to accept this possibility. Because if that were the case, wouldn't even Haki be ineffective against Kuruda? Impossible. It can't be. Haki is an energy that erupts from within a person. Moreover, Haki already has some suppressive effect against devil fruit users. Zephyr shook his head frantically. In any case, to deal with Kuruda, at least 2 strong individuals of the same level would need to be sent. Sengoku immediately summarized, not wanting to hear any more, because what Kuruda had displayed was simply too terrifying for them to imagine. But soon, Peach Rabbit and T-Pig exchanged glances, both being reserve generals. So they had actually discussed this privately before returning, even though Peach Rabbit did not have a good impression of T-Pig. T-Pig signaled Peach Rabbit to speak, and Peach Rabbit, feeling indifferent, immediately said, Marshal, if we go by your thinking, then I think the 2 twin navigator sisters, Lissu, and even the chef named Alan on the other side, should also be treated the same way. Upon hearing this, the crowd became curious. What? Could it be that these 3 reserve generals are not simple at all? Do they have something special? Or is it that their devil fruits are not as straightforward as we guessed? Sengoku, feeling both headache and curiosity, spoke up. The headache was naturally because, could this fallen pirate crew really all be monsters? The curiosity was because, what else could it be? Peach Rabbit quickly continued the explanation. What is the twin fruit? What is its ability? The abilities of the 2 sisters are not the meteor fruit and meteorite fruit. The ability to summon meteors and meteorites comes from their weapons. Especially, they must resolve each other simultaneously. Otherwise, the opponent will not be injured or even die. Also, Alan has great strength, and his hammer is specially crafted, on par with the supreme fast blade, not a natural soil-type fruit ability, but a phantom beast type that can manipulate earth elements, known as the gluttonous fruit. The opponent is even very likely to be on the verge of breaking through to a general. After many people heard this, they were dumbfounded. Who are these people? Truly, whether at the top or down to the soldiers, they're all elite, right? This is indeed a terrifying pirate crew. Kizura Borsellino looked very serious this time as he spoke. Sengoku, when dealing with the fallen pirate crew, the Navy must go all out and face it seriously. Zifa also said with a serious expression. Sengoku nodded. After listening to the whole story, he couldn't help but think so. Because the lineup of the fallen pirate crew is indeed too stellar. Sengoku, according to what we agreed before, shouldn't we issue the first bounty for the fallen pirate crew? Crane said. Everyone was taken aback. It turned out that the fallen pirate crew had not yet issued a bounty. But it made sense otherwise. These vice admirals would have known about it long ago. After all, once the Navy's bounty is issued, it has to be announced to the whole world. Based on their strength, they are either reserve generals or generals. Excluding those black-clad soldiers and giant beasts, after all, they're just the opponent's minions and pets. For the remaining 6, I think the reserve generals should at least be above 60 million, and other general level, including Captain Kuruda, at least above 100 million. Sengoku said after a round of analysis. Everyone nodded in agreement. After a discussion, the meeting concluded, and the bounty for the 6 members of the fallen pirate crew was quickly issued. Meanwhile, on the Navy side, after finally finishing their work, not only had the bounties for the current 6 members of the fallen pirate crew been issued, but they also issued the current handling method for the fallen pirate crew, which is to wait and see. Because in Sengoku's discussion, the opponent is still active in the East Sea, and the Navy's control over the East Sea is still insufficient. It would be better to wait until they fully enter the Grand Line, at least after they climb over Reverse Mountain. At the same time, they found the abilities of Kuruda and his companions too tricky, so they were also thinking of countermeasures. Moreover, after the 2 battles with the fallen pirate group, the Navy's losses, especially among elite soldiers, were indeed significant. Therefore, after the orders were given, training for the soldiers was intensified, and the production of warships and weapons was also increased. On the sea, many people were either taking action because of the fallen pirate group or were waiting to see how things would unfold. However, at this moment, Kuruda was also reaping great rewards, not in berries, but in reputation points. During the time surrounding the Navy meeting, his reputation points increased the most, falling like leaves in abundance. Looking at the system notifications, Kuruda's smile was radiant. Congratulations, you have gained 1,100 reputation points from Admiral Sengoku. Congratulations. You have gained 1,000 reputation points from Admiral Tsuru. Congratulations, you have gained 500 reputation points from the Navy hero Karp. Congratulations, you have gained 850, 900, and 800 reputation points from the 3 admirals Akainu, Akiji, and Kizuru respectively. Congratulations, you have gained 300 reputation points from Vice Admirals Momonosuke and Chibuda. Congratulations, you have gained reputation points from Navy Rear Admiral. Now, looking at the reputation points in his mind's system panel, the numbers were increasing by thousands and hundreds very quickly, and the reputation points had already reached around 105,000. Very good, very good. At this rate, I estimate I can reach 250,000 in a few days, Kuruda said with a smile. By then, I will be able to purchase the 2 new partners and the items that help them improve their training speed. After saying this, Kuruda continued to bask in the sun. The companions on the ship were basically busy with their own tasks. Kuruda was really enjoying this peaceful time. Of course, it was also nice when some pirates or Navy personnel with poor memory or who were looking for trouble came over to get beaten up, adding a bit of fun to the otherwise dull life. The 2 sisters, as navigators, had to confirm the direction, ocean currents, and weather changes periodically before they could do what they liked. But they had to be prepared to face sudden situations at any time. Alan, as the chef, was also trying to cook new dishes in the kitchen. As a chef who loved food, research was naturally essential. As for Sid and Ariel, as helmsman, Ariel had finally started steering the ship, and working with the 2 sisters, she was indeed a top helmsman in the entire pirate world, thanks to the knowledge provided by the system. Of course, this was only for sudden situations. Normally, they just needed to make a slight confirmation and switch to autopilot. So now, Ariel was actually playing chess with Sid. General, Sid said, placing his piece in the appropriate position. Then looking at Ariel with a smug smile, as she seemed a bit stunned. Queen, you lost. Sid laughed. This game doesn't count. Let's play another round. Ariel said, somewhat irritated, as she seemed to be having a bit of a middle schooler moment. However, under her extremely fast hand speed, the originally lost game had turned back to the beginning on the chessboard. Red pieces go first, Sid said very gentlemanly, smiling on the surface while sneering internally. Can't I win against you with these little tricks, even if I can't beat you? Although my chess skills aren't that great, they're still better than yours, you simple-minded, muscle-bound fool. Kuruda naturally saw this scene, smiled, and said nothing more. He knew what Sid was thinking, but he believed even more that this was just temporary. Once Ariel's chess skills improved, Sid probably wouldn't be smiling like this today. Don't underestimate Ariel's talent for learning, so let her be proud for a little while longer. After a while, he saw the shadow ninjas moving all the tables and chairs out, along with some delicious dishes that seemed to be prepared by Alan. Looking at the bright sun overhead, he realized it was indeed almost time for lunch. A few days ago, he had specifically told Alan that as long as the weather was good, they would basically have lunch outside. This was why the shadow ninjas were bringing out the chairs and food at this moment. Hey, sister, it looks like it's almost time to eat. The playful Lucy, who had been playing nearby, naturally smelled the aroma and immediately blinked her bright little eyes and said, just a little longer, Lucy. We have to wait for Brother Alan to bring out the last dish and say we can eat before we can go. Lucy smiled and replied, I know that, sister. Why do you have to mention it again? Luca pauted kuteri. Soon, Alan finally brought out the last dish and said, let's eat. Everyone gathered around the table to have lunch. Enjoy, everyone. Today we have the specialties from the Water 7, Alan said with a smile. At the same time, everyone reached for their chopsticks, putting the delicious food into their mouths. After finishing, they all showed happy smiles and praised the deliciousness. Seeing them like this, Alan, as the chef, was also very happy. But Kuruda, who was still eating, suddenly noticed that the same seagull that had delivered news before was flying over here. Is there any news again? Following Kuruda's gaze, everyone naturally saw the seagull, and Luca exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, Kuruda had already guessed something. He smiled and took out a full 10 berries from inside, tossing them over. Seeing this big boss being so generous, Seagull didn't say much and directly handed over their bounty, which the Navy had issued just a few hours ago. Although it was from the headquarters, the Navy was spread all over the world, and they would still enlist Morgan's help for such matters. With the combined efforts of the 2 strongest intelligence organizations on the sea, it didn't take long to spread the news, especially since the Seagull was specifically used by Morgan's to serve the fallen pirates. So when the Navy handed over the bounty to him, they specially had the employees in the East blueprint a copy for Seagull to deliver to the fallen pirates. The fallen pirates provided him with big news, so he naturally had to lend a hand. Moreover, if that was the case, he might even be able to capture and write more about the big news caused by the fallen pirates. Sure enough, it was our bounty. Kuruda saw the wanted poster that he often saw on the sea in his memory with his photo on it. He immediately smiled happily, realizing that the Navy had finally learned their lesson after suffering twice, knowing their threat, and issued a bounty that was unexpectedly high. The others also became interested upon hearing this and expressed a desire to see their own bounties. Kuruda also picked out their bounties and handed them over. At the same time, he focused on his own wanted poster and bounty amount. Captain Evil Person Kuruda, bounty of 350 million berries. An evil person? The title given to me by the Navy. After expressing my thoughts and goals last time, combined with the strength we have already revealed, I really appreciate your recognition in giving me such a title. Since you've named it this way, I must do something big in the future to live up to the title you've given me. Kuruda said with a smile. Dreaming of becoming a big bad guy in such a world, the title of evil person indeed suited him very well, and he had already thought of many wicked ideas, which was exactly what they were about to do. A bounty of 350 million for my first one? That is quite good. For such an initial bounty amount, he felt it was very reasonable to reach 300 million, because not to mention, this aligns with the total amount of his first bounty as a big bad guy, and also the influence and strength they had already spread. As the captain, having such a bounty, he was naturally very satisfied. Moreover, the photo was quite normal. At least it was much better than Sanji's. How about you all? After being satisfied with himself, he also asked the others. The first to express was naturally Sid. From his expression, while looking at the wanted poster, it was clear he was very happy and probably very satisfied with it. Sid directly flipped his wanted poster over for everyone to see the front and said, I think it's quite good. Kuruda and the others nodded after seeing it. Swordsman Shadow Swordsman Sid Kajino, bounty of 240 million berries. The photo was of him casually slashing out a sword, wearing a slime battle suit, looking very cool and imposing. Me too, but I'm just slightly higher than you, Ariel said with surprise and pride. What? Upon hearing that Ariel's bounty seemed to be higher than his, Sid, who was originally smiling with satisfaction, immediately became unsettled and turned to look. Just in time, he saw Ariel flipping her bounty over for everyone to see. Helmswoman Spider, which Ariel, bounty of 280 million berries. The others expressed their congratulations, but Sid was about to spit blood, as hers was a full 40 million berries higher than his. Shouldn't he be the brightest one, after Kuruda? Ariel's strength is greater than yours, and it's reasonable for her bounty to be 40 million berries more than yours. At this moment, Kuruda didn't comfort him at all, but instead mocked him again. But this was also the truth. After all, they had received Karp's evaluation, stating that his physical skills exceeded Sid's, while Akiji was merely injured by Sid. Upon hearing Kuruda's words, Sid felt as if he had been pierced by 1,000 arrows, but this was indeed the truth. He could no longer maintain his smile, and instead lowered his head with a somewhat ugly expression. Sid was a very competitive person, but Ariel, who had only arrived 2 days later than him, had already surpassed him. However, his influence on this world was already less than Ariel's, which made him feel unwilling. At this moment, even Alan and the two sisters beside him didn't know how to comfort him. Just then, Ariel, seeing his expression, surprisingly smiled and said, just put in a little more effort next time, young man. From a perspective of age, even if Sid had lived 2 lives, his age was still completely younger than Ariel's. But usually, Ariel has a carefree and silly appearance, which Sid doesn't think so. Wait, young man, you silly ghost. Sid's eyes flashed with purple light in anger. Suddenly, she and Ariel disappeared using instant transmission. With a loud bang, Kuruda and the others looked up and found that Sid and Ariel had already started fighting in the sky. Oh dear, don't be so impulsive, Ariel said with a mix of surprise and fear, but it seemed a bit like an act. She first blocked Sid's long sword with one hand, then with the other hand. Ariel used the armed color Haki she had recently mastered, and then immediately punched Sid. But it was also blocked by Sid using a crowbar, enhanced with armament Haki. Ariel also noticed Sid's progress, and her heart suddenly tightened. After all, he was indeed a powerful being who could be summoned by Kuruda from another world. However, Sid actually felt the same way. Ariel was indeed tough to deal with. The two quickly got into a heated battle, and this time Sid didn't feel as embarrassed facing Ariel. He played to his strengths and was able to exchange blows with Ariel evenly, about 50-50. Kuruda, shouldn't we step in to stop them? Lucy said with some concern. It's fine, let them keep fighting. They're just sparring normally and won't go too far, Kuruda replied. By the way, Xiaoxi, how's the bounty situation for you and Xiaoka? Kuruda asked, first indicating that there was no need to worry about Sid and Ariel's fight, while also prompting the two sisters to share their bounty information. Okay, Lucy said, and she immediately unfolded her bounty poster, followed closely by Ruko. Navigator Golden Twins Lucy, 87 million berries. Navigator Purple Twins Ruko, 84 million berries. The photos of the two sisters were quite normal, and they both expressed satisfaction with the titles given to them by the Navy, including the bounty amount. After all, their original estimate was that they would be over 40 million berries for their first bounty. Although their devil fruit abilities had already been revealed, they still considered themselves to be candidates for Admiral-level strength. Now, with the bounty amount doubling their expectations, they were very satisfied and happy. As long as you're satisfied. Alan, what about you? Kuruda said with a smile to the two sisters, then turned to Alan and asked. Alan directly flipped his bounty poster for everyone to see. Cook, gluttonous fat Chef Alan, bounty of 93 million berries. I'm quite satisfied too, especially with the title. I like it. Next time I face the Navy, I might consider holding back a bit, Alan said with a smile, clearly pleased, seeing that everyone was basically satisfied with their bounty posters. Kuruda felt relieved. After a while, Sid and Ariel indeed stopped fighting, but when they returned to the ship, Sid packed some food from the table and went straight back to the cabin. However, before leaving, he explained himself. Otherwise, his companions would look at him in confusion. I need to train this afternoon, so I'm heading back to my room. If anything comes up, I'll be the first to show up. I'll take some lunch back to eat. After Sid finished speaking, he went directly back into the cabin. Seeing Ariel smiling and returning to the dining table to enjoy her meal, the four people present weren't foolish. They immediately understood that Sid had lost again, and his earlier behavior was completely out of frustration. Kuruda and the others found it both funny and helpless because Sid's performance was indeed amusing. But it was also unfortunate that as a man, he had lost to the same woman twice. But only Kuruda himself knew that, as the first partner to arrive, Sid was indeed the most likely to surpass Ariel. Moreover, they were all summoned through a function of the system. He speculated that the strength of these 12 summoned individuals was basically similar. Although their abilities varied, their growth potential and talent in the pirate world were fundamentally the same. Soon, after everyone had finished lunch, Kuruda suggested that everyone return to their rooms to rest, and everyone complied, returning to their own rooms. However, before leaving, Alan instructed the Phantom Brigade to clean up the dishes and the table. The Phantom Brigade was truly diligent and capable, handling everything very well. Once back in his room, Kuruda suddenly laughed. He realized that since their bounty had been issued, many people at sea would likely generate a wave of reputation for him due to their bounty. Perhaps the outcome after this wave of harvesting would exceed my expectations. Kuruda laughed heartily. In a very good mood, he soon took a sweet afternoon nap. Time passed like this, day after day, as the bull horse continued to move slowly towards Silub village. However, just as he thought, the sea was once again shocked by the bounty of the fallen pirate group. They never expected the Navy to offer such a high price. But considering that the Navy had failed twice in a row and reflecting on the strength that the fallen pirate group had now revealed, it seemed that each individual's strength did indeed justify this bounty amount. Many people's emotions were basically surprise, shock, and amazement. However, those pirates with strength mostly above millions, but not very bright in the head, still believed that this amount was merely superficial. After all, the Navy issues bounties mainly based on the threat they pose to the Navy and the world government, not just on strength alone. In their proud and arrogant thoughts, the fallen pirate group was just that kind of threat. Especially those bounty hunters who considered themselves very strong, even declared that if they encountered the fallen pirate group, they would definitely capture them all. These people had seen newspapers and the like, but they almost believed that the Navy was merely playing around with the fallen pirate group and had not gone all out. But if they were there at the time, they wouldn't think that way. It also means that those who will really encounter the fallen pirate crew in the future will lose everything, even their lives, because of their pride and arrogance. However, this can be considered an emotion, and since it is an emotion, it will generate reputation points. These people still contributed a small part, a meager effort, to Kuruda's future strength. On a brand new day, or rather, this day is almost over. As it is now the evening of that day, Kuruda is still in his bedroom, reading a newspaper. The news reported makes Kuruda very satisfied. As it boldly states, the pirate buggy with a bounty of 10 million from the East Sea, the current ruler of Orange Town, was defeated yesterday by Straw Hat Luffy and pirate hunter Zoro. The little thief Nami is suspected to have joined the Straw Hat Pirates. Seeing the situation over there is basically similar to the original, and the original work should not have been affected, Kuruda is very pleased. At the same time, he also knows that Lucy mentioned before that they would arrive in the morning in 2 days. Although he doesn't know how long it will take Luffy and the others to reach West Rob Village, it is estimated that by the time Luffy and the others arrive, They will have already left. That's fine, as he never intended to meet them here. Kuruda said to himself as he set the newspaper aside and opened the system panel. He wanted to check how many reputation points he had reached. It had been 2 days, and it was time for him to spend some reputation points to strengthen the entire crew a bit. Thinking of this, Kuruda suddenly remembered discussing with Ariel before that most of the crew now have weapons, with the exception of Arian. So he had previously asked Ariel if she wanted him to buy a weapon for her in his system store. However, she was rejected by Ariel, who stated that she preferred physical combat, although later she could use magic for ranged attacks or to weaken enemies, and the Demon Lord outfit she wore was not simple. Its value was already equivalent to a weapon. It was made from silk she produced when she was a spider, combined with some special materials, crafted by the top artisans of the demon race, which greatly enhanced her abilities. Moreover, now she also had the 6-winged purple light wings, which could similarly provide her with boosts. Forget it, Ariel really doesn't need to buy weapons. Let's first check how much prestige she has. With this thought, Kuruda immediately dismissed the idea of helping Ariel buy weapons. Then he looked at the prestige value section and was instantly stunned, followed by immense joy, as he clearly saw the number written after the prestige value. 347,000. Haha, that's great. It actually broke 300,000. Now, she could buy a lot of things. Kuruda laughed heartily. It was obvious that having over 300,000 prestige was almost overwhelming him with excitement and exhilaration. But suddenly he remembered there was important business to attend to. So he immediately spoke to the system. System, you must know my previous thoughts. So I just want to ask you, is there such a thing in the system mall? Yes, but it's very expensive. It requires at least 120,000 reputation points. The system quickly replied to him. This made Kuruda gasp. It actually required 120,000, which was more than the reputation points needed to summon a powerful villain. System, can you ensure that it's worth the price? Kuruda felt a tinge of distrust in his heart. After all, it was too much. Although he wanted to buy such an item, 120,000 reputation points was already the most expensive thing he could consider buying at the moment. The system does business fairly, without deceiving anyone, and it definitely meets all speed requirements. The system seemed to have gained some consciousness, knowing how to speak reassuringly, and immediately assured him firmly. From the tone, Kuruda could easily tell. Then system, let's take a look. Kuruda suddenly regained trust in his system. After all, since it had said so, whether it was a mule or a horse, they needed to take it out for a run to see if it really was a steed that could travel 1,000 miles in a day. Please take a look. Host. Soon, as the system spoke, it released a panel with a long paragraph and an image of a machine on it. Time training space. A special space opened through a unique device, where the flow of time is different from the outside. 1 day outside equals 1 month inside. It can accommodate 20 people at a time. Even if 2 people enter simultaneously, the space will separate them for individual use. Akin to an internet CAF where 2 people can use different computers and play different games. The space will formulate training plans and provide virtual opponents based on the user's needs and deficiencies. In short, training inside can significantly enhance strength and combat power. Upon hearing this, Kuruda's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he needed. Moreover, it even involved time and space. No wonder it was so expensive. He estimated that such an item, or high technology, could indeed be worth a bit more than the reputation points needed for a powerful villain from another world. It was truly worth the price. Thinking of this, he thought, 120,000 is fine. They really need it now. Kuruda gritted his teeth and said, System, I'll take this one. Deduct the reputation points directly. Beep, 120,000 reputation points have been automatically deducted from the host, leaving 217,000 reputation points. The system quickly made a sound, and at the same time, the reputation points on Kuruda's panel decreased. In front of him, in his room, a device suddenly appeared. However, Kuruda understood that this was the device that could open the space for time and space training. By clicking the button on it, an energy gate could be released, allowing the trainer to enter, and it would automatically close once the trainer came out. However, Kuruda did not immediately pay attention to this device. After all, exchanging reputation points for strength was the key at the moment. So, next, whether by searching on his own or letting the system help, Kuruda busied himself within the system. Space storage sphere can freely expand and shrink, with a large internal space of 10 cubic meters, capable of storing any items. Just bring the item close and press the button on the sphere to store it. To retrieve it, just click the button and imagine the item. Pressing and holding the button can release everything inside. 250 reputation points each. Small wireless communication headset, worn in the ear without damaging it. The wearer establishes a special channel and can chat anytime. 100 reputation points each. Kuruda quickly took a liking to these two items because they were essential for team communication and convenient storage of belongings, and the prices were affordable. So, he quickly began purchasing them, buying quite a few. At least for their current team of 6, each person needed one, plus the 2 new partners soon to arrive. Ding! You have purchased 8 space storage spheres and 8 small wireless communication headsets. Total expenditure, 2,800 points. The headsets and storage spheres appeared, and Kuruda temporarily placed them on the table to distribute tomorrow. Then he remembered that the Ghost Shadow Legion should be reinforced. So he bought the tokens for the only flying combat unit, the Nightbat Legion, and the Alien Legion, which is capable of underwater combat. This cost him another 7,700 reputation points. After obtaining the tokens, Kuruda summoned these 2 types of soldiers. The Alien Legion soldiers, resembling a combination of snakes and octopuses, can stretch and elongate their bodies like taffy, possessing exaggerated elasticity and deformation abilities, and can easily lift heavy objects. They have extremely high speed. The light waves emitted from their palms can shatter bones, and the light waves can also turn into light ropes to bind opponents. Their range combat, melee, and speed are all excellent, but the defense of the Nightbat Legion soldiers is somewhat lacking. Purchasing the Nightbat Legion and the Alien Legion was not only because Kuruda valued their air and water combat abilities, but also to enhance intelligence capabilities. After all, the soldiers of the Ghost Shadow Legion can move through shadows. This would greatly enhance the range, especially for Ale and Latora. As for monsters, he decided not to buy any for now since he had enough. However, it seemed that after spending so many reputation points, excluding the need to summon 2 new partners, he still had 6,500 reputation points left. It really is hard to make money, but easy to spend it, Kuruda thought with a wry smile. Speaking of which, the entertainment facilities on the Barrellock did seem a bit lacking. Kuruda suddenly realized this. So, he bought some large game machines, including some mobile games he used to play, such as the Slingshot Birds, the battle between plants and zombies, as well as ping pong and billiards. Just like that, he spent another 1,500 reputation points. Kuruda decided not to make any more purchases, leaving him with 5,000 reputation points. He was about to start summoning new partners when he suddenly remembered the promise he made to Ariel and Sitter that they had to be present when he summoned the new partners. Also, if there were any good items, he shouldn't forget them. This was also the reason why Sitter and Ariel had suddenly turned around last time. Since he was going to summon new partners, he might as well call them over to witness it together. After all, it was promised, and as for the good items, well, sharing what he bought could be considered fulfilling that promise. However, to avoid disturbing Alan and the 2 sisters' rest, Kuruda let the system take care of it. After all, the partners were being summoned. Soon, with the help of the system, the 2 quickly teleported to Kuruda's room. Hey, finally able to witness the arrival of the new partners. As the Demon King, I'm very happy and excited, Ariel exclaimed with a smile. Although I'm looking forward to it too. Can you not be so cringy? Sitter said with a hint of disdain. I'm being cringy? What about you? Don't you have delusions of grandeur? Ariel pouted, speaking irritably. What I'm doing is making everyone shocked by my actions. Sitter quickly emphasized for himself. To this, Ariel simply replied with a hee-hee, almost making Sitter explode with anger. All right, you 2, save some energy. I'm about to summon new partners, Kuruda said with a wry smile and a helpless tone. He couldn't quite understand why these 2 people from different worlds, who behaved similarly, were always arguing. Forget it, as long as they don't get into a serious fight. It's fine. It's actually quite entertaining. At least for him, as an onlooker, it was enjoyable. Hearing Kuruda's interjection, Sitter could only give Ariel one last glance before turning away in displeasure. But at the same time, both of them were thinking, Sid, we'll see, Chinibu. I will get my revenge sooner or later. Ariel, what a joke, I'm a queen here. I can handle a show-off like you. After shaking his head, Kuruda directly began the summoning. With the consumption of 100,000 reputation points, the spatial passage to another world was opened again. Kuruda planned to summon a shipwright first, which simply means someone who specializes in repairing and maintaining ships, capable of fixing many things. However, due to the system's effect, the person summoned would not only possess these skills, but would also be a powerful individual. At this moment, on the other side of the passage, there was no light. It was completely a pitch-black space. The only source of light came from many special colorless flames within this space, burning very weakly. This familiar scene clearly indicated that this was another world's death space. It was evident that the powerful being about to be summoned to the pirate world would also be resurrected. Am I awake again? Didn't I already pass away? What's going on? Why is it so dark around here? Following the familiar pattern, a beam of light from the spatial passage struck a flame, awakening the soul within it. The system quickly provided the corresponding information and knowledge to this soul flame. This is truly astonishing, summoning powerful beings from all worlds to another realm. But I was only strong in the game. In reality, I'm just an ordinary person. Does that mean I will appear as my character from the game after crossing over? As long as I have a thought, I can use my body again. But does that mean I have to become the partner of the one who summoned me? After contemplating all this, the soul flame fell silent for a moment, seemingly in deep thought. Oh, what am I thinking? This is a rare opportunity. I should hurry and go experience life in a new world. It's definitely better than continuing to sleep here. As it agreed, the system pulled the soul flame into the spatial passage. The familiar power infused into the soul flame, and the flame gradually dissipated, replaced by a brand new figure that looked very young and cute, lacking Ariel's coolness and dominance. With a black mushroom haircut, a pair of beautiful big black eyes, and very fair skin, it was dressed in black armor with red stripes, along with similar battle robes, boots, and a skirt. A black short dagger appeared in one hand and a large black square shield on the right hand. However, one cannot tell from her figure and appearance that she is completely a woman. Judging by her age, she seems to be in her teenage to young adult phase. Cute and beautiful, dressed in black armor, she exudes a touch of coolness and dominance, looking very impressive. At this moment, seeing the familiar weapon in her hand, she wonders how many years it has been. Even after growing old, she hasn't touched the games she used to play, nor has she entered them again. Suddenly, seeing her fair-skinned arm, the beauty seems to realize something and, in shock, exclaims, "Could it be that not only have I been resurrected with the powers from the game, but I also regained my youthful appearance?" Thinking of this, she feels incredibly excited. After all, she can now be said to have returned to her youth, back to her happiest times. However, looking around at the spatial passage with not even a semblance of a mirror, her excitement slightly dampens. She shakes her head, only hoping that once she passes through, she can look in a mirror right away to see if she truly has transformed back into her younger self. Their S-light. It seems like she S at the exit. Realizing she is close to another world, she wonders what the new world, new adventures, and new life will be like. She is really looking forward to it, but she wishes that Sally and Xia could come too. Clearly, this beauty is very much looking forward to her new life. However, she also thinks of her former companions, and her initially excited mood dips slightly. But as soon as she remembers she will meet new companions, namely the one who summoned her, she brightens up again, as first impressions are important. She already has a good feeling about this person who resurrected her and seemingly returned her to her youth, granting her another chance at life. As the light before her shines as if the sun is approaching, she closes her eyes, realizing she has arrived. Meanwhile, in Kuruda's room, he, Ariel, and Sid are watching the spatial teleportation passage. Does it really take this long? Seeing that no one has come through yet, Sid speaks impatiently. Could it be? Ariel thinks back to her own arrival, wondering if this new companion is experiencing the same thing. Could it be that she, like you, is a resurrected soul? Sid says to her in surprise. They had discussed this privately, and he knows very well that different summoned individuals likely have different circumstances. Just like Ariel, who is a resurrected soul, and he himself is still alive, seeing Ariel's expression, he clearly suspects that this new companion might be in the same situation as Ariel. Ariel says nothing, only nods. It should be like that. She yes here. Kuruda thinks the same way, but just after he finishes speaking, he notices that the new companion has arrived. Oh, Ariel and Sid quickly shift their gaze as the new companion finally comes through. The spatial teleportation passage finally reacts. This beauty has finally arrived, first stepping out with her booted legs, followed by her hands holding a short dagger and a large shield, and then her head emerges. As her head stretches out, she instantly opens her eyes, and then she fully arrives here. A woman? But upon seeing her, this was Ariel and Sid's first reaction. However, they quickly frowned because they did not sense any aura of strength or any special energy fluctuations from this beauty. But then they thought that those summoned by Kuruda must be strong. Suddenly, they seemed to realize something, and were taken aback, carefully observing this new companion. Could it be that this beautiful woman in front of them actually had the ability to conceal her powerful information, appearing to have abilities similar to an ordinary person? The beautiful woman before them seemed innocent and cute in appearance, but in reality, she was a wolf in sheep's clothing. However, since it was their first time seeing this beauty, they were naturally unfamiliar and did not understand her. However, as someone who has read countless comics, Kuruda naturally recognized this beauty at first glance. She looked exactly like the adorable image he had in mind, from her appearance to the equipment she wore. Kuruda couldn't help but blink several times in surprise. He never expected to have summoned her. But he quickly asked the system in his heart, "System, I asked you to summon a shipwright. Why did you summon Meplu? Can Meplu repair anything?" That's right. The beautiful woman in black armor before him was Meplu, one of the four proud characters from the anime Bandman, and she is even referred to as Shield Daughter by many fans. She is the protagonist of a cherry blossom anime who, out of fear of pain, allocated all her points to defense. Meplu lacks common gaming knowledge and has poured all her skill points into defense. She moves slowly, cannot use magic, and even struggles to deal with rabbits that play around her. She is a curious type who started playing the game on a friend's recommendation. And due to her fear of pain, she maxed out her defense and chose the unpopular class of Great Shield User. The story then basically unfolds as a journey of her cheating through the game. Otherwise, how could she be called a proud character? At this moment, Kuruda really wanted to ask the system. Oh no, he had already asked, what is the relationship between Meplu and the shipwright? Why didn't he the host check Meplu's panel first? However, the system responded like this. Kuruda was instantly baffled. How is there a surprise hidden? Well, since you said so, I'll take a look. So Kuruda immediately used the analysis function and opened Meplu's panel. Name, Meplu. Age, 17 years old, currently after reincarnation. Gender, female. Introduction, a top-tier powerhouse from a world where she maxed out her defense due to fear of pain. She is innocent and naive, but also possesses exceptional combat talent, as if she were a born warrior. She is kind and easy to get along with. Ability, real-world learning, advanced fighting skills, short knife, and large shield usage techniques. Top ship repair master, virtual game world abilities, game skills, including special forms, passive skills, and attack skills. Current strength, Admiral level weapons, Shadow of the Night, Shield, Armor of the Black Rose, Armor, Crescent short knife, Queen Bee's ring, Snow White shield, Toughness ring. Ghost Girl's dress bounty amount, none bounty title. None. I have to say, Meplu's panel is really luxurious, especially in the weapons section. Besides the armor and short knife she is currently wearing, there is also a shield, another shield, 2 rings that can amplify her abilities, and a dress set. But at the same time, he also understood why Meplu was summoned here. To put it simply, Meplu is actually just an ordinary person. Her strength exists only in the game. However, in the real world, she still has to live. Moreover, if the Meplu in front of him is indeed a reincarnation after death, then not to mention the fact that she has practiced martial arts and weapon usage for gaming purposes in the real world, Meplu's profession is originally a top-tier ship repair master. This reasoning aligns with what he had previously described. And since the system can bring Meplu's powers from the game to her, she can be considered a strong individual. However, he suddenly thought of a new question regarding the system. What connection does Meplu have with the villains? The game from that world has Meplu as a player for at least 10 years. 10 years, starting from when she was using hacks to that point, along with her reputation as a top player. Even as a partner, do you know how much of a cheat Meplu is in the eyes of those people? She is like an insurmountable mountain, a female demon lord with no hope in sight. Isn't it unreasonable to label her as a villain? The system quickly provided an answer, and after seeing this statement, Kuruda thought it indeed seemed to be the case. However, after asking the question, looking at Meplu in front of him, Kuruda felt extremely satisfied, especially with her monstrous defense, various special powerful attack skills, and passive skills, along with her brutality and mechanical prowess. He thought this must be the strongest output and defense among partners. However, no matter what, he still warmly welcomed Meplu's arrival. At this moment, Meplu finally came to her senses and looked at the 3 people in front of her. Especially at Kuruda, who was standing in the center, she immediately said, "Excuse me, are you the one who summoned me and granted me a new life and youth?" "Yes, my name is Kuruda," Kuruda replied with a smile during her self-introduction. There was still a lot of information to share, and it was soon time for Sid and Ariel to introduce themselves. After all, they were also summoned powerful villains. After a while, Meplu finally understood the ins and outs of the situation. However, since it was late at night, Kuruda and the others did not mention many things on the barrel ship, planning to wait until they were completely on board and after Alan and the 2 sisters had met before providing a detailed introduction. However, Meplu has now roughly understood. She nodded in realization. It turns out this is such a world, much worse than her original one, and much more problematic. Even compared to the game world, it's lacking. However, upon hearing that not only must she live happily here again, but also save such a world, my Pulu suddenly became interested. After all, joyful battles in life are what she desires. Thinking of this, she immediately said, I applied aboard, Captain Kuruda, as a warrior in shipwright. Clearly, unlike Shurta, but probably similar to Ariel's thoughts, my Pulu is also willing to directly join Kuruda's pirate crew. She is willing to become their companion. And due to Ariel's previous experience, plus the fact that he knows my Pulu is indeed a bit naive and cute in her thoughts, it's important to note that the system has already provided prompt. Congratulations, host. You have gained my Pulu's recognition. 100 loyalty has been activated, and you don't have to worry about being betrayed. Please embark on a wonderful adventure with the summoned villainous power. Regardless, my Pulu has now recognized him, and there is no doubt about her loyalty. At least she won't harbor betrayal towards him in the future. While he's open to situations like Shurta's, it would be best if things were simpler. Currently, among the three companions, Shurta is relatively more rational, emphasizing strength. Ariel and my Pulu are relatively more emotional, perhaps because the way the three of them arrived is different. Ariel and my Pulu were basically summoned by him through the system, resurrected from a death space in their original worlds. Being granted new life and resurrection has already made them grateful to him, and he feels that the system must have said something there. So, Shurta is just a somewhat unruly steed, difficult to tame. But now, no matter what, my Pulu has already acknowledged him, and Kuruda is still very happy. However, my Pulu still needs to put on a show in front of Alan and the two sisters, as well as in front of the media and those who have been paying attention to them. My Pulu, you can stand over there for now, after all. I don't have extra space here. I need to summon the next partner and then talk to all of you, Kuruda said immediately. Okay, from their previous conversation, my Pulu also understood the situation here, especially on this ship. She realized that she would have to act with another partner next. And it seems that her captain is also about to summon a new partner, so she quickly moved aside. The curious and proud Ariel came directly to her side, and the two immediately started chatting. After all, they are both beautiful women with a bit of adorableness, and their personalities are quite similar, so they naturally hit off. As for Sid, when my Pulu took the initiative to talk to him, he could also chat a bit. After all, he is not socially anxious. But deep down, I was already crying out in despair, wondering why it had to be another somewhat silly and cute female character. Sigh. I hope the next summoned companion isn't like this. At least I prefer a male companion whose personality meshes well with his. Meanwhile, Kuruda had once again consumed 100,000 reputation points. Only a lonely 5,000 remained in the reputation wallet. At the same time, a new spatial teleportation portal had been opened. At this moment, in another world that had already been connected, the weather looked very bad. Dark clouds filled the sky, and below was an incredibly dark and eerie forest, with bats flying around and wild beasts and venomous insects constantly making noise, exuding a chilling atmosphere. But suddenly, a wolf approached, seemingly filled with dejection and immense disappointment. Don't ask why a wolf would have such emotions. That is because this is not an ordinary wolf at all. Have you ever seen a wolf that can walk upright? Although it looks like a wolf, its body shape is very human-like. It wears a patched sweet potato hat on its head, a yellow scarf around its neck, and a pair of purple denim shorts. The scars on its face and exposed sharp teeth exude a wild aura. If Kuruda were here, he would definitely recognize it as the antagonist, Grey Wolf, from one of the three major domestic animated series, Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf. Grey Wolf is also a character that Kuruda really likes. Aside from being unable to catch sheep, he is basically the smartest character in that animated series and one of the most formidable scientists. He possesses an indomitable spirit, becoming braver in the face of setbacks, never backing down when faced with difficulties, and can immediately adopt a positive and optimistic attitude. He values family deeply, treating his wife and son exceptionally well. He can work in a laboratory and cook in the kitchen. Hardworking, kind, brave, warm-hearted, and enthusiastic, he can be considered an extraordinary good wolf. However, Grey Wolf is currently filled with anger and disappointment, completely engulfed in the emotion of failure. Damn it. Not only did I fail to catch any sheep today, but I also got beaten badly by Pleasant Goat and his friends, and I was humiliated. How am I supposed to explain this to my wife and son when I go home? Grey Wolf said, feeling somewhat dejected as he looked at the approaching wolf castle. His wife has been with him in the green grassland for several years, at least starting from 10 years ago, and even after they got married, It has been quite some time since he has let her have a bite of mutton. You have to know that this has always been her greatest wish. And as a wolf, he, as the husband, should fulfill this for her. Their son has also been born for several years, and he hasn't allowed his son to taste mutton yet. To be honest, he can barely remember the taste of mutton himself. He only remembers eating it once when he was a child. I am indeed a failed wolf, a failed father and husband. Although he has an indomitable spirit, just thinking about his son and wife suffering alongside him brings a wave of emotions to his heart. Grey Wolf clenched his fists, closed his eyes, and shed hot tears, gritting his teeth as he spoke. But suddenly, a space teleportation portal appeared in front of him, startling him. What is this? Grey Wolf widened his eyes and said, feeling both scared and curious. But soon, a voice suddenly appeared in his mind. If he wanted his wife and son to live a good life, at least be able to eat mutton, then he could also eat mutton. He should go meet the person behind this passage and discuss it with him. He was sure he could bring back mutton, but at the same time, he would have to pay a price. What kind of technology was this? Or was there really an unexplainable force in this world? Did a spatial teleportation passage actually appear in front of me? Although he didn't know where this thought came from, Grey Wolf was immediately astonished and showed a look of disbelief as he realized that what appeared before him was a spatial passage that could lead to another place. At first, he didn't believe the sudden words that appeared in his mind. However, since a spatial passage had appeared, what was there not to believe? Moreover, as long as he could live a good life and finally let his wife and son have a bite of mutton, he would accept any price. Rather than return empty-handed to face the disappointed expressions of his wife and son, it was better to take a risk in the place behind the spatial passage. With this thought, Grey Wolf, fully determined, walked directly into the passage. Although he didn't know how long it would take or how long he would make Hong Hong and his son wait. As long as he could bring back mutton, it would all be worth it. Soon, as Grey Wolf approached, the spatial passage completely closed, but only temporarily. That's right, temporarily. Because at that moment, Kuruda, who was waiting, also heard the voice of the system. Host, there's something I need to tell you, which is that as long as the host successfully summons 3 characters and gains their acknowledgement, a brand new world summoning function will be unlocked. Upon hearing this, Kuruda silently cursed the system in his heart. Didn't you say there were no functions left? What is this? But he was directly met with the system's words. This is newly unlocked, something the system just thought of. This statement left Kuruda speechless. There was no way around it. After all, it was something newly added, akin to how he felt in his past life when a new phone was finally released, allowing him to buy it right away after accepting it. System, please elaborate. Kuruda could only say this, but it was clear he was somewhat helplessly frustrated by the system. That is to say, if your partner wants to, they can actually return to the original world at any time. At the same time, the flow of time in both worlds is the same, but they mainly need to operate in the pirate world. When returning to the original world, they cannot stay for more than 3 days at a time. However, regardless of how long they stay there, they must wait at least 9 days as a cooldown period here. Additionally, the powers they gain in the pirate world or from the system can also be brought back. Upon hearing this, Kuruda immediately understood and glanced at his 3 companions behind him. He believed that once they learned about this feature, even Ariel and Maipilu, who had little attachment to the original world, would be interested, especially the latter, considering her situation. After all, according to her, those companions had passed away even earlier than she did. In that world, Maipilu had already lost many things due to the passage of time and aging. After all, it was a world where they'd spent a long time, so Ariel and Maipilu would probably want to go back and take a look. As for Sid, he would probably also want to revisit the shadow courtyard he had built with his own hands, especially since he hadn't given any instructions when he left. Moreover, the fact that such a new function is being activated now suggests that this new 4th partner has a somewhat special situation in the original world. It seems that there will be a lot to discuss next. Here they come, Sid said, his eyes brightening. Kuruda and the others also looked over, and then, in the blink of their eyes, a wolf walking on 2 legs emerged. At least Sid, Ariel, and Maipilu thought that what appeared before them was indeed a wolf that could walk upright. However, Hulua was indeed baffled again. After all, he had already recognized him. Of course, growing up in such a great country, how could he not recognize the villain protagonist from the works of one of the 3 animation giants of his country? Grey Wolf. Kuruda directly pronounced the name of the Grey Wolf that had already arrived here. But at the same time, I think that whether it's the scientist he desires or the villain, this one really fits very well. Although this person isn't a true villain in the traditional sense. In a way, he is just a dutiful husband and father for his family. However, his fame is indeed frightening. especially in his original past life as country. He is also one of my favorites. Just like a song from my previous life, if you marry Grey Wolf. Kuruda is already very happy in his heart. He has come across Grey Wolf. But he just doesn't know which version of Grey Wolf this is. The main point is whether it is before or after the peace between wolves and sheep. After all, before the peace between wolves and sheep, Grey Wolf and Happy Sheep were enemies. But after the peace, they became very good friends. These 2 points are actually very important, mainly regarding Happy Sheep and Grey Wolf during this period. In addition to having superpowers, Grey Wolf's strength mainly comes from his intellect and technology. Later on, Happy Sheep and Grey Wolf changed directors, and the copyright was sold. Besides the original technological style, it also leaned more towards martial arts and supernatural powers, especially after the start of the Guardian series. The unique power of Chigua and the heroic power of the Four Seasons City made Happy Sheep and Grey Wolf lean towards supernatural abilities and magic. In summary, that basically cover all styles. Kuruda doesn't know which period Grey Wolf currently belongs to. Whether it's the early period focused on technology or the later period dominated by supernatural powers and magic. Are you the one who summoned me here? And who are you all? After Grey Wolf opened his eyes, he saw Kuruda and the others. Seeing that they were humans, Grey Wolf, who had some knowledge of humans, was very surprised. However, his surprised expression was naturally noticed by Kuruda, thinking of the 2 films related to humans in the Grey Wolf series. Kuruda immediately understood that the Grey Wolf before him had experienced those 2 films, so he knew about humans. Indeed, I summoned you. My name is Kuruda, and I also came from another world. After thinking this, Kuruda quickly answered Grey Wolf's question. After Kuruda explained the pirate world and their current situation, Maiku, Sid, and Ariel also introduced themselves. Through their introductions, Grey Wolf understood the ins and outs of the situation. His heart was filled with disbelief, not expecting such things to happen, and it seemed that his talent was noticed by the other party, which was also the reason he was summoned. Grey Wolf also introduced himself, but while he was speaking, Kuruda would elaborate on his details to help Sid and the others understand Grey Wolf better. After listening to him, the 3 understood that Grey Wolf came from another world dominated by beastmen. At the same time, they had to admit that after hearing everything, they really liked and admired Grey Wolf. Aside from being a wolf who can't catch sheep, he has basically no other shortcomings, whether in personality or ability. He is a well-rounded man, a good father, and a good husband. After hearing this, Grey Wolf was also very surprised and asked why Kuruda knew so much about him. Kuruda briefly explained the theory of the multiverse, which he had previously discussed with Maipilu. After listening, Grey Wolf was taken aback. But thinking about his experiences and the fact that he had already been to the human world twice, and that human world, their world was indeed just an animated series. So soon, Grey Wolf accepted Kuruda's explanation. But at the same time, he also understands what his purpose here is, to go on adventures with these people in this ocean-dominated world and to overthrow the current evil celestial dragon's rule. As a stronger villain, he aims to topple the existing villains. After hearing this, Grey Wolf's eyes lit up. This is something he enjoys. Although he does not admit that he is a bad guy, from the perspective of the food chain and those little sheep, he is indeed a villain. But he also has a heart dedicated to justice, to save the world, and it aligns so well with this king's character. According to that previous voice, the payment would be mutton. This job was definitely meant for Grey Wolf. After all, what is there to gather about? The benefits are so good, and it's something he enjoys doing. Although it was said by that mysterious voice, he believes that this captain in front of him should be able to provide mutton. Grey Wolf immediately said, "Captain, before I came here, a voice told me that if I work here, it means I can adventure with you to fight evil. And I can get mutton here and take it back anytime." Back. Upon hearing this, Sid and the others widened their eyes and all looked at Kuruda. Wasn't it said that once they came here, they cannot go back? At least not in the short term? Cough, cough, it's like this. Kuruda briefly explained the new ability unlocked by the system. All summoned companions can return to their original world at any time with a limit of 3 days. However, no matter how long they stay there will be a 9-day cooldown before they can leave again. But the reactions of Sid and the others were pretty much what Kuruda expected. Ariel and Maple, who had long lost any attachment to their original world, showed no interest in it. After all, they had already died in their original world, so it's better not to suddenly reappear. Maple's original world was an ordinary one, and she was born in a terrible country, coming back from the dead. If those people found out something, it would inevitably be troublesome, so she didn't want to go back. Ariel was also worried that when she resurrected and returned, she would affect the changes in the world. or that those annoying gods would intervene, so she also didn't really want to go back. But Sid was different. After trying again, under the gaze of Zhong Nangjian, he indeed opened a space portal to return to his original world. Do you want to go back for a while? Kuruda asked. The other three, including Grey Wolf, also turned their attention to Sid. It's been a long time since I came here, and I'm afraid Alpha and the others will worry. At the same time, without me there, those remaining factions might stir up some trouble. I must go back, Sid nodded and said. You haven't had much to do lately, so go back and have a good talk with them. After all, you can return any time after 9 days, Kuruda said. Wow, showing off. I wish you a pleasant trip back. Ariel also laughed. I'll take that as a good wish from you, Uchinibu. Sid snorted coldly and directly stepped into the portal. Grey Wolf and Maple also said goodbye, but at the same time, they were very curious about what the insults between these two were all about. But at the same time, Grey Wolf understood that he could only return for 3 days every 9 days. In that case, it wasn't something he couldn't accept, but first, the captain must bring out the lamb. Captain, I, Grey Wolf, am about to speak. I know you returned empty-handed and want to take some lamb back to your wife and kids right away, right? Grey Wolf's expression was fully captured by Kuruda. In thinking of Grey Wolf's earlier experiences, he couldn't help but laugh after understanding. Grey Wolf quickly nodded and asked if Kuruda could really bring out the lamb. Lamb is not a scarce commodity here. Wait for me a moment. I will go get the lamb. Kuruda remembered that there was fresh lamb in the storage room and immediately teleported away. However, his teleportation ability requires him to see the destination first. So Kuruda first arrived at the sea because he could see the ocean from his room's window. Then, after returning to the ship, he went to get the lamb. Kuruda moved cautiously and quietly, trying not to wake Alan and the two sisters. He even used chaotic energy to hide himself. Soon, he arrived at the storage room and got a large piece of fresh lamb, but then he thought that Grey Wolf would stay here for a long time. If he took this piece of lamb back today, it would probably be eaten by the 3 wolves. So he quickly took out a storage ball. But it wasn't his own. It was originally left for the new partner to use later. He took at least a ton of it. And after Grey Wolf took it away, the lamb over there would be enough for Red Wolf and Little Grey to eat for a while. Although Red Wolf's cooking skills were not great at first, Grey Wolf could easily create a cooking robot and a caretaker robot for them. After all, Grey Wolf would be active in the pirate world in the future, and he needed trustworthy people there to help take care of his wife and kids. He also planned to have a good talk with his wife and son when he returned. After getting the lamb, Kuruda immediately returned the same way to his room. This is the storage ball. It contains at least a ton of fresh lamb. Kuruda said as he handed the storage ball to Grey Wolf, explaining the usage method. As a scientist, Grey Wolf quickly figured out how to use it. However, when he finally took out a piece of lamb and placed it on his wolf claw, looking at the lamb that was exactly the same as in his memory, with the red meat and white sinews, the texture, and the unique mutton smell, Grey Wolf was instantly stunned. His hands and feet trembled uncontrollably, gritting his teeth, and tears streamed down his face as he said, Lamb, it really is lamb. Grey Wolf finally see lamb again. Red and Little Grey can finally eat lamb. So can I, Dad. Son can finally eat lamb again. I didn't let you down. Seeing this scene, even Kuruda had to admit that what satisfied Grey Wolf the most was taking good care of his family, and only then was it himself eating lamb. Even after the peace between the wolf teeth, he still didn't believe that during that period, Grey Wolf didn't have the thought of wanting to eat lamb in his heart, or that he didn't feel regret that his son and wife couldn't eat lamb. After all, he hadn't fulfilled the wishes of his wife and son back then. Thank you, Captain. Grey Wolf will follow you from now on. I am willing to help you and go on adventures with you. After wiping away his tears, Grey Wolf first put the lamb back into the storage ball. Then, filled with gratitude, he said, and at the same time, this proud Wolf King might be willing to acknowledge Kuruda. The system quickly popped up a prompt. Congratulations, host. You have gained Grey Wolf's recognition. 100 loyalty has been activated, and there is no need to worry about being betrayed. Please experience wonderful adventures with the summoned villainous powerhouse. Kuruda smiled. He had finally gained such a top scientist as Grey Wolf. At the same time, he quickly opened Grey Wolf's panel, having forgotten about it after chatting too much. The system quickly provided Kuruda with the corresponding Grey Wolf panel. Name, Grey Wolf. Age, over 30, at least. Gender, male. Introduction, a top powerhouse from the world of Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. Possessing an incredibly strong spirit of not giving up and not backing down. The top scientist of the wolf tribe, multi-talented, and a partner who can be entrusted with important tasks. Ability, wolf tribe martial arts. Top research ability, current strength, rear admiral level weapon, none bounty amount, none bounty title, None after looking at Grey Wolf's panel. Kuruda showed a knowing expression. However, he didn't expect that Grey Wolf had already reached Rear Admiral strength at the beginning. That was pretty good. However, compared to them, even as a scientist on the ship, he was still far behind in terms of strength. He just hoped that in the upcoming selection of 3 out of 2, through his choices, the strength of Grey Wolf could be improved. By the way, there was also Mai Pulu. Next, in order to let his wife and son eat lamb as soon as possible, there were still some matters to handle. So after saying goodbye, Grey Wolf automatically opened the spatial passage leading back to his original world and left. Kuruda also let Mai Pulu and Ariel go back, first to have a good rest for the night. Since the two could chat well, and Mai Pulu could not expose herself on the ship for the time being, after discussing with the two women and with their agreement, Mai Pulu temporarily stayed with Ariel in her room. Since Mai Pulu could not teleport, the two could only sneak out through the front door of Kuruda's room and quietly return to Ariel's room. After they left, Kuruda first looked at the table beside him, where there were still 3 storage balls and 3 headphones remaining. These were left for Alan and the 2 sisters. The rest had already been taken by the newly arrived Mai Pulu and Grey Wolf. After looking over them, Kuruda directly laid down on the bed and, after thinking for a moment, opened the selection from Mai Pulu's 3 out of 2 choices. The corresponding options quickly appeared in his mind. Advanced Observation Haki, a top-tier power in the pirate world, which can be directly obtained by making a choice. Advanced Armament Haki, a top-tier power in the pirate world, which can be directly obtained by making a choice. Super Luxury Toolbox, contains top-quality ship repair tools and equipment for making ship repair parts. A good shipwright cannot do without it. After glancing at them, Kuruda chose the first and the third options. He chose the third one because Mai Pulu, who was now a shipwright, indeed needed it. A good toolbox paired with a good shipwright. Mai Pulu's attack and defense were already quite formidable and were not a shortcoming. Although Armament Haki could enhance her combat power, it could be obtained through later training. Moreover, he had recently acquired a space for time and space training. On the contrary, Mai Pulu's reaction ability was a shortcoming. As long as she could obtain the advanced power of Observation Haki now, it could make up for it. Therefore, Kuruda naturally chose the first and third options. After he finished learning, these 2 powers transformed into light orbs that flew out of the window and then arrived at Ariel's room. Mai Pulu was startled, but fortunately, Ariel explained it to her. After all, she had experienced it before, and upon learning that it was the captain who sent her the power, she accepted it gladly. After receiving the toolbox and Observation Haki, Mai Pulu continuously expressed her delight. At least Ariel, who was beside her, could see her sincerity. Furthermore, after Mai Pulu opened the toolbox, the items inside were indeed very good, both in quality and appearance. Ariel was genuinely happy for this new partner and sister. There was no rush for Grey Wolf. So Kuruda did not open it for the time being and slowly fell asleep. When a brand new day arrived, they would completely reach Zilabu village by tomorrow. However, during breakfast, the 2 sisters and Alan curiously asked Kuruda why Sid was not on the ship. It was obvious that they had noticed Sid's absence, even before breakfast. Kuruda took the opportunity to explain the situation regarding the time and space, training, and fabricated a kind-hearted lie, saying that Sid had gone in to train. Upon hearing about such a magical thing, Alan and the 2 sisters widened their eyes and opened their mouths. But they quickly became excited, and after Kuruda agreed, they finished breakfast and went inside. Clearly, both sisters and Alan were dissatisfied with the current strength of the candidate for the Admiral position. They wanted to be promoted to Admiral as soon as possible. That was why they were a bit impatient to enter the time and space training space, since someone needed to stay outside to keep watch, and they were not in a hurry to improve their strength. They planned to wait until they reached Zilabu village the next day. Therefore, Kuruda did not go in, and neither did Ariel. They both intended to wait a while before discussing it. However, although there was still a day left, to prevent Mai Pulu from being discovered, after Kuruda's request, Mai Pulu also went in to train, but she was very happy about it, saying that she hadn't fought in a long time and that she had gained new power, so she needed to adapt well first. Soon, Mai Pulu entered. Kuruda also left immediately, leaving Ariel to continue watching over things, but Kuruda had important matters to attend to. He quickly went to the entertainment room in the cabin, where he placed all the entertainment and sports facilities he had bought the day before, finding suitable spots for them. With so many fun things added, the boring time on the ship would be reduced for his companions, and even for himself. Kuruda smiled and said, as if thinking of something, Kuruda quickly opened the headphones and said, "Sid, Grey Wolf, how's it going over there? We'll be docking tomorrow, and there will be a small operation." Indeed, these headphones could even communicate across worlds. but under the influence of the system. The world originally summoned had already connected with this pirate world, akin to a paper cup phone that was firmly connected by a string. Meanwhile, Sid and Grey Wolf quickly spoke in turn. Sid, Alpha, and the others were both excited and in tears upon seeing me. I spent a month there, and it seems they knew I was gone. Those remnants have indeed become arrogant, but fortunately, Alpha and the others held their ground. I am currently leading the team to eliminate these forces to prevent future troubles. After all, this is already my world, but I can return tomorrow. Grey Wolf, I returned too late last night and got hit by a frying pan from Hong Hong. However, when they saw the lamb I brought out, they were completely stunned, even shedding tears and hugging me, saying, "We can finally eat lamb, I can finally eat lamb, and my son can finally eat lamb." I haven't seen her smile like that in a long time. I am very satisfied. My son also praised me, and after I cooked the lamb, we had a warm dinner together, an unprecedentedly lavish dinner. I am really happy. I want to say thank you to the captain. Without you, I wouldn't have had such a happy day today. I will be going back in a couple of days, and I'm making a lot of robots to take care of Hong Hong and Xiao Hui after I leave. As for leaving, I plan to discuss it again at dinner tonight. I will handle it well. From their responses, Kuruda could easily hear that both were very satisfied with their time after returning, and hearing that they were doing well over there made him smile happily. However, he immediately asked again, "Did you mention anything about the pirate world?" Sid, I told them, although they couldn't believe it. After my explanation and demonstrating the power of the pirate world, I told them I wanted to conquer that world. So I plan to take a look in advance and let them manage this side for now. They accepted it. Anyway, I will work hard these days to eliminate those remnants. Grey Wolf, I mentioned it before. I will talk about it again tonight. But don't worry. With 2 experiences of going to the human world, they will believe it, and I will also say my goodbyes to them. You all take care of things there and come back according to the time you agreed on. After saying this, Kuruda also heard the 2 respond that there was no problem, and then he hung up the headset communication. Following that, life returned to normal. After dealing with matters on this side, Kuruda went back to the deck to sunbathe. Ariel said she was bored, but Kuruda mentioned that there were plenty of fun things in the entertainment room, which sent her off. Otherwise, her constant chatter was driving Kuruda crazy. Next, except for lunchtime and dinner time, when Alan would come out to cook, the 2 sisters would also come out for lunch. While most of the time they were in the training space improving their skills, my Pilu had not come out yet, as Kuruda had already told her to watch the time and come out at 5 in the morning. After all, by this time tomorrow, they would probably be able to see Zillabu village. Time passed normally, and after dinner, Alan and the 2 sisters surprisingly wanted to go back in a train, but were stopped by Kuruda, who said they should rest early since they would be moving tomorrow. The 3 could only sigh and went into the cabin to rest. After exchanging nods with Kuruda, Ariel also went back to sleep. Time soon arrived the last day. Early in the morning, Kuruda came to the deck even before 5 o'clock. He didn't even need binoculars to see Zillabu village in the distance. They had already arrived last night and anchored nearby to rest. Soon, the door to the time-space training area behind him reacted, and Mai Pilu quickly came out, stating that she had adapted to her original power and the new power. Kuruda congratulated her and pointed to Zillabu village, saying, "It's time." Mai Pilu, not being foolish, nodded and then used her mechanical god to grow rocket boosters on her back, flying towards the island where Zillabu village was located. But at the same time, Kuruda seemed to feel as if he had forgotten something. No, it wasn't that Sid was also coming back today. Right, he had forgotten about the alien core and the Nightbat core. Finally remembering, Kuruda clapped his hands and exclaimed. He almost forgot that he had bought the tokens for 2 battle groups of the Phantom Legion, and now he had command and summoning rights over the alien core and the Nightbat core. Thinking of this, he directly took out the tokens for the 2 battle groups from the storage orb. After having the storage orb, he had already put many things inside, things that belonged to him. Even the original 3 tokens were in there. After thinking a little more, Kuruda summoned 200 soldiers from the Nightbat Corps and 250 soldiers from the Alien Corps. He immediately issued orders. The Nightbat Corps take to the skies. The Alien Corps head into the sea and expand their range. If there are any special situations, report to me in a timely manner. The soldiers of the 2 battle groups of the Phantom Legion also began to move, with the Nightbat Corps soldiers spreading their huge bat wings and flying into the sky, while the Alien Corps directly jumped off the ship and swam away in the sea. But with the token in hand, Kuruda knew that the 2 battlefields had already carried out their tasks according to his orders, and their distribution range was expanding. However, he did not stop. He took out the ultimate battle device and checked it. Indeed, he found that Latola and King Air were now very fatigued. After all, they had been following orders for several days without rest. So he used the ultimate battle device to recall the two monsters, allowing them to rest properly. He was not a boss who exploited his employees. Not long after, Sid returned. Yes, according to the previously agreed time, Sid had come back. However, something interesting happened. When entering the teleportation passage, the entrance could vary, but the exit had to appear at the same place as the last entrance. In other words, when Sid returned, he actually appeared in Kuruda's room. In a few days, when Grey Wolf returned, he would also appear in Kuruda's room. When Grey Wolf and Sid returned, they also opened the exit at the place where they first entered. Fortunately, Kuruda had left his room early. Otherwise, if Sid had suddenly appeared, it would have been quite awkward. However, it was good that Kuruda had left early, but Sid, who knew the specific plans, arrived on deck promptly. Have things on your side been taken care of? Kuruda said, looking at the already risen sunset without turning around. It's done. But I didn't expect to return so quickly, and I can go back at any time, although there's a cool down period, Sid also said while looking at the sunset. After a moment of silence, he quickly added, it would be great if I could bring them over. Once my system permissions increase, it will be possible. However, it's a hassle with Ariel and Meplu, Kuruda said, but when it came to Ariel and Meplu, there was no need for him to elaborate, as Sid understood. After all, his situation was different from that of Ariel and the others. He still had companions in his original world, but for Ariel and the others, they were either deceased or unable to meet. After all, bringing the dead back to life might cause trouble in the original world, especially in Ariel's world, which was more complicated than they imagined. All right, let's not talk about it. Who can say what will happen in the future? Destiny should be in our own hands, Kuruda said with a smile as he turned around. Sid seemed to be infected by this sentiment as well, and he smiled and nodded in agreement. Soon, besides Meplu, who had already entered Silab village, and the Grey Wolf, who had not yet returned, the original fallen pirate crew gathered once again at the dining table to enjoy a delicious breakfast. However, at the table, Kuruda also elaborated on the purpose of their visit to Silab village. In fact, it was mainly for Alan and the two sisters to listen to. As for Ariel and Sid, they were just listening to it again, and it was really just a bit. They only heard part of Meplu's story. But at the same time, there is a part of the Kuruda that he did not tell them, because he wants to handle this matter personally. But now, everyone in front of him was talking about how they had come not only to invite new partners aboard, but also to deal with the current steward of the Koya family, who was actually the leader of the Black Pirate crew, Baiji Kuro, along with the entire Black Pirate crew. After hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. After finishing breakfast, they all went to the deck to carry out their respective duties, and the barrel once again headed towards the nearby Zilabu village. The sun had risen, and the blue sky with white clouds was already visible. As it got closer, Kuruda stood at the bow of the ship and suddenly saw 4 figures on the hillside of the small island, 1 large and 3 small. Given that this was Zilabu village, he immediately thought of something. So he picked up the binoculars and looked into the distance, and sure enough, the hair that looked like an explosion, the somewhat disheveled outfit, and that distinctive long nose could only belong to the future Sniper King, Usopp. As for the 3 little ones beside him, he basically recognized them as Usopp's 3 little brothers. Were they already playing pirate games this early in the morning? Ariel, park the ship next to the island, Kuruda ordered. During the official adventure, Ariel was also very accommodating to Kuruda. Yes, my captain, Ariel said with a smile, and with her top-notch helmsman skills, she expertly maneuvered the wheel, slowly approaching a small dock next to Zilabu village. Captain, looking at the flag, it seems to be pirates. There are really pirates coming. At this moment, on the hillside of Zilabu village, one of Usopp's little brothers shouted as he watched the barrel getting closer. There was no way around it. After playing pirate games for so many years, this time, real pirates had actually arrived at Zilabu village, and such a large ship must have strong pirates on board. Usopp, who usually had a timid personality and loved to brag, was now a bit scared after seeing real pirates. After all, many pirates were ruthless, fond of robbing villages, and could kill without hesitation. But he immediately said, "What are you afraid of? I am Captain Usopp with 8,000 subordinates. Why should I fear the pirates in front of me? Just to be safe, you guys go and get the villagers to take refuge. I can handle them on my own." Although Usopp was boasting this time, as the protector of his home, Syrup Village, he naturally wanted to keep it safe. After all, his dream is to become a great warrior of the sea, although he is very aware that his strength is quite weak. As long as he can hold them off for a while, his 3 little brothers can help the villagers hide away. Even if he were to die in battle, he would feel it was worth it. As a warrior, one should have the spirit of sacrifice for the people and things one wants to protect. However, usually being easily fooled, these three little brothers, still young, actually believed that Usopp could deal with the pirate crew across from them. To be honest, Usopp's current strength makes it a challenge to defeat even a single ninja soldier. Well, maybe he could take on two, but no more than that. If he faced one more, it would really be overestimating Usopp's current abilities. The three little brothers were getting ready to leave. But how could Kuruda let them go? These people were still useful to him. So he immediately ordered the ninja group to take action, sending only the ninja team. After all, the troll group and the samurai group were too intimidating, too large and majestic, while the alien group and the nightbat group were not needed. There was no need to expose themselves yet. They had to wait for Grey Wolf to return before making introductions. Soon, nearly a dozen ninja soldiers appeared, blocking the path of the three children. Seeing so many black-clad ninjas appear, the three children were startled and froze in place. Even Usopp was the same, as there were even more ninjas beside him. However, seeing that the other side did not attack immediately, he felt scared but also understood that these ninjas must be from the pirate ship across the way. As long as he didn't raise a ruckus on the deserted island, these ninjas wouldn't harm him, at least until the people from that pirate ship came over. But were these black-clad individuals really mysterious ninjas from the distant land of Wano? Did ninjas truly exist in this world, sneaking in without anyone noticing? Was this what they called ninjutsu? Soon, with the cooperation of several people on the ship, the Bull ship smoothly docked beside the pier of Zillabu village. After lowering the wooden plank, they directly disembarked onto the island. It had been a long time since they had set foot on land. Clearly, Ruka was very excited to be on solid ground. Compared to the sea, people naturally felt safer on land. After all, humans breathe air, not water. For the vast and dark sea, people always felt a sense of awe and fear. Less talking. Sister, we still have important matters to attend to, Lucy immediately criticized. Since Kuruda, as the captain, hadn't said anything, what could she say? In response, Lucy stuck out her little tongue, which amused the twins, Sid and Ariel. These twin sisters were indeed interesting, adding a touch of joy to their journey. Alan was already used to it, as was Kuruda, so they just smiled. However, Kuruda quickly said, "Did you see those kids surrounded by the ninja group? Let's teleport over." After he finished speaking, he was the first to use teleportation, and the others followed suit. Then, in the astonished gaze of the three children and Usopp, they noticed that the ninjas beside them had not attacked, and naturally shifted their attention to the already docked Bull ship and the people disembarking from it, including Kuruda. However, when they suddenly saw Kuruda and the others appear in front of them, they were still taken aback. What was going on? Why did they suddenly appear? Even Usopp was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He was already quite timid. He also understood that those who could suddenly appear before them were definitely not simple. But soon, Kuruda's next sentence made him lower his guard. "You're Usopp, the son of Yasopp, right?" Kuruda said with a smile as he looked at Usopp. He used to really like this character when he watched the anime, as Usopp was vivid and well represented. Moreover, he didn't want to antagonize the Straw Hat Pirates. After all, they were a pirate crew favored by this world. As he had mentioned before, he was still somewhat wary of M's strength. However, he was very clear that according to the original storyline, the Straw Hat crew must have become Joy Boy's Luffy, defeating them, M and his world government. Therefore, it would be better to befriend the Straw Hat crew. As a future trump card against him, coupled with the fact that he had no conflicts of interest or ideology with the Straw Hats. "Ah, you know my father." Upon hearing Kuruda actually call out his father's name, and clearly showing a familiar expression, Usopp immediately felt both curious and urgent, asking, "What do you know about my father?" He was desperate to learn about his father. Growing up in Syrup Village, his father became a pirate before he was born, and his mother fell ill after giving birth to him. In the end, his father never returned, and his mother passed away. So he really wanted to know what kind of person this father, who gradually turned him into a big talker, was. In response, Kuruda could still answer. Although he had never met Yasopp, he had watched the One Piece anime before and had some understanding of Yasopp. To put it nicely, he was one of the best snipers on the sea, a core member of the red-haired pirates, one of the four emperors. But to put it bluntly, he's a scumbag who abandons his wife and children to go on adventures with his brothers. Interestingly, there are actually many such scumbag fathers in the world of pirates. However, for now, Kuruda naturally only mentioned the good side. Later, Usopp also asked how Kuruda recognized him at a glance, but Kuruda cleverly brushed it off. After all, Kuruda couldn't just say he recognized him from watching anime, right? "So why are you here? You're not planning to raid the village, are you?" Usopp asked again. Still very concerned about their purpose for coming, even guessing it was something many pirate crews would do. Haha, that's something only a despicable and lowly pirate crew would do. We won't do that. We are pirates among pirates, specifically hunting other pirates. Just like I said before, I've received news that the Black Pirate crew, which has almost disappeared for 3 years in the East Sea, was last seen here. In other words, I'm here to cause them trouble. Kuruda first laughed heartily and then stated his purpose. However, that was just one of his goals. The first thing he had to do now was deal with Baiji Kuro and the Black Pirate crew. What did you say? A pirate crew came here 3 years ago, and from what you're saying, it seems they are hiding. Usopp was startled by this and said fearfully, based on Kuruda's previous words, the Black Pirate crew must be a very malicious and lowly group. If their last appearance was indeed in Zilabu village 3 years ago, then he speculated they must be hiding inside the village. He also believed this statement. He thought that someone as strong as Kuruda wouldn't lie to him, and indeed, there were more people in the village 3 years ago, many of whom he didn't recognize. But such a pirate crew has actually been hiding in the village for nearly 3 years. What are they planning to do? Just thinking about it is scary. However, Usopp misunderstood. Only Kuro entered Syrup Village, now disguised as Kaya's butler. As for the other members of the Black Pirate crew, along with their crew, they should still be wandering in the nearby waters, but won't be long before they come. When Luffy and the others arrive, it will be as if the world has pressed a switch. Kuro contacted the Black Pirate crew to have them wait at the shore, planning a coordinated attack to invade Syrup Village and kill Kaya. But before that, Kuro's hypnotist, Zango, would hypnotize Kaya, making her rival while transferring all her assets to Kuro just before her death. This way, Kuro could inherit all the wealth. And with the identity of a loyal butler after 3 years of lurking, the villagers would not suspect him. In the end, he would keep 3 parts of the wealth for himself, while the remaining 7 would go to the Black Pirate crew, allowing them to disband on the spot. And Kuro could take this large sum of money to live a good life. So, the one who has truly infiltrated Syrup Village for nearly 3 years is Kuro. Don't worry, we came to deal with the Black Pirate crew. However, to identify the members of the Black Pirate crew among the villagers, we must use some extreme measures. Kuruda said with a smile. Upon hearing this, for some reason, Usopp felt a sense of foreboding. But soon, his premonition came true. After Kuruda finished speaking, he directly led everyone to the square of Syrup Village and immediately ordered all the Ghost Shadow ninja soldiers to attack, forcibly bringing all the villagers to the square. You said you wouldn't harm the residents, Usopp said, realizing his bad premonition had come true, but he still spoke to Kuruda with some fear, and naturally, his 3 subordinates were also scared. Finding people among many residents is the most effective, practical, and fitting method for a pirate. Don't worry, I won't harm the residents, Kuruda said with a smile. At the same time, he looked at the residents who had been brought over by the Ghost Shadow ninja soldiers. These residents were now filled with fear, looking at Kuruda and his group on the stage. Usually, because of Usopp, they regarded the arrival of pirates as their wake-up call. But they never expected that today pirates would really come. But at this moment, they were also very confused and angry. Why were Usopp and those little brats standing next to those pirates? At this time, he saw nearly hundreds of residents gathered here. At the same time, he also saw Kaya, who had been brought down from the mountain by the Ghost Shadow soldiers, as well as the butler Mary, the first ship of the Straw Hat Pirates, who genuinely cared for her, and now also pretending to be a butler, Crocodile, who was about to implement the plan. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Kuruda smiled. Hello, villagers of Syrup Village. I am Kuruda, the captain of the fallen pirate crew. But you can rest assured, we are different from most pirates. We will not commit acts of burning, killing, or looting. We have come to Syrup Village today and gathered you here for just one thing. Once this matter is resolved, we will leave immediately. And this bag containing a full 100,000 berries is yours, Kuruda said, and after finishing, he directly threw out a bag of money. The bag opened, and several bills fell out. However, looking into the bag, one would find that there was still a lot more inside. Upon seeing that there was really so much money, many residents' eyes sparkled, and some even shouted for Kuruda to get on with it. I can't believe the pirates really came, Kaya, who had already been brought to the square, said in surprise. Her usual good friend often made her happy. Even Usopp, who sometimes lied, often deceived the villagers by saying that pirates had come, and she was aware of it. But I didn't expect that today's lies would come true. The pirates really came, and there are so many people in black. It seems there are quite a few of them. But at the same time, she was also curious about why Usopp and those 3 children were standing with those pirates. However, at that moment, Kuro frowned. He realized that this group of pirates was likely even stronger than his Black Pirate crew. especially the people on the stage. He couldn't even see any of their strengths clearly. At the same time, a sense of foreboding began to grow in his heart. His premonition soon came true. Just like Usopp's earlier. Hearing what Kuruda said next, his expression changed dramatically. If it weren't for Mary and Koya beside him also looking at the stage, his current expression would have been fully visible. Our pirate crew has a hobby, which is to particularly enjoy hunting down other pirate crews, especially those with bounties. We came here for the black pirate crew that disappeared in this area 3 years ago. However, I suspect these people have already integrated into your ranks. Now, you need to bring these people out for me. The money will be yours. Here are their photos, along with a few key officers and the captain from their ship. After Kuruda finished speaking, he took out a large stack of prepared photos and threw them down. Many residents, eager to get that money, thought that even if they divided it among nearly hundreds of residents here, they could still get at least 1,000 berry. They picked up the photos to look at them, but since they had never seen the other people in the photos, they didn't recognize them at all. After all, it seemed that the black pirate crew had never entered Silab Village, likely to keep it hidden, so the residents didn't recognize them at all. But even when Usopp and Kaya received those photos, looking at one of them, they were immediately stunned, and all the residents turned to look at the pale-faced Kuro. The person in the photo, the captain of the black pirate crew, was none other than Kuro himself. What? The leader of the black pirate crew is actually the butler of the Kaya family? The black pirate crew disappeared 3 years ago. This guy appeared 3 years ago, and he actually has ulterior motives towards Kaya. Although Usopp was timid, he was quick-witted and immediately understood the situation. At this point, he was quite convinced and even more certain that this guy, who had been disguised as a butler and infiltrated the Kaya family for 3 years, definitely had ill intentions. Even the residents couldn't believe it. This was the Kaya family, the richest family in the village. But their butler had such an identity, which was akin to having a white-eyed wolf, ready to bite the owner at any moment. Just thinking about it made the residents feel scared and shivers ran down their spines. Kaya was also in a daze. Her butler had such an identity. These pirates didn't look like they were lying, and now Kuro's expression was grim, coupled with the mysterious death of her parents 3 years ago. She was already 95, convinced that Kuro was involved in her parents' death, and this guy would eventually erupt like a volcano, turning against her. No, this guy had long had ulterior motives towards her and her family. At this moment, Mary also received a photo, and after seeing it clearly, she first protected Kaya, and then, with a bitter and fearful expression, said to Kuro, "Bartle, although I don't want to say this, the evidence is right in front of me now. Mary, is it interesting to ask questions you already know the answers to?" Kuro's previously pained expression turned into a cold smile as he spoke. However, this cold smile was not only because his plan had been exposed, or that it could be declared bankrupt in advance, but also because he had to pretend to be a good butler in Kaya's house and a good citizen in front of the residents of Syrup Village. So the kind smile he usually showed was naturally fake. Otherwise, as a ruthless pirate, how could he show such a smile? Were you thinking, is this reasonable? But now he finally admitted it in person, completely revealing his true colors in front of Usopp, Kaya, and the residents. No way, he's actually a pirate. I've heard of Kuro, and I've heard he's a very cunning and treacherous person. So, when he entered Miss Kaya's house, he must have had ill intentions. The residents looked at him and said, but they still couldn't believe that this usually kind steward was actually such a treacherous pirate. Kaya pointed at Kuro, both angry and sad. Her anger was because she finally understood why her parents had died mysteriously years ago. And her sadness was because she never expected that the steward who had always been so gentle with her was the real murderer of her parents, and that he had been hiding his ulterior motives all along. Now, Kaya was filled with anger and sadness, and even on the verge of emotional breakdown. "Bastard! You despicable bastard!" Seeing Kaya like this, Usopp, her childhood friend, felt no fear this time and angrily pointed at Kuro, cursing. Because he thought about it. If Kuruda and the others hadn't come here today, this rat would eventually spoil the broth, and his ulterior motives would lead to action. Then Kaya would. Thinking of this, Usopp felt unprecedented fear because he didn't want to lose Kaya, such a female friend. It's your fault for being so stupid that you let me lurk for 3 whole years. Kuro snorted coldly. The one who is stupid is you. Even in the East Blue today, you are the weakest and most incompetent pirate. Kuruda finally spoke, looking at Kuro with a sneer, filled with disdain and contempt for such a lowly and incompetent pirate. "Bastard, if it weren't for you, how could my great plan as captain fail? If it weren't for you and your pirate crew coming here in a few days, I would have been able to completely swallow Kaya's family's wealth with my original pirate crew. Then I could have escaped under the guise of good citizen and lived freely for the rest of my life. Such a great plan has now been ruined by you, and I, the captain of the Black Pirates, had a bounty that broke 10 million. Why do you little pirates have a talk about me? Kuro cursed furiously. In his mind, if it weren't for Kuruda and the others, would his plan have failed? He didn't even have the ability to implement it. Moreover, this was a plan he considered perfect, yet it was belittled by such petty pirates. How could he not be furious? Heh, the rage of a useless rat. You've been hiding for too long and don't even know what is happening outside, right? Oh, by the way, how could someone who came up with such a lousy plan possibly have any brains? Kuruda retorted unrelentingly, prompting his companions behind him to laugh heartily. Not just them, the nearby residents, Usopp, and even the somewhat sad Kai all laughed. But clearly, this was a complete mockery of Kuro. You bastard, give me your life. Kuro, who was so calm and composed in the original story, was driven mad by Kuruda's words. With a face full of anger and resentment, he finally revealed his long-hidden strength, exposing the claw gloves hidden under ordinary gloves, revealing 10 sharp claws. At the same time, he directly used his ultimate move, Silent Step, a high-speed assassination technique that allowed him to move like a shadow. He charged towards Kuruda, but with his strength, could he be of any use in front of Kuruda, who Luffy could easily defeat now? Kuruda revealed a disdainful smile. This guy was not even worthy of the Conqueror's Haki, and he couldn't sense even a hint of the two-color Haki. He was indeed a waste, but as an ordinary person, having such speed was still quite impressive. However, with this speed, Kuruda still managed to catch him with his observation Haki and was ready to strike. However, Ariel directly condensed her armed Haki into a punch and quickly struck, moving even faster. In terms of sudden, physical explosiveness, there really was no one in the current Fallen Pirate crew who could match Ariel. I haven't stretched my muscles in a while, Captain. Let me have some fun with this guy, Ariel said with a smile. However, since Ariel took the initiative, Kuruda also held back. Ariel's fist, clad in that black glove, landed directly on Kuro's face, shattering his glasses and lenses completely. With a massive force, Kuro was sent flying, crashing through several large trees and buildings before tumbling hard into the ruins. The onlookers, including the residents and Usopp, as well as Kaya, were left with their mouths agape, wide enough to fit an egg. Kaya was somewhat better. After all, she was a young lady, and her demeanor allowed her to barely close her mouth around a cherry. Wow, so strong, Usopp exclaimed, looking at Ariel with a mix of fear, excitement, and admiration. He had always yearned for strength, and his dream was to become a great warrior of the sea. Cough, cough, cough. What power, and that sudden color on your fist. Who are you? And who are you all? Kuro crawled out from the ruins, but his face was left expressionless after Ariel's punch. After spitting out blood, Kuro shouted in shock. Just moments ago, he had seen something black on the woman's fist, like it was attached, which reminded him of the legendary Haki he had heard about. Could it be this thing? If so, what kind of pirates were these who wielded such power? As our captain said before, you worthless trash aren't even qualified to ask who we are, Ariel teased, her eyes and smile filled with disdain. It was clear she looked down on Kuro, as well as Sid, Alan, the two sisters, and even the secretly lurking Maple. Bastard, even if I die today, I will bite off a piece of flesh from you. Kuro shouted. Shovel Death, Kuro's strongest move, Silent Step, was an indiscriminate attack that used high-speed movement and claw strikes to kill large numbers of enemies. So fast that even the user couldn't tell what they would hit. Now, in his complete rage, Kuro unleashed this move, rapidly closing in on Ariel at a speed that was difficult for the naked eye to capture. Ariel was about to wave her hand to break this guy's limbs. But suddenly, a girl in black armor appeared before her. Realizing who the newcomer was, Ariel smiled and halted, leaving the final move of the battlefield to her new partner. Charge and block. This was Maple's game skill, allowing her to suddenly appear before her partner and help block attacks, especially suitable for someone like her who wielded a shield. With a clang, Maple blocked Kuro's attack. However, Kuro's special move was a combo, and he unleashed more than one claw, with an action trajectory he couldn't control. But can that tickling attack of his hurt Mai Pilu, whose physical and special defenses are maxed out? She is now a general of the same rank, and even the three great generals find it hard to break through her defenses. Not to mention a small fry like Chloe, who can't even use Haki. As everyone was once again stunned, Mai Pilu effortlessly blocked every attack from Chloe, who was now horrified, until Chloe finally exhausted his strength and stopped. W, what kind of monster are you? Seeing the black-armored girl easily withstand his attacks, Klo shouted in disbelief. But from his tone, a hint of fear could already be heard. Are you done? Then it's my turn, my Pyulu said with a very kind smile. Scared, Klo calmed down, knowing the situation was hopeless. He couldn't defeat her and was being crushed. So he immediately tried to utilize his speed advantage again. But this time, it was not to attack, but to escape into the distance. Trying to run? I love long-range bombardment, my Pyulu said, mechanical god, deploy right hand. A black sniper rifle suddenly appeared in my Pyulu's hand. After auto-locking onto the target, my Pyulu fired a shot, launching a red 4-star, black-edged, destructive energy bullet. With a bang, Klo was shot in the head, creating a large hole, as everyone looked on in shock and horror. Klo's eyes quickly went blank, filled with unwillingness and regret, and his powerless body rolled down, the last corpse with a blown head crashing into a tree. Many residents nearby were so frightened they fell to their knees. Oh my god, where did this female warrior come from? Even Kaya and Usopp were the same. But after Usopp regained composure, he immediately exclaimed in fear, is this the strength from outside? It's really powerful, and such precise sniping. Could she be a sniper? Soon. Kuruda's words stunned him and everyone else present, except for the already informed Sid and Ariel. Long time no see, my Pyulu, Kuruda said with a smile. Are we going to act the whole play? It has been a long time, Mr. Kuruda. I knew you would come looking for me. My Pyulu replied with a smile as she retracted the mechanical god. So, would you like to be my partner? Kuruda asked. Of course, I applied aboard as a shipwright. My Pyulu said. Usopp. Shipwright? Usopp couldn't help but repeat the word. Wait, are you calling this a shipwright? Is it the same shipwright I'm thinking of? The one who only repairs and builds ships? Thinking back to how easily my Pyulu had crushed Klo, especially that perfect sniper shot. She shouldn't be just a fighter or a sniper, right? You called it a shipwright? Kuruda naturally heard Usopp's incredulous muttering and saw the disbelief on his face. He immediately laughed and explained, especially when my Pyulu took out the complete set of shipwright tools. Usopp finally somewhat accepted that my Pyulu was indeed a shipwright. But he was still a bit in shock. Such terrifying combat power was actually that of a shipwright. At the same time, he understood 2 points from Kuruda's explanation. Kuruda's visit to Zillabu village was not only to deal with Klo and the Black Pirate crew, but also to recruit this partner. But he still asked in confusion why he had never seen my Pyulu in Zillabu village before. My Pyulu replied, it was a few years ago when I was with Kuruda. I used to run a ship repair business, and the place I traveled to the most was Zillabu village. We had agreed that if Kuruda wanted to form a pirate crew and set sail, he would come here to find me to be his shipwright. I only arrived here not long ago, and I didn't expect to run into him just in time for what just happened. Usopp then suddenly realized that it was like this, but he immediately asked, why is it only Crow? What about the other members of the Black Pirate crew? But after he finished asking, he was momentarily stunned, almost wanting to slap himself. Didn't he already know from Klo? With inside and outside cooperation, the remaining members of the Black Pirate crew must not be in Zillabu village, but drifting in the nearby seas. Don't worry, I won't let them go. I've already sent the ninjas to search the nearby waters. Although Klo said he would come in a few days, he should have arrived in this area by now. Kuruda smiled. While speaking, Kuruda gestured to Alan and the 2 sisters, and the 3 of them understood each other. Picking up the money pouch that Kuruda had thrown earlier to help distribute the promised berries to the residents. Seeing that there was indeed money to be had, and at least 1,000 berries, the residents naturally cheered and lined up to collect their share. However, Kaya, who had just realized what was happening, looked at everything in front of her, and after thinking for a moment, dragged her frail body to Kuruda and the others. Gritting her teeth, she said with resentment, Mr. Kuruda, can I have Klo's body? I want to burn it in front of my parents' grave to honor their spirits. Sure, you can take it, Kuruda replied, seeing the girl's filial piety. After all, it was just a corpse, and it would be better to cremate it sooner. Even if he was a villain, a scumbag, it was still the same, out of sight, out of mind. After Kaya thanked him, she immediately asked Mary to make arrangements and to show her gratitude. As a wealthy young lady, she could naturally afford to treat them to a meal. So she invited Kuruda and the others to have lunch at her place. Not wanting to miss a free meal, Kuruda naturally agreed. However, it was still early for lunch, and not to mention that Kuruda and the others still had to deal with my Pyulu's matters. Even Usopp had followed Kaya to pay respects to her parents. The residents left after receiving their money. With Kuruda's explanation, my Pyulu could be considered officially on board. Soon, the Phantom Brigade, specifically the Alien Brigade in the sea and the Nightbat Brigade in the sky, reported to Kuruda that they had found the Black Pirate crew. He informed his companions about this, and many showed no interest since the opponents were just small fry. However, Lucy and her sisters expressed that they hadn't done a destruction performance in a long time and immediately volunteered. After Kuruda agreed, the sisters flew out on their meteor balls towards the direction of the Black Pirate crew, trusting the sisters' strength. And with the Phantom Brigade nearby to provide support at any time, Kuruda announced free activities on the spot. Zillabu village was a considerable town, so they could take a good stroll. Ariel and Sid nodded and left, while Alan said he wanted to buy food, as the supplies on the ship were running low. Maipulo also went to look for materials and parts for repairing the ship. Both needed to do some shopping, including Sid and Ariel from earlier, as well as the sisters before them. Kuruda had given them a considerable amount of money. Soon, the fallen pirate crew began their rare leisurely activities, as they hadn't been on land for a long time. Well, except for Sid, since he had been running around in his world earlier. Meanwhile, following the morning's instructions, the distribution of the Alien Brigade and Nightbat Brigade was almost covering the entire East Sea, especially in important islands and areas where ships passed. The Alien Brigade and Nightbat Brigade seemed to have coordinated their responsibilities. They had helped Kuruda establish a complete intelligence network for the East Sea. Operations in the East Sea were hard to escape the watchful eyes of these two major brigades. But suddenly, at the edge of the East China Sea, or rather from the boundary line, returning from the Great Voyage to the East China Sea, a ship filled with the scent of desserts came in, and the pirate flag above was unmistakably that of the Big Mom Pirates. Clearly, this was a ship of the Big Mom Pirates, one of the four emperors. On the deck stood a purple-haired man, who was obviously the leader. He was a tall, middle-aged warrior with a long beard, a robust man over 3 meters tall, with 3 clusters of hair on his head and back, the hair on his head shaped like a long loaf, and the tips of the 2 clusters at the back of his head sparking. His face was fierce, with a scar over his right eye, and he wore a pair of brown gloves. On his upper body, he wore only a bright pink shoulder armor on his right shoulder and a pink cape with white spots, while his lower body was clad in wide trousers and brown boots, with a large sword hanging from his waist. With such distinct features, it was clear that this person had been sent here to look for one of the 3 sweet commanders of the Big Mom Pirates, Charlotte Cracker, who was working for Big Mom. Soon, a subordinate approached him and said, "Lord Cracker, we have entered the East China Sea, but we don't know where the falling pirates will be. After all, the East China Sea is quite large. What are you afraid of? We will find them eventually. Just keep an eye on their intelligence, and we'll find them as long as we get closer to the places they've been," Cracker replied coldly, continuing to look at the sea ahead. "Yes." The subordinate quickly left. "Falling pirates, I hope you will obediently hand over the special black-clad race in deference to Mama's authority," Cracker said, his expression suddenly darkening at the last sentence. He had seen the news and was very clear about the current fighting capacity of the falling pirates. The Navy had retreated helplessly against them, even with the presence of the hero Vice Admiral Karp and Admiral Akiji. He was not foolish, he was self-aware. Although the falling pirates were indeed a rookie crew, even the 4 emperors might not be able to confront them head-on, let alone him. So now he could only hope that Mama's face would be of some use. He really did not want to fight against such a group of perverts. Even if he made more biscuit soldiers, they would still get hurt, which was not what he wanted to see. However, he heard that the Beast Pirates had sent that brute Jack as well. If it's him, should I take a look first? Cracker suddenly thought again. It was clear that he had the idea of using Jack as a shield. Meanwhile, the ship representing the Beast Pirates was also approaching the East China Sea. At the same time, the 2 sisters Lussaluk had long since found the Black Pirates, and looking down at the pirate crew below, they unleashed a meteor shower and meteor strike. They smashed the entire ship of the Black Pirates to pieces, with some cannonballs on board seemingly igniting. Ultimately, amidst the flames and smoke, the broken planks and debris sank forever along with some small fish in the sea. However, some people were quite lucky and actually survived, perhaps influenced by the world. Among them was the current captain of the Black Pirates, Zango, who would later transition from a pirate to a 3rd-class Navy soldier and then rise to the rank of colonel. He surprisingly survived, along with some other minor characters, such as the brother of a human. However, Lucy and Ruka were unaware of this. Seeing the smoke-filled sea, they believed that no one could have survived. So Lucy and Ruka quickly left. Before they left, Kuruda had mentioned it to them. Therefore, after returning, the 2 of them started wandering around the village of Silab. After all, it was a rare opportunity to finally visit a human town on land. By noon, everyone gathered for a meal at Kaya's house on the mountain. This was something they had agreed upon earlier, and since they were invited to dinner, it would be rude not to go, especially since they had already promised to go out. Although it couldn't compare to what Aaron made, it was still prepared by a rich young lady. So the taste and presentation were naturally not too bad, just a little lacking. This lunch was quite lavish for the fallen pirate crew, and they enjoyed it. After the meal, Ariel secretly expressed to Kuruda that she wanted to practice in the time-space training area for a while. After all, she needed to enhance her observation Haki, Conqueror's Haki, and even armament Haki. Sid privately asked Ariel about this great opportunity and, upon learning about it, couldn't sit still. He immediately expressed his desire to go back to the ship with Ariel to train. Kuruda naturally agreed, and the two quickly left. The two sisters wanted to play, while Aaron and Maipilu also mentioned that there were still a lot of supplies to procure, so they left one after another. Now, the only ones left in the room were Butler Mary, Kaya, Usopp, and his three little companions, as well as Kuruda. However, the three little boys quickly left because they found it boring here and wanted to play. Interestingly, before they left, they said goodbye to the captain, which was directed at their boastful leader, Usopp. Mary had to tidy up the dishes and had many other things to do, so she left immediately as well. Seeing that only these two remained, Kuruda realized his third and final purpose for coming here, which was to address a small sense of unfulfillment he had from watching One Piece. He decided to resolve it today, so he immediately said, "Do you have any thoughts? Are you planning to stay in Syrup Village forever? Don't you want to see the outside world?" Both of them soon expressed their thoughts and difficulties. Usopp said, "My dream is to become a great warrior of the sea, or even a captain, leading a pirate crew of thousands in the future. But I just don't have a decent ship or partners that I am completely satisfied with and find pleasing." But in fact, Usopp still feels uncertain about going out to sea, or rather, his fear is getting the better of him. Kaya smiled and glanced at him, knowing that this guy wasn't lying before. It was his dream. Although sometimes he does tend to exaggerate a bit, she enjoys listening to him very much. But Koya quickly said, "My dream is actually to become a doctor, but because I have been weak and sickly since childhood, I couldn't go to sea to learn and could only study on my own." Upon hearing this, Kuruda smiled. It was just as he thought, making it easier to convince her. It won't be long before a group of people arrives here. The most obvious being a boy wearing a red short-sleeve shirt and a straw hat. He is a genius chosen by your father's captain, and the others on the ship are also excellent, being top talents in various fields. Interacting with them might satisfy you, and together you can embark on the path to your dream. As for the ship, as a good friend for so many years, Koya, it won't be hard for you to solve that. Regarding your situation, this might help you. Kuruda said this and directly took out a golden fruit shaped like a cantaloupe. "This is a devil fruit," Koya exclaimed in surprise, covering her mouth. "What? Is this really a devil fruit?" Usopp also said with his mouth wide open. But it was clear that this was basically their first time seeing a devil fruit, a treasure of the sea. This is the natural type, Mingxing fruit, which grants the user the power of light. However, compared to the shining fruit, its power and combat ability are slightly weaker. But it has a wider attack range and also possesses self-healing and therapeutic abilities. As long as Koya eats it, not only will her strength significantly increase, but the power of the devil fruit will also enhance her constitution, and this effect will be lasting, Kuruda continued. As for where such a powerful devil fruit came from, the story is interesting. Just a few nights ago, Kuruda was sleeping well when King Air said he found a box in the sea, and it seemed to contain a fruit. Realizing it was a devil fruit, Kuruda immediately went to the deck and had King Air throw the box up. After opening it, he saw the fruit and used his analytical abilities to understand what kind of ability it had. At that moment, Kuruda was extremely happy because he thought to himself, this way, he wouldn't need to specially help Koya by anything to enhance her constitution. This fruit would suffice. He indeed did not intend for anyone in his group to consume this fruit. He would definitely summon a partner to play the role of a doctor later on. Moreover, regarding this Mingxiang fruit, although it is unclear whether it is stronger or weaker than the shining fruit, it is definitely not suitable for combat. Therefore, it would be better to exchange it with Koya for some money to spend. After all, she is a wealthy young lady. However, at this point, Kuruda arrived at the final destination of Zilabu Village, or rather, the small unresolved issue he wanted to address had emerged. That is, when he watched the anime, Kaya, due to her frail health, did not join the Straw Hat Pirates with Usopp. Otherwise, no matter what he said, he wouldn't believe that Kaya didn't want to go with Usopp while also pursuing her dreams. He felt regret back then, but now that he was here and had the ability to resolve it, he decided to solve it completely. He hoped to learn about Kaya's important performances in the Straw Hat crew in the days to come. Initially, upon learning that it was such a powerful devil fruit, both Kaya and Usopp refused it because it was too precious. Kuruda didn't need to give this devil fruit away for them. However, after hearing Kuruda's subsequent explanation, It became clear that the fallen pirate crew really didn't need it, and it was essentially a trade, a business deal. Hearing this, a relieved Kaya agreed to complete the transaction, as long as she could set sail with Usopp and pursue her dream of becoming a doctor. After paying nearly 85 million berries, they exchanged money for goods. Seeing his wallet filled with money again, Kuruda smiled, truly deserving of being called a little rich lady. At the same time, he couldn't help but admit that being friends with this rich lady since childhood, and even potentially becoming his girlfriend in the future, was a stroke of luck for Usopp. After Kuruda said a few words wishing them good luck and that he would leave in the afternoon, he also departed. The room was left with only Usopp and Kaya. Under Usopp's expectant gaze, Kaya smiled slightly and then took a bite of the devil fruit. But soon, her original smile slowly disappeared with the chewing and eventually became unappealing. Kaya, it's so bad. The devil fruit really tastes terrible, it's true. Usopp, Kaya, are you okay, Kaya? Even Kuruda, who had already left the house, heard their conversation and couldn't help but burst out laughing. I wish you good luck in the future. After saying a blessing, Kuruda left. However, while walking, he was also having a cross-border conversation with Grey Wolf through his headphones. What's the situation on your side? When will you decide to come back? Kuruda said, many robots have been made. I'm currently testing and inspecting them. Now, finally, Hong Hong and Shao we can have lamb for every meal. Thank you, Captain. I told them tonight that I will be back tomorrow morning, so please rest assured. Grey Wolf quickly replied. Kuruda was immediately satisfied and hung up the headphone communication. But as one problem was solved, another emerged. In front of Kuruda, a soldier from the Nightbat Corps and another from the Alien Corps suddenly appeared. The two soldiers seemed to be saying something, but Kuruda could understand them. After all, he was the holder of the token. Was it Krija, one of the 3 generals of the Big Mom Pirates? They were probably here for us, but there should be more than just them, so we should wait a bit longer. Moreover, there's still some distance away from us. You 2 Major Corps continue to monitor and report any developments. Kuruda thought to himself and quickly instructed the 2 major soldiers. The 2 soldiers soon disappeared into the shadows to carry out their tasks. Things were getting more and more interesting, Kuruda said with a smile. Meanwhile, the demise of the Black Sea Pirate Group and the death of Klo, although insignificant in the grand scheme of the sea, were quite shocking in the EC, especially since it was caused by them. He remembered that some of the residents' IDs seemed to belong to journalists, so he believed that it wouldn't be long before this incident would spread, slightly boosting his reputation, which was nearly 10,000 but definitely over a few thousand. Reputation points were certainly there, especially since Mai Pulu's appearance and impressive performance would shock those who had been following their fallen pirate group. Just like Usopp's previous thoughts, such powerful combat strength actually came from shipwright, not a fighter or sniper. Finally, the afternoon arrived, according to the agreed time. Except for Ariel and Hid, who had already entered the time training space, everyone else gathered at the dock, preparing to board the ship. However, knowing the time they were leaving, Usopp and his 3 little generals, Kaya and Melee, also came here to see them off, fulfilling their duty as hosts. Kuruda took the opportunity to look at Kaya after she consumed the devil fruit. Not to mention anything else, her basic vitality and physical condition had visibly improved. Her figure was more full and rich, her hair shone brighter under the sunlight, and her smile was more radiant. Seeing Kaya's current appearance, Kuruda was certain that she could join the Straw Hat Pirates with Usopp to travel and adventure. We're leaving, just like we said before. We'll meet on the sea in the future, Kuruda said, and his companions behind him were also smiling. After all, the other party was already a friend. A captain's friend was their friend, so they treated her with courtesy and kindness. By the way, after you leave, what will happen to your house and assets? Kuruda curiously asked. Don't worry, I can leave it to Melee with peace of mind before I leave. I trust him, and I originally planned to give him more than Klo. As a token of gratitude, I've decided to give Melee 30% of my family's assets. It's both a thank you and a salary for taking care of my house for a long time, Kaya said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Melee was taken aback and almost refused. However, after hearing the latter part of her words, he didn't want to voice his objections. After all, Kaya had essentially given him an advance on his salary, and he was still a weary worker. He was just a slightly better off worker, and, in the end, he could only accept the young lady's kindness with a smile. He did not express any opposition to Kaya going to sea. In fact, he was very supportive. Kaya had grown up under his watch, and he hoped she would pursue her dreams rather than stay here for a lifetime. So in the end, he only said, I'll heed the young lady's instructions. Please rest assured, after you leave, I will take good care of your house. If Klo were still alive and knew about everything happening now, he might be so furious he'd spit blood. His so-called grand plan was to create a good impression on everyone after lurking for about 3 years, and then proceed with an inside job, hypnotizing Kaya to acquire wealth. In the end, he would split it with the original Black Sea pirate group. And what happened? Now he was worse off than in the original story. After all, in the original, he was only knocked out and taken away, not directly dead. However, Melee had indeed spent more time with Kaya and was able to gain her trust. Both had come to see each other as family. Plus, since Kaya was indeed leaving as soon as the Straw Hat Pirates arrived to travel with Usopp, she could fully entrust everything here to Melee. After confirming that everything here was truly fine, Kuruda boarded the ship with his companions. After waving goodbye to Usopp and the others, the Bolero set sail once again. With Ariel absent, Kuruda could only temporarily take the helm. After all, she and Hid had already entered the training space to cultivate, and he was also wondering if he should find an opportunity to go in and train a bit himself. As the captain of a crew, his strength was no longer the highest. If he didn't train properly and made use of the time and space training space he bought, it wouldn't just be the summon companions. Even Alan and Lucy might surpass him. As Kuruda steered the Bolero out of Zillabu village and headed towards the sea, he thought to himself. At that moment, Ruka bounced over, followed by Lucy, who looked a bit speechless at her sister's actions. When would this girl mature? Brother Kuruda, where are we heading next? Ruka asked with a smile, and Lucy immediately put on an inquiring expression. Kokoshia village. Our next partner will be met there, Kuruda replied. Upon learning the exact location, the two girls took on their roles as navigators, pulling out maps and some directional pointers for all the locations in the East Sea they had previously obtained. After some exploration, they quickly confirmed the direction and estimated the time of arrival based on the current speed of the ship. Captain, I'm going to look around the ship and see if anything needs repairs, Mai Piulu said, walking up to Kuruda with a toolbox. Kuruda waved his hand and said, go ahead, and Mai Piulu began to fulfill her responsibilities as the shipwright on the Bolero. However, after she left, Kuruda also issued new instructions to Alan. Smart readers probably guessed it, which was to organize a welcome party for Mai Piulu. With Alan and the two sisters familiar with the process, they happily got to work. Alan went to the kitchen to cook, while the two sisters set up everything needed for the banquet, simultaneously keeping an eye on the changes at sea. Everyone busied themselves once again. It was calm and peaceful. On the other side, still on the edge of the East Sea and the early part of the Great Voyage, a formidable warship, exuding a wild and fierce aura, sailed in. From the flags above, it was easy to tell that this was the flag of the Beast Pirates, notorious in the New World. Clearly, those on the ship were members of the Beast Pirates. Most importantly, the ship's bow was shaped like a mammoth's head. It was obvious whose ship this was. Even across the vast ocean, many people knew. After all, a pirate with a bounty of 1 billion is not to be overlooked in these waters. Now, sitting on a chair on the ship's deck was a giant man, at least 8 meters tall. He was tall and muscular, with golden hair tied in a ponytail and 2 braids, wearing a metallic jawpiece, adorned with 2 ivory-like decorations on his head and shoulders. He was covered in a fur coat, wielding 2 weapons resembling short sabers, and wore a belt bearing the Beast Pirate's emblem. His mouth was hidden, with thick lips and serrated teeth. This was Jack the Drought, also known among many fans as the King of the Sea, teasingly referred to as having a bounty of 1 billion berries, with 900 million attributed to his ivory. He was also a well-known brute on the seas. But this guy is still a fishman, specifically a saddlebacked grouper fishman. So even if he is a devil fruit user, when faced with the sea or sea creatures, he can't use his devil fruit abilities, yet he can still continue to fight. After all, a strong fighter of this level cannot rely solely on their devil fruit. Haki, physical techniques, and swordsmanship are also crucial. But overall, compared to the other 2 calamities, Jack's performance is indeed a bit lackluster, somewhat like a filler. But Jin and Quinn already have an advantage. One is a scientist, and the other is the last remaining member of the Lunaria tribe. Lord Jack, we have entered the East Sea, and we are currently searching for the direction of the fallen pirate crew, based on the intelligence we have. One of the subordinates quickly stepped forward and said, that's good. Contact me if anything happens. However, this is the East Sea. It shouldn't be as troublesome as the New World, Jack nodded and said, while also remembering that the East Sea is like a beginner's dungeon compared to the New World. Of course, we should take advantage of the timing when Karp is going home or Shanks is here for a visit to avoid them. Jack still couldn't provoke these 2. After all, his boss Kaido wouldn't easily mess with them either. Of course, except when it comes to ships, that's Jack's favorite, and no matter how strong the opponent is, he can't forget that. But Lord Jack Don't underestimate the fallen pirate crew, just because they are a rookie crew. Their combat power is already on par with any of the four emperors, right? We can't possibly defeat them. That subordinate didn't leave and spoke again, worried. So what? I believe they still have to give Governor Kaido some face and hand over those giant beasts obediently. Jack, who had immense confidence in his boss, immediately responded with both disdain and confidence. The former disdain was directed at the fallen pirate crew, while the latter confidence was aimed at his boss. But rather than saying it was confidence, it would be more accurate to say it was arrogance. This ultimately led Jack to truly become the scapegoat for Kleka. However, Kleka's fate wouldn't be much better. Meanwhile, a certain man was also rowing his small boat, chasing after a pirate crew that had witnessed something he couldn't let escape, while making his way to the East Sea. But rather than saying that this man wanted to erase the bad things about himself, it would be more accurate to say that he was bored and sought entertainment by chasing the pirate crew ahead of him, following them all the way to the East Sea. And this man, aside from the world's greatest swordsman Dracula Mihawk, who else could he be? Time continued to pass. And meanwhile, in another world, it seemed that evening had already set in. Still in that dark and eerie forest, a purple castle stood tall. This castle was naturally the Wolf Castle, and this was the Green Pasture, the world of Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf. It is said that this Wolf Castle was built by Big Big Wolf himself. So aside from catching sheep, Big Big Wolf could really do anything, and do it to perfection. At this moment, in the dining room of Wolf Castle, a table was filled with a feast of lamb dishes. Human lamb, boiled lamb, braised lamb. 3 large plates were filled with delicious lamb dishes, rich in color, flavor, and aroma. Big Big Wolf walked out from the nearby kitchen, wearing gloves, holding a large bowl that seemed to contain delicious lamb soup. After placing the lamb soup on the dining table and seeing that everything was ready, Big Big Wolf smiled slightly and hurriedly shouted to the side, "Dinner's ready. Come on, little Gray, Daddy has cooked the lamb. Oh, we can eat lamb again today." 2 wolves walked in from outside the dining room, one big and one small, both able to walk on 2 legs like Big Big Wolf. One of them looked like an adult female wolf. No, it was a female wolf, wearing a golden crown with purple eyeshadow beside her eyes, dressed in a red robe. Accompanying her was a little wolf wearing blue overalls. Clearly, the previous conversation was between this mother and son. The 2 wolves quickly sat down at the dining table, and the happy expressions and smiles they had shown a few days ago made Big Big Wolf very satisfied and content. Their quality of life had indeed improved, all because he had brought back lamb, and not just a little, he could often bring it back in the future. They were wolves, and their simple happiness was eating lamb, as long as it meant happiness for their family. Big Big Wolf, who was filled with a sense of responsibility and justice, didn't mind accompanying Kuruda to adventure in that world. Now, watching Hong Hong and Little Gray already moving their bowls and chopsticks, Big Big Wolf paused for a moment. He knew he had to speak up, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to leave in the morning. "Hong Hong, Little Gray, do you want to know where this lamb comes from?" Big Big Wolf said with a hint of a bittersweet smile. Upon hearing this, Little Gray and Hong Hong also looked at him with curious eyes. Even the young and innocent Little Gray was very curious, because when he went to the sheep village to play with brother sheep and sister sheep that morning, their expressions did not show sadness or sorrow. It was clear that Dad hadn't brought sheep back from the sheep village. So where did the lamb they had been eating these past few days come from? Hong Hong was also very curious about where Big Big Wolf had brought the lamb from. But soon, the next words from Grey Wolf made both wolves completely unsettled, staring at him in a daze. "Je l'en meat, on non, xiao vivi," is not something I caught from sheep village and processed. A few days ago, someone approached me, recognizing my research capabilities. He promised me that as long as I conduct research on technology for them, this lamb meat would be my payment, and I would also gain a lot of wealth. However, the condition is that I will have to travel frequently in the future, making it difficult to come back once in a while. Grey Wolf spoke with a bittersweet expression, but at the same time, he looked gently at his wife and child. Upon hearing Grey Wolf say so much, and reaching this point, Hong Tai Lang and Xiao Hui Hui were instantly stunned, and they understood. Even the young Xiao Hui Hui realized that things would be different from now on. There would be fewer days when Dad could accompany him because Dad would be going out to work. After understanding this, Hong Tai Lang immediately expressed her feelings of both disappointment and concern. "Then how many days will it take for you to come back once? Are you still in the green pasture?" Clearly, as a wife and a mother, an adult female wolf, Xiao Hui Hui couldn't help but think about it. She understood that her husband wouldn't be able to accompany them often for a long time, and he would only return once every few days. "Don't worry. Every time I come back, I can stay here for 3 days, and my work over there will basically take 9 days. If it gets busy, it might take a little longer, but you can rest assured, in the past 2 days I have made many robots that can protect and take care of you. So, while I work over there, you can feel at ease here, Grey Wolf quickly replied. After listening, Hong Tai Lang and Xiao Hui Hui fell silent. Grey Wolf felt a bit anxious, thinking that his words might have upset his wife and son, and was about to explain. Xiao Hui Hui said, Dad, you can go work over there without worry. Xiao Hui Hui will take good care of Mom and home. Hong Tai Lang added, Don't worry, even when you're not here, my son and I can live well here. The most important thing for family is the bond of feelings, mutual understanding, and love. It was clear that Hong Tai Lang and Xiao Hui Hui had fully accepted everything before them. Grey Wolf, who originally intended to persuade them, suddenly swallowed his words. His mouth open, with a look of emotion in his eyes. This is family, the family he loves and wants to protect. All right, let's continue eating, said Hong Tai Lang with a smile, and then she and Xiao Hui Hui continued to eat lamb meat together. Grey Wolf also quietly took a sip of lamb soup. Suddenly, the feeling of emotion disappeared, and he remembered a question, looking at the little gray who was eating lamb in front of him. In a year of the tiger, due to his and his wife's negligence, little gray and the little sheep had stayed together for a while, which also led to the current friendship between the little sheep and his son. That was strange. Then why could his son still happily eat lamb now? Thinking of this, Grey Wolf directly asked, Son, aren't you good friends with the little sheep? Then why can you eat lamb? Red Wolf was also taken aback by this question and stopped eating the lamb in her hands. Indeed, she and T thought about it before. But now that Grey Wolf brought it up, she also wanted to understand it well. Little Gray was stunned for a moment and also stopped eating lamb. Then the answer he gave left Grey Wolf and Red Wolf dumbfounded. I'm friends with the little sheep brothers and sisters. What does that have to do with me eating lamb? Besides, Dad got the lamb not from the sheep village. Little Gray said with a naive and cute expression. Grey Wolf and Red Wolf. After finishing this meal of lamb, Grey Wolf finally spent quality time with his wife and child before leaving the next day. At the same time, he explained the usage of some robots and daily necessities he invented to his wife and son. However, he had basically already input what the robots needed to do, like charging themselves. They also watched TV together that night, bathed with his son, and spent a night with his wife. Lying in bed and watching his wife who had already fallen asleep, Grey Wolf put on his headphones and said one sentence, Captain, I'll be back tomorrow morning. Meanwhile, although Grey Wolf and the others had already fallen asleep, on the other side, Kuruda was still awake at the same time. So, Kuruda quickly received Grey Wolf's message after his headphones activated. After stopping his training, Kuruda thought for a moment and directly instructed the system to open Grey Wolf's 3 choices. Because not to mention that Grey Wolf was actually coming back. His strength was only that of a major, and he naturally needed the rewards of 3 choices to boost his strength. Even though Grey Wolf was a top scientist, in the world of pirates, generally speaking, a top scientist was more important than a top powerhouse. But this was his fallen pirate crew, and regardless of the profession, everyone had to be incredibly strong. Moreover, as far as he knew, Grey Wolf's combat power in both early and late special forms was among the best even in the pirate world. As the saying goes, never underestimate the characters in the animated world. As Kuruda finished speaking, the system also replied, presenting 3 options. 1. Dark Wolf King form. A special form of Grey Wolf from Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. The amazing rescue, which includes dark energy and thunderbolt powers. 2. Shadow Blade. A weapon crafted for Grey Wolf by Slow Goat and Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. The decisive battle of the next era. Possessing 6 blade forms and can also be mechanized. 3. Tian Lango. A special war vehicle developed by Grey Wolf, appearing in multiple works with tri-service operational capabilities. After reviewing these 3 options, Kuruda directly chose the first and second ones. He believed that with Grey Wolf's strength, it would be impossible not to gather materials to create the Tian Lango in the pirate world. Although he had thought that the bull ship was just a small boat, and they would switch to a larger ship later. The Tian Lango didn't exist in the form of a ship, and it seemed not very practical in this pirate world. Even in Grey Wolf's hands, it was still not as good as the first and second rewards. Because these 2 were practical. Both were special powerful forms and weapons that Grey Wolf had appeared in the TV series, with combat power that was basically off the charts. Grey Wolf's Dark Wolf King form had a special sense of oppression and the ability to manipulate darkness and lightning. The Shadow Blade was also a special weapon that was both offensive and defensive, with multiple blades capable of changing various combat styles. Especially when Grey Wolf was mechanized and combined with the Shadow Blade, His combat power would be explosive, easily able to eliminate cloud monsters. So choosing these two rewards was far stronger than the third reward, the Tianlango. However, after making the selection, Kuruda immediately said, "System. These two rewards should be given after Grey Wolf returns here." "Okay, host," the system replied, and this matter came to an end. Everything would have to wait until tomorrow morning to discuss further. Meanwhile, just as Kuruda thought, although killing Klo and eliminating the Black Pirate crew was just a small matter, their fallen pirate crew had long become famous at sea. Those reporters and media, like sharks smelling blood, would never let them go. So soon this incident was spread, especially after Mai Pulu easily killed Klo, revealing part of her mechanical divine abilities and her terrifying defenses. And later the performance of Lucy and her sister's destruction of the Black Pirate crew, which was easily annihilated. In the eyes of those reporters, this was another significant news highlight. Therefore, these well-cooked news stories would soon be published again in newspapers, letting everyone in the vast sea know. The night passed like this. But since Grey Wolf would be returning from his room in the morning, Kuruda woke up early. However, plans couldn't keep up with changes. It wasn't until Lucy came over to call him for breakfast that Grey Wolf hadn't returned yet. He could only use his headphones to tell Grey Wolf that even if he came back, he would stay in his room for a while before leaving. He then walked out the door and headed to the dining room to enjoy breakfast. However, he had just left for a short while when the energy space passage opened. At the same time, two energy balls also appeared inside, flying towards the Grey Wolf who had just walked by. On the other side, Grey Wolf had actually gotten up very early, kissed his wife and son on the forehead, made breakfast, and then left. But he didn't know that his actions had already awakened them. So when Grey Wolf walked out of the Wolf Castle, Red Wolf and Little Grey were watching him from the balcony on the second floor, watching him leave. Their eyes were filled with various emotions such as worry, hope, and sadness. However, the two wolves were mostly sending their blessings to their husband and father. It wasn't until Grey Wolf disappeared from their sight that they returned to eat the breakfast he had prepared. Grey Wolf also found a place without animals to open the portal and then stepped inside. After walking for a while, he saw two orbs flying towards him. Just as Grey Wolf was about to stay alert and take a fighting stance, the light orb flew into his forehead at an unimaginable speed. Grey Wolf was left in a daze, but soon his expression changed to one of great joy. This must be the opportunity the captain spoke of. This is so powerful. What a high-tech weapon blade. It suits me perfectly, especially after my mechanization. With this Dark Wolf King form, I can possess the powers of darkness and lightning. This kingly posture of the Dark Wolf King is so cool. It fits my aura perfectly. Thank you so much, Captain. Grey Wolf laughed heartily, especially after learning that the Dark Wolf King's appearance could be maintained continuously. He directly used this form. Soon, Grey Wolf underwent a complete transformation. First, the sweet potato hat on his head disappeared, replaced by a snake-shaped triangular black crown with diamond-shaped red gemstones on both sides and a purple hexagonal gemstone in the center. The edges of the crown extended to the sides of his face, adorned with light blue diamond-shaped gemstones. Then he donned a black robe with white edges, fully displaying a kingly posture, while also looking a bit extravagant, considering it was covered in gemstones. At the same time, a dark, fallen aura and a lightning burst aura enveloped Grey Wolf's entire body. This feeling is just amazing, and I have another kind of power. With these two powers, whether here or in my original world, I can obtain everything I desire. No longer will I have to be a clown in front of others for power and strength. As Grey Wolf laughed, he had already arrived at Kuruda's room. However, upon arriving here, he also stopped smiling. At the same time, other forces reacted to the newspaper in a manner similar to that during the Warring States period. They found Klo too weak, making it difficult for them to gauge Mai Pulu's strength. However, the images of the mechanical god used by Mai Pulu did catch the attention of some people from the fallen pirate group who had previously overlooked them. For instance, those scientists and arms dealers were mesmerized by such a powerful energy cannon, as if they were gazing at an incredibly delicious dish. Meanwhile, they were also speculating about which genius scientist had created this strange object. If it weren't for their inability to fight back, they might have already taken action. But generally speaking, many people's reactions are quite similar at the moment. Meanwhile, in the East Sea, the current Straw Hat Pirates only have 3 members. In addition to Zoro and Luffy, who separated from Kuruda and the others in Shellstown last time, there's also the talented navigator and beauty Nami, who could be considered a member of the Straw Hat Pirates now. At the same time, it must be acknowledged that Nami is indeed a top beauty even in the pirate world. Even in Kuruda's previous world, she would be considered an international superstar level beauty. She has a pair of beautiful brown eyes and lovely orange hair, a graceful figure, and incredibly fair skin. At this moment, Nami was holding a newspaper and quickly exclaimed in surprise, "Amazing, Kuro, who used to have a bounty of over 10 million berries, was defeated so easily. Hey, Luffy, it seems like Kuruda and the others have a new partner," Zoro said while taking a sip of his drink nearby. Do you guys know each other? Nami looked at Zoro and the already passed Luffy, surprised that these two guys knew such a big shot. She wondered if they could use some connections to deal with Arlong. But soon, she shook her head in her heart. Clearly, the shadow that Arlong had cast on her over the years was hard to shake off. She even thought that the other side couldn't possibly take down Arlong and his crew. If Kuruda knew, he would definitely shake his head in disdain. With someone like Arlong and that trashy Arlong pirates, they were only fit to stretch their muscles a bit. How could that be called a battle? Oh, it was like this. Luffy, who had already walked past, explained what happened last time in Shell's Town. When Nami heard their explanation, she roughly understood. But soon, a comment from Zoro nearby left her completely stunned. Although they were friends, the gap between them and the enemy was indeed too great. Just a while ago, the enemy had even managed to repel a fleet led by a Navy hero and a general. Zoro sighed, feeling that his strength was still very inadequate. Especially after his last encounter with Sid, he fully realized his own weakness and knew he had to keep working hard to cultivate, carrying a part of that former partner's ambition, and continue striving towards the goal of becoming the world's greatest swordsman. What? But upon hearing this, Nami was completely stunned. A Navy general and a hero leading a fleet could actually be repelled? She only knew that Arlong couldn't stay in the New World and was driven back to the East Blue by a general, but the gap was indeed too much. Thinking of this, a glimmer of light flashed in Nami's eyes. If she could ask them for help, plus she was currently considered a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. Although she had originally planned to leave, that was not the case anymore. These two were friends with the fallen pirates, and as long as she relied on this relationship, she could completely free the village and the villagers from Arlong's hands. Moreover, they were still in the East Blue. Perhaps they would meet again in the future. Let's do it. Nami immediately strengthened her resolve. Although she was still living in the shadow of Arlong, she could still see such a big gap. Now that she saw hope, she was also fully recognizing the Straw Hat Pirates compared to the original story. However, Luffy and Zoro nearby still didn't know what was happening. One was drinking and the other was eating meat. Although they were still navigating the same small boat as before, after defeating Buggy in Orange Town, they had obtained a lot of food from him, especially alcohol and meat. After all, it was well known that Luffy loved meat and Zoro loved alcohol. Plus, the third major force who hadn't joined the Straw Hat Pirates yet, Sanji, was very fond of beautiful women, so there was a saying in the shrimp community. That is, as long as someone said the beautiful swordswoman brought meat, it would definitely catch the attention of these three at the same time. But right now, the small boat was not lacking in food, at least for the time being, and they paid no attention to Luffy and Zoro, who were being watched by Nami, as they continued to enjoy fine wine and devour meat. Time continued to pass, and, on the barrel, everyone, except for Grey Wolf, was currently divided into two groups, entering the time training space every other day to train. But in the end, everyone seemed to quickly become addicted due to their improved strength. After discussing it again, Kuruda decided to let the Phantom Legion take on more responsibility. At the same time, besides King Ale and Latora, the other four major monsters, Gamora, Goals and Melba, and King Red, also went out to help stand guard. The dual protection of the monster team and the Phantom Legion allowed everyone to feel completely at ease, and they all entered the time training space to cultivate and enhance their strength. Apart from the Alien Legion and the Nightbat Legion, after the last big purchase, Alan and the two sisters learned about many things. For example, they now also possess storage balls and headphones. However, they were all surprised to see that there were actually three other giant monsters, including the three of them, and even Maipilu, Sid, and Ariel were astonished. But they don't have much experience either, because they already know that Kuruda actually has three more monsters in hand. But at the same time, they had to admit that the monsters from another world, called the Ultra World, were indeed very powerful and imposing. Moreover, they were even weakened in front of them, which made them curious about how strong the monsters were at their peak. Only Maipilu and Shida, who used to live in a world similar to Earth, felt a sense of familiarity when looking at these monsters, but they just couldn't recall. Upon realizing this, Kuruda's mouth twitched. Could there also be Ultramen in their original world? However, during this period, everyone can cultivate with peace of mind, and their strength has improved. But